Therefore, the pasuk says he didn't bring it to the entrance of the Ormoid. Only time you're chayiv for shechting the carbon outside is when that it's the type of carbon that could have been brought inside the Beis Hamikdash. Which are animals with financial sanctity, are not brought as sacrificial offerings. Therefore, again, there's no liability for doing it outside. First wide line. Otzias elu she'enon ru'uyin, but the otzias yemishtalech shahu roi lavo al pesach or amoid. That was interestingly enough. Maybe I should include simshtalech. Why? Because the simshtalech is fit technically to be brought inside of the Beis Hamikdash. Talmud lomar lahashem. Therefore, the pasuk says lahashem lahotzi simshtalech she'enon miyuchal lahashem. It comes to exclude. In other words, the only time you're chayiv for shechting the carbon outside is when the carbon is lahashem, meaning exclusively set aside for sacrificial purposes. But the simshtalech is not exclusive for that, and that's thrown off the cliff. To which the Gemara says, so we'll say, so interestingly enough, so we see over here that halacha l'maisa, the Brisa calls the sim shtaliyach, that it is roi to be brought inside the Or Moed. The Mishnah says that it's not roi to be brought inside the Or Moed. So which one is it? Lokashya kan kodem hagrala kan after hagrala. So we'll say, oh, here's the distinction. One is before the lots are drawn, one is after lots are drawn. When before the lots are drawn, remember again, you have two identical goats. So they're both fit to be brought inside the Beis Hamikdash. That's what the Brisa is talking about. After the lots are drawn, and one is designated as the seer la'azazel, it's no longer fit to come in. The Gemara says, 1 second, after hagrola, not miha'ikav, even if it's not true. Even after the lots are drawn, the seer mishtalech is still brought inside the Beis Hamikdash. Why? Because halacha l'maisa, that's where you do the deeply. That's where the Kohen does the confession inside the Beis Hamikdash. Amarav mani, lo kasha, kan kodem vidui, kan achar vidui. You're right. The simush left before vidui is considered to be fit to be brought inside the Beis Hamikdash. Therefore, if you were to slaughter it outside before vidui, there would be liability. After vidui, it's no longer fit to be brought inside the Beis Hamikdash, and therefore, if you were to slaughter it outside, you would not be liable. Incredible. So remember again, an animal that engaged morality. Remember again, I will say that animal is unfit to be offered up as a carbon. Therefore, what? Therefore, halacha l'maisa, if you offered it outside b'chutz, you would not be liable. So the Gemara says, remember again, what ended up happening over there in the Mishnah is that the Mishnah quoted a separate pasuk. Right, the Mishnah quoted the pasuk of Mifnei Mishkan Hashem. So the Gemara says, I don't understand, why are you quoting a new pasuk? Why don't you just use the same pasuk of Al Pesach or Moed Lo Hibiru? You know, it's not going to take away Pesach or Moed. I was like, $50. Say, good morning, Today's right? You have 140 later. So Bishtam Lovea Venirva. So as I say in the case of Lovea Venirva, Mishkat Hasla, that the Shinu made Kara, the other Rav. So I understand how this case could come up. How so? Because in the case of Rabbi and Nirva, here was interesting. And also, we're going to discuss it as follows. There are some times where halacha l'maisa, the animal is consecrated. And once it's consecrated, you can't do something which will change its status. And then there are other times where after consecration, the status can change. So an example is where an animal was engaged in an act of immorality, where even if the animal was initially consecrated, halacha l'maisa, again, if it was engaged in immorality, it can no longer be used. So the Mishkat Hasla, that the Shinumei Kara, it was originally consecrated, and then it engaged in immorality. Ela Muktzah, Rabbi say, in the case of where, let's say, the animal was designated for idolatry, or for that matter, again, worshipped for idolatry, I don't understand. If the animal was originally, let's put this out. If you have an animal that was designated as a karban, right, and then someone comes along and worships that animal, what's the impact of the worship on that animal? Zero. Why? Because once an animal is consecrated, you can't undermine the consecrated status. So the Gemara says, I don't understand. The Gemara says, so let's say, so the person cannot prohibit something that does not belong to them. So how can you go ahead and undermine something that was already consecrated? Because remember again, we're just trying to figure out what would be the case of shchut mechutz. We're trying to figure out where would there be liability in these cases for sacrificing the carbon outside. You had a carbon that was then what? Offered up outside for the sake of Avodah Zarah, but that wouldn't work because once it's a carbon, it can't be offered for Avodah Zarah. But I just want to point out that phrase, Ein Adam Oser Davar Sheinu Shalom, the person can't understand it does not belong to them, is one of the most important concepts we have Hashkafa. I was saying this concept is the yesod for tshuva. Why is tshuva possible? Why is tshuva possible? Because I will say, I have a neshama, and my neshama is uncorruptible. My neshama is untaintable, which means that no matter how badly I mess up in life, there is always a piece of me which remains holy, kaddish, beautiful, and incredible. Why? I don't understand. Why can't you paint your neshama? I make a really big mistake in life. Why can't? What's the answer? Ein Adam Oser Davar She'enu Shalom. Because your neshama is not yours. Elokai. Neshama Shenasata Bi. Like the Baal Tanya says, the neshama is a chilas Elokah min ma'al manish. The neshama is a piece of Hashem. The neshama is a piece of God that Hashem puts inside me, but it doesn't belong to me. The Vaharaya, what's the proof to that? Hashem takes it back from me every single night, right? And cleanses it, and again gives it back to me the next morning. I have a piece of me that doesn't belong to me. Because I have a piece of me that does not belong to me, it is simply uncorruptible. Which means that no matter how badly I mess up in life, there is always a piece of me that is pure, pristine, and holy. And because of that, tshuva is always possible. Ein Adam Oser Davar She'enu Shalom. You can't mess up something which does not belong to you. The neshama, piece of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, uncorruptible. Incredible. Let's go right there. We're going to Kachin Kalin. So what are we talking about over here? We're talking about Kachin Kalin. The Amar Kachin Kalim Mamon Bayu. As well as Rabbi Yossi Agri hold the Kachin Kalim interestingly enough a Mamon Bayu. And listen, what that means for our purposes is that you can have an animal. Let's take for example a shlamim, like Kachin Kalim. So Rabbi Yossi holds that Kachin Kalim remain the property of the owner. So on one hand, they have sacrificial designation. On the other hand, they're still considered to be the property of the owner, and therefore, if the owner were to do something with them, the change would actually be effective. Plus, he says he will do something a little bit again, he'll commit me, or do something against HaKadosh Baruch Hu. The Rabbi holds Kachin Kalin. This comes to include Kachin Kalin. So this only Kachin Kalin are considered to be the financial property of the owner. Therefore, again, we'll say, when you put this all together, Rova V'nirva Davar Erva. So it's very interesting to point out, you understand now in the case of Rova V'nirva, where the animal was somehow participatory in active immorality. That is the one case where halacha l'maisa, even if the animal had a carbonic designation, the carbonic designation becomes voided. Because now the animal can no longer be offered. Right? However, in the case of muktzah and ne'avad, in the case of where the animal was set aside for Avodah Zarah or worshipped for Avodah Zarah, so the Gemara says, that's an issue of idolatry. What's the case where that animal can be impacted? Kachin Kalin. That'd be Kachin Kalin. Because in Kachin Kalin, I will say, we hold it Rabbi Yosef, and we hold that Kachin Kalin is considered to be the property of the owner, and therefore halacha l'maisa identity can be altered. Incredible. Esnan, u'mechir kilai, u'mechir, kilayim, yotzi dofen. So we'll say, so what about the cases of Esnan, where the animal is given to a harlot for services, mechir, sold for a dog, kilayim, mixed breed, yotzi dofen, to carry section. What if cases where it's used to be altered? The blood of kachin. This is where these animals ultimately again were the offspring of Kohanos themselves, and kasav are bloody kachin, b'hamyasei kachin. And ultimately again, when the offspring of the carbon is in utero, it ultimately again is kaddish like the mother, can be offered along. But Allah Kalamaisa, the designation can be switched as well upon her. Incredible. Bali woman, also the Espinosa, so remember again, the Mishnah then went on. I'm just going through the Mishnah a little bit over here. So remember again, the Mishnah then went on and spoke about Bali woman, right? So remember again, the Mishnah spoke about Amum Over, right? A permanent blemish, a passing blemish, right? So once again, if you offered up these animals outside, ultimately you are pater. You are pater. Now again, I will say, now then afterwards, the Mishnah gave more examples. What are the more examples? Torin, right, which are turtle doves that did not reach the appropriate age, or B'nei pigeons that aged out. So I will say, in all of these cases, the Gemara quotes the Machlokes, Rabbi Shimon and the Tanna Kama. What was the machlokes between the Tanna Kama? Rabbi Shimon says essentially, the Tanna Kama says if it's not fit to be offered, you're not chayiv for shechting it outside. Rabbi Shimon says if it will never be fit to be offered, you're not chayiv for shechting it outside. But if it ultimately will become fit, you are liable. And they have this machlokes over and over and over in all of these cases. Whenever you see that, the obvious question is, why they need to illustrate the same machlokes with multiple cases? Just say it once, and I got it. So Gemara says, you need all the cases. I'll tell you why. Ditana Bali Mumin, if it would have just said the case of Bali Mumin, you shouldn't have done easy, because really most can be disgusting. Right? I understand why a Baal Mum, even if it's a Mum over, it's disgusting, it's repulsive. And therefore, it makes sense that we shouldn't let you see that ultimately you're not high for shvite clothes. About Poland, the low might you see when it comes to the turtle dogs, like even if they're now too young, since one day they will be old enough, it's not disgusting. Therefore, I need that I agree with Rabbi Shimon that you are liable. The current color you shouldn't blow a chazi. Furthermore, we're just in the case of torn because they're not fit. The it when therefore they are set aside for non-use. About Bali Mumin, the ichsul the it or Bali Mumin, and in the case of the turtle dog that has not yet reached the proper age, it had never had a period of fitness, and therefore I understand why you're not high for shechting it outside. But Bali Mumin, right, which means once upon a time it was fit, and then it developed a moment it's not fit. Ema modul Rabbi Shimon. If it would have just said these two cases, you shouldn't the psula to be fine because the disqualification is inherent in the body of the carbon. But ultimately, again, which means you can't check the mother and the child on the same day. That's not an inherent psula in the animal. That's something external to the animal. I would have thought. I would have thought that Rabbanan agree with Rabbi Shimon. Therefore, it's Tfifa. Therefore, we need all the cases. So bottom line, just understand. What's the point to remember in this? The machlokes of Shimon and Rabbanan in the Mishnah is as follows. Everyone agrees that if you have an animal that is not fit to be offered inside the Beis Hamikdash and never will be fit, everyone agrees that if you shech that animal outside of the Beis Hamikdash for carbonic purposes, you are not liable. What's the machlokes case? I have an animal that is presently unfit, but who will become fit, right? Either it has a mum that's going to heal, or right now it's too young and it's going to be fit. So what happens in that case? The Rabbanan say still, you're not chayiv because we look at what it is right now. Rabbi Shimon says no, if it will become fit, ultimately again there is liability for shechting that outside. Incredible. Share Rabbi Shimon over. Because Rabbi Shimon said, again I will say, remember Rabbi Shimon's rule in the Mishnah was anything which will be fit to ultimately be offered inside of the Beis Hamikdash, there is liability for shechting it outside. So, my time, Rabbi Shimon, what's Rabbi Shimon's logic? I'm Rabbi Eli, Rabbi Shlakish, Dhamma Kra, Los is incredible. Los Sasun Kichola Shanachnu Osim Tol Hayom. So, Los is incredible. See, in Komishra, Moshe Rabbeinu says, do not do like everything we are doing here today. Now, what does that refer to? Let's take a few moments to look at Rashi. A very important Rashi. Lo Sasun came about 15 lines up from the bottom. Lo Sasun came. The Sifri Darishtai, listen to this. The Tchila Sa'arat Yom Anu Metal Koelas HaMishkan, Banu Asurin Bebama. So Moshe and his scholars are like this. Right now, we are beginning our entry into Eretz Yisrael. Now, remember again, in the Midbar, there was a Mishkan. We saw again also from the Mishnah, when there was a Mishkan in the Midbar, Bamos were Aser. Right? Individual private altars were also. So Moshe Rabbeinu says, so here in the desert, ultimately Bamos are aser, and we only offer karbanos in the Mishkan itself. Therefore, again, you can offer any karbanos you want in the precincts of the Mishkan. Obligatory offerings, voluntary offerings, communal offerings, individual offerings, everything gets done in the Mishkan. However, Moshe Rabbeinu says, when we come to Eretz Yisrael, Yudal Shalom Shal Kibush, Bechiluk, Anu Mutarin Bebama, Visham Lo Sasun Kichola Shanachnu Osim Pol, Lahakriv Chobos. So this is this. So we come to Eretz Yisrael. Remember again about saying, first stop of the Mishkan when we come to Eretz Yisrael was where? First stop? Gilgal for how many years? 14. By 7 years of conquering, 7 years of dividing. Remember, Moshe says, when you come to Gilgal, Bamos are mutter. Now, once bamos are mutter, Moshe Rabbeinu says, lo sasun kechol asher. Therefore, once bamos become mutter, you can't do then that which we are doing today, meaning lahakir kovos. When bamos are mutter, you cannot offer obligatory offerings. What's the only thing you could offer up when bamos are mutter? Uma anu mutarim ba ish kala yasha ve'inav nedarim u'nedavos shiran chova alav ela sheyashu ve'inav leznadev kilobasan ad ata achatabu kamu chalishino shava b'shnechazman. So the Bible says like this: the Klal Yisrael about to enter into Eretz Yisrael, it's like this chavra. When we were here in the desert and bamos were also because we had the Mishkan, we were centralized service, you could offer whatever you want in the precincts of the Mishkan. Obligatory offerings, voluntary offerings, communal offerings, individual offerings. Now they're going to Eretz Yisrael. Moshe says, "Lo sasun kechol asher nachnu osim po hayom." You cannot do everything you're doing today, which means Moshe says no obligatory offerings during the 14 years that the Mishkan was in Shiloh. In Gilgal. What can you do? Rest of the pasuk. Ish kol hayasher be'ena. You can do whatever is right in your eyes, which means voluntary offerings. Nedarim and Nedavos can be brought during the 14 years in Gilgal, nothing else. Okay, now watch this. Like the Gemara says, good. And you come to Eretz Yisrael, Yisharos takrivu. Rashi is over here. Yisharos means Nedarim and Nedavos you could offer. Kovos lo sakrivu. You cannot offer obligatory offering. Now watch this. The Gilgal, Legabe Shiloh, Muchosres Manu. They both say, interestingly enough, the offerings in Gilgal, when compared to Shiloh, are like Muchosres Man. Karbanos which are deficient in time. Because Moshe Rabbeinu is saying, when you get to Shiloh, ultimately all of these things will be permitted. Which means that to go ahead, listen to this, to go ahead and offer, let's say, obligatory offerings or communal offerings in Gilgal would essentially be Muchosres Man, would be offering karbanos prematurely. And what do you see? V'kamalu Moshe lo sason. And Moshe says, you can't do this. So what do you see, according to Rabbi Shimon? That when you offer up a premature carbon, a carbon that right now is in doubt, but ultimately again will be valid at a later time, that is allowed. That is allowed. And therefore, again, Rabbi Shimon says in all of these cases of Mishnah, if you offer up a carbon that is presently now not acceptable, too early, it's too young, or it hasn't yet phased in, but will become acceptable later on, that is punishable by Allah. Incredible. I'm going to be Rabbi Zera. Shuri says Rabbi Zera, if that's the case, milk you should get Malchus. Right? It shouldn't just be Allah, you should also get Malchus for that, because that's a lot. Allah Rabbi Zera, Hakasam Nitkula say, the way Rabbi Zera said, no, even according to Rabbi Shimon, ultimately, even though this is a law, but if you offered up, so let's say, for example, let's say you offered up a turtle dove right before its proper age, it's too young. According to Rabbi Shimon, that is a law. If it's a law, then why don't you get Malchus? Right? Rabbi Zera says you don't get Malchus. How do you get the Rabbanon? Rabbi Shimon Hakinah. The Gemara says, according to the Rabbanon, you don't get Malchus. According to Rabbi Shimon actually says you do get Malchus. So Rabbi Shimon is actually not, consistent. He's consistent all the way through. If you offer up a carbon that is presently too young, what he calls Mechuser Zman, it's not yet hasn't reached the right time, Rabbi Shimon says that is a law, and it is a law, in fact, punishable ultimately again by Malchus. Ramachan by Yitzchak Amar, Panim the Gilgal, Lagabi Shiloh Kichot Dahi. Show the couple of records on this. Ramachan says, interestingly enough, offering something in Gilgal is the equivalent of offering something bachot outside of Shiloh. Rabbi Amar Tani Rabbi Shimon. Again, we're just trying to figure out the logic of Rabbi Shimon's position. Rabbi says, Tani Rabbi Shimon, Rabbi Shimon Omer, Mina is so interesting. We'll at least start this today. Mina is of Pesach, how do you know that if you offer up a carbon Pesach on an individual bama at a time when bamos are asr? At a time when bamos are asr, how do you know that you're in violation of a losase? Tamulomar, lo suchal mizboach es hapas. Because it says there are times when you're not allowed to offer up the Pesach. So when can you not offer up the Pesach? When there's an Isser Bamas. You can't offer up the Pesach on your Bama when there's an Isser Bamas. Yochel Ach B'Shas had the Bamas came. You would have thought that this is true even when Bamas are permitted. Maybe you still can't offer up a Pesach even when Bamas are permitted. Tamulomar, be'achad sha'alecha. You know, there are times when you could offer up Pesach even in one of your gates. Ultimately, again, I said it's only usher when all of Klal Yisrael ultimately is entering into one Sha'ar. The Gemara says, when is that? Amos. So the Gemara says, if he says after Chatzos, Karistan Mechai, the Mechai Karis. A lot. All right, but you know, we're not going to look. We'll pause over here for today. Excellent job. We'll say excellent job. We did good. Again, so we're picking up, just so we're leading off with. I don't want to rush that last piece. What we're leading off with is Shitas Rabbi Shimon. Right? Rabbi Shimon is the one who says in the Mishnah that if you offer up a carbon outside that has not yet reached its permitted time, what's called Mechusar Zman, that is a biblical prohibition. It's a law. We just try to Rabbi Shimon, where do you get that from? Where do you get that from? Okay, so far we've had three different options. First one seems to be the most compelling so far. We're going to have the most sure. I think it's hidden part of the The last proof we're going to see some carbon paper. We'll pick up with that tomorrow. Hold there, Rabbi Shimon. Everyone's another great day. It's so beautiful to see. I think the majority, right? The majority now on this majority stuff. Just beautiful. Just beautiful. Incredible. It's good to see it. Let's see which one's the name of the year. All right, the most ooh, I just laughed. All right, everyone's like, good morning. Good morning. All right, well, I'll wait till she gets here. It's right here. You can volume a little bit. Okay, sorry. Okay, good morning, we'll say. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's cheer. To thank. You know what, actually, I'm going to put this. To thank. Slower. No? Yeah. All right. Begin by thanking our. Yeah. All right. We'll try. We're thanking our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Teves. Haba Ali L'Tovo Ashim Schreiber in the schools of the four Shlema for and Yo Befar Ben Miriam. Martin Kalame Margaret, Nami Martin's father, Yosef Shlomo Moshe Shmuel Ben Pursue Yuda.
Alrighty, big man. Are you going to the gym today?
Yeah, later on.
There you go. All right, best wishes with the dermatologist. See you later, big man.
Yep.
All those who are for giving police, all the
Excellent.
the families in the family for child souls, Phobos, and his son. So let's read that. Let us be with a really incredible job ahead of us today. Today's back is Kufir Gimel 113, and we are picking up in Yetz Hashem. We didn't quite finish the Mishnah yesterday, so we are up to Kuf Yud Beis on the days 112b, and I believe we left off Kala Kachin, which is 2, right? Is that correct? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13 lines up from the bottom. So after we went through really like an incredible and exhaustive limud in the Mishnah about the different stages of the Mishnah, right? Over from the Midbar to Yerushalayim. And we ended up yesterday with the Ba'ul Yerushalayim. Such a beautiful word. So now the Gemara gets a little bit into some technicalities regarding these different time frames. So the Gemara says as follows. Mishnah says, interesting case. So imagine for a moment you have karbanos and you were makdish them, you consecrated them. So whatever you filmed, like whatever that was, you weren't allowed to use a bama. You consecrated a karban, which means if you can't use a bama, something going on over there. All right, we'll try testing. Okay, if you can't use. See, it's a good listener. There's always someone behind the curtain who's pulling this curtain. Sometimes it's mentioned, most of the times it comes Baruch Hu, right? But incredible. So remember again. So now the US went to following case. So if you have a situation, I will say where there's an Isser Bamas, right? So remember again, I'm not a carbon, and there's a timer Bamas to us, which means where do you have to bring the carbon? Where do you have to bring it? Right? Mishkan Beis Hamikdash. Okay, so watch this case. I was makdish the carbon at the time that Bamas were aser, but by the time I got around to offering it, the Krivan B'Shas Isser Bamas. Right? And by the time I offered it, there was still an Isser Bamas. So Hare'ilu below Sasei, Basei below Sasei, the Chayav Kais. So the first case is straightforward. I was makdish a carbon at the time where there was an Isser Bamas, which means again you have to offer it, let's say in the Beis Hamikdash or Mishkan. I offered it at a time that there was an Isser Bamas, which means same time frame, and then I offered up what's outside of the Beis Hamikdash. So I will say there is three level liability. I'm in violation of an Aseh positive commandment. We'll discuss which one. Below Saseh prohibition, and there's an Isser Kares for offering up karbanos outside of the Beis Hamikdash. Okay, that's case one. That's a straightforward case. Next, Hekdishon b'shas hatrabamas, v'kidum b'shas israbamas mibachutz. Pulls to this case. Case number two is I was makdish the carbon at a time where bamos were mutter. What's an example of when bamos were mutter? Well, so remember again, it could be multiple times. It could be no givon. Shiloh bamos were aser. It's right. Shiloh, like most of the other places would have been correct, right? Shiloh is kind of like new, but again, don't do that. That's what you guys. Let's move on. And so any other time when bamos would have been at mutter. So you must listen to this. So now I was not the shit at a time when bamos were mutter, and then the Krivan B'Shas Isser Bamas. I didn't get around to doing it immediately, but then I went ahead and I got to offering up the carbon. Bamos were us. And now what did I do? I offered it up achot. So again, I said this is interesting. At the time of consecration, there would have been no problem offering it up at a bama. At the time of actual offering, bamos are aser. And now I offer it up essentially on a bama, which is I offer it up achot. What's that lacha? Hare'ilu, so said there was obviously liability because I did something wrong, but it's not the full extent of liability. Hare'ilu ba'asei, v'lo sa'asei v'in chayav kares. So ultimately, again, I'm in violation of a positive commandment, a prohibition, but there's no kares. Why is there no kares? Again, we kind of understand this intuitively. Why is there no kares? Because at the time that I was makdish the carbon, bamos were mutter. So because that was true at the time of the hekdish, there can't be liability of kares. Again, what the mechanics of that are, and Yetz Hashem will see in the Gibar. Next case, things are reversed. Hekdishon b'shas Isser HaBamos. So I was makdish the carbon at the time that bamos were aser, the krivan b'shas heter HaBamos, and then when I offer it on a bama outside of the Beis Hamikdash. At a time that bamos were mutter. What's the halacha? Hare'ilu ba'asei ve'in bahem lo sasei. In this case, again, there's only liability for an asei, not even a lo sasei, and certainly, again, no prohibition of, or no liability of kares. Again, the mechanics that I will say we'll see, but just keep in mind these three cases, essentially where the hekdish, the consecration, and the offering occur in different stages. Okay, incredible. Next, ve'inu kachim kredin mishkan. So we'll say the following kabanos have to be offered up in the Mishkan, even at a time where there is a heter bamas. Right? So the following kabbalah must always be offered up inside the Mishkan. Kachim shavot kishur the Mishkan. So this includes kachim that ultimately again were consecrated for the Mishkan. Karbanos tzibor, again we'll discuss what that means. Rashi says over here, actually before we get to Rashi, right? Remember, it says Kabbalah Sibor, communal offerings, creating the Mishkan. The Kabbalah say the Bama. So we'll say here pretty much is the fundamental distinction, right? Communal offerings have to always be offered up inside of the Mishkan. There's no such thing as a communal offering that goes on a Bama. What does go on a Bama? Kabbalah Siyachid. Now, again, that statement itself is also going to require a little bit of tweaking, because essentially what we're going to see is when we say Kabbalas Yachid, we've already seen this, but what does that mean? Really things that can be brought as like Nidava, right? Really like Nidava type offerings can be brought on a Bama. Anything obligatory is going to be much more complicated, but certainly anything communal cannot be brought on a private Bama. It can only be brought in the Mishkan. Okay, incredible. The Gemara says as follows: Kabbalah Sayachid Shuk B'Shul Mishkan. So this is actually an interesting case. Look at Rashi. Rashi is right across. Kabbalah Sayachid Shuk B'Shul Mishkan. Shedirish B'Shat Segdishan Amenas Lak Rivan LeMishkan. So let's say again, I'm bringing a private up. I'm bringing a shlamim. The shlamim is in a dava. But I stipulate in the consecration of the karban that I'm going to only bring this in the Mishkan. So then halakha l'maisa, create in the Mishkan. You have to bring it in the Mishkan. You have to bring it in the Mishkan. The karbanos hayachid the bama, but other individual karbanos ultimately can be brought on a bama. Karbanos hayachid shehuk b'shul Mishkan. You have to bring the Mishkan in a kriven b'bama pater. So again, nevertheless, individual karbanos that you pledged to bring in the Mishkan, but you ended up bringing them on a bama, you're going to be kosher for doing so, because technically speaking, they can be brought on a bama, so you're fine. Well, that's in that discussion. Now, obviously, that's going to require a lot of definition in the Gemara. So, the Gemara ends up with a very important definition over here. I'm sorry, the Mishnah. So in general, now, what is the difference between a bama? The Mishnah calls it a bamas yachid and a bamas sibor. Just so we're clear in our terms, a bamas sibor means the mizbeach in the Mishkan, or the mizbeach in the Beis Hamikdash. That's called the bamas sibor, as opposed to a bamas yachid, which literally again is colloquially called a bama, your own private altar. So wherein lies the fundamental distinction between those two things? Now, again, remember, we've already partially answered that question, namely that kabbanos sibor go on a bamas sibor can never be offered up on a bamas yachid. Okay, that's the major distinction. Now the Mishnah ends off with a couple more. Somewhere it says smicha. For example, smicha, which is the act of leaning on the animal before it is slaughtered, that is only done by a bamas sibor, not a bamas yachid. Shchitas tzafim. Spent a lot of time on this. The obligation to chef certain karbanos in the north, to the north of the mizbeach, ultimately is a din in bamas sibor and not bamas yachid. Top of Kufka Gimel 113a, Umatan Savid. So most of it is actually very interesting. Remember again, Rashi changed it to Matan Sovid. So this is, if you remember again, we learned by certain Kavanos that when sprinkling, there's an obligation to do one sprinkling that looks like two, like Achas Shtayim Shtayim Shein Arba. So that's unique sprinkling that's done by the corner of the horn of the Mizbeach. But if you do it on the side, do it on the corner, it spritzes on two sides. That's a din only in the communal bama, i.e. Mikdash Mishkan, not a din in an individual bama. Tnufa, waving up the karban, Hagasha. Now Tnufa and Hagasha are both halachas by mincha offerings. So Tnufa is the waving of the mincha, Hagasha is the bringing of the mincha close to the mizbeach. And the Omer says, a mincha babama. So that's interesting, we'll have to obviously unpack that a little bit. And Rabbi says there is no din of mincha by bama, which is fascinating. So apparently for Rabbi Yehuda, only animal sacrifices go on a bama, not a mincha. The key one, first of all, there's no din of kahuna. Right? By a bama, anyone is permitted to go ahead and offer up the karban. There's no din of kahuna. Big day sharis. Furthermore, again, remember again, both in the Mishkan as well as in the Beis Hamikdash, there's a din of clay shards. There's a din by halakha l'maisa. You have to go ahead. Big day sharis. Sorry, you have to wear special kohanic clothing. Clay shards, service utensils. Ultimately, again, specific service utensils for the Mishkan and for the Beis Hamikdash don't apply in a bama. The reach and kolach. So this is actually interesting. If you look at Rashi says reach and kolach. The first of the short lines, Kid the Aminon, the parak case Shamai. L'shem shishud dvarim hazevach nizbach, l'shem leach, l'achbuki dvarim shetzvarim behavan shem b'am l'shem reach and kolach. So again, we had this gemara that when you offer up a karban, you're supposed to have in mind six things. Amongst those 6 things, you're supposed to have in mind that the karban is being offered up, the reach and kolach, as a pleasing aroma. as a pleasing aroma. Rabbi said, what does that mean? So is that kavana? There the Gemara discusses is you shouldn't pre-roast the sacrificial parts. And because if you pre-roast them, then ultimately again the fragrance, the smell, like the good smell, will not be unlocked in the same way when you put them on the mizbeach. Okay? So apparently that's a din by the mizbeach, not a din by a baba. Next, good. It's not double. These are the first two on his back. Remember again in the Mishkan, or later on in the Beis Hamikdash, there was a chotasikra, there was a red line. Certain blood applications are done above, certain below. That is a din only in the Abama Gedola, the Beis Hamikdash, Mishkan, not a din on your Bama. Right? Washing of your hands and feet. So remember again, a Kohen has to do that before doing the Avodah. That is only a din in the Beis Hamikdash, not a din in a Bama. Abalazman, and no serva hatame, shavin bazeh ubazeh. The most of the halachos ultimately again any time-related issues. Whereas here, Rashi understands over here that zman is actually reference to pigel. That if you have in mind that operate up the carbon, that you are going to eat it, or going to burn it outside of the permitted time, that invalidates the carbon, whether it's the carbon being offered as a Bama Gidola or a Bama Kitana. Notes are carbonic material left over past its permitted time. Which are any halachos of tumah concerning karbanos or the individual offering it up, shavin bazeh bazeh. Apply both to a bama kitana as well as to a bama gidol. Incredible, I will say. So a fantastic Mishnah, an exhaustive Mishnah. That pretty much these are all the halachos we need to know how to navigate between bama gidol and bama kitana. Incredible. So now let's go back to the beginning of the Mishnah. The beginning of the Mishnah seems like a very long time ago. Remember again, the first part of the Mishnah spoke about the idea that if you go ahead and you burn the para azuma, chutz migita. Because remember again, our topic is still what happens if you do certain sacrificial rites and rituals outside of their permitted areas. The way the Mishnah was, the para azuma is burnt outside of the Beis Hamikdash, and apparently there was a designated area for the burning of the para azuma. Let's say you burned it outside of its identified or prescribed area. Right, so the Mishnah calls that demarcated area the gat, right, the depression in the ground. So the Mishnah said, if you burn the para aduma outside of its gat, you're not chayiv. You're not chayiv. The shluke folks, right? Remember again, why not? Because the only time you're chayiv for shluke folks to do something outside of the Beis Hamikdash is when the parallel act would have been valid if done inside. But by paraduma, that's not a true statement. Because by paraduma, there is no parallel act inside, because paraduma is only done outside of the Beis Hamikdash. Okay, so let's say, so now, this is really, I think today's Gemara is just off the charts. Off the charts. So man puts me guitar. So let's say, the Gemara says, what does it mean outside of its gut, outside of its breast? Like one, or I keep saying breast, but outside of its pit, outside of its depression. So to this, Amr Shakish, chutz mimakom habodokwa. So this is incredible. So Shlakish says what it means like this. In general, the Shlakish is assuming that in the area where you go ahead and, remember, there's two things that happen with paratuma. There's the slaughtering of the para, and there's the burning of the para. We're going to see right now, the Gemara is kind of using these processes a little bit interchangeably. So Shlakish said like this. It must be that in the area where they did the paraduma, they must have inspected it first. Inspected it for what? For bodies, right? Which must makes. Because you can remember, I was like, can you imagine you do the paraduma and then you find the bone? Right? You find the bone, the human bone, human remains, you find human remains somewhere over there. Can you imagine again that invalidates the entire thing? So Shlakish says, therefore, they must have done an exhaustive and just investigation about the site. So therefore, according to Shlakish, chutz migitar means outside of the area which was inspected for the process of paraduma. So if you go ahead and you perform the paraduma process outside of the inspected area, halacha l'maisa, again, now the para may be invalid, that's possible, but you are not liable for what we'll call shchutei chutz, for doing avodah outside the Beis Hamikdash. Okay, so the Gemara says, I'm going to be open v'alo kol Eretz Yisrael b'dukai. What are you talking about? All of Eretz Yisrael is inspected. Right? All of Eretz Yisrael is inspected. So what exactly that means, we'll have to see. I'm going to be open. So Rabbi Yochanan says, rather, what does it mean, chutz migitar? כגון ששחטה לפנים מלחומס ירושלים. Oh, fascinating. Rabbi Yochanan says, no. Chutz migita means you shechted it in the wrong place. What does it mean you shechted it in the wrong place? You shechted it in the walls of Yerushalayim. So let's say, what happens if you shecht the parah inside the walls of Yerushalayim? That invalidates the parah. It's supposed to be shechted outside of the walls of Yerushalayim. Because remember again, you shechted on Hara Mishkan and Hara Zaysin. Hara Zaysin means outside of the walls of Yerushalayim. So you're going to say, when the Mishnah says, if you shecht the parah chutz migita, the parah itself may be invalid, but you are not liable for performing sacrificial service outside of the confines of the Beis Hamikdash. What's the definition of chutz migita? Reish Lakish, outside of the pre-checked area. Rabbi Yochanan says, no, you're wrong, because all of Eretz Yisrael is pre-checked. Right? All of Eretz Yisrael is pre-checked. Rabbi Yochanan is looking outside of its gat. It means you moved it inside the walls of Yerushalayim, which is an invalid space. Okay, let's see, here we go. Says the Gemara, I understand. The Lukma, Kidon Sheshakta Chutz B'Choma Shelo Gineged HaPesach. But Rabbi Yochanan, why do you have to be so dramatic that you're shechting the covenant inside the walls of Yerushalayim? There's a simple case. You could stay outside the walls, but what? Not opposite the entrance. Because remember, again, I will say, the way Covenant Pesach works is that halacha l'maisa is that the covenant is supposed to be shechted opposite the entranceway of the Har Habayit, which means you're supposed to be standing on Har Zaysin. Remember again, Har Zaysin is a mountain. So Beis Hamikdash, Har Habayit is on a mountain. There's a valley in between, right? Now, have to draw in between. So which means that when you stand on Har Zaysin, you could see directly into, well, depending on where you're standing, but you can see directly into the entranceway, or you can see the entranceway of the Beit Hamikdash. I mentioned this before. We know the area where the Parah Aduma was done on Har Zaysin. In fact, today, fortunately, there's a monastery there, or a former monastery there. So again, you could go to the spot. You can go there and you could look, and you could literally see a clear shot into Har Habayit, and you get into what would have been the entrance into the Beis Hamikdash. So why do you have to set it up so dramatically that you're going ahead and coming and doing the part of the inside the walls of Yerushalayim? Just say you're doing it on Har Zaysin, but you're doing it in the wrong spot on Har Zaysin. You're not doing it opposite the entranceway of the Beis Hamikdash. After all, the Amr of Adam Abba, Shachta Shelo Kineged HaPesach Psulam. As again, Rabbi says, that if you shech the Parah Aduma, ultimately again, even though you're doing it outside the Beis Hamikdash, and you're doing it on the Har Zaysin, but if you don't do it opposite the entrance of the Beis Hamikdash, the Parah is hustled. Why? Shne'emar v'shachat v'hiza, because the pasuk says you shall slaughter it and you shall sprinkle it. Now, I'll say those are two consecutive psukim. So the Gemara says, "Ma'aza asa kineged HaPesach," just like the sprinkling of the Parah Aduma mixture is done opposite the entranceway of the Beis Hamikdash. So therefore, again, av shchita kineged HaPesach. So the shchita must also be done opposite the entranceway of the Beis Hamikdash. Maybe you'll say we don't compare sprinkling to slaughtering or slaughtering to sprinkling. Oh yeah, we learned that if you shech the Parah Aduma not opposite the entranceway to the Beis Hamikdash, Rabbi Yochanan Amar Psula. Rabbi Yochanan says ultimately again it's possible. Why? The shachat v'hiza, because what said there's a juxtaposition. You shall shech and you shall sprinkle. Yet, what do you see from here? You see from here that halacha l'maisa, there's a connection between the two. Just like the sprinkling must be done opposite the entrance of the Mikdash, so too again, shechita was done opposite the entrance of the Mikdash. Reish Lakish says no, even if you didn't do shechita opposite the entranceway, it's still kosher. Why? Okay, what if you burnt the Parah Aduma not opposite the entranceway of the Mikdash? Rabbi Yochanan says that it's possible. Rabbi Moshe Amar Shera. Rabbi Yochanan says that it's kosher. Rabbi Yochanan Amar Psuba. Rabbi Yochanan says that it's possible. Why? Saraf and Behiza, because he compares the burning of the Parah Aduma to the sprinkling. So just like sprinkling is done opposite the entrance of the Mikdash, so too burning is done opposite the entrance of the Mikdash. Ravoshia says it's kosher. Why? Even if you burn it not out the entranceway, al per shah misare. So this is actually very interesting. So the Torah says, now al per shah literally means with its waste. What that means is, like, when we see this actually by other karbanos, what will often happen is that you slug down or you open it up, they would squeeze out any waste from like the intestines. Like Paradumi, don't do that. Like Paradumi, just you burn the food because it's not a carbon. You don't what's the word? You don't flay it and like cut it up into pieces. Instead, you just burn it whole. That's what it's called al pir shah. Interesting enough, Moshe has an interesting drasha. Al pir shah yisrof makom sheporeshes l'nisa sham tehei sreifasa. The place where literally again it separates from life and goes to death. That's where it will be burned. In other words, that burning must take place the same place as shchita, and the same way that shchita ultimately again. Similar that Shlita ultimately again has to go ahead. Right, I'm sorry. The same, the same place where the animal dies, that's where it can be burned. Now, both sides. Even if there's a din that Shlita has to be done opposite the entrance of the base of the Mikdash, there's no din which dictates where the animal itself actually dies. In other words, let's say you shut the animal and it moves to a different spot, and that's where it finally dies. That's fine. So Shaboshia says wherever it dies, that's where it's going to be burned. I mean, just like again, there's no hakpada, there's no insistence that it dies. Shaboshia, point of that whole last piece over here is, remember again, let's just keep our eye on the ball. What are you trying to figure out? What's our question? The Mishnah said that if you go ahead and you slaughter the para aduma, ultimately you're not liable for shvus chutz. Whereas, fundamental question, simple question, what is gita? What does that mean? What does that mean? It's prescribed area. So Shlakish says the area that was pre-checked for Tumah. Rabbi Yochanan says no, you don't need that because all of Eretz Yisrael is pre-checked. You don't know what that means. But we'll come back to that in just a little bit. Rabbi Yochanan says Chutz Gita means you shechted it inside the walls of Yerushalayim instead of outside the walls. The only Gemara was just bothered by Rabbi Yochanan. Why such a dramatic definition? Just say instead that what? You shechted it outside of the walls, but not opposite the entrance of the Beis HaMikdash. Because what we've just proven is that the Yochanan requires para aduma to be shechted outside, opposite the entrance of the Beis HaMikdash. So just keep it simple. You shechted it outside of the walls of Yerushalayim, but not opposite the entranceway to the Beis HaMikdash. Which the Gemara says, you're right. Here we go. Lo mi blay kama. Lo mi blay chutz l'choma, l'chutz l'choma, l'chukirachta. So it goes without saying in front of Yochanan, if you shechted the para aduma outside of the walls of Yerushalayim, but not opposite the entranceway of the Beis HaMikdash, that is possible. That is possible. And by the way, that's how you ask the halacha l'maisa. Right, para aduma must be shechted on Harazisim, on the Mount of Olives, Haramishka, right, on the elevation opposite the entranceway of the Beis HaMikdash. And if you don't do that, it is possible. That's how you pass it. So what's Rabbi Yochanan's chiddush? I would have thought like this. Let's say instead of checking it outside of the walls, you brought it in the walls and you checked it there. I would have thought that maybe it's certainly going to be kosher, right? Why? Because you're bringing it closer. In other words, it's a pretty beautiful logic. If the the paraduma has to be offered on Harazesim, opposite the entrance of the Beis HaMikdash. And if you bring it inside the walls and check it there, it should certainly be good because it's even closer to the entrance of the Beis HaMikdash. Kamash Malan, no. Kamash Malan, no. Kamash Malan, no. Say that what? That the halacha is paraduma is only kosher if you go ahead and you check it outside of the walls of the Beis HaMikdash. And ultimately, again, opposite the entrance. Incredible. So both sides. So, and as I mentioned, that is halacha. My source that there's a trend, supposed to ask on that also. That sometimes, one of the most interesting and sometimes difficult things in Yiddishkeit is there may be many different things that make sense to us included. And sometimes we feel like certain things should be a certain way in Yiddishkeit. And HaKadosh Baruch Hu tells us, no, do it like this. It is important. One of the most important yisodos in Yiddishkeit is the willingness to sometimes bend our view of individuality to the framework of conformity of the Ribono Shalom. Baruch Hu asks us to do things in a certain way, even though, again, I'd say, but wouldn't it be so much better if you do it like this? Maybe there's logic to that, but sometimes what it means to be a Jew is to be a good soldier, to execute the orders of the Ribono Shalom as they are given to us. Incredible. You would think so much nicer to bring the paraduma inside of the Beis Hamikdash, inside of the walls of Yerushalayim. It's even closer to the intimacy of the Beis Hamikdash. Beautiful thought, but that's not what God wants. Don't do what you think God wants, but do what God actually wants. Big tension that all of us encounter in Yiddishkeit. One of the hardest things about getting us a good Muslim. Next, Amar Mar. So now we got it. Now we got it. Remember, the Mishnah says you have to shecht. The current thing says you have to shecht. The paraduma in its gut. Right? Check the Shema, Rabbi Yochanan, opposite the Beis Hamikdash. So the Gemara says, now remember, after Rish Lakish espoused his definition, Rabbi Yochanan said, Rish Lakish, you're wrong. Why Rish Lakish said, what's the definition of God? Area pre-checked for Tumah. Rabbi Yochanan said, all the Eretz Yisrael is pre-checked for Tumah. Right? So what's going on? I'm Rabbi Yochanan, so we'll say, what is this? Like, what? I obviously want to say right now, understand what's happening over here. Rish Lakish seems to feel that Tumah. Now, this is what the Gemara refers to as Tumas HaTahol. Tumas HaTahol means a general concern that there are unmarked graves. Like that there are just people buried in random places. So Rish Lakish seems to be concerned about that, and therefore he holds that you need to pre-check an area for paraduma. On the other hand, Rabbi Yochanan does not seem to be worried about that, and he says all of Eretz Yisrael is pre-checked. So we'll say, what are the arguments? Okay, let's get ready for this. Michael, get ready. Mar Sabar, Yorad Mabul Eretz Yisrael, Umar Sabar Lo Yorad. Wow. They will say, what's the machlokas? The machlokas is, did the Mabul, the flood, which destroyed the world, Noah flood, right? Did the Mabul affect Eretz Yisrael or not? Did the Mabul ravage Eretz Yisrael or not? That's the machlokas. Mar Savar Yorad. So Rish Lakish holds, yes, it did. Yes, and I will say, by the way, what happened as a result of the Mabul? Humanity is obliterated, which the Pashtus means there are corpses all over the world. Right? That's the Pashtus, what it means, even in Eretz Yisrael. Rish Lakish says Eretz Yisrael was not spared the effects of the Mabul, and therefore, again, you have to assume that there are random dead people buried in Eretz Yisrael all over the place, and therefore, in order to do paraduma, you need to pre-check an area. On the other hand, Rabbi Yochanan holds Mar Savar Lo Yorad. Rabbi Yochanan says, no, it's not true. The Mabul impacted the world. The Mabul did not impact Eretz Yisrael. Mar Savar Lo Yorad. Which I will say, by the way, it's such a fascinating thing, right? Because if you think about it, say in the Shivas of Yochanan, that the Mabul didn't impact Eretz Yisrael, that might be the only world event that did not impact Eretz Yisrael. Right? The most incredible thing is how everything in the world comes back. As well, say you saw the headlines, right? You saw this like news that what Trump did, with Maduro, right? So you saw what the standing vice president said in Venezuela. She said, right, this has a Zionist hint to it. What the? What? Like literally, what are you talking about? Right? But again, let's say it's such an incredible thing. It's almost like all roads always lead back to the Jewish people and Eretz Yisrael. Somehow, some way, we're at the epicenter of everything. On one hand, again, we need water in the desert, and we could do that, Baruch Hashem. Somehow, we're also behind the kidnapping of dictators. A whole bunch of. It might be the one event in all the history of mankind that didn't somehow have its roots in Eretz Yisrael, but everything else did. Okay, that's not focus, also. That's not focus. I'm going to knock on my Yitzchak. So I'm not going to Yitzchak said, so let's say, I told you, I promised you exciting Gemara. I promised it to you. Here it is. Let's say, so what is this? Did the Mabul impact Eretz Yisrael or not? So Gemara said, and both of them darshan one pasuk. What the pasuk? And let's say, this is fascinating. It's a pasuk from Yecheskel, which is just not a pasuk like by the Mabul. Pasuk in Yecheskel. What does Yecheskel say? Ben Adam. So Yecheskel's talking to us. Ben Adam. Amar Allah. As ha'aretz lo metuara, uki lo gushma biyom za'am. So what says, listen to this. So the Gemara says, so Yecheskel says, Ben Adam man, ha'aretz lo metuara, the land is not pure. Now again, Yecheskel is rebuking Klal Yisrael. Now we're going to see the shayla is how to punctuate this passage. Let me translate it, then we'll see how to punctuate it. Right? The land is not pure. Did it not rain there, or has it not rained there on the day of wrath? Okay, so obviously what the Yecheskel is making reference to, Klal Yisrael is not doing the right things. They are defiling Eretz Yisrael, and he speaks about the rain on the day of wrath, which is a reference to the Mabul. So watch this. Rabbi Yochanan Savar Atmui Metana Kra. So ultimately, according to Rabbi Yochanan, the pasuk is to be read as a question. Eretz Yisrael Milo Metura. So Yecheskel saying that the land is defiled. The land is defiled. Did rain there on the day of wrath? So what Yecheskel is saying, who spared Eretz Yisrael from the Mabul. He spared it from the Mabul. Yet despite the fact that Hashem spared Eretz Yisrael from the Mabul, you still go ahead and defile it. So it's a question mark. Was Eretz Yisrael impacted by the rain on the day of wrath? No, it was not. It was spared the ravages of the Mabul. Reish Lakish Savar Kipashtes. Reish Lakish reads the passage just as a statement. Eretz Lo Metzora. So the Gemara says, Nilo Yardla Lachan Yishamim B'Yom Zan. According to Reish Lakish, it is read much more as a straightforward statement. That ultimately, again, the land has been defiled, and did it not rain there on the day of wrath? Meaning that the rain did fall in Eretz Yisrael during the Mabul. So we'll say, Reish Lakish and Rabbi Yochanan about did the Mabul impact Eretz Yisrael? Reish Lakish says yes, because he did have to assume that there are dead people from the time of the Mabul buried randomly even in Eretz Yisrael. Because that's what happened to the dead of the Mabul. They were embedded in the earth. So therefore, according to Reish Lakish, before you go ahead and you do the paraduma, you need to check an area to make sure that it is free from any corpse tumah. The Mabul did not impact Eretz Yisrael, and therefore, again, all of Eretz, in fact, the Mabul, Eretz Yisrael is the one place that the Mabul didn't impact, and therefore, again, all of Eretz Yisrael is pre-checked. It doesn't mean that the dead aren't buried in Eretz Yisrael, but again, it means that Eretz Yisrael, when we bury the dead, we are careful to demarcate graves, and there is absolutely no need to assume that there's just some random graves, unmarked graves anywhere in Eretz Yisrael. Incredible. So we'll say, here we go. This is good because we had this Gemara before in the second Sukkah. Listen to this. This is incredible. There were specially constructed courtyards in Yerushalayim that were built on Salah. They were built on bedrock. Now, what that means over here is that they were built on bedrock in a way that it was clear that the earth was never disturbed. Like, remember again, the Eretz Yisrael is a lot of the soil is not typical soil; it's rock. So when you go ahead and you dig down, you can see whether or not the rock has ever been disturbed or not. So they would build these special cities upon undisturbed bedrock. With that, they and follow, it may care about the home. They would also make sure that, again, when constructing these particular courtyards, you'll see that they will leave an opening of a tepach right between the top of the city and anything below it. Meaning, there's a halacha like this. Tumah in general, Ola Bokas. Tumah goes straight up. Right? Tumah just ascends straight up. It goes as high, keeps going higher and higher. If there is, however, a space on the tepach, in between, let's say, a corpse, and then there's like a roof on top of the corpse, that keeps the corpse tumah in. So what they would do is, we're going to see these were specially constructed courtyards that would prevent any transference of Torah. So first they would build it on undisturbed bedrock. That would seemingly eliminate the concern that there was somebody buried deep down. Furthermore, they would also create these cities, these courtyards, on top of an opening of a tefach, space of a tefach. That way, for some reason, there was some type of subterranean corpse or subterranean grave. That opening of a tefach would contain the Torah from going up. Okay, now listen, what happened? Umevied nashim ubaros, v'yoldos umegadmos sham b'neim lepara. How it happened? They would bring pregnant women there to have their babies in this place. And then the women would raise their children in this particular courtyard. Why about say these were the children who were going to be tasked ultimately again with going ahead and taking care of the process of Hara Aduma. So they would go ahead, Yogos Magalo Shamanay, so they would come there, they would give birth there to their sons. Now, before we go on, take a look at Rashi. With Megadlos Shamanay, and Rashi is right across and closest Lo Yaron Mavo. So it's this Lapara. Mishum de Mekamenes Akoina Sorry Pasapara Mekneatzadukim, also Bashar Malos Herbe, Shain Echov, Akohanim, Nogimbo, Koshivas Mekrishaso, Baba Ilu Tinokos, Nogimbo, Umazino. Okay, so what's that? So let me just tell you what's happening over here. There's a lot to unpack here. So what's that? There was a ridiculous thing that they did by Paraduma. What was the ridiculous thing? Okay, just get ready. Let's take a deep breath. Right before they went ahead and the coin did the process of Paraduma, they would be the Tameh. Specifically, they would make him a Tvul Yom. Now, again, remember what's a Tvul Yom? So let's say, for example, they give him a sheret. They say, here, hold this. Right? You hold the sherets. What happens when you hold the dead sherets? You come Tameh. How do you rectify that Tumah? Go to the mikvah and what? Wait till nightfall. The halacha is a Tvul Yom is permitted to do the process, to do the avodah of Paraduma. That's the halacha. We're having it to do that's the halacha. Now, this was a big point of contention, right, between the Sadducees, right, and the Rabbanim. So let's just listen to this. So the Rabbanim Chazal instituted that in order to show that the Tzdukim were wrong, we would go out of our way to make the Kohen into a Tvul Yom to show that a Tvul Yom is kosher to do Paraduma, which is pretty wild. Now, what was the concern with that? The concern with that was that if you're going to allow a Kohen who's a Tvul Yom to do the Avodah Paraduma, then people may end up treating the whole thing leniently. How do you avoid that? By essentially being super ridiculously machmir by the rest of the process. So that's how you balance the. So on one hand, we need the coin to be a Tvul Yom, but we don't want the fact that the coin is to be a Tvul Yom to be something that disparages the general sanctity of the Avodah. So instead, it will just be ridiculously machmir about the Kadras HaPasas, to the point that we'll say that during the days leading up to the Paraduma, when the Kohen was Tahar, none of the other Kohen could touch him. Who would be the ones who would sprinkle Paraduma ashes upon the days of the lead up to the new Paraduma? These children who were birthed in these specially created Tara courtyards were the ones who essentially handled the coin up. That's not the coin up. It's actually the skull coin up. It's supposed to be part of the rock. So these children would be the ones who would handle all of the processes leading up because they were absolutely unequivocally Tahar. That was an interesting enough. Well, we'll get into more details over there. So go back to the right now. It's really incredible. How would they transport these kids around the court? That's what everybody is. They would bring oxen, and on the back of the oxen, they would put a door, right? And the kids would sit on top of the door, on top of the oxen. What the shot? Because in the event somehow that there was somehow, the door actually acts as an ohar, as a barrier to the Tamah. So So if he was on top of the door, ultimately again he's not going to become common. So let's see, understand. Especially constructed courtyard, ultimately again with undisturbed bedrock. It's still a cover there. We put a space between the top of the courtyard and the bedrock, the tapa, that keeps it from looking in. Furthermore, whenever these kids would go place to place, like they go play date, wherever they're going, right? They go on the shvan, they have a door, they have a door on top of it. If they only sit on top of the door, that is no problem. These will be the children who will be actively involved in the Torah Aduma process, to kind of leverage the fact that he would be under the Kohen as a full year. The Kohen shall add in the Yadan, and also the only stone utensils. Only stone utensils, ultimately again for the process of the product. Because it was another again, that's what he points out. Not simply stone, it's actually utensils made out of dry dung, because they're not makabel tomorrow. They're not makabel tomorrow. We are done. The mom will be making them come on. And ultimately again, they will go ahead and put them now. Those are the utensils that we use. Remember, Parajuma requires 2 ingredients. Well, a couple more ingredients. Primary ingredients, the ashes and spring water. They will draw the water, and then again, we'll say, when are they going? When are they going on these oxen with the doors on the back? When they have to draw the water for the Parajuma. That's pretty much what these kids are trying to go in. So they would go down to the spring on these oxen with the doors on their backs. Like that way, prevent Tuma, and they would use these stone utensils, which could have been Makabel Tuma as well. So what's that? So really, actually, I'm going to put a bit of a short. So Funa said, ultimately, I'm going to. So what's that? So bottom line, so obviously, remember, sometimes like something is so visible, but you kind of use it in a little bit. So I don't know, I lost my train of thought. What are you talking about again? Oh, so again, the shortest are the parsha or the milk product, right? Because the shortest says the map will happen in Eretz Yisrael. You have to be concerned about random dead people buried in Eretz Yisrael. What's the proof to that? These specially constructed courtyards. Because the milk product, if you were right that halacha l'maisa, if you had halacha l'maisa, the map will be impact Eretz Yisrael. Therefore, there's no random buried dead people in Eretz Yisrael, then this whole thing is unnecessary. Like, you have to be concerned that there are just random graves. But I don't know, you see what you are? Because the milk product will respond, and then so I'm going to be here, I'm going to be very sure, Maila Asika Para. This is the Kumra, that Para. So again, if you catch an arrival from this argument, because we said before, since they're making the point with we go out of our way to be ridiculously machmir by the other aspects of our argument. Okay, so by the way, it happens to be so that's something amazing. Remind me, I'm going to come back on this. Yeah, I need to have Hey, so again, there's a beautiful oracle in there on this piece. I'm going to come back. We're not time today, but we'll get back to it. Let's go a little bit back here. But Yochanan brings back to the shop. Yochanan said, no marble. She is catching that result. Natsu Asamas Polishka Spira 18. What can you imagine? One time in this they found human bones in the chamber of the wood chamber. Now, Mishka Spira 18 is exactly like the sound. It's one of the 4 chambers in the primary core. And that is where they kept the wood, right? The that chamber. So most of it's a pretty dramatic thing. Well, Dikshu lives up from on Yerushalayim, and they wanted to get up and say, all of the Yerushalayim is coming. Well, clearly again, there are unmarked graves in Yerushalayim, which of course changes our entire approach. Amar Yeshua, that will be Amar. And he stood up and he said, well, who so clean as you love it? Shemigizah Shuma Anabah. How can you not be back to go ahead and declare this blanket Shuma on the city of our forefathers? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Aye, Nisi Mabo. Aye, Nisi Nebuchadnezzar. You think there's Shuma in Yerushalayim? Of course not. Where destruction of the first base on Mikdash. That wasn't having mercy. Now, what it sounds like, what we're saying is the Mabul never fell upon Eretz Yisrael, and therefore there are no dead from the Mabul in Eretz Yisrael. Here's the problem. Well, look on me. So now, are you going to say that there are no dead from the time of the Nebuchadnezzar? And also, we know this. We know that scientists, we know when Nebuchadnezzar destroyed the base of Mikdash, there were over 1 million Jews slaughtered in the conquest of Yerushalayim. So how can you say there were no dead from the time, but there were no dead from the time of Nebuchadnezzar? That's not true. Rather, we have to say, the Gemara says, Elohavu upanim. Rather, what you have to say is that no. Rahman from the word Jews who were slaughtered in the destruction of Yerushalayim. But what happened? The dead were slaughtered and then they were removed from burial. Akanami, Habu upanim. So see by the Mabul also went ahead and found Eretz Yisrael. But after the Mabul was over, they were careful to go ahead and properly move and bury the bodies. I, the Gemara says, the Yisrael of the place. The Yisrael none Yerushalayim. So the Gemara says, ultimately, again, and if we're going to say that ultimately they were removed from Yerushalayim, ultimately, again, can we say that they were removed from all the Eretz Yisrael? So again, I will say, so ultimately, again, there's such a disappointment over here. Once we acknowledge that the Mabul fell, but once you acknowledge that that occurred, then you also have to acknowledge ultimately, again, that there is the possibility for unmarked graves that there are. Even if some of that hard wasn't, if from Yerushalayim, right? Even if you want to say ultimately again, everything was removed from Yerushalayim, it's clearly Eretz Yisrael. It's possible that for the rest of Eretz Yisrael, ultimately again, there is still going to be issues. Listen, I want to point out something amazing, because this Gemara is tremendous what you're asking as well. Watch what happened over here. They found human remains in the rich society, and it's a pretty significant thing. So if you notice, what was like the snap reaction to it? You found the problem, everything's broken. Everything's broken, right? You found your remains, all each other's coming. Calm down. It's also possible everything is absolutely fine. Everything is fine. We have an issue. We're like, I don't know how human remains got so disgusting. But it does not automatically mean that all of you Yerushalayim, that all of you Yerushalayim is not coming. There was so often in life, when we encounter difficult circumstances, like definitely difficult questions that we don't like, suddenly again, like everything is broken. Everything is wrong. And when you do that, often what it does is it's what you do is like a panic mode. And nothing good ever happens in panic mode. Sometimes when a problem or challenges arise, the best way to deal with it is everything is fine. Everything is fine. We have an issue that has to be dealt with, right? Cool, right? Like this topic, this position, whatever the challenge is, will be fine. If everything is broken, that leads to panic. Panic is usually never conducive to true problem solving. Everything is fine. There's a particular issue that has to be dealt with. Okay, then we can deal with that a bit more dispassionately, rationally, and actually reach a conclusion. So that's get down there. First of all, no secretary. Get down there. Hey, Siri, starting from your there's an ultimate version of this. There's an ultimate version of some tests of the open one. The Gemara says, where is the dead of the Mabul? Where is it of Nebuchadnezzar? My life is the honey habu. The same way Rabbi Yochanan, that you can't deny that there were Jews slaughtered by Nebuchadnezzar, and there are bodies in Yerushalayim, in Eretz Yisrael. There must also be bodies from the Mabul, which the Rabbi Yochanan would answer, Nidi Iriya, Fakidisa, Fakidisa. Rabbi Yochanan would say, no, two different things. Of course, I agree. I can't deny that there were the dead from Nebuchadnezzar. That is an historical fact. But obviously, again, those dead were are taken care of, that is appropriate. But I still hold that the money itself never fell in their we'll say, so we're going to stop over here for today. Don't worry, we are fine. Tomorrow is a super short daf. The day after is pretty much not even like a full daf. Day after that, nothing, right? Yeah, good, we're fine. I was like, again, it's like fine wine. It's like fine wine. You could go it and feel the same intoxicating effects, or you can actually enjoy it, taste the notes, appreciate the subtlety of it. One way or another, you're going to finish the bottle, right? So one or another, and that's we're going to finish. But let's at least enjoy every step of the process. What's that? Tremendous.
Very good looking person. So
be
like Matt Wright, or I guess like American Psycho style. You know, like Clavicular is a good example. What I'm saying, it's not necessarily Ryan Murphy's more time. No, of course, because he's gay. But you can clearly see that. There's no question. You know what I'm saying? I didn't do this.
All right, so we'll say good morning. Let us begin a great welcome in your section 2. Second spot. We had an incredible, beautiful, overwhelmingly to start. That today, Baruch Hashem, and as we are beginning our march to the end of the Sefas Tzvachim, which is going to be a monumental and epic accomplishment in Eretz Hashem. Begin first today by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. To thank our Talmud sponsors for the month of Tevis. Habar Rini Rotovo, Ishi and Mindy Schreiber, and Principal Fushner, and Yoram Bar, Ben Miriam, Martin Shamay Margulis, Mary and Martin's father, Yosef Shoma Moshe Shmuel Ben Yikusu Yehuda, Yarkei Tuzan, Choktalar Tevis, Harika Learning sponsors, Ari and Michali Friedman, in honor of the entire cathedral and beautiful. Of course, look at the American Right Commentary, all of the Neshama Savin Ali, the Tanya Zena Kama, all those who need to report. That one together with Kol the East, the American should continue to shower. So it's help us upon our people, upon our land, and then it's a that's what you do. Today, that was continued. I know there is some gaps at the Gemara, but let's just quickly do the Mishnah again. On Kofi Aleph or Beis 111b. Again, we're going to finish off the parak, and this time coming attractions. Next parak, ridiculous. And not like ridiculous like you feel like the rest of the stuff is talking. Like this, like these are like ridiculously amazing. Incredible. Alright, let's go. Mishnah. The coast effort. So again, we're still this obviously this entire parak, topic over here, and our halachic implications of going ahead and offering karbanos. Now, when we say karbanos, we mean karbanos in the general sense of animal sacrifices, and also, of course, we'll call it other sacrificial matter, like our main part, like the comets, like the donuts, things like that. So our Mishnah, which is the last Mishnah of the parak, is continuing along its same theme. So Achatu Shekibo Damah, he goes out. Shechted Achatos, you receive the blood in 1 cup. Nasam Bachos, the Chazar B'Nasam B'Chum. If you did a blood application outside, you did a blood application inside. Or if you name the Chazar B'Nasam B'Chos, or you did it inside and you also did it outside, ultimately, again, Mishnah says, you are Chayiv. Yimar says, Shekulo Ra'oi Bifnim, because all of this is part of, again, we'll also remember again, overarching principle. How do you know in general if you perform a sacrificial rite or ritual outside? How do you know that you're Chayiv? How do you know that you're liable for that? How do we know that? If the same exact parallel act would have been effective inside of it as a mikdash, then there's liability for doing it outside. If what you did outside would not have been valid had you done it inside, then there's no liability for having done it outside. So in this case over here, we're doing a blood application of a katos because the parallel act would have been permitted or would have been effective inside, therefore there's liability for doing it outside. So, next. If you went ahead and you received the blood in 2 cups, nothing Shneyan Bifnim, a partner. If you did again, you took the blood of both cups and you applied it inside, ultimately a partner. Obviously, that statement is an unnecessary statement, right? Because remember, that's talking about if you receive the blood of the cups in 2 cups and your blood application inside of it, and this thing in our Maradana, we're going to talk about that. It's obvious that there's not going to be an issue because that's just blood application indoors. Next, if you went ahead and you did both outside. If you want to, you did one on the inside, one on the outside. Ultimately, again, you'll be passer. If you did one outside, one inside, you'll be liable ultimately to the blood application done outside of his window. But interestingly enough, the one going inside would actually be effective. Incredible. But not
Welcome.
can this be compared? So the matter has also, this is like somebody went ahead and
How are you?
an animal as a carbon sacrifice. Then the animal was lost.
Yeah, go ahead.
So this takes us back like literally to the beginning of our life. So what happened? I had a
I guess there is like
then I lost the carcass. What do you do with the carcass? We'll say, what do you do when you lose the carcass? Again, what do you do? What do you do? It's very important. If you notice, by the way, if you notice, there's a very interesting piece.
He would say, like any electric, also there is like Shabbat, how can I say, they feel, they say the music is
Absolutely. Here's the thing, that if we are being honest as rabbis, no one knows. So that's the first thing I want to say. The second thing is, no one says that you can't use any electricity. No one says that. There's the electricity on Shabbat. So we use timers. With that being said, okay, now major questions on when Shabbat is that are many rabbis don't want to address, but I'm comfortable enough in my Judaism addressing them. And let me give you the example. Hashem made the seventh day the day of rest. We agree on that, right? But we don't know when that day was. We don't know exactly. I mean, we know that traditionally we say that the world is 5,786 years old. But truthfully, we don't know what day Shabbat was, the first Shabbat. So what I'm saying is that there is a 1 in 7 chance, because there's one day out of 7, that we could be right on when Shabbat is. So there's a 1 in 7 chance that today's Shabbat, or tomorrow's Shabbat, or Sunday's Shabbat, or Monday's Shabbat, 1 in 7. So basically there's an 86% chance that Shabbat, Friday night to Saturday night, isn't even Shabbat. There's only a 14% chance that that's correct. Does that make sense? On top of that, and this is like, I love these conversations, so I appreciate you bringing them to me. There isn't anything in Torah that says you can't use electricity. Where the prohibition is in combustion, lighting a match on Shabbat. And there's a good question that exists, is fire the same as electricity? And really, they're not. This is just something that has been around for about 150 years in terms of rabbinical decrees as to considering electricity to be a form of combustion. But in reality, that's not necessarily true. They're separate physical properties. On top of all of that, there's an allowance to be able to use electricity on Shabbat, just not to necessarily manipulate it. So there's an argument to be made that, like, we use blacks, we use hot plates, we use pressure cookers to some extent. We can use certainly timers that are all running on Shabbat. So basically, like, I don't drive on Shabbat, I don't combust on Shabbat, I certainly don't light a match on Shabbat, I don't work on Shabbat. There are 39 melchot, prohibitions, that I avoid. And when it comes to electricity, I don't take something and charge it, like plug it in, meaning it's already being used. It's it's already plugged in. So for these reasons, it's very similar in a lot of ways to a hot plate. Now, a black generally stays continuous, but there are still nevertheless slight variations. Now it comes into terms of, well, is this being manipulated purposefully? But in reality, the electricity debate has only been a debate for the last 150 years. It hasn't been something that goes back 2,000 years, back to the fall of the Second Temple, and certainly not to the Torah. So for these reasons, I recognize that I'm not doing anything that is in the Talmud that is prohibited. These have just been further decrees of rabbis who really didn't know. I mean, really, no one knows. So in answer to your question, how do we really know? No one does. We just have tradition. So there are
that's coming from a tradition.
absolutely certain innovations like the electric car. I mean, look, I can tell you this: there are rabbis that I know, Orthodox rabbis, who I would say perform prohibited functions that I would not. They take Uber to shul. I've known of rabbis to take Uber on Hagim for certain reasons. Maybe it had to do with maybe a medical issue or something like that. But I don't do that, and I wouldn't do that. I avoid, generally, unless my life depended on it, like an ambulance or something like that. I avoid driving. And I certainly wouldn't drive on Shabbat. But in terms of electricity, it's not like every Orthodox Jew in the world shuts down their security system on Shabbat. They still have their cameras going, right?
Yeah.
And that's what I'm doing. I just have my cameras going. I don't create on Shabbat. I don't strike a final hammer blow. I don't cook on Shabbat. I certainly don't combust on Shabbat. And the other 39 different prohibitions that we have. And again, for anyone out there who ever says to you, we don't use electricity on Shabbat, that's incorrect. All Orthodox Jews use electricity on Shabbat, but it's a mitzvah to have hot food on Shabbat. That's why we have blacks. That's why we have hot plates. Cholent into Shabbat on Saturdays using electricity. One in particular, Avigdor Miller, who did not necessarily see having a television on Shabbat, so long as it's not manipulated. So meaning you could turn a television on Friday and just leave it on all of Saturday, so long as absolutely. Now, the argument that is given is that this goes against the spirit of Shabbat. And that's what you're going to hear from rabbis. This goes against the spirit of Shabbat. It's just basically a catch-all that says that's not our mincha. That's not our tradition. However, our tradition hasn't even been around that long. The Orthodox way has only been a way in the avoidance of manipulation of electronics for 150 years. And on top of that, it is a major prohibition to celebrate Shabbat on the wrong day. It's actually, death is permissible. It's a capital offense. So for us to say, as Jews, Friday night is when Shabbat starts. Saturday night is when it ends. There's only a 1 in 7 chance. That's only a 14% chance that that's correct. There's actually an 86% chance that we're doing it on the wrong day. And then with all of that being said, what do you do if you are perhaps in an area of the world where the sun doesn't set? What do you mean? Like some places of Alaska or Iceland. Literally, the sun does not set for 6 months out of the year, and we have Jews there. If the sun doesn't set, how can you celebrate Shabbat? So rabbis have had to come up with enactments that say essentially you follow the tradition of where your home is in particular, or of where you would be perhaps at the equator for when you start to light candles 18 minutes beforehand and such. But in reality, nobody knows. And anybody who tells you that they do know, and I challenge any rabbi in the world to this, I'm going to say, how do you know? Because you don't. And I know you're lying to yourself. I know you're lying to your congregation. And let's put perhaps superstition aside, and let's get down to facts. Let's get down to science. Fire is not the same as electricity. Firefighters are not electrical engineers, and electrical engineers are not firefighters. These are separate realms. This is something that's only been around for 150 years, and it's really to preserve the sanctity of Shabbat. And I completely understand that. And frankly, prior to the pandemic, that's how I lived my life, with just timers. Certainly, but I still don't drive on Shabbat. I certainly still don't work on Shabbat. And I have fought very hard for the ability not to be able to work on Shabbat, but I would never be on camera, so to speak, knowingly on Shabbat. But here's what changed as well. During the pandemic, Sephardic tradition, because families couldn't be together on Shabbat, and this was seen as a leniency within the Sephardic community that was permitted. And in my own way, I recognized that we're already having modern advancements like that, which I understand happened during the pandemic and such. So nothing happened to the Sephardic community who did that. So why can't I, essentially, for the good of the world, share my life with everyone, give people a portal into what I do? If I may ask, did you find me from the Jewish Guild?
Yes.
Excellent. Do you mind if I tell you about myself and what I do? Excellent. Well, I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. Oh, 100%. Have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother? Well, it's essentially the story of someone's entire life on camera, and that's what I do. In the 1990s, the phrase "content is king" was coined, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource. I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family, all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. How does that sound?
Interesting, actually.
Most certainly. So I have not just been on a live stream 24/7, but I archive my live stream. So you can literally go back to any moment of any day and not only know what was going on in my life, but what was going on in world news events, because I keep a record of radio on in the background that essentially a timeline or a time capsule. Additionally, I have more human data archived on the internet than any person ever, which I previously said is extremely valuable. But in addition to that value for the people today of just learning about a human, in the future, people will study me from a biological standpoint. They will study me from my behavior patterns, my eating habits, my drinking habits, my bathing habits, my hygiene, my sleep habits, my circadian rhythms, everything about the human being that currently we just don't have the amount of data to be able to study. We will be able to in the future. Not only that, I'm helping to train AI, unlike any person in the world, because AI needs human models on which to build its examples, and I have more data for AI to be able to study than any person ever. So this is a very important project in global history, and I recognize the importance of it. And instead of being a traditional congregational rabbi or teaching in a yeshiva, I felt that it was my role in society to not only share my life with the world, but also to promote world peace. How does that sound?
Fascinating. So if you go ahead and you bring
Excellent.
Can I ask a question?
Go ahead.
outside of its defined
So actually, my question about Christians and Muslims.
instead
So
of pushing it over the cliff.
we know, like Christians, they're not like Muslims. Like they actually, I don't know what because also there is different opinions. When I used to ask one Jew, and he was said like, I don't see Christians as an idol. I don't know what you think.
Yeah, this is an excellent question. Frankly, again, nobody knows. I recognize and have spoken with Christians on the topic. They don't see themselves as idol worshippers. We as Jews may see.
Nobody when we ask the people, actually nobody worships Christ. Even when you ask the Buddhist people, they also going to say like, we're not worshiping Christ.
That's absolutely correct. And I don't know if you're familiar with Kabbalah, Jewish mysticism, but there have been amulets. If you know what an amulet is, it's basically a Jewish trinket, a tchotchke, essentially, that many rabbis sold, 200, 300, 400 years ago, that arguably were this, in similar ways, an idol in some terms, if you're going to consider Christians to be idol worshippers, well then in the same way, many of these amulets may have been considered to be some type of idol worship as well. It certainly gets into superstition. So in terms of, do I consider Christians to be idol worshippers? In many ways, what they may pray to, I don't necessarily abide by, and I certainly wouldn't go into a church to pray like I would in a mosque if I needed to. That is allowed within Judaism. If you have nowhere else to pray, you can pray within a mosque, because within Islam, we recognize as Jews that it's very monotheistic. Everyone prays to Allah. Within Christianity, it's very diverse. It's very certainly segregated, exactly. And then you get the issue with the Trinity of the idea of a Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. But within Judaism, we aren't perfect either, because we have an issue, certainly that comes about in the Zohar, with the Shekhinah, which is like the feminine aspect of God, which kind of does go against traditional monotheistic principles. Now, certainly we believe Hashem is one God. That's a principle that is a fundamental principle of Judaism. However, when you get into some of the mystical aspects of Judaism, particularly in Kabbalah, there are certain arguments to be made that, hey, if Christians are separating God and the Holy Spirit, how aren't we doing that with Hashem and Shekhinah? Really, the answer is no one knows. Do I deplore Christians in the street or Muslims in the street? Absolutely not. I feel that people are entitled to believe whatever they want to believe, and I don't deplore even people who consider themselves Jewish, who I may not consider practicing Judaism, and that includes conservative Judaism and Reform Judaism. I don't consider those to be Judaism. Now, perhaps some of the congregants of those different denominations consider themselves to be practicing Judaism, but I don't. I believe in halakhic Judaism, that's Orthodox Judaism, and I long for a day when Judaism can be reunited, and really all the nations can be united. Frankly, we're all in our own way Jews. I've seen it before, and I'll describe it like this. We all come from Abraham. We're Abrahamic religions. So the Muslims consider their connection to Abraham through Ishmael, and we Jews consider it certainly through Isaac and Yaakov, and then eventually you have a branch off about 2,000 years ago within Christianity. But we all come from the same Abrahamic religions, the Abrahamic story, that's our core story. So there's certainly an argument to be made that Islam is just a branch off of Judaism, as is Christianity.
An animal can have a more
Oh, yes, we do. Yes, we do. Most certainly. That's how it is historically.
So you're thinking like, okay, so what's do you know Hebrew?
Some, and it's biblical. I prefer English if possible.
No problem. I just, what's the best explanation of Torah for someone don't read for learning simple and for learning Hebrew kind of.
Absolutely, great question. So I will respond by a phrase in Talmud. It's by Hillel the Elder that says, I can teach you the entirety of the Torah basically standing on one foot, and that is, do unto others as you would have them do unto you. And that's how I try to do my best to treat fellow Jews, non-Jews. I still certainly refer to Goyim as Goyim. That's the nation. It doesn't necessarily have to have a negative connotation. It just means essentially not who we are, not the family, not my mashpucha, but that's basically that's how the sages would respond to your question. Now, if you want to know, like, okay, where do I start to learn Torah? Boy, that's a great question. Okay, so I recommend going to the Chabad website. If you're familiar with Chabad, it's a Hasidic dynasty. And really, they have some wonderful documentaries. I watch them every single day. They have little tidbits, or how would I would say, like 5-minute videos, or they have entire lectures. And it goes through, starting with Bereshit, and working all through Tanakh, and then even into Kabbalah. Now, I personally teach a class every day on Kabbalah, but we do cover a lot of things that are certainly rooted in Tanakh and Talmud, and then working our way into Kabbalah. But if you're looking for a good resource, the best resource that so Sefaria.org is the best website, probably. I mean, if you want a book, I'm giving you like digital versions, but that Sefaria.org is the best version. It has the Torah there, and you can read with footnotes of multiple different commentators. I mean, but that's only going to give you the 5 books of the Bible and the rest of Tanakh. What you really need is the 2,711 folios of Talmud if you really want all of the commentary. So the best way to do that is to participate in a Daf Yomi class. Do you know what Daf Yomi is? Okay, that's absolutely fine. So Daf Yomi is something that was started in the 1930s and is done exactly the same way in shuls around the entire world and yeshivot. And what it is we study one page of the Talmud every single day. It takes about 7 years to do. And everywhere in the world, every Orthodox Jew who learns Daf Yomi in a Daf Yomi program is on the same page. So you could be in Jerusalem, you could be in London, you could be in Cape Town, you could be in Sydney. You could travel the world and still keep up with it. It's not like every class is a different class. Nope, you'd be on the same page anywhere in the world every single day. And if you're interested, Chabad has a Daf Yomi app, but you can also just look up Daf Yomi apps, and they will go through the page. They will go through certainly Talmud with you, and then there are versions of this that have references on certainly Tanakh as well. So, but I know you said, what's a book? The best book is the Torah. The best commentary on the Torah.
But some people actually they say like reading Rashi
in general.
for like, if someone gonna read the first
Let's see how much
if you read with Rashi actually they say
That's absolutely correct. Yeah. So that's Kumash. That's what I'm talking about when I say you ask for a book. That's Torah. That's Kumash. So yeah, just read the Rashi's commentary.
So let's say you offer up these type of offerings outside of the Beis Hamikdash.
And now the script is a little bit different than your traditional Hebrew, but you should be able to overcome that. It's a specific script that changes the font.
I know
Okay.
Rashi he was he's especially
Absolutely. 100%. Now, that's the best way to learn it, and that's how we've been learning it as Jews for 1,000 years, or so. But I think personally there are digital alternatives that review Rashi, but also have all the other commentary that's involved, and then also they can make video on it too. So if you see, like I'm watching Rabbi Silver's commentary on Daf Yomi. So he goes through the text. He has like 2,000 different videos on YouTube, but he's not the only one. There are certainly quite a few rabbis out there who have daily learning and will review, certainly Rashi, will review all of Tanakh, will review the Talmud, Gemara, and even Kabbalistic present time where the entire world is open to you from a learning perspective. And so if you want to get into a book, just one book that I would recommend, it's Torah. It's the Schottenstein Chumash. If you're not familiar with that, it's published by Art Scroll. Get yourself one of those. That's the standard. Excellent. That's the standard Chumash that you're going to find in any shul in the world. And depending on the version that you have, it has the Hebrew on the right, it has the English on the left, and then Rashi around it.
So the means
excellent questions.
Something lacking in the timing.
Go ahead.
By regular covenant understand. So most is meant by a covenant. Most of my semi-covenant. Has to be at least 3 days old. What about so? I mean, is meant whether the covenant or the owner.
Okay, yeah, certainly. Well, let me first say, Muslims are allowed to believe whatever they want to believe, so that's my opinion for Muslims. For Jews, we have something called tznius. It's known as modesty. So, for instance, a married woman does not show her hair. She wears something known as a shadel, which is a wig, or some other kind of covering. It doesn't have to be a wig. It can be certainly like a scarf, but basically, or hat, but basically something that doesn't show her hair. We consider a woman's hair to be her crown. In terms of clothing, generally, we don't have anything that's low cut or too revealing. Generally, clothing should be from the elbow downwardly, so that means no open shoulders. And then in terms of from the waist down, women generally are not permitted to wear pants. That has changed some within modern Orthodoxy, especially in the home. But publicly, women wear skirts, and then generally will wear stockings. In terms of their footwear, generally open toes are avoided, though again it depends what community that you're in, and everything should generally be of modest colors. To some extent, red is avoided just due to the passion that it can invoke. In terms of tattoos or any kind of permanent mark on the skin, those are to be avoided. So while we don't have a woman who wears literally a burqa, there are communities that do that. At least one, though, only about 180 individuals do follow that, but it is in Israel. Yes, but generally, we in the modern Orthodox community have women cover their hair, dress modestly, act modestly. So while not exactly what you are with one cloth that covers every orthodoxy within especially within the Hasidic culture. And what's my opinion on it? I feel a woman should be able to dress the way that she wants. I'm not going to tell anybody else to do something with which they're uncomfortable. But for women who want to live a life of the Orthodox way, of our minhag, of our tradition, she covers her hair when she's married. Now, prior to being married, she doesn't need to cover her hair. She can wear it downwardly. She certainly, though, wouldn't wear low-cut clothing or high-cut clothing on the arms. However, if she's at her house behind closed doors with her husband, she can wear lingerie. She can wear whatever she wants. That's a different story. More than anything, I want people to be comfortable. And there are many women, Jewish women, who didn't grow up Orthodox. They may have grown up secular, and they're working towards a process that we call Baal Teshuvah, basically returning to the Master. And it's too much to take on all at once. But eventually, they will work their way up to the point where they have their head covered, where they dress modestly, if they want, but behind closed doors, they wear lingerie. They certainly, we believe in making love completely naked, so we don't necessarily wear clothing during that time period. And for any woman out there who wants to wear pants in the home, I've known Rebbitzins, wives of rabbis who do so within the home. And frankly, if she wants to, she should be able to dress any way that she wants to feel comfortable. I'm not going to judge her, but if she wants to know what our tradition is, it is to dress modestly. Absolutely. 100%. I'm always here if you need anything, so feel free. If you have other questions, I'll be happy to help you.
But you did any of these things outside, ultimately again you're part. Rashi says over here, I'm a young of the Bryce of the Gemara. We'll see why. Obviously,
absolutely. I'm here to support you. Go ahead.
Presupposes that what's outside, the shulchan. Or spoke about again arranging the wicks in the menorah, which presupposes that what's outside the menorah. Again, so we'll discuss exactly the case. But again,
the righteous, most certainly, yeah, and that's a universal Jewish belief. I talked about it yesterday in my class. 100%, yeah. So what we believe as Jews is there's a section of Gan Eden that is dedicated to the righteous of the nations. So yeah, yes, exactly. So the 7 laws of Noah are: don't murder, don't steal, don't blaspheme, don't idolatrize, don't have sexual impropriety, don't eat the blood of a living animal, and to set up a court system, essentially a set of laws. Any person who does that is considered a righteous Gentile, essentially, and has a place in the world to come. And not all religions are like that. Some religions say you have to believe what we believe, and if you don't, there is no place for you in the afterlife. Judaism does not feel that way, and this is not just Rabbi Rothschild's feeling. This is an absolute core of Jewish belief and has been for about 1,800 years.
A lot of times, right?
100%.
There's a big gap in our Judaic knowledge.
If you want to know the process, what we believe, just to review it, essentially you die, and then there's a period of time of spiritual cleansing we don't see things like some religions do between heaven and hell. We don't see it that way. And if you go back to Torah, the afterlife isn't really discussed too much. If anything, something called Sheol is referenced. That was kind of a neutral place, but in the centuries that developed, and certainly up until modern age, the afterlife within Judaism has developed into you die, then basically for the first 3 days after death, your body hovers, or pardon me, your soul hovers over your body or stays very close to it. Then there's a period known as basically Shiva for 7 days where your family mourns. You're buried within 3 days very quickly. We don't want the soul to basically not move on to the next area, which is Gehenna. And then from there, what we believe is that if you're righteous for a period of 11 months, your soul is basically purified. And that's not just Jews, that's both Jews and non-Jews. Now, then from there, if you were wicked, we consider it your soul may need to be purified for 12 months. Now, with that being said, there are arguments to say what happens then, and they're not even consistent within Judaism. There's one very famous rabbi known as Rambam who says that, okay, excellent, that basically for the very wicked, you can perhaps be excluded. But then there's Ramban, Nachmanides, who said, and more Kabbalistic thinking, that said even the most wicked people in the world will not lose a place, perhaps. They just may need more cleansing than your average person. And then from there, what we believe is then the soul goes to a place called Gan Eden. That's Hebrew for certainly the Garden of Eden, but it's just a metaphysical idea. Then what we believe is not that death is permanent at that point, that you're basically in a place where you are waiting for resurrection of the dead. And all Jews who follow Orthodoxy, going back to Rambam, Nachmanides, believe in something called the resurrection of the dead. And we await Mashiach, our Messiah, to one day bring in that world. And what does that mean? That essentially the body and soul will be reunited someday. Now, perhaps your body, once you die, it certainly decays. But we think that perhaps somehow, some way, in the days of Mashiach, what we consider the world to come, that your body and soul will be reunited, and then there may be eternal life after the revivification of the dead into the world to come. So it's a different afterlife story than some religions. Some religions say there's heaven, there's hell, and you're there permanently. It is not that way within Judaism. Within Judaism, it's a process. And then if you want to know, well, what happens in the world to come, it's really considered a time of when Mashiach will be able to bring back people from the dead. And Kabbalistically, there's something in everyone's body. It's basically at the tail of their spine, known as the loose bone, and traditionally within the body. And we believe that Mashiach will use that bone to be able to reunite the souls of the dead with their bodies and be able to locate them. And from there, that's just our tradition. But that's basically what happens. But the idea of Gehenna, the idea of the spiritual cleansing, that is done for both Jews and non-Jews. And for those Jews of the world, for those non-Jews of the world who we consider to be righteous, there's a place in the world to come from, which is different than a lot of religions.
First stop after the first war.
Absolutely.
But after Yericho, they were 14 years.
Yeah, you see,
7 years of conquering the land, 7 years of dividing up the land amongst them. During those 14 years,
that's okay.
Jerusalem was situated in a place
100%.
called Gilgal. That's where it was. Gilgal So again, interestingly
Well,
enough,
if you ever have any questions, come to me.
So I don't actually.
Absolutely, I understand that, and I will give you my opinion on things. If there's anything, I don't know everything in the world. Anybody who says that they do is lying to you. If we don't know something, we'll look it up. And so just know we'll go to the text and we'll review, and we'll make sure to get as satisfactory an answer as we can. I can tell you this: religion is full of paradoxes. So many times people want things to be really clean and easy and simple. It doesn't always work out that way, but we'll do our best to find the correct answers of what we consider to be the correct answers for any questions that you have in the future. And just know if you need anything, not just from a religious standpoint, but you just need someone to talk to, I'm here to help you, okay? You're welcome.
Because also this problem, so there is actually, especially the Orthodox and ultra-Orthodox people, you can find them in internet, most of the that's the problem. So you can talk, even if you want to understand,
40 years
you can ask them.
There's
There's not so much.
40 years in the desert, Kachek Hadashim have to be in 40 years in the desert, no promise. Kachek Hadashim inside the curtains, Kachek
I didn't see in my life.
You come to Eretz Yisrael.
You're right. You're right. I know what you're saying. We generally are very inclusive within our own communities, but exclusive to the world. That doesn't necessarily mean that we as Orthodox people or Hasidic people don't use the internet, but we recognize that many times we're attacked. Many times people want to debate religion with us, and we just want to live our lives. I personally think that it's a beautiful thing to give people the opportunity to view my life, to watch me down tefillin, to watch me say blessings over foods, and to learn in certain these conditions and give people a view into the life of an Orthodox Jew. And I hope that I help to motivate some people in the future to perhaps do the same. Anything I know that I've made a lot of really great friends, and I have archived a huge amount of data that I think people will be able to learn from in the future. Just like we have people of the past who would write diaries and they'd be a diarist, or write journals and they'd be a journalist, people will study my streams for their historical value. And that's really exciting to me. So as they're watching my life, they're going to learn what it's like to be a Jew.
There was no we'll call it fixed. Rashi says in the sun, there were no boards, right? But ultimately, again, Ella, what we'll see is they were cloth.
All right, my friends. Well, I mean, you can stay as long as you want. You're always welcome in here. If you don't have anything else, then I like to program. I'm building robots right now, so I'm going to go back to that. But if something does come to mind, feel free to come in here. If I'm ever asleep or you don't want to disturb me, there's a section of the server that says "Ask Rabbi Anything." You just put it in there, and I will answer it as soon as possible. And if you ever want to get a hold of me in Jewish Guild, I usually keep my mic off in there, and I'm not listening to that computer. So just tag me, and I will address whatever issue that you have as best I can. You're welcome, my friend.
Now we're going to see what that means.
Excellent.
So
Absolutely. Absolutely, I'm here to do that. Take care, my friends. Peace. Shalom.
An inheritance. We're going to see that Menucha refers to Shiloh, because again we were in Shiloh for 369 years, and Nachala really refers to the Beis Hamikdash, which we'll discuss. So what happened in Shiloh? Kachek Hadashim Yachal Nachlayim. So once again, Kachek Hadashim had to be consumed inside of the curtain, right inside of the formal Mishkan precincts. And Kachek Kalim Umayis Sheni called Har. Now, this is very unique. and Kachin Kalan. I remember again, up until this point in time, remember again, the last time we had Kachin Kalan, we consumed last in the business was by the Mishkan in the desert. And there, where did you eat it? Where did you eat Kachin Kalan? Not in a here by Shiloh, you can't say Machane Yisrael. Where's Machane Yisrael? Machane Yisrael is all very Yisrael. So in Shiloh, where did you eat Kachin Kalan? Anywhere with and you can go ahead and eat Kachin Kalan. Let's remember again. Remember again. In the temple, we're in Shiloh. Remember the Shiloh, you can see exactly what this means. Because Shiloh, remember, but it's surrounded by mountains. Which means you can envision, by the way, that's what it means. You can eat it, right? So you offer up your carbon in the Mishkan, and then what do? You go out here, you park yourself, but you eat it on one of the surrounding mountains, which is Rabbi mentioned many times. Still today, you go to the hills of Shiloh, and what can you find? Pottery shards. Pottery shards from the times of the Mishkan. Why? Because people would come, they'd offer up their carbonis. And again, about say, remember again, what do you do with a pottery shard that has carbonic absorption? What do you do with it? You break it, you can't touch it. So this is very gay. This is very gay. Right, so literally again, the pottery shards are in the holes of Shiloh, not again from the times of the Mishkan. Absolutely incredible. Absolutely incredible. All right, good. Measure Torah. Good. So that's Shiloh. 369 years. Next, Baal Lenov Megiddo. And I want to say they came to Nov and Gidon. Now again, point over here is it says Nov and Gidon like it's one place, it's two places. We'll say Rashi in just a moment. We'll say Rashi on this back is on both sides. So I'm now on the left hand side of Rashi, about halfway down. Baal Lenov Megiddo. This is very important. To Shechar Shiloh. Now again, let's say this is fascinating. Shiloh was destroyed. Now listen, if you're looking for this story in Navi, you're not going to find it. It's fascinating. The story of the destruction of Shiloh is not explicitly mentioned. When was Shiloh destroyed? Look at Rashi. The Shechar Shiloh, the Nilka Ha'aron B'Me'eli Bo'u Lenov. So let's say again, in the famous war, right? Again, where Eli's sons were killed, the Aron was taken captive. This is when Eli's sons Chafni and Pinchas, who the Navi told us, unfortunately, abused their position of power. They made a tremendous mistake. They went out to war against the Plishtim, and they took the Aron with them, which they weren't supposed to do. So they were killed. That's when Eli hears the news. He falls back. He bites captive. So the Gemara says, here, that's when Shiloh was destroyed. But the Navi does not mention explicitly. He says, Baal Lenov Megiddo. Remember, Elan called. You ain't Lachem Kozel Shekhnei Hashem. Alo Shofar Mizbeach Hasamara. For the Navi may show on the Shekhnei Mosai. So again, the story of this example, just the story of the destruction of Shiloh is not mentioned explicitly. So Shiloh was destroyed. Then what happened? The Mishkan transferred over ultimately again to the city of Nov. And on one side, was also destroyed. The tragic story of American when David Amelech is on the run from Shaul. He comes to the city of Nov. Nov was known as Nov near Akkad. Now again, I want to remember again, the Bible of David Amelech is he would not fight his father. He would not fight Shaul. Even though Shaul was trying to kill him. And even though David was the anointed king, he would not fight against the father. He chose to flee. He goes to the city of Nov. Tells No, he lies to No. He says, I'm on a secret mission from the king. I need weapons and I need food. They give him food. They say, we have no weapons. And also, the only weapons they have in Nov, the only weapons they have in Nov were the sword and shield of light. That David himself, had slaughtered years earlier, the Al-Hakadosh, the Ship of Ramel. The David takes us here by the name of Dorika Edom, that the city of Nov has turned against you. Vaharaya, what's the proof? They're eating and abetting fugitive David. Shaul is so poisoned against his son that he went ahead, he believed it, and he goes in and he slaughters Nob Yaakov. That's when Nob was destroyed. After Nob was destroyed, ultimately again, the Mishkan was moved to a city called Gihon. Right? So again, you got Shiloh 369 years. After Shiloh destroyed the battle of Mishkan, it then goes to Nob. Shaul destroys Nob, it then goes to Gihon. So that's what I said. All of the Nob to Gihon. So what's when the Mishkan is in Nob and Gihon, puts that bubble. So what's this is very interesting. Right? Any time that the Mishkan is not really like embedded and settled, ultimately bubbles are permitted. Right? So you notice this, right? In Gilgal, where there's like so much going on, right? Again, there's war, there's division of the land. So again, bubbles are permitted. They come to Shiloh, Mishkan is 369 years, bubbles are prohibited. Nob and Gihon, not as settled, bubbles are permitted. But bubbles are permitted. So what happens? So then again, when bubbles are permitted, that means then on a bama, you are limited to what you can do on a bama. What can you do on a bama? Only things that can be offered us as neder or nidava, right? So shlamim, hoda, Havam Pesach, those type of things. But anything obligatory, right? Essentially, is kachye kadashim. You have to go to the Mishkan. So we'll say, so that's not being given. So we'll say, Ba'o Yerushalayim. Ba'o Yerushalayim. Aren't those words so beautifully sweet? When it came to Yerushalayim. So I say, finally came to Yerushalayim, Shlomo HaMelech builds the Beit HaMikdash. What happens? Yes, you have bumps. Then of us like bumps become absolutely prohibited. Now again, this is we're going to see this becomes an irreversible band. At this point, after this Hamikdash is built, ultimately again the bumps become awesome. And after this, ultimately again, again the Shibin Gles changes it to after this. It was no longer permitted to use bumps. So even after the Beit Hamikdash was destroyed, never again will there be a heter bumps. Something shows that tells you the power of the Beit Hamikdash. The Beit Hamikdash fundamentally and profoundly and irreversibly changed us. After it also tells you, by the way, because if you think about it, a bummer is very personal. Once the Beit Hamikdash came on the scene, it almost concretized a certain collective identity that is irreversible. To the point that there's a Beit Hamikdash, there's no longer heterodox. Even the Beit Hamikdash is destroyed, there's a certain irreversible, concretized collective identity that the Beit Hamikdash created for us. It's incredible. And this is what the pasuk calls nachala. Again, we'll see. You might as well explain exactly what that means for us. So whereas Mishkan and Shiloh was the Mikot, the resting place, ultimately again the Beit Hamikdash is near nachala. What happens when the Beit Hamikdash? Kachye kadashim nechalayim. So kachye kadashim in the Beit Hamikdash are consumed within the curtains. Again, remember, curtains never means curtains. Rather, what does it mean? It means precincts. Right? It means area. We'll see exactly what areas it was. But again, Kachim Kadashim can only be used within the Beit Hamikdash compound itself. Kachim Karim or Ma'is Hashemi, Litnin Minan Choma. But ultimately, again, Kachim Karim or Ma'is Hashemi, they could be consumed anywhere within the walls of Yerushalayim. Right? So it's Kachim Kadashim have to be within the precincts of the Beit Hamikdash. Kachim Karim and Ma'is Hashemi, ultimately again, can go ahead and be consumed anywhere within the walls of Yerushalayim. So I have to stop over there for today. After we finish the Mishnah. No, was that not the most terrible Mishnah? But we're not finished. We still more of it tomorrow until we get to the 12 side. What a start to the week. Last full week of Masechah Shvachim. Let's take it in. Shvach, everyone. All right, guys, have a great day.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I mean. It's like, wow, why did he do that? But it's like, it is what it is. Well, so you teach them right, I just think things happen when they happen. I'm not worried about it. No, it's not. Yeah, this thing right now is easy. Just
All right, so we'll say good morning, good morning. Let us begin our Dr. Welcome in our session 2. We have an incredible, beautiful, overwhelmingly to start that today, Baruch Hashem, and as we are beginning our march with the end of Mesechus Tzvatim, which is going to be a monumental epic. Now, proceeding to Hashem, begin personally by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's trip. We thank our Talmud sponsors for the month of Payday. Above the Togo, Ursi, and Mindy Schreiber, and especially with Mushel and Yoel File. Ben Miriam, Martin Haname Marguerite, Mary and Martin's father, Yosef Shlomo Moses Moore, Ben Yusuf Judah, Jean Kegan, Fakal, and Sally from Learning Sponsors, Ali and Sally Tuesday, in honor of the entire Steve and Beautiful Closer, of course, you're going to know about Thomas over all of the Nisham Sagan Ali, the time is going to come all those meters to us. That one today was called the East, because what we know is some continuous showers. So, focus upon our people, upon our land, and then such a community. But we got getting back to stupid is a little bit of gas. I think but let's just quickly do the Mishnah again on $50 on days 111. Again, we're going to finish off the carrot, and this time coming attractions. That carrot, ridiculous. And not like ridiculous like you feel like the rest of the sentence talking about. Like just like I use it like ridiculously incredible. I was going to show Mishnah. Kata Shakiro Gamaba host, the host Echad. So let's say so again, we're still this obviously this entire parak is topic over here, but the halachic implications of going ahead and offering karbanos. Now, when we say karbanos, we mean karbanos in the most general sense of animal sacrifices, and also, of course, we'll call it other sacrificial matter, like the minchah, the komesh, like the things like that. So our Mishnah, which is the last Mishnah of the parak, is continued along so I have to keep on the mark. You see the blood in 1 cup. Nothing but what's the Chazar B'Nasim B'Trim. So if you do the blood application outside, then you do the blood application inside. Or the same of the Chazar B'Nasim B'Chutz, or you did it inside and you also do it outside. Ultimately, again, the Mishnah says, you are chayiv. That chayiv, Iman says, shekulo ra'oi b'chnim, because all of this is blood. And again, we'll also remember again, overarching principle. How do you know in general if you perform a sacrificial rite or ritual outside? How do you know it's your chayiv? How do you know it's reliable for that? How do you know that? It's the same exact parallel act. Effective inside of it is anything, then there's liability for doing it outside. If what you did outside would not have been valid had you done it inside, then there's no liability for having done it outside. So in this case over here, you're doing a blood application of a contract because the parallel act would have been permitted or would have been effective inside, therefore there's liability for doing it outside. Next, keep on going with Sheikhosos. If you went ahead and you received the blood in 2 cups, and you applied it inside, ultimately your partner. Obviously, that statement is an unnecessary statement, right? Because remember, that's talking about if you receive the blood of the cups in 2 cups and your blood application inside of it, and this in our mind, we're going to talk about that's obvious that it's not going to be an issue, because that's just blood application indoors. Next, Shneim B'chutz Chayiv. If you went ahead and you did both outside, you kind of between the Echad B'chutz Pater. If you went and you did one on the inside, one on the outside, ultimately again you'll be Pater. Echad B'chutz, the Echad B'chutz. If you did one outside, one inside, Chayiv Alach Yitzor in the Pater, you'll be liable ultimately for the blood application done outside of this English. But interestingly enough, the one done inside will actually have this be compared. So the Makish type also, this is like someone went ahead and designated an animal as a covered kantos. Then the animal was lost. The Nifty Shakar is Takal, so this takes us back like literally to the beginning of our talking days. So what happened? I had a kantos. I separated the kantos. Then I lost the kantos. What do you do when you lose your kantos? You'll say, what do you do when you lose your kantos? Again, what do you do? What do you do? This is very important. If you notice, by the way, what is it when you lose the Nifty Shakar is Takal? So if you notice, there's a very interesting piece that's mixed on this, right? I lost my kantos, so let's say replace it. What's missing? Complaining, pressing, whining. I can't believe I lost my tacos. This wasn't supposed to happen. Right? Because it's a tremendous emotional skill. When something goes wrong in life, don't spend your energy and time complaining about it, but rather, again, pull yourself together and figure out a course going forward. Incredible. It's incredible. So therefore, you lose your tacos. You lose two tacos. Figure out how to rectify the situation. In this case, go ahead and bring a second tacos. Okay, now what happened? The Africa didn't say Sarishona. Then you find the first one. So what's the halacha? Now I have two chatos and two chatos offerings. So what do I do? Shafat shtem between chatos. So if I shafted both of them inside, ultimately I get a partner, which of course makes sense. Stay in Bachutz Chayiv. I go ahead and slaughter both of them outside. And Chayiv, Achas between the Achas Bachutz. If I did one on the inside, one on the outside, Potter, ultimately again, I'm going to be passing. I will say that interestingly enough, the halacha is, remember, once you've done one on the inside, then you've satisfied your chatas obligation. Once you satisfy your chatas obligation, what has to be done outside is, and I don't want to say meaningless, but it's not sacrificially relevant. Achas Bachutz Yachas between. But if you did first one outside, then one inside, there would be liability for the chatas offered on the outside. Interestingly enough, the one offered inside would in fact affect atonement. Incredible. As in the same way that the blood application, when it says literally exempts the meat, when means once there's blood application, the meat is no longer accepted in the blood. So ultimately, again, whatever the blood does for its own meat, it also does for every other system. Okay, like I said, I know you did this yesterday, so just a quick review of that. Here we go. We're talking about now over here with the blood application. So I understand, again, you went ahead and you did a blood application inside, and then went ahead and did the outside, just in case of Kos Echad, where the blood is in one cup. So you might say, that is liability. So Kumo, because if you have all of the blood, ultimately you have one cup. Where is that blood really supposed to be? Inside, so that you go ahead and you do blood application outside, and then you go and you do a blood application inside. I understand why there's liability, because the blood that you sprinkle outside is really quick to be sprinkled inside. But again, if halacha l'maaseh, you did the blood application on the inside, and then you did it outside, so watch there be liability. Why? Because we'll say, once you do the blood application on the inside, right, what is the rest of that blood called? What is it called? Shirayim. And again, I will say, in general, shirayim is not na'akiv. Leftover blood is not halachically, I don't want to call it halachically relevant, because remember, you're still supposed to pour out the shirayim, right, by the yisod, by the base of mizbeach, but at the end of the day, it's not as sacrificially relevant. So what's this? If you have 1 cup of blood, you do a blood application inside, then you go outside and do a blood application. The Mishnah said you're chayiv. Why should you be chayiv? Once you do the blood application on the inside, the rest of the blood is shirayim. And we'll say, remember again, this is our overarching principle. When is there liability for doing something b'chutz? When the parallel act would have been effective inside of the Beis HaMikdash. So again, over here, what am I sprinkling outside? Shirayim blood. What would Shirayim blood accomplish inside of the Beis HaMikdash? Nothing. So why should I be liable? Here's what I say, this keeps on surfacing, this keeps on coming up over and over again. How money? Whose opinion does this reflect? Rabbi Nechemia. Ya'amar, Shiyari Hadam Shekrivan Bachutz Chayiv. So we'll say, ultimately, again, whose opinion? This is Rabbi Nechemia. Because Rabbi Nechemia will say, the opinion will hold that halacha l'maaseh holds that Shirayim blood is still considered to be sacrificially relevant blood. Take a look at Rashi for just a moment. Rabbi Nechemia, Rashi says it's in the second short line of Rashi. In Nechemia, the Chalik Ali, the Amar Haka, Kibel Dama Makos Afar, Nasa Mekim Makos Avanasa Makos Chayiv, the Shirayim Minu, the Shiyari Hadam Shekrivi Bachutz Chayiv. So we'll say, Rabbi Nechemia is of the opinion who holds that no Shirayim is still sacrificially relevant blood. And therefore, again, even though you did a blood application inside, now that renders the rest of the blood shirayim. Shirayim is still sacrificially relevant, and therefore, if you have a blood application outside, you're going to be chayiv. One second. Amos say, but look at the end of the Mishnah. Keep on coming up with if you receive the blood in 2 cups, Nasan Shneyim Potter, Shneyim B'chotzchai. If you did the blood application of Havacha that was inside, you Potter. Okay, which means again that it works. If Shneyim B'chotz, if you did it outside, ultimately Chai. But the claim of the Echaz B'chotz, if you did 1 cup inside, 1 cup outside, Potter. 1 second, how could that be? Rabbi Nechemia, she already had Dam Shekim B'chotzchai. Now listen, here's the problem. The problem is that last piece, 2 cups of Tatas blood, you do 1 inside, 1 outside. The Mishnah said, your partner. Now, the reason the Mishnah said your partner is why? Because you accomplished the blood application with the first cup that was done inside, that essentially renders the second cup Shirayim, and Shirayim outside shouldn't be relevant. But if you tell me that the Mishnah is reflecting the view of Rabbi Nechemia holds that Shirayim is relevant, in which case you should be chayiv. To which the Gemara says, Seifa Asor L'Tanakama Rabbi Elazar Rabbi Shimon Damar Kos Osed Bichui L'Chavero. Essentially, the Gemara says is the Mishnah is reflecting multiple opinions. So whereas the first part of the Mishnah is reflecting the view of the opinion of Rabbi Nechemia, who holds that Shirayim are still halachically relevant, the second part of the Mishnah is focusing on the view of Rabbi Elazar Rabbi Shimon, who holds that literally again 1 kos does deeply, 1 kos sets aside the other. Therefore, Allah Chalamaisa, once you went ahead and you did the blood application with the blood in 1 cup, inside the him, the second cup is halachically irrelevant, and therefore once you go and you apply it outside, there's no liability. Fascinating. Okay, Lemad Davidomer, it's the Mishnah that went on. So the Gemara says, Lemad Davidomer, sorry, Lemad Davidomer, Lemakish Hakaso, the Avda, the Hitish Hakaras Hafdal, the Akakat Mintes Rishon. So again, listen, you remember the Mishnah wanted to compare the case of the 2 cups of Chatas blood to the case of a guy who separates the Chatas, then goes ahead and loses his Chatas, and goes ahead and separates a second Chatas in its stead, then subsequently finds the first. So the Gemara says, I don't understand why. What? Listen, it's not exactly like this example clarified things for us. Oh, thank you for that example. Now the whole thing makes sense, right? In fact, like, come on, like I don't need another case to complicate things more. So the Gemara is asking actually that question. The Gemara says, why? What exactly does this mashal do for me? So the Gemara says, Hamani, Rabbi Hida Amar, Avuda v'shas haflasha mesa. This was the instruction of Rabbi. Rabbi holds that halacha l'maisa, an animal, a chatos, that was lost at the time that the second chatos was set aside. If that first chatos ultimately again is found, it is left to die. It's mesa. So the Gemara says, so what's the case? Here's the way we set it up. The reason ultimately again that the chatos case was finished is because the original one was lost. The Lord said, what happens if it's not a case of the chatos was lost? Instead, it's a case where a person practically separated out 2 chatos offerings. Why would I do that? I'm a planner. Right? So because I'm a planner, I like to have a backup. I always like to have a plan B. So therefore, again, proactively, I set aside 2 chatos offerings. One is going to be my chatos, and one is my insurance. So the Gemara says, so how's the first chatos sacrifice? How do we know? Make kara already. Now, listen, here's what's interesting. When you go ahead and you proactively, and again, apparently this was done. A person was separate out of chatos, and he wanted to have a backup animal just in case. When you do that, because it's clear that only one of these animals is going to be used as a chatos, the other one from the beginning is from the beginning set aside as an olah. Because again, I don't need 2 chatos offerings. One of them is going to be used, one of them is not going to be used. So the one that's not going to be used is from the beginning designated as an olah. So fascinating. So if you have an asham, then it was put out to pasture because it's no longer needed. Rashi says over here, if you go to Muras asham, the asham shemesim baila, always tapu ba'achad. And when did you ever have an asham that was put out to pasture, when either it was a tumor, it was an exchange, or an exchange of the animal, or the owner's died, therefore you can't offer a posthumous asham. or the owners went ahead and treated homes with another animal. In all of these cases, if you went ahead and shechted its stam, or shechted its stam, it works as an order.
How'd everything go? Excellent to hear.
That works because halacha l'maisa told an asham and an olah, same gender. Both male animals have a chatas, we also have a stand chatas. Remember again, is mitviva, it's female. So how can you say that a chatas is going to be used as an olah? That means is seer nasi. Talking about again the chatas of the nasi sins, which ultimately again was brought from I'm sorry, which was brought from the Zachar. Sorry about that. From the Zachar. Therefore, you know, we'll say that's the type of animal where if you ended up designating two from the beginning, one of those animals which retroactively becomes clarified as the one that was not used can be used as an olah. Incredible. We'll say Hadralah, Hashochet, Danailah. Incredible. What do we start to read? Start to be finishing the parrot. Maybe a good. Incredible. Okay, now get ready for this mission. First of all, this Mishnah is the rest of our morning this morning. This is one long Mishnah. Like this Mishnah is going to go from the bottom of Kufyud Beis Amud Aleph to the top of Kufyud Gimel Amud Aleph. I don't know if this is the longest Mishnah. It certainly feels like the longest Mishnah. Once I get ready for it, because it's going to be ridiculously amazing. Like, probably one of the best Mishnahs you've ever learned in your entire life. Here it is. Really, I'm not kidding. It's actually serious. Second Mishnah, very good. It's a lot of incredible historical information, a lot of good hashkafic information, a lot of good halacha. Here we go. So, to a certain degree, we are still continuing a little bit along the concept of doing things outside of their normally prescribed areas. Okay? So now what? Parasatas. So now paraduma. Again, remember again, paraduma is unique because paraduma is offered where? Parazisi. And remember again, paraduma is not offered in the Beis Hamikdash. It's offered up in Parazisi, which is why, by the way, is paraduma a carbon? No, one is it. So he said it. Also, what do you call it? So again, paraduma, interestingly enough, it's not kachim hadashim, it's not kachim halim, it's bedakabayis, it's kiddushat torah, it's not a kaisor, which sounds strange, but again, just let's go with it for now. Right, Parastatos, Shesarfa puts me detail, but interestingly enough, the Lashon down, so Rashi points out that there is detail, Lashon gat, Lomar, Mokom, Obach. That's interestingly enough, God, the most normally is what? A white apartment was burned in a depression in the ground. Again, we'll discuss where exactly this was, how this was done. So, in such an interesting thing like this, if you burn the paraduma in the wrong place, you burn it outside of its gas. The cave, Sir Mishtaleh, Shikrid, Bachot, or we'll say Simishtaleh, open up the again. Is Yom Kippur. You remember, what did you do to Simon Shaliach? What did you do? You went ahead and you shechted something. Now, remember, wherever you shecht, the Simon Shaliach thing is clear, which is, it's puts. Right? Remember, what is the halakhic term puts mean? Puts means you're doing the service somewhere where it's not supposed to be done. So the thing is, Simon Shaliach is supposed to be pushed off a cliff. If you shecht somewhere, that is being done outside of its community area. So we'll say, what's halacha? In both of these cases, partner, fascinating. So if you go ahead and you bring the paraduma outside of its defined area, or you end up shechting the sira mishtaleah instead of pushing it over the cliff, you're chayiv. You're partner. We'll say, why are you partner? The she'emar, the pesach oil moed lo yidu. Because let's remember again, this goes back to our overarching principle. When are you chayiv for doing something bachutz? When? That's the parallel act with the effective haji done inside. And therefore the passage says, You did not bring it to the entrance of the Almoid. What is from the earth? Kosher in Rani, love on the Pesach Almoid, in Tanakh. So anything that is not nobody brought into the Almoid, no liability for doing it in the wrong way outside. So now, again, Paraduma is never brought inside of the Beis Hamikdash. Sir Mishtaleach is never brought inside of the Beis Hamikdash. Therefore, if you mess up or you do the service differently outside of the Beis Hamikdash, there's no liability. Now, when I say, when we say there's no liability, it also might mean like you messed up the service entirely. Like, for example, if you go ahead and you check the Sir Mishtaleach while it's true that you're not paying for shit and food, but you've also done an liability. But again, we're not talking about secondary liability as well. We're just talking about court. So here it is. So you go ahead and you bring the part into the wrong place. You check the service directly because it's thrown off a cliff. Again, obviously not good, but there's not liability for courts. Why not? The only thing is how you could do something about courts is when there was an obligation to bring the carbon to the Beis Hamikdash, and you do it in a parallel way that had you done it in the Beis Hamikdash would have been effective. Incredible. Next, that's category one. Good. So, exciting? Exciting, right? I told you. Listen to this. Halova b'hanirba. So you're going to say this is an animal that sodomized or was, right, was violated, or that violated a person, or was violated, or hamukta, set aside for Avodah Zarah. Ne'avad, used for Avodah Zarah. Nihir, sold, right, and sold for a dog. S9, ultimately again given to our harlot for paying for our services. Kilayim is a result of crossbreeding. Shrefa, again, Shrefa has some type of internal injury that would cause it to die immediately. Yotzei Dofen is an animal that was not born naturally, but an animal born through C-section. We'll say, now, in order, what's the common denominator amongst all of these animals? Common denominator, none of them are fit to be offered as a carbon. That's the common denominator amongst all these items. Therefore, we'll say, but let's say, what did I do? I offered it up outside of the Beis Hamikdash as a carbon. I did. I used it as a carbon outside of the Potter. So listen, that makes perfect sense. Right? Why not Potter? Because remember again, the parallel act had it been done inside would not be an effective carbon. So therefore, again, because remember, the only type of shooting quotes, if the parallel act done inside would have been effective. So since all of these animals are not fit for sacrificial use, therefore, if I do it outside of Potter, Shneimar, Yifnei Mishkan Hashem. The person said before Mishkan Hashem, Kol She'en Lo Yilavo L'Fnei Mishkan Hashem. Anything that is not fit to be brought as a proper carbon, ultimately again, there's not liability for shooting. These kasha you might ask is, why are you quoting a different passage? Right? Why don't you just write again same thing? That's the same passage you've done it the whole time. So why don't you put these two passages? Okay, coming to trash. Next. Bali woman. Right, so you have a blemished animal. Remember, in the world of women, there are two different types of women. Right, what are the famous Bali women school? And I will say something called a mum kavua. What's a mum kavua? Mum kavua means the blemish that is not going to heal. The animal has a hole in its heart. Right, or something about that you can see. But some other type of mole. That animal's missing a leg. Right? So that is a mum kavua. So that's a mum kavua. You are conveying on the base, banding wound open. Or we'll say, or the passing mum. What's an example of the passing mum? A broken leg. Right? So again, a missing leg, that's a mum kavua. So you might sort of point out, here lies the great distinction between animals and people. An animal could have a mum kavua. Right? An animal could have a blemish that will never heal. A person has the ability to choose. A person has the ability to heal themselves. A person has the ability to go ahead and rectify whatever is broken within. And then no matter how terrible the spiritual moment feels to bring myself once again a sense of hold tight is a word. Right? So it says, like, it says, isn't that incredible? Right? So an animal could have like a mum kabua. A person can give us the power of shiva, the power of equivescify. Then again, back to animals. These animals, whether it's a mum kabua or a mum over, and you offer up this animal, you partner. Again, both sides. Once again, why am I partner? Why am I partner? Because you can remember, this animal is not fit for sacrificial use. So because it's not fit for sacrificial use, therefore, halacha l'maisa, if you offer it up outside, you are going to be partner. Again, both sides. It's the same rule over and over and over. Shimon says it depends. That was incredible. Shimon Omer, Bali Mumin Kuruin partner, Bali Mumin over Chayim below Sas. Okay, so we'll say this is going to be very interesting. And this is going to be a thing we're going to keep on commenting over here. The shipment is like this. Not sure. It depends on the type of mum. If it's a mum kavua means that it's a mum that's not going to heal. Animal's missing a leg. It's no leg. That's never going to heal. So if I get it, then you shouldn't agree that it's a mum kavua, and you offer up that animal outside of the base of the gut. However, if it's a mum over, the type of mum that is going to heal, like a broken ring, so the shimon says that if you offer that animal up outside of an insanikdash, you are hired not paris, but you are in violation of a low saseh. The Lord said, we're going to see the Mishnah like this. The Mishnah holds that any animal that is present is unfit, but will become fit, there's still some level of liability for shooting courts. Okay, not complete liability, because normally for shooting courts, the punishment is karis. So you're not going to get karis, but ultimately, again, you will be in violation of the low saseh. On the equation. So most cases, just keep this mouth low this in mind. Next, totem. Shouldn't be yes man on. So let's say totem are turtle doves, right? So totem, if you have turtle doves that are not yet old enough to be offered up, even a yona, sha'avus manon, or for that matter, again, pigeons that have aged out, right? So you have birds that are either too young or too old, even the horse, and then you offer them. Once again, why are you partner? Why are you partner? Because these birds are not fit for use inside of income. If you're not sacrificially fit for interior use, there is no liability for exterior use. The Mishnah says, no. In a yona sha'avus manon partner, I agree with you. In the case ultimately again of pigeons that have aged out, then you're partner to offer it up outside. So what is that similar to? That's similar to a mum kavua. Right? That's similar to a blemish that's not going to heal. Because once you've aged out, that's it. There's no going back. Once you've aged out, there's no going back. However, let's say totem should be as below sasses. But if you use turtle doves, right? If you use turtle doves, ultimately again, right? If you use birds that ultimately again have not yet reached the right age, then the shimon says there is liability for that. Not hers, but a low sassy, a prohibition. Why? Because what is that similar to? A mum older. That's similar to a blemish that ultimately is going to the process. So once again, you see that the shimon holding that halacha l'maisa, if you sacrifice something that is not going to get, you're not in your partner. If you sacrifice something that is not yet cooked, but will become, there is at least a lot of prohibition associated with that. Incredible. Next, also the Espino, in the Chos's mind. So there was a really interesting piece right here. So it says like this. Also the Espino was saying like this. There's a biblical prohibition that says that halacha l'maisa, you are not allowed to chef a mother and a child on the same day. That's halacha. Now, by the way, that's not just for sacrificial purposes. That's just in general. Right? You can't chef the mother and child. Watch the following case. Let's say halacha l'maisa, I chefed an animal, right? And now again, I have the child. So I offer that up. I offer the child or the Chos's man. The Chos's man is the case where halacha l'maisa, you can't offer up an animal as a korban if it is less than 8 days old. So let's say you offer up these type of offerings outside the base of the Mikdash. What's the halacha? going to say gifts for use inside of the base Hamikdash. There's not going to be liability for using it outside of the base Hamikdash. Once again, Rabbi Shimon Omer, Haresh of the Rosas. And the Rosas, Rabbi Shimon said, no, there is liability. Why is there liability? Because in both of these cases, although the carbon is not big now, but what? But what? It will be big. Right? In the case of Soviet Spinel, so you shut the mother today. You can't shut the child, but you can shut the child tomorrow. But right now, the carbon, the animal is 6 days old. Wait 2 more days and look. So let's get about Rabbi Shimon over and over and over. Rabbi Shimon over, here it is. Rabbi Shimon says, any animal that is present unfit, but at some point in the future will become fit, are reasonable or not. Ultimately, again, although there is a prohibition to go ahead and offer us outside basically, which is colors, rainbow colors. Okay, so let's say, so this is sheep and Rabbi Shimon. Some say no, kosher no colors, some say it's a packaged deal. It's a packaged deal. If ultimately again you have colors, then there's also a love. If there's no colors, then there is no love. So essentially, also, it's actually very interesting. If I remember my whole thesis, Rabbi Shimon says when something is presently unfit but will be fit, there is still some level of liability for shvit and chutz. The Chum says all or nothing. Either you're fit or you're not fit. If you're fit, there's a few currents in a lie. If you're not fit, I don't care that you're going to become fit. That doesn't matter to me. There's no liability right now. Incredible. So Chutz is none. So B'chutz means that there's something lacking in the plan. Being the before, being the by. Now listen to this. B'chutz man by regular covenant, understand. What's B'chutz man by a carbon? What's man by a carbon? An animal has to be at least 8 days old. So B'chutz man means it's less than 8 days old. So now the Mishnah says B'chutz man, whether the carbon or owners. What's the example of B'chutz man by owners? These are B'chutz man the Bible. What's an example ultimately again of B'chutz man by an owner? Hazaha, Hayoledes, Mitzvah, Sheshivu Chakasam Ba'ashamam B'chutz Tu. So let's say, so listen to this. What would be an example of this? The example would be all of these people. Zava, right? Zava. People have the various emissions. So that's an Mitzvah. All these people have to bring carbonos after a defined amount of time. If they bring the carbon before the appropriate amount, that's called the owner's right. In other words, the animal is fine. So in all of these cases, if they offered up, they jumped the gun and they offered up their carbons too early, and they did it b'chutz, they're potter. Which it makes sense. Once again, why they potter? Again, not good, but why they potter? Because the parallel carbon inside of the base of matrix would have been ineffective because the timing is off. Timing is off. Incredible. Although saying ushvamein b'chutz kayam. However, again, if they go ahead and they offer up, one of the things that's unique about Chatas and Asham is that they cannot be brought as in the double. But remember again, you can't wake up one morning and decide, you know what, if you feel a little guilty about myself, I'm going to bring a Chatas, right? You can't do that. Chatas and Asham can only be brought for specific violations. So therefore, you're going to say it makes sense that if any of these people brought their Chatas and Asham too early, you brought it too early, it's meaningless. It's meaningless. That's a communism. And therefore, even if you offered it up outside, there's zero liability for that. Now remember, these individuals also have to bring an Ola and the Shvanim. If they brought the Ola and the Shvanim before the prescribed time, lost halacha, there is liability. In other words, they did it for chutz, there is liability. Why is there liability? Because Ola and Shvanim can be brought as in your Java. could be brought as in a dava. So because it could be brought as in a dava, therefore halacha l'maisa, when they go ahead and they bring it outside, this parallel carbon had been brought inside would have been acceptable, and therefore there's liability for doing it outside. Incredible. Amayla mibasa katos, mibasa arsha mibasa kachim kadoshim, mibasa kachim kalim. So what's this? So again, if a person goes ahead and offers up, right, meat from katos, shamim asham, from kachim kadoshim, from kachim kalim, moser ha'omer, right, the leftover they call it omer, shtei halechem, because the two boats offer on shvius, lechem hapanim, which is lechem hapanim, shiyarim nachos, leftover minchas, yotzei, right, or one who goes ahead and pours the oil of a minchas, full face, one who goes, excuse me. So once again, we'll see exactly what these processes are. Actually says this ultimately again is from, and also part of the process of minchas. Process is minchas not. This is the process of particular type of minchas. Bolel. So again, we'll see all of these terms mean in the Mishnah and the Gemara. Moreach means salt the carbon, minit, wave it, makish, which means bringing the carbon to the southwest corner. Misader as a shulchan, you go ahead and you organize, so left them up on the table. Mikveh haneros, you arrange the candles or the wicks in the menorah. Komets, or you take the komets of the menorah. The kabbalah drumming, or you do kabbalah, see the blood in a kli. Bachutz. So I said, okay, so just understand what's happening over here. The Mishnah just went through pretty much the entire list of sacrificial rites and rituals that you could do inside of this mikdash. So the Mishnah then says, if you did any of these things outside of this mikdash, I'm sorry, a little bit off. If you did any of these things outside of this mikdash, you are potter. Again, we'll discuss exactly why that is. But you did any of these things outside, ultimately again you're potter. Rashi says over here, potter, I'm a young the dice of the Gemara. We'll see why. Obviously, the interesting about some of them mentioned over here is talking about like arranging the left on the shulchan, which presupposes that what's outside the shulchan. Or it spoke about again arranging the wicks in the menorah, which presupposes that what's outside the menorah. Again, we'll discuss. We'll discuss exactly the case. So again, the mission just went through this entire laundry list of items, where if you do it outside your potter, why? Coming to action. Okay, so we'll say, furthermore, interestingly enough, furthermore, again, I will say all of these items, and all of these things, the non-calling did it, there's not liability. Zaras means the permission of the non-calling to do some things. For no issue of Truma, there's no issue of Truma with these things. For no issue of the person of government. Or if you deal with that wearing the requisite Quranic clothing, not a problem as well. The low issue of Rabbi. Furthermore, the Kohen did any of these things without washing his hands and feet, also not a problem. So let's say this entire list of avodos, if a Kohen did so in a state of Truma, or he did so without wearing the requisite clothing, or he did so without washing his hands and feet, there is no liability. Again, why, what, where, how? And yes, I shouldn't give up, but you can tell that's going to be an exciting story. Okay, I will say. Now, Now, okay? Everyone's got to show you that for this. Okay, right? So now, you know this because this is good. You got to refill it. Good. So now, let's say, now watch this. Watch this. The next part of this Mishnah is going to be what we've been waiting for our entire lives, which is a lot of times, right? There's a big gap in our Judaic knowledge. In general, between the Mishnah that was in the desert, because we know that's right, because that's in the Chumash, and then the Beis Hamikdash that was built by Shlomo. Right? But remember again, Mishnah existed in different ways for all of those years. So a lot of times it's not clear to us where exactly the Mishnah was, how it operated, and what the halachos were. Now it's not because it's some like esoteric knowledge that's not available to us. It's just in nothing, right? And so again, we learn that. So what's great about this Mishnah is this Mishnah is going to organize for us now. Again, essentially the Mishkan, the halachos, essentially the progression of the Mishkan from the desert from Moshe Rabbeinu all the way until the base of Mikdash. And going to give us all of the stuff. So I am super, super excited about this, and I know that you are going to be also. I'm asking you to really be super excited about this, right? Like, it's the beginning of the week, like, let's do this together. So excited. There you go. Actual Mishkan. So before the Mishkan, and this is before the Mishkan, and maybe the Mishkan, how you have Bamos Mutaros, the Abolos of the Koros. So both say, once upon a time, this is before the Mishkan was built in the desert. You wanted to offer up a carbon. How do you drop off a carbon? How do you offer it up? Build yourself a bama. Build a bama. What's a bama? A personal altar. Let's build the bama. And we'll say, who is the avodah done by? The choros. And then, it's very important. Before this thing, the golden calf, the way it was supposed to work is that avodah in later on in Mishkan Beis Hamikdash would be done by the firstborns. Right? Those are the ones. After the sin of the golden calf, and everyone sinned except for Shevet Levi, avodah was given over to Shevet Levi, and it was removed from the Mechorim. So this is actually very important because the halacha is today. When Kohanim, when you dip them, so what's how Kohanim go ahead and have to wash their hands, but they don't wash their own hands. Who washes their hands? What happens if you're on no reveal? No living in this world. So the halacha is before it. You find first points. And first one is interesting enough, go ahead and do the washing instead. It's fascinating. So again, the Gemara says, so again, if the Mishkan was not before the Mishkan was established, how you have almost mutaros, you can offer off kabanos on bama. The avodah of the choros, and the avodah was done in the firstborns. Okay, so that's the first stage. Then the Mishkan was erected. That's Rabbas. So it's very important. Moshe built the Mishkan. The moment he built the Mishkan, you can't use a bama anymore. That's it. Bamos are also the avodah of the Kohanim. So two things happen with the creation of the Mishkan. Number one, you can't use personal bubbles. Number two, avodah Kohanim means Kohanim Leviim, right? In the difference. Next, Kodesh Kadoshim Yachalun L'Pnimin Achalayim. So when the Mishkan stood, Kodesh Kadoshim, Chatos, Arsham, Kodesh Kadoshim have to be inside of the curtains of the Mishkan didn't have any, it had curtains, but it had walls. Where it says kind of means the walls. And it had to be eaten within the walls, right within the walls. The Kachim Kalin B'chol Machanei Yisrael. The Kachim Kalin of Osai, Kachim Kalin ultimately again within the entire camp. Right? All of Shlamim, Khan Pesach, right? So again, that means literally now, so that it's easier to visualize this between Mishkan the desert. Why? Because remember, how did we camp? We camped around the Mishkan. Remember, again, it was a big rectangle. We all the they camped of the Jewish people. So Kodesh Kadoshim have to be eaten within the precincts of the Mishkan. Kachim Kalim for how long? 40 years. 40 years. We come into Eretz Canaan. Bo Gilgal. We come to Gilgal. Not Shiloh yet. Shiloh's later on. Right? Shiloh's later on. First step in Eretz Yisrael. Gilgal. Rashi says, "Rabbi Gilgal Kishavres Hayardein Vukul Or Moed Sham Sheva Shanim Shekibshu B'Sheva Shekilku." First stop, we come into Eretz Canaan, right? Come to Eretz Canaan. Again, I'm also remember they crossed the Yarden. First stop after the first war, Yericho. Right after Yericho, there were 14 years. 14 years. 7 years of conquering the land. 7 years of dividing up the land amongst the Shvatim. During those 14 years, the Mishkan was situated in a place called Gilgal. That's where it was. Gilgal, Hutra Bamas. So again, interestingly enough, when the Mishkan was in Gilgal, Bamos were permitted. Now again, I will say it makes a lot of sense. Why Bamos permitted? Essentially, because Klal is going to see Bamos were permitted any time that the people were decentralized. You see, in the desert we were centralized. So because that there was one place of worship, no Bamos in the Mishkan. You come to Gilgal, there's 14 years of war and then division of land. The people are dispersed. Because they're dispersed, because they're scattered, Bamos once again become permitted. So for 14 years in Gilgal, Bamos are permitted. However, Kodshe Kadoshim, still, Kodshe Kadoshim, you can only offer up in Gilgal. You can only offer up in the Mishkan, and you have to eat out of the curtains. The Kodshe Kalim, the Choma. The Kodshe Kalim, right? Your Ola, your Shlamim, your Toga, things like that, you could offer up anywhere, like on your own personal bubble. So what's that with that? Just so you understand what that would mean. It's like, let's say Pesach, when you offer, where would you offer up Pesach? In your backyard, on your bummer. That would be fine, right? But ultimately, in your Katas and your Asham, you'd have to come to Gilgal. Incredible. It was like, so that's 14 years, right? So 40 years in the desert. Again, just to review, 40 years in the desert, no Bamas, Kodshe Kadoshim inside of the curtains, Kodshe Kalim Machane Yisrael. We come to Eretz Yisrael, 14 years the Mishkan is in Gilgal, Bamos are Kodshe Kadoshim still by Gilgal, Kodshe Kalim whenever you want. Now, obviously also the change that occurred by the Mishkan in the desert about Avodah switching over to Kohanim, that obviously is an irreversible change that occurred. Next, let's say here it is, Bo the Shiloh. Now we come to Shiloh. So let's say, so remember again, now what happened to let's say now, Shiloh is very important. The Mishkan was in Shiloh for 369 years. So that is a long time. 369 in Shiloh. So Baal is Shiloh, Mesra Bamas. So let's say, so again, Shiloh, now remember, this is also the history one, because Shiloh now, when they come to Shiloh, Am Yisrael is a bit more, we'll call it stable and situated. Because remember again, we've already had the 7 years of war, the 7 years of division. Everyone has their tribal territory, their tribal property. So now the Mishkan is going to sit in Shiloh once again. There's a feeling of like centralized service. Therefore, Nasra Bamas. So again, now, Bamas become Aser. Right? If you want to offer up a carbon, you have to come to Shiloh. Although Hayash, just interesting enough, Mishnah says, below Hayasham Tikra, there was no roof on the Mishkan Shiloh. Now, when it says there was no roof, Rashi points out over here that Halacha L'Maisa, there was no like we'll call it like fixed roof. Rashi says in the Sarim, there were no like boards, right? But ultimately, again, Ella, well, we'll see, there was like cloth, there was like fabric. I just call it curtains, like a curtain roof over the top of it. So L'Hayasham Tikra, Ella base Abanim Bilbab Milamatan. Rather, again, you had a stone structure. Again, literally the walls were made of stone. So you had a stone structure. Everyone said, by the way, I just want to point out, this is different, let's say, again, in the Mishkan in the desert, where the walls themselves were made out of asishita, right? They're made out of acacia wood, right? Coated with gold. So ultimately, again, over here, these walls were made of stone. Below Hayel, base Abanim Bilbab Milamatan. The higher reels, and then there were curtains. That was the roof. Right? The roof was curtains on top. The Hi Haisa Minucha. And the Bible said, this is what the pasuk. Now we're going to see what that means. But it talks about kilo basam ad ata el hamenucha the el hanachala. The Beis Hamikdash, the Mishkan, is referred to in two different places as menucha, place of rest, and nachala, and inheritance. We're going to see that menucha refers to Shiloh, because again, we were in Shiloh for 369 years, and nachala really refers to the Beis Hamikdash, which we'll discuss. So we'll say what happened in Shiloh. Kodshe Kadoshim ne'achalif naklayim. So once again, Kodshe Kadoshim had to be consumed inside of the curtains, right inside of the formal Mishkan precincts. And Kodshe Kalim u'maizer sheni kol haroah. Now we'll say this is very unique. Right? And Kachin Kalin, I remember again, up until this point in time, the last time we had Kachin Kalin being consumed right within the precincts was by the Mishkan in the desert. And there, where did you eat it? Where did you eat Kachin Kalin? Machane Yisrael. Here by Shiloh, you can't say Machane Yisrael. Where's Machane Yisrael? Machane Yisrael is all about Yisrael. So in Shiloh, where did you eat Kachin Kalin? Anywhere where you could see the Mishkan. As long as you could see the Mishkan, you can go ahead and eat Kachin Kalin. So remember again, we went in Shiloh. Remember the Shiloh, you could see exactly what this means. because Shiloh, remember again, the Mishkan surrounded by mountains, which means you could envision, by the way, that's what it means. You could eat it, right? So you offer up your carbon in the Mishkan, and then what do? You go out and you park yourself, right? You picnic on one of the surrounding mountains, which is why I mentioned many times. Still today, you go to the hills of Shiloh, and what can you find? Pottery shards. Pottery shards in the times of the Mishkan. Why? Because people would come, they'd offer up their karbanos. And again, remember again, what do you do with a klicher, the pottery shard that has carbonic absorptions? What do you do with it? You break it, you can't hash it. So to this very day, right, there's literally, again, the pottery shards are in the hills of Shiloh, mamish again from the times of the Mishkan. Absolutely incredible. Absolutely incredible. All right, good. Good. So okay, that's Shiloh. 369 years. Next, Baal Nov the Givon. Say it came to Nov and Givon. Now again, point over here is it says Nov and Givon like this one place, two places. Look at Rashi for just a moment. Say Rashi on the staff is on both sides. So I'm now on the left hand side of Rashi, about halfway down. Baal Nov the Givon. This is very important. Kishachar Shiloh. Now again, I will say this is fascinating. Shiloh was destroyed. Now, I will say, if you're looking for this story in Navi, you're not going to find it. It's fascinating. The story of the destruction of Shiloh is not explicitly mentioned. When was Shiloh destroyed? Look at Rashi. Keshachava Shiloh, the Milka Ha'aron Bimei Eli Ba'u Nov. So we'll say, again, in the famous war, right? Again, where Eli's sons were killed, the Aron was taken captive. This is when Eli's sons, Chafni and Pinchas, who the Nabi told us, unfortunately abused their position of power. They made a tremendous mistake. They went out to war against the Plishtim, and they took the Aron with them, which they weren't supposed to do. So they were killed. That's when Eli hears the news. He falls back. He falls backwards. He breaks his neck, and he dies as well. The Aron is taken captive. So the Gemara says over here, that's when Shiloh was destroyed. Now, the Rabbi does not mention it explicitly. He says, Baal Nov the Givon, Kimor Shneimar, Ein Lahem Chol, Ki Ein Lechem Kodesh Shabbatei Hashem, Almo Shofar Mizbeach Pasam Allah, Korban Obinei Shol. So again, I will say, the story, this is incredible, just the story of the destruction of Shiloh is not mentioned explicitly. So Shiloh was destroyed. Then what happens? The Mishkan transfers over ultimately again to the city of Nov. And again, I will say, Nov was also destroyed. Who destroyed Nov? Shaul. And also, this is the tragic story of American and David HaMelech is on the run from Shaul. He comes to the city of Nov. Nov was known as Nov Ir HaKon. Now again, I also remember again, the Bible of David HaMelech is he would not fight his father. He would not fight Shaul, even though Shaul was trying to kill him. And even though David was the anointed king, he would not fight against his father. Instead, he chose to flee. He goes to the city of Nov. Now, he tells Nov, he lies to Nov. He says, I'm on a secret mission from the king. I need weapons and I need food. They give him food. They said we had no weapons. And most of the only weapons they had in Nov, the only weapons they had in Nov were the sword and shield of Goliath. That David himself, had slaughtered years earlier, they kept the sword and shield of Goliath like as a testament to the victory of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So David takes this whole shield. What happens? It's a very exciting story. Shaul has an advisor by the name of Doeg HaEdom. Doeg was not a good guy. He told Shaul that the city of Nov has turned against you. And Maharaya, what's the proof? They're aiding and abetting Jesus David. Aiding and abetting Jesus David. Shaul was so poisoned against his son-in-law that he went ahead he believed it, and he goes in and he slaughters Nov Yaakov. That's when Nov was destroyed. After Nov was destroyed, ultimately again, the Mishkan was moved to a city called Givon. Right? So again, you got Shiloh 369 years. After Shiloh destroyed the battle of the Plishtim, it then goes to Nov. Shaul destroys Nov, it then goes to Givon. So let's go back. Following the Nov to Givon, So also when the Mishnah is in Nogan Givot, which Rabbi that the Mishnah is not really like embedded and settled. Ultimately, too much going on right there. Again, there's war, there's division of the land. So again, bubbles are permitted. When it comes to Shiva, bubbles are permitted. Nogan Givot, not as settled, bubbles are permitted. When bubbles are permitted, Kachek Adashim Nechol Pnat Laim, Kachim Kam and Nechol Ara Yisrael. So what happens? So then again, when bubbles are permitted, that means remember on a bummer, also you are limited to what you can do on a bummer. What can you do on a bummer? Only things that can be offered up as neder or nidava, right? So shlamim.
Look at the fuck it is.
Yeah, shlamim, hola, all type of things. But anything obligatory.
Where have you?
So what's that? So that's no big
Thanks,
deal.
baby.
Hello, Zay?
Who's your second favorite?
William Montgomery.
So beautiful.
He's not Orthodox, but that's okay. What's good in your world?
So finally came to Yerushalayim, Shlomo
Out
HaMelech,
in the forest right now. With yellow, walking,
absolutely
walking
perfect.
in the forest.
This is we're going to see
Yeah,
this is in irreversible stand. After this
Like
is built, ultimately,
Are there any?
There's a lot of moss here.
Is there any
and after this, ultimately,
chicken of the forest?
Changes it to after this, it was no longer
I mean, probably not the closest thing to that. But I mean, actually, no, I mean, there's birds. Chicken with birds. There's birds in the forest.
No, dog. It's a type of mushroom that tastes like chicken.
Fundamentally and profoundly irreversibly changed
Oh,
us. It also tells you, by the way, because if you think about it,
I'm sure there are mushrooms here. I don't even know exactly what the mushrooms are. I kind of know what it is. I'm assuming mushroom season is like September to December or something. I'm not seeing a ton of mushrooms, but there is a forest lodge that's pretty diverse in mushrooms. But I'm pretty sure there's really only like two types of mushrooms that you can eat here mainly. One is like citron something, I forget the name of it. Another one is like known as like red lobster or something lobster.
What so Kachik Hadashim in the Beis Hamikdash are consumed within the curtains. Again, remember,
Is it
curtains
good?
never means curtains. Rather, what does it mean? It means precincts, right? It means area. We'll see exactly what areas it was. But again, Kachik Hadashim can only be eaten within the Beis Hamikdash compound itself. Kachim Kalim or Ma'aser Sheni Lifnim Minat Choma. But ultimately, again, Kachim Kalim and Ma'aser Sheni, they can be consumed anywhere within the walls of Yerushalayim. Right, so as Kachim Kadashim have to be eaten within the precincts of the Beis Hamikdash, Kachim Kalim and Ma'aser Sheni ultimately again can go ahead and be consumed anywhere within the walls of Yerushalayim. So I have to stop over there for today. After we finish the Mishnah, no, was that not the most incredible Mishnah? We're not finished. We still more of it tomorrow until we get to it tomorrow. Side. What a start to the week. Last full week of Nesachah Shvatim. Let's take it in. Shkoyach, everyone. All right, have a great day. All right, I will say good morning, and let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share. Thank our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Teves, Havadin, Latova, Oshim, Midi, Schreiber, dedicating all the Sherman Drushos this month in the Schos of the Fush Shema, for Elio, Rafael, Ben Miriam, Mati, Hamalei, Margalit, memory of Mati's father, Yosef, Shlomo, Moshe, Shmuel, Ben Kusu, Yehuda, whose yard tent is on Chaf David. We look for the merit of our Talmud Torah, all of the Shams who have an Aliyah, the family being of Talmud, all those who need a Fush, never to Kol Chole Yisrael, and for the Shema, the merit Hashem shower. Risoros Tovos upon Klavis. Was with that, let us begin the beautiful daf ahead of us today. Today's daf is Kuf Yud 110. We are picking up on Kuf Tes on the days 109b, and let's just pick up from Amar Rabbah, even though we went just a few lines below that. So Amar Rabbah is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16 lines up from the bottom. We actually got a little bit further than that, but I'll just pick up here. Amar Rabbah, so since you remember again, we're discussing the interesting topic over here in the Mishnah was the overarching topic that we've been dealing with already for the last little while is the concept of offering up karbanos or sacrificial items outside of the Beis Hamikdash and the liability that one incurs in doing so. The first stage of that conversation focused on animal sacrifice. The second stage now is transition in this last Mishnah to non-animal offerings, komets, levona, Torres, minchas kohanim, so on and so forth. The shaila just is how much of those items do you have to offer outside of this in order to incur liability. So the Tanakama said that as long as you go ahead, once you offer up ultimately there's liability. The Lazar said that you are structured until you offer up the entire amount. Alright? So that's the first part of the Mishnah. So we'll say here, the talking about this idea regarding the everyone agrees that when it comes to the Torah, when it comes to the Torah offer of inside of the Beis Hamikdash, everyone agrees that halacha l'maisa there is no biblical shear, and the shear that is given ultimately is rabbinic. Each viewer is not okay. Not part of the fear, which the Torah of Yom Kippur that's given inside of the Kodesh HaKadosh. The Maasar, as well say there, the Torah does say how much does the Kohen offer up. Melo Chafnav. Now Melo Chafnav literally means 2 handfuls. So the Maasar, Melo Chafnav, one says Melo Chafnav gives it here. That means that that's the amount that the Torah wants you to offer. And if you offer less than that amount outside of the Beis Hamikdash, there would not be liability. Because here we're going to say the way it works is, what is your liability? There's liability when a parallel sacrifice done inside would be accepted. Like the parallel inside sacrifice would not be valid, then halacha l'maisa is not liability. The Gemara says itself. Melo chafnav dafka, u'ma'aser melo chafnav lav dafka. That's my focus. My focus is melo chafnav. Is that terminology of 2 handfuls? Is that dafka? Is that literally a precise shear that the Torah is telling us that we are obligated to bring or not? Rabbi is hard to see the hookah that target ability. One second. How can you say that melo chafnav is not an explicit and necessary shear? After all, the Torah uses the word hookah. Hookah means an everlasting statue. Everlasting statue means this is what the Torah tells you have to do. So again, Melo Chafnav is not a suggestion, but rather it would seem to be the obligation. Which he was Rabbi when offering them to Torah inside of the Kodesh HaKadosh, i.e. at Yom Kippur, everyone agrees that you require a shear. And what's the shear? Melo Chafnav 2 handfuls. What's the matter? That's part of the chutz, where ultimately again the fullness of the chutz means of the Beis Hamikdash, not chutz outside of the Beis Hamikdash. But ultimately again, the Torah is offered again, the Torah that's offered up on the golden day. In the Hekal, Marseille of the we learn after the Kippur from the daily offering. So the daily offering doesn't have an explicit shear. So the daily one, so the Yom Kippur doesn't. Marseille of the other things, no, we don't learn that out. Okay, Amarala, Hashta, that doesn't make any sense because Hashta, so we put the off we have on. We don't even learn out what we call putznichos. We don't learn out what we call other Hekal offerings from other Hekal offerings. We can learn out putznichos. What are you talking about? Mai, what are you referring to? Sanya, we don't know about stuff. Yoko, Amala, Pachos, Mikizais, Homer, who Pachos, Mikizais, Imurin. I'm at a plot like this. I'm at a plot, the one who offers up less than a Kizais of a Komets, right? Or less than a Kizais of a Imurin, which are sacrificial or Hananase Pachos Mishoshes Lugin Yai, or one who offers up less than 3 load of wine, or Pachos Migilo Lugin Yai, or less than 3 load of more. I would have thought that such a person would be tied on the Gomar. They will say 4 lines of oaths. Therefore, the class that says you shall perform Al Hashul. So they'll say, and this is actually the rule mentioned on this as well. When is their liability ultimately formed? The husband in its complete fashion. But if you perform it in a deficient fashion, then there's not going to be liability. The households, but here's the issue. The households in Shloshet Lugin, these two congregation below Yaki Rabban and Foot. Yet I will say, interestingly enough, let's say again, let's say a wine libation. A wine libation is normally made up of 3 lugin. Contained within 3 lugin are multiple accusations. Now, remember again, a lugin, a liquid measure, a precise is usually a dry measure. But again, conceptually, there are many accusations within the lug, within 3 lugins. And yet, what do you see from here? That halacha l'naisa, the only time there's liability for offering up a wine libation outside of the basin is if you do it all 3 lugins. So what do you see from there? But on Yafi Rabbanan puts and the Rabbanan are not learning out what's in plus, as opposed to, let's say, other sacrificial items where, let's say, for example, let's say by Kedoras, where if you did offer up a desires that would be enough, yeah, the Rabbanan are not learning out one case from the other. Amarava, obviously, what's the case? So, that's very interesting. What's the case? The case over here is as follows. The case is, look at Rashi for just a moment. The over Maslisim writes at the Hakara de Hahaya, Hakara de Dukha, the Kizaris. The Adikatari of Rice, the High of the Rosa, Moda, Kidrafatari, and you say it's outside. So the Jizza Rosa is when you took 2.5 measures of dress. Look at it. The same food. So in other words, they're not combined, but they're in the same utensil. The type of cooking, one can not sell it via similar nothing. One of them says that 2.5 measures in a food combines them. Even though they're not actually mixed together, the fact that they are situated in the same food, that actually unites them as one. And you might say, that's a beautiful nothing. You might say, love nothing. The other thing is, a full measure only becomes a measure, right? When it's mixed together. But if there's 2.5 measures sitting in the same food, the food does not unite them into one comprehensive measure. Rabbi says, Hashta, according to the meaning that says that a utensil does not go ahead and make everything into one comprehensive measure. Cover Shisha apart. Let's say you had 6 million. You have 6 million ultimately set aside as a one libation for a power offering. Okay, and then what did you do? You took 4 of those moving outside of the basin of brush. They even look and then you went ahead and you offered them up outside of the basin of brush. What's the halacha? Try it. You try it. Now, why you try it? Listen, we just said before that in general, if you offer up partial measures outside the basin of liable, why would you be liable in this case? Sure, because again, as much as we need 6 million for a nesa, for a libation for a par, you only need 4 for an ayu. So therefore, if you had 6 designated for a par, you took 4 of them and offered them outside for an ayu, ultimately there would be liability because who performs this proper complete libational service. Similarly, kava arbala ayu, if you went ahead and you set aside 4 million for an ayo, the Moshe and Shloshah, and you put 3 of those moving outside, if you even buffers you offer them outside, will be kind as well. Why? Sure, because ultimately, again, that is suitable a sheep offering. So it's like, you see what's happening over here? As much as we were saying before, that in order to incur liability for doing things before, you have to perform the service in its entirety. You might just giving you an interesting twist on it. So let's say you set aside 6 million of wine for a libation for a cow, and you took so if you offer it up outside, you would be liable. Why? Because 4 is proper for entire for a land operation. When you set aside 4, and you put 3 outside and offer them up, as much as that looks like it's deficient, it's not because it's a complete libation offering for a cow. That's what holds you, if you like what holds you. However, if you only have 3, and you went ahead and you took less than 3 out and offered that out outside of the nation, you would be talking. Why? Why? Because there is no such thing as a libational offering less than 3 rubles. There was a case, I want to point out what's happening over here. We're going to talk about this more here in just around this moment. What's happening is as follows. We're using a rule. The rule is that any kind of liability, we're offering all of them. Offering up something that covers that particular matter, particular items, is when you are performing no liability. Now, this is a show because the service could be complete, in a different way than you understand it. But as long as it represents the service, ultimately there's going to be liability. Incredible. But actually, what Rashi says, Nisrach Hashara Lo Yalti Rabban. Rabban do not hear out the concept of Nisrach. Nisrach refers to one, oil water liability, from Hashara from burning. Afan Av Yukut Nisrach Lo Yalti. Hashara Yalti. Even though again, so you're Rashi says, Nisrach Hashara Yalti Rabban. Rabban did not bring out Nisrach from Hashara. Afan Av Yukut Nisrach. Even though ultimately again, even though these are both, even though these are both things that happen outside, like I know not in front of that person, but we do learn out one piece of Hashara, another piece of Hashara, even though ultimately again the Afaga is already what's missing. Yeah, we do learn Hashara, even though again some Hashara is face push, and even though some Hashara is face inside. Okay, hold on to this moment, we're not finished. We'll finish up one more piece and then we'll have a then Mishnah says,
Yo, what up?
Then again, Mishnah said afterwards,
Yeah.
What's up, Ken?
Did you teach your course today, Professor Rabbi?
No, I still have to do it. I normally do it like in the morning, but I've been fucking programming on Instagram, and I've delayed it. So yesterday was a really good one. It was excellent. And then some guys from Israel came in today and were asking me about exactly what I was teaching yesterday, and I was able to answer all their questions, so that was really good.
Where are you teaching it? Is there like a platform somewhere?
Yeah, it's known as my fucking stream. No, I say it orally, but I focus on one of my cameras.
Let's say,
are you uploading footage, like actually chopped and edited?
I don't edit
Putting
it.
it somewhere?
I don't edit it, but I do chop it.
Yeah, I mean, like that's like you record it separately and
That's
put it
right.
where? Do you have like a playlist on YouTube or something?
So that I can take the stream, whether it's like 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, and put it into ChatGPT and get a summary of what I said.
I mean, YouTube already has that feature, but why do you even need the summary? Don't they want to, like, you should upload them as, like, lectures.
They are uploaded as lectures. That is exactly what they are. They're uploaded. They're not uploaded. They're live streamed. They're cut up, and I stopped the stream on one of my streams when I started, and then I speak for an hour. I mean, if you really want to know what we do, I start by saying no one really knows, but this is the minhag that we follow. This is our tradition, essentially. And then I read through some Hebrew. Then I sing Hava Nagila, Let Us Rejoice. Then we review a text in Kabbalah, and then I've only done it for 55 straight days, which is really good. I'm really proud of myself.
Where is the footage uploaded?
It's on YouTube.
And they're called, their title was.
Oh, they're just the same title as everything. I don't go through and do all that because YouTube's getting so good that it'll be able to do all that stuff for me. Like, I thought at one point, like, okay, well, I could put the AI summaries in the title, in the like the description, but AI is getting really good that it's already doing that kind of stuff for me. So then after reviewing Kabbalah, then we go through some Yiddish. So we have like a Yiddish word of the day, and then we review all of the Yiddish that we've reviewed previously. Then I go into Chabad, which is like the Hasidic group of like my family, and we review. They have like a video series that I like to review, and then, but it's not as accurate as I would like. Like there's some things that I find like typos on the website, or just tiny things that I like to point out, or perhaps like alternative alternative like for instance, like when we cut our nails, we say that like tzaddikim, like really righteous people, burn their fingernails, but like other people, some people like bury them, some people just like put them in the toilet. Probably most people just put them in the toilet, but like they don't always review in the amount of depth that I do, and then there's like a certain way that we cut our nails, and I say like really, but we do the fingers differently for Kabbalistic purposes, and then just it's like there are mystic ways to clip your fingernails, so you don't normally like I would say very few Jews do this, but it's just traditionally you don't do it like you start on a given hand, and then like a certain order on your finger that isn't the normal order, and we just say that we do it because it's like it relates to just like Kabbalistic terms. But there are like other things, like for instance, like yesterday we were reviewing the afterlife and heaven, and like the term like most people know, like in the beginning God created the heavens and the earth, but that's not the heaven that we reference it as. It has become manipulated into that in Western culture, but we don't really call it that. We call it Gan Eden, and then eventually the world become Olam Haba, and like a lot of religions, they have like heaven and hell, and they're both eternal. But Judaism doesn't have that. We started. I mean, if you go into Tanakh or Torah, there's Sheol, which is like a neutral place, and then from there, that eventually evolved into teaching to a place called Gehenna, which is a place where your soul goes for 11 months after death, 12 months if you're wicked, and then from there you go to Gan Eden. But Gan Eden isn't like an eternal place. We are awaiting Mashiach to come, our Messiah, and then to deliver the souls of the departed, to reunite them with their bodies, and then eventually to revivify or resurrect the dead. And then there's a question that arises, like, well, what if you're really wicked? what happens then in the same as Rambam, Maimonides, he says that you can basically be cut off if you're really, really bad. But then that's generally not the more modern text. The more modern belief comes from a person named Ramban, Nachmanides, and he really had more of an influence on Kabbalah. It's basically like no matter how bad you are, perhaps there's a way to reunite with the soul. You might just need more purifying in Gehenna, but it's not like hell. But Satan is there, but it's not like he is the. We don't believe that. He's basically a prosecutor, and he basically makes you think about what you did over the course of your life. There's God and there's Satan. That's not true. We think of Satan as working for God, and we also don't see him as like a fallen angel. And he's not like Lucifer. Like that's all not Jewish belief. And then basically we're waiting for Mashiach to come, and when Mashiach comes, there'll be a new world called what we reference as the world to come, Olam Haba, and then from there the dead will be revivified, death will be escapable, and there'll be like almost like divine knowledge, not being God specifically, but many of the paradoxes or the complications that we saw in the past that we wouldn't be able to explain as prior to Mashiach coming would be explained by Mashiach. Why we do some of the things that we do. And so we're awaiting Mashiach to come, and then to what I call rebuilding the Beit HaMikdash, but it generally references rebuilding the Beit HaMikdash. When I say rebuilding, it's because the Beit HaMikdash, the temple in Jerusalem, has been destroyed twice. And so it's not rebuilding it, because that already happened. It's rebuilding it, which I just kind of say jokingly, but it's rebuilding it for the second time. And so we're waiting that to happen. And I personally would like to see it done in a peaceful way, but then it's going to get done. If I could tell you anything about the Futurizer, we as Jews are going to rebuild our temple. We're very motivated to do it, and we have been for 2,000 years. And that means that the Dome of the Rock's got to go. And I want to see it occur in a peaceful way without anybody getting hurt. And the person who rebuilds it generally is considered a Mashiach. Now, there are other roles that he has to fulfill, like he's going to draw in the nations in exile, and people will become much more religious, and he'll be a Torah scholar and extremely charismatic, and he'll be a king within a theocracy, and eventually Israel, which is somewhat of a socialist state with a democratic state, will be a theocracy. And that's kind of like what we talk about with the world to come. So anyway, we reviewed that yesterday, and just the different levels of how your soul's purified, and that was just yesterday's discussion. We talked about like what happens when somebody takes their own life. Generally, they were buried in a different part of a Jewish cemetery, but that doesn't normally happen anymore because we consider them to not have had mental issues, so generally they're able to be buried in with their families. And then what's the role for non-Jews? And many religions say you have to be our religion or you don't have a place in the afterlife. But Judaism does not say that. A non-Jew, you can have a place in the world to come. And that's generally what we think. So yeah, I'm gonna do that again. What are your plans for tonight, Riser?
There is no liability for that.
Today, working on the crypto project. Honestly, could use a robot to pop into Telegram groups of dismembered communities and try to persuade them to check out birds.
Why do you call it purge? That's not the name of the coin.
Yeah, I just hard coded.
Okay. Excellent. Hey, welcome, Hanba. How are you? I'm with a friend right now, and then I'm going to teach a class. But you know, if you'd like, I'll answer what questions you have.
The Torah uses the notion of burning by the comets and by the leftovers of the Kabbal Mincha. Mahak Paras comets in comets mebatar chanelo, just like the say by the burning of the comets. Like one comet ultimately again is not going to negate another. So too again, when it comes to the shrine, the burning of the leftovers or it comes to the leftovers of the mincha, the leftovers are not in the back.
Yeah, Rabbi, I have a question.
Go ahead.
Does the book of Talmud or whatever it's called, isn't that a book on explaining like the rationality behind the Bible? Or it's not the Bible, it's Judaism?
Yeah, it's not one book though. It's a series. It's 2,711 folios. If you see that other stream that I always have going, it's a rabbi who does basically a video on every single page, and so I always have that going. But yes, that's what it's.
What are they? Number one again. The comets.
Can you explain the book of Talmud for me?
Sure, it's Talmud, and essentially we as Jews believe that there is a written Torah that at Mount Sinai, well, I should say the entire Torah was given to Moses at Mount Sinai, but the written Torah is different than the oral Torah. And so the written Torah, the 5 books of Moses that you're probably familiar with. So in English, that's Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy. But then there is an oral Torah that was not written down, that was passed basically from one teacher to another, and that was passed on until about the 2nd century of the Common Era, when there was a lot of persecution that occurred to Jews following the fall of the Second Temple in 69 of the Common Era. And there was a fear amongst the sages that the oral portion of the law was going to be forgotten, and thus it was put to writing, and that's what the Talmud is. And it's basically a discussion of how to live and explanations of the Torah that weren't written by Moses. And I mean, historically, we believe that the Torah was given by Hashem to Moshe Rabbeinu. We say Moses, our teacher. But the oral part of it was passed on eventually to Joshua, Moses' successor, and then through the sages into the 2nd century. So there are some explanations in the Talmud that just aren't in Torah. For instance, like some aspects of kosher slaughter. Yes, it says that we keep kosher in Torah, but it doesn't necessarily say how. Not very specifically. So the explanation of it is in Talmud, and like how we need to slaughter an animal, how we what type of perhaps animals are kosher versus non-kosher, what rules and what determines an animal to be treif, which means torn. Basically, maybe a kosher animal. It may be, you know, what makes an animal kosher as split hooves and it chews its cud. But if it died in a violent fashion or it has any type of imperfection, especially in the lungs, then it is deemed to be treif, and then it's not kosher. So, like all of the specifics are reviewed in the 2,711 pages of the Talmud, and originally it was oral law that was eventually written down. Does that answer your question?
Yeah. So it's like very critical, like universally critical to understanding Judaism.
We feel that way. Now, that's the Orthodox world. So that's only 10% of people who consider themselves Jewish, even really less than that. So the Orthodox world of Judaism.
The Talmud is only for Orthodox.
That's correct. Yeah. So conservative Judaism and Reform Judaism in many ways reject it, but they've only been around for the last 200 years, and they feel that they don't have to be restricted by it. To be honest with you, I'm not conservative and I'm not Reform. And so it would be best to probably connect with a conservative Reform rabbi regarding how they consider themselves to not have to follow it. I mean, I know the differences, but again, I haven't ever been in a conservative environment or a Reform environment, and that's about 90% of all Judaism. The movements that I've been around are the Hasidic world, which generally Chabad, which even unto itself is a little different. It's still Judaism, but it is it's Hasidic Judaism, and it's one specific version of Hasidic Judaism, and then modern Orthodoxy, where those are the communities in which I live, and we follow Talmud, but we recognize that there are some modern, not necessarily leniencies, but adaptations that we've had to make. So, for instance, you will find someone who is modern Orthodox, perhaps, I mean, depending whether they're Sephardic or Ashkenazi, perhaps dressing differently than you might find someone who is Hasidic. They may wear a suit and tie, which, I mean, Hasidism do that as well, but you might see them in a t-shirt and blue jeans as well. And usually in the Hasidic world, people have a higher level, generally, of modesty, and so they may not wear those kinds of things. It's basically the more liberal version, but it's certainly still considered Orthodox. But in terms of the Talmud, only about really 10% of religious Jews follow it. Of that, I mean, there's even fewer who actually really follow it to the letter of the law. But 90% of Jews do not, and that's at least in diaspora outside of Israel. Within Israel is generally a secular country, and like probably of Israel that's secular, like of Israel, something like 70 to 80% of the people are non-Jewish or of another religion, either Muslim or Christian, or perhaps some other type, Baha'i, something like that. And then of the Jewish population that is there, many of them consider themselves to be secular. So we're talking about not a huge amount of people who follow Talmud. However, it is very important in the creation, or I would say the creation of what is today known as Orthodox Judaism. Does that answer your question, Riser?
Just to summarize, a lot of
Yes, and I have another question.
Go ahead.
Perhaps you've already talked about this, but
That's okay.
what's the stance from the Orthodox
Sure.
perhaps they're like because there's like arguments to be made that like everything is a chemical, and so like how do they define like what is a good drug versus a not good drug? There's that like Christianity that like doesn't believe in like medical treatment, basically.
Yeah, no, so that's Christian Scientists, but that's different. Okay, so what we believe, I mean, you can buy kosher marijuana. So that's marijuana that has, or marijuana edibles. That's marijuana with a hechsher, basically a symbol by a certification agency known as a hashkafa, and basically what this does is say that the ingredients inside are kosher and that there is supervision. The real issue is in terms of, does it affect you to the point where you don't have control over yourself? So even with alcohol, within Orthodox Judaism, we feel that alcohol is allowed within reason. Moderation is key, and you never want to drink to the point where you're so drunk that you can't control yourself. So the moderation element is very important. Now, in terms of the kosher marijuana edibles, that is still new, and traditionally certification agencies would not give their hechsher on any type of product that did not that had any type of illegal or what would be considered to be by federal law substance in it. And still to this day, the largest certification agency, it's known as the Orthodox Union, still will not. So it's kind of a split. The largest Orthodox Union, the largest certification organization, the Orthodox Union, still will not do it. But there are some smaller ones that do, and it just depends. It's really like it gets really specific in what you're going to eat and what you're going to allow your family to have. Generally, there's a list of what you'll find in an Orthodox community approved certification agencies, but that doesn't mean that everybody follows it. And some people follow all of them, but this new one, they'll also follow the new one. There are some symbols that maybe one family in a community will follow, but not the other people in the community. And then things change in terms of what gets certified as being kosher and what isn't. In fact, even within one certification, one hechsher, one symbol, Orthodox people will eat anything that is certified by that organization except meat. So even though it has the symbol on the meat, most Orthodox people, or many Orthodox people, will still not eat it, but they will eat it if that symbol is on potato chips or on pickles or on something else. It gets very specific, and it gets very political as well. A major one that arises, or the big argument, is with an organization from a product known as Hebrew National. It's a hot dog. I don't know if you have them, but basically there is a koshering agency, a certification agency that has put their hechsher on it. It's called Triangle K. And I know people who will eat Triangle K potato chips. That's what Lay's have been. That's what some other products are. But they won't eat Triangle K meat, even though it's good for some products and not others, and that gets very political. And the reason why is because the company that owns Hebrew National it's ConAgra Foods. It's a giant distributor of foods in the United States. That would endanger a lot of the smaller hot dog producers that are kosher, and basically, in many ways, perhaps put them out of business. And so, due to political reasons, due to economic reasons, many people within the Orthodox community will not eat those types of hot dogs, but they with the triangle on them, but they will eat Lay's potato chips that have the triangle on them. And then what ends up happening is an organization may a certification agency may not want to be may not want their hechsher on a product, or maybe the company wants a different certification agency, and it changes. I can tell you that I've seen products have CRC, which is Chicago Rabbinical Council, then going to like here. I have on Sriracha. This is a one, and I know the people who do this one. It's the Rabbinical Council of California. So if you ever see Sriracha, it's RC, the Rabbinical Council of California, RCC. I can tell you, I know the of the organization that runs this. His name is Rabbi Abraham Union. He's a really nice guy. Basically, this product currently under California Rabbinical Council, if they wanted to, they could become pretty big. My friend Rabbi Abraham Union wouldn't get the same proceeds essentially from this product. So it gets very political. It also gets very economic. And but I can tell you this, and that's with any product. Once it gets an Orthodox hechsher on it, it outsells its competition by about 80%. So things like Heinz ketchup, Coca-Cola, just your traditional Lay's potato chips, the things that come to mind as like the standard food, at least in the United States, is very generally has a hechsher on it. Coca-Cola is a little different. Coca-Cola is kosher, but it's a little different story. Basically, because the Coca-Cola formula is considered a secret, instead of being able to know the actual distribution, a list in the 1930s was essentially given to the chief rabbi of Atlanta, so to speak, but that just a high-ranking, highly respected rabbi in Atlanta, and basically he was able to ensure that all of the ingredients were kosher, and so it's considered kosher, a kosher product. But
you can lab test the Coca-Cola, drive the ingredients. You just can't reverse engineer exactly how it's cooked.
Well, and the formula changes it just does in at least in the United States, starting in about March to April because of Passover. There's a prohibition within Ashkenazi communities against something called kitniot that came about in the 16th century. Basically, we avoid things like corn and other things like some types of grains as well, and because of that, there is special Coca-Cola that's produced that doesn't have corn syrup in it. That's available in the United States from about March to April, and it's got a yellow cap on it. If you ever see that, it's got Hebrew on the cap, and it's available like at a normal store. You don't have to go to a special Jewish grocer for it, but like even that one gets really complicated because There is not a hechsher on Coca-Cola generally, except during the period around Passover. Yet we still consider it to be kosher. Many alcohol doesn't carry a hechsher, but is considered to be kosher. So like just a whiskey, so long as it doesn't have any ingredients that would be considered non-kosher, it's going to be kosher. Yet not all alcohol distributors have to put a hechsher on it. It gets very political. So and with that being said, I hope I answered your question. If I didn't, please let me know.
Yeah, I mean, back to like the drug thing, like let's say you're a Jewish person interested in cocaine. Can you make the argument that like you don't lose self-control on cocaine? Like you're highly aware and amped up, but it's not like you can't like make it rational. I mean, that's debatable.
Wait.
You can still, and also like the line between self-control and
it is.
arguably on like cocaine, like on playlists, you're on Wolf of Wall Street, and now you're like just like trembling and like completely like disassociated from all reality. Cocaine, you're making snappy business decisions and trading stocks.
So yes. So cocaine, while not openly discussed all that much, is considered kosher by many poskim, by many rabbis. You're not going to find a hechsher on it, but there isn't anything generally in the process that would make it trade for or non-kosher.
I mean, you're filtering it through like gasoline and sketchy chemicals.
Yeah, that's
like the coca leaves itself.
That's fine. And
Clearly inorganic.
but koshering does not mean it's organic. And even with that, the end result has less than 1/60th, which is considered the allowable amount of any type of impurities in something. So basically, you could have like a big soup, and if you dropped one drop of, let's just say, pork, just one drop of pork into that soup, you could still eat it and it could still be considered kosher because it's less than 1/60th the amount. And these are just amounts these are measurements that go back to the Talmud, basically. But basically, the idea is that nothing is absolutely perfectly, like there are molecules we understand that may have some kind of exchange. So cocaine is considered kosher. Now, cocaine use generally isn't in the spirit of Orthodox Judaism, so that doesn't necessarily mean that you couldn't do it. But again, if it becomes an issue where it causes you to lose control, or you aren't able to continue your Orthodox life, or can cause you an issue. Riser, can you mute yourself? Oh, apologies. When you're okay.
There's some loading down.
That's okay. So the idea is that if you can do cocaine responsibly, there's nothing inherently non-kosher about cocaine. LSD's only been a drug for 60 years or so. And the idea of it is that, again, if you're able to do it under a condition where you don't lose your sense of control, then generally it's going to be allowed. Something like crack cocaine that's really, really addictive, if it's causing you to lose your job or not be able to give to charity, or causing you basically issues to your body, we would avoid doing them. So there's this idea, neckfish, like basically the preservation of the body is really important. So if you're getting hooked on something, then those would be considered prohibitions. But if you're able to do crack cocaine one time and not have any bad any bad effects from it, and you're able to control yourself. There's nothing, and you don't uh, cause any issues to any other people, then it's generally seen as allowed. Certainly, prescriptions are generally sure.
So, I mean, I guess I kind of understand where it's coming from, the idea of losing self-control or something, but I would argue that even though psychedelics, you lose your sense of self or ego, they're like ego dissolving. The process of abandoning your sense of identity is still to be valuable and a tool of growth. Because if you just keep your reference points for everything in your life, you're constrained to that data. So I'm not sure, like, just from my own subjective opinion, that I agree completely with the notion of just because you're not in control, it's automatically bad. I would say that it can be equally as a learning experience and valuable tool for getting rid of your old perspectives and,
I understand. There's a separation here between what Jewish tradition is and ego death and those types of things are not traditionally seen within Judaism. If you're going to, I shouldn't say seen within Judaism, but seen as um, beneficial within Judaism, there's a personal opinion which I have, which I feel that certainly there are some people who that helps them, and then there's like a secular opinion that says, that that that's exactly what happens. But traditionally within Judaism, that's just not something that we advocate. Um, and even the way that we pray has gone through changes um, over the course of 2,000 years, up until just the last 2,000 years. So we've been doing this like 5,786 years is how long we traditionally say since the beginning of the world. But at least within Judaism, about 3,300 years. And there was a time when some Jews would pray in a way that could cause like almost hallucinations, and that would end like either by straining themselves particularly, and that ended up ending about the 16th century or so. But there were times where those types of hallucinations or ego death may have been more um, more mainstream within Judaism, but currently it's not. You won't go to
that's a good point. Like, just if you breathe deep enough for a six long enough, or just not sleep enough, like just stay awake for a long period of time, you'll be hallucinating, yourself will be very distorted.
That's absolutely true. But again, for the preservation of the body, we do our best to avoid those types of things. Alcohol is, so long as it's generally the issue that happens with alcohol is with wine. There's a certain way that there's a certain kind of wine that maybe it's kosher wine. So basically, we don't want wine that may be used for another religion's, like maybe their sacraments or something like that. So you won't find those generally to be kosher. And then also there's something called the mavushal process where we actually will boil some wines. It doesn't really change the taste all that much, but basically just for handling. Because some religions use wine as in their sacraments, we don't want to be associated with that. So, in terms of alcohol, wine has some issues within the world of kashrut, but like hard alcohol generally does not. But it does not carry a hechsher. Other drugs that are like pharmaceutical,
I mean,
other drugs that
sorry to interrupt again. I'm not trying to. I guess I am trying to interrupt, but I guess maybe you're at like maybe, I don't know if it's true, but maybe you find yourself in a little bit of a predicament or difficult position because like living, like trying to balance the act of like living in the modern age with scriptures that were written thousands of years ago and they don't necessarily add up, or at least there's speculation and disputes about certain stuff, and I commend you for doing your best to decipher all that, but doing perhaps like modern Orthodox Jews. I mean, I guess it's their own path to navigate, but let's say I'm not trying to nitpick their religion or anything, but perhaps some individuals would be pushed away if they read something like anything that is an abandonment of yourself goes against the religion, when really there's, or whatever the viewpoint is, they might not want to become a part of a religion that isn't like encompassing their beliefs.
Non-Jews, we actively push non-Jews away. In terms of Jews, you become more religious, but that's right. Like we don't what's called proselytize. We don't missionize. I get people in here very often who are like, "Oh, I want to be Jewish." Okay, that's fine. Then you need to go seek your local Orthodox rabbi, and generally that person's going to reject them at least 3 times. It's been our tradition. And then from there, no person, no individual can make anybody Jewish. That comes from what's called a based in, a court. And there's a process of that. And so if you're like, well, it doesn't sound like it's that inclusive, or it sounds like people are getting pushed away, that's purposeful. And then we talked about the people in the conservative and the reform movements. That's 90% of Jews who feel the same way. So this is just like a really distinct group of people with whom I'm a member and have commonalities. But even I am much more modern Orthodox than some people. But, you know, at the end of the day, nobody knows. So no one way is better than another. It's just traditions and what people want to hold and what keeps them, what makes them happy, what makes them satisfied. Okay, so Riser, we have some other. You're okay. We have some other friends here. Do you mind if I take their questions?
Yeah, I sorry about that.
You're okay. Apologies, my friends. Yes, go ahead.
What is the statement about the oval culture according to Orthodox beliefs?
Oval culture?
No, the Western world culture.
The Western world culture, according to Orthodox beliefs? Oh, Western Wall. Oh, the Kotel.
Yes, that's right.
Yes, absolutely. Oh, okay. I didn't hear what you said first. Okay. So generally, it is the outer wall of the Second Temple. The outer wall that was built for the Second Temple by Herod, and it's approximately like 2,050 years old. It is not a remnant of the original temple structure, nor the rebuilding of the original temple structure. It's the outer wall. Generally, it's considered the holiest place within Judaism. It currently understands pilgrims, with Jews, but even non-Jews from all over the world flock there to essentially. Maybe I didn't. Well, walk. W-O-K-E, woke? Oh, apologies. I thought you were talking about the Western Wall. Okay, so woke culture, like the 21st century, right?
Yes, for example, according to us, Muslims, we think Jews are better than them.
Okay, I understand what you're saying. So we have to define what woke means. Do you mean like the LGBTQ plus community? Do you mean like Black Lives Matter? What do you mean? I mean, and if you don't want to define it,
1 second.
sure.
1 second, I will give you the real
and then you went ahead and you offered them up outside of the Beis Hamikdash. What's the halacha? Chayv. Now, why you chayv? Now, we just said before that in general, if you offer up partial measures outside,
Yes, absolutely. Okay, so you're talking about homosexuality and yes, absolutely. So masonry ideas. Yes. Absolutely. Okay, so let's talk modern and we'll work our way back. So generally, under strict orthodoxy, something like homosexuality, at least male homosexuality, is punishable by death. So this is in Leviticus, shall not lie with another man, and if he does, that the punishment is stoning. In terms of women, like people being lesbian, the punishment is not nearly as harsh and isn't necessarily seen as being all that as bad a prohibition as there is against homosexuality. And that was the way within all Judaism till really about the 18th into the 19th century. There were some liberal aspects of Judaism that broke off, but then we're talking about orthodoxy. And really within Orthodox communities, how do we justify having homosexuals in our communities when the Bible very explicitly states that a man shall not lie with another man lest he be stoned? And frankly, it's we in many ways turn a blind eye to it. This is our justification. We say that we don't see what's actually happening behind closed doors. And in Judaism, in order to be brought before based in a rabbinic court, you need two kosher witnesses. And basically two kosher witnesses, two men, Shomer Shabbos men, two people who are seen as upstanding citizens in the culture, would not be in a situation where two gay men were having sex. So the justification is, since no one is brought before the court, we turn a blind eye to it. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that there aren't gay people within the Orthodox community, but it is not something that is openly celebrated. Now, in liberal aspects of some other people who consider themselves to be Jews, it's loved and it's cherished, but not within the 10% that I'm talking about. Now, that's just homosexuality. Then we have the transgender movement. In a lot of ways within Judaism, especially within Hasidic Judaism and Orthodox Judaism, and I've had this conversation with rabbinical colleagues, a lot of times it's seen as people who are having either mental issues or perhaps are going through a traumatic time of their lives and they want to be different for whatever reason. You said, within Islam, it's hated, or at least within your branch of Islam, it's hated. It's not like within Orthodoxy. Certainly it's not like, but it's something that we have to deal with in the 21st century. Now, going back to your previous discussion about, well, what about the Enlightenment? That's what you're talking about. This period in the 18th century, basically when science became more seen as a way of learning, and secularism started to grow, and ideas of liberty and freedom separated themselves from Judaism, from religion in many ways. So there's a very interesting discussion, and just there's a man named Baruch Spinoza. He was a philosopher, and he was essentially in a Portuguese synagogue. And he was a philosopher, and basically his idea of what God is was different than what traditional Judaism is. And he felt that God is everywhere, that God is in you and is in me, and God is in a dog or a cat or an elephant, and God is in the stars, and God is in the sun. God's everywhere. And this was separate from traditional Judaism. Now, Baruch Spinoza was excommunicated. This was 400 years ago. To this day, he's still considered to be excommunicated. However, if you were to ask Albert Einstein, the great physicist, a quote of Albert Einstein's is, "I believe in Spinoza's God," which is God is everywhere. And I even struggle with this idea myself, and I don't see any real issue with believing that. But this was one of the first separations that we have in a movement within Judaism that arises, and then we get into free thinking, and we had some movements break off from Judaism. So Judaism movement that started in Germany in the early 19th century that basically said, we are sick of doing things the traditional way, and instead of keeping kosher and keeping the Shabbat and keeping all the laws and such, we are going to go in the opposite way, and we are going to eat shellfish, and we're going to eat pork, and we are going to be able to light a match on Shabbat, and all of the other things that happened with the Reform movement. Moving into the 19th century, this pushed many Orthodox Jews even more conservatively, because we wanted to reject much of that type of thinking. Now we get into the 20th, and then we have Zionism, which arises towards the end of the 19th century, and the belief in the nation state of Israel and the rebuilding of the Third Temple. And that is really a secular movement. So it is not necessarily religious, and has a lot of these ideas from the Enlightenment in it, but is a secular movement in parallel with Orthodoxy. Then moving into the 20th is forced to mesh in some ways with the secular world just because of technology. And so we have people who are using telephones, and then eventually using the television, and eventually the internet, and now social media. These have all affected Orthodoxy in some major ways. So that's in terms of the philosophy. Now, specifically to the woke aspect of it, traditional orthodoxy rejects homosexuality. It rejects any type of generally belief that one can perhaps transition to LGBTQ. But there are some exceptions that do go back to like 1800 years or so of people at birth who were born either like literally born. Now, I'm not talking about a man who feels like he's a woman or a woman who feels like a man. Not talking about that. I'm talking about people who were born perhaps with medical oddities. Perhaps a man whose genitalia never developed, or a situation where you may have someone who has either like some type of abnormality with their genitalia, or a man who perhaps like never like was born without testicles. Those kinds of situations. But those are really unique, and within that there are 7 different cases of what can happen. There's been generally within Orthodoxy a rejection of homosexuality, but homosexuality has become something that we within the Orthodox community can't avoid. Some people have homosexual people in their family, and so this has caused many people to write to poskim to famous rabbis and say, "What do I do?" And the answer has been that you are to love them like any other member of your family. And what happens when that person wants to marry, though, within Orthodoxy? That can't happen. That there's been a hard line there. Now, I want to go back to the term that you use. We hate it. In terms of what you like, it's not liked within Orthodoxy. Question.
He can't open mic, but he just said he said, "Thank you so much."
Absolutely, my friend, 100%. And let him know that I'm always here. That's an excellent question, and as you can tell, the answer is just one moment. Adapting. So, we had the homosexual movement, and then we have the transgender movement. Who knows what the next movement will be? Transhumanism, and just like with anything, religion has to. We've had to adapt with different technology, and we will have to adapt with certainly different movements. And now, again, this is only 10% of Jews who feel this way. There's about 90% of Jews that are very liberal. If you look at just in the United States, 10% of Jews are very conservative, very Republican. 90% are very extremely liberal. So the liberal part loves the LGBTQ movement and loves homosexuality and be whatever you want to be. And maybe there's even more than that. But within strict conservative orthodoxy, it is not, I will say we are not aggressive towards it. We don't, I don't want to use the term hate, but it is not love. It is something that is tolerated, and it is continuing to be tolerated. And we recognize that if we were to reject it completely, we would go to war. It's literally in our holy book that we are to stone these people, and that would be murder.
Yeah, so can I ask something so short, but also because he have another question.
Go ahead.
So, do we need 2 witnesses for stoning these 2 people sleep with
Yeah, so great question. So this was back during the Torah period, and then there was an argument around 200 of the Common Era that capital punishment not be seen as a realistic resolution to anything anymore. In fact, there's a quote: one capital punishment in 70 years of a legislative body, or a judicial body, I should say, would be seen as bloodlust. Basically, that's too much. One capital punishment in 70 years. So we no longer perform capital punishment anymore within a religious sense. And in order to bring anybody before a court, you need two kosher witnesses. So what would happen in a situation where you did have, let's say, two really kosher witnesses, two Shomer Shabbat men? They are seen as people who are kosher witnesses, and they want to bring two homosexuals to the based into the house of judgment and bring them before the panel. There's an argument to be made that these two homosexual people may not even be members of the community. If they're acting like that openly, chances are they're not going to be members of the community. So what right do we even have to bring them in? So what would generally be said is that let live and let live. Let them live their lives while we don't endorse it, and we don't want our children to do that. And really, because it goes against much of what is commanded to us in be fruitful and multiply. And that can't be done within a homosexual relationship. But things change. And when I say that, there are very Orthodox people who have had homosexual children, and they go from people who feel that homosexuality should be tolerated in any way to having these people at their Pesach table, to having these people at their high holidays. And what are you going to do? And then there's some understanding that they're going to have to tolerate it, but when before they would do everything that they could to reject it.
So, I have a question about, like, what you think about Freemasons, and how do Jews view Freemasons' idea of theism?
Well, I am a Freemason, so you're asking probably an excellent person. How do Jews feel about what?
He said to me, ask this, how do Jews view the Freemasons' idea of theism? So the theism basically,
I'm not sure I'm hearing you correctly, so explain.
So go ahead.
So anything just to believe in God when there is no belief in prophets.
Okay, so
they don't believe religions, they don't believe prophets, they don't believe books. They say we just know there is a God and they just live in God.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's theocratic. Okay, or theist, I should say. So I can tell you, at least within the state of California, what I had to do as an Orthodox individual, and there are other Orthodox individuals, but it's rare. I had a rabbinical colleague come to my lodge, and we talked it over with the brethren there about what changes were going to be needed to be made for me to be able to become a Freemason. And so there were some changes, like I wasn't going to kneel, like that's something that we generally only do on high holidays and generally only like Yom Kippur. I wasn't going to swear on any text. I could affirm though, so that was different. And basically, we relayed this information to other rabbis and a rabbinical court, and it was seen as being something that I would be able to do. Now, you can, at least in the state of California, you can be of any religion that you want, so long as you believe in a higher power. It doesn't even have to be God. You can just say there's a higher energy, but basically it's a rejection of atheistic principles. Now, that doesn't mean that there aren't different Freemasonic lodges where you can be an atheist, but they aren't seen as mainstream. So the first thing is you have to be a theist. Secondly, you have to be freeborn, so you can't be a slave. Thirdly, you need to be of sound mind, so you can't be like a madman. You have to at least be age 18. You have to be a man. And really, those are like, it's not that difficult. And then you have to be seen as someone who is considered essentially upstanding within the community. So you have to generally have a clean record, or a pretty clean record. I can tell you what I had to do, which is I would not eat at our dinners. So we would have dinners every Monday night, and I would not eat at them. I would bring my own like celery or fruit or vegetables or something, and I would just eat alongside the brethren. And aside from that, Freemasonry is not a pardon me. It's not a religion. It is essentially the world's largest fraternity. Some people may consider it a religion, and that gets into philosophical and theological debates what a religion is. But I can tell you that I received approval to do it from the Rabbinical Council of California. These guys, the guys who put the hechsher on here, and and then so what else is different about it? I've known other Orthodox people who are Freemasons as well, and they did not do what I did. They did not go to their rabbis so much, or a rabbinical body, and they just did it on their own. And I wasn't at their degree ceremony, so I don't know exactly what they did. But I can tell you that at least my Freemasonic lodge was. This was a unique case, but it was mostly Jewish. But that is not the unique case amongst Freemasonry. It just so happened to be in a Jewish area. And all of the people who were there were not Orthodox Jews. I was the only Orthodox Jew. But there were Christians there. There were Muslims there. There were secular people there who believed in that Spinoza view of God, that idea that God is everywhere, which, again, I don't necessarily disagree with. It's just not generally seen as, it was rejected about 400 years ago. And then even today, when people came to the synagogue that excommunicated Baruch Spinoza 400 years ago and said, look, it's 2020. This happened in like the early 2000s. Look, can we basically reverse the excommunication? And the rabbi there said, look, this has been going a long time, and it wasn't my decision to make in the first place, so we'll just let it stand. So there are thoughts to perhaps reverse it, but hasn't been reversed. But these ideas of what is God and belief in God are consistent within Judaism as they are within Freemasonry. So they don't contradict.
So I have another question.
Yes, ma'am.
Saying, do you believe in like the book? You guys say the book, I guess. There's like
Torah?
we will see.
Do I believe in Torah?
No, like
You mean basically demons?
the demons,
Oh,
like they
yeah.
Entering the people, you know.
Yeah. So, okay, excellent question.
And saying like if someone affected by like these demons, what you're doing, and do you have any specific like prayers and like how can I say rituals for like taking this demon from his inside, leave?
Absolutely. So you're basically asking, does Judaism have a way of of purifying someone who is possessed, essentially. Generally, what we advise is that somebody seeks medical help in the modern age. About at least up until the 19th century, so maybe 200 years ago, there were some rabbis who were there. They were sought, and essentially, the answer was to be told that the person should pray, but there was not a specific uh, exorcism like you would have in Christianity to remove the demon. And this really came about within medieval Judaism. Prior to that, the answer was that, or the belief was that everything is from God, and if you were quote unquote possessed by some kind of ill force, maybe it was some type of punishment, and the way to get around that is to live to avoid that is to live a righteous life. But really, especially with the advent of modern psychology, we recognize that many of these people today have mental issues, and so we advise them to seek treatment. If you're asking, is there an exorcism where we say certain prayers to get out a demon? No, that's a Christian belief.
Like for example, what he said, like he can talk to so he's saying also like we doing this, like in Islam, for example, we know Holy Book, I guess, like Quran. So we reading Quran to this a person, that would decide,
Yes.
and it's like there is like some things, how can I say, like some like knowledge, like we writing something on paper, these kind of things actually like long process. He just said to me, like, mention this. So you're not like reading Torah to this guy, like you don't have these kind of things.
Not today. But
today I understood, but
yeah.
it used to be like some rabbis and
So what you would do, generally in a situation where you felt that somebody had been had some type of possession, this is known as dibuks. Essentially, you would have a pious rabbi who would get a minyan, 10 Jewish men together, and they would essentially pray different psalms, pray for the person's soul, and this isn't done today, but basically there would be ritual purification, washing of the hands and such, to try to alleviate any kind of possessed entity within them. This is really something, though, that wasn't. It was only done for like 500 years, 400 years or so, until the modern age came about and we have modern medicine. And then people would be advised to perhaps go to a medical professional. And I think that the person, if they really did have mental issues, I don't know if praying psalms is going to help them, but the thought was that the recantation, the hearing of Hashem, of God, would perhaps free them of this dibuk, this demon. But it's not a modern tradition that we have. But in the past, was there a again, I'm not Christian, so I don't know, but I think they still do exorcisms. Exorcisms are not done in the modern age, but traditionally. Okay, so perhaps within Islam. But so what would you need? You need the person there, ritually washed, 10 men, praying psalms, and reciting God's name, hopefully to be able to purify them. But that's something that hasn't happened in like 200 years or so.
Again, Rabbi, you just pick up from wherever you left off in the Yom Kippur service, which tells you that even Rabbi Elazar agrees that when it comes to blood service, when it comes to any type of zrika, partial zrika is effective. And therefore, so by Yom Kippur, if you started this zrika, then the blood spill, you have to chef the new animal, but you don't have to start the zrika service again. Rather just pick up wherever you left off.
Actually, I used to check some Kabbalah books, the classic Kabbalah books.
So too, if you do
I don't know Hebrew, but I just checked, So what I see, the symbols and the rituals actually, so similar. Our books, the Kabbalah books, kind of so similar actually. Even the themes also so similar. But I don't believe like you guys believe in practical Kabbalah. Like you're doing rituals, writing things, reading,
Okay, so what's your question?
I just said when I checked there is a Kabbalah books.
Yeah, you want to know what they are?
No, I just checked used to be. So when I know, there is a symbol, the rituals, this kind of things. And even the symbols and the rituals actually, that was so similar. Also, we have books, we have thousands of books, also in Judaism, there is books, like Kabbalah books, kind of things, Kabbalah. That was so similar. For example, do you believe practical Kabbalah? What Orthodox people for example, because what I see from the book, for example, there was a disconnecting in the Kabbalah book. So you're reading some stuff, okay? And after this, you can understand what the animals say.
Yeah, I mean, that's traditional. There are some traditions of Jewish mysticism that perhaps believe in either generally like telepathy with animals. It's not central to mainstream orthodoxy, but there are some people who do. So, going back to Jewish exorcism for one moment, there are perhaps people who do perform, not really in the United States too much, but a type of Jewish exorcism, but it's not mainstream. It's within a small community and has been tried, and there's no other answer that they can give. But generally, within modern Jewish society, we recognize that person has an issue, and we tell them to seek, medical treatment. But in some situations where you might have someone who wants to do it in the modern age, there's nothing that says you can't. So generally, there might be some anointing of oil, psalms, 10 Jewish men praying to Hashem to perhaps deliver this person. And then the question is, what's in the person? A lot of times people think it's a deceased a demon that has possessed the person. And basically, it's very controversial, the whole process, because it's like, who are you to say that someone needs an exorcism and not? And but I did want to say that. Now, in terms of speaking with animals, there are Kabbalistic aspects of life for just about everything. So about longevity and about perhaps the different levels of
like do you believe like for example, let's say you're Jewish, and Bible, you just open a book and you eat you do the rituals, do you believe that's gonna happen? For example, these are how can I say?
And Rabbi Akiva says that when Torah speaks about libation, it says libations in the
Kind of how can I explain? Do you believe if someone does this, that's gonna happen, or you don't believe this can happen?
I believe it that there's a divine plan. I don't understand it. It's whatever Hashem has for us. And if Hashem wants me to read a book, then it's part of the divine plan, or perhaps have some kind of incantation or some kind of specific prayer to say, then that's part of God's plan. Do I think, though, that I think a lot of it, truthfully, just makes people feel better. So, like, specifically, if I open the Bible, just Torah, and just read, I mean, it's not like a spell book, but perhaps if I can read through, Psalms, and I can get some comfort reading Psalms. Like, I can tell you, there have been times in my life where I was going through some difficult periods, and someone close to me who I thought may die, and I know that, like, reading of Psalms is thought to help this situation. Whether it did or not, whether my reading of Psalms helped this person, it helped me. And so there were, like, some Psalms that I would read. But are you asking, like, did my action have a direct part in this person?
I just want simple question, basically, just yes or no. If someone if some Jewish person, if he open the Kabbalah book and he do the rituals, okay, he read the praise. For example, let's say there is a invisibility ritual, okay? Do you believe that's gonna happen?
Well, Kabbalah is not a book; it's a series of writings. No one of them overrides Torah. So, let's say, just for sake of argument, if there is a invisibility ritual in there, do I think that it's going to work? Only if it's part of Hashem's plan. If you don't mind, I'll be right back. I have to use the restroom. Apologies. I'll be right back. Okay. Thank you so much for coming, and thank your friend. Thank your friend as well.
Thank you for answering. Thank you.
Absolutely. You're welcome.
Strange. That's what it is. It's nothing. What are you doing? It's nothing. That's not sacrificial nature. Only on Yom Tov Sundays. Wonderful. Stop again for today. What a daf. Just share with you a short idea from the parsha. So one of the most riveting parts, so many riveting parts of the parsha. One of the most beautiful things that resonates with us a lot is, of course, this is the parsha. Yaakov Avinu goes ahead and benches his grandsons, Menashe and Ephraim, who later on then become Ephraim and Menashe. And again, this is the source that this develops into the practice that many of us follow, each and every Shabbos. Yisinu Elokim Ke'Ephraim Menashe, as he blesses a person who's privileged to have children, to bless your children. Yisinu Elokim Ke'Ephraim Menashe. Each one should make you like Menashe and Ephraim, like Ephraim and Menashe. So I want to point out that there's a lot of quota, but in general, like, why are we blessing our sons to be like Ephraim and Menashe, right? It's not like we know that much about Ephraim and Menashe. Right? They were born in Egypt. So again, I want to draw you. That's usually where the bulk of our attention goes to. I actually want to draw your attention a little bit only to the pasuk, because the pasuk I'm quoting is Parak Memches, pasuk 12, chapter 48, verse 20. So listen to how beautiful this is. The pasuk says, "Vayivarechim bayom hahu leimar." Yaakov Avinu blessed them on that day, saying, "B'cha yivarech Yisrael leimar." Through you are with you, Yisrael will bless their children, saying, Yisrael Elohim Ke'Ephraim Menashe. But ultimately, again, right, Hashem should make Ephraim Menashe, Vayasim as Ephraim Menashe. And again, he put Ephraim before the National Sukkot, the Moshe Leib of Sassi says something so incredibly beautiful. He says the profundity of the bracha is much earlier than the pasuk. He isolates the phrase "Vayivarchein bayom hahu leimor." What was the bracha? What Tzidus, the beauty of Tzidus, the beauty of Tzidus is you have to have a little bit of imagination and know where to put punctuation. Because sometimes in a phrase, punctuate a little bit differently opens up a whole new world of opportunities. So we read the phrase, ultimately again, he blessed them on that day. But Moshe Rebbe says, no, that's not how to read the passage. It's Vayivarchein, comma. Yaakov Avinu blessed his children. And what was the blessing? The blessing was Chayom Ahu. The bracha is have enough wisdom to focus on maximizing the day right in front of you. Make every day Chayom Ahu. This is the day. So often in life we get focused on future planning, right? We're future oriented. I wonder what's my plan? What am I accomplishing in life? What's my 1 year plan, my 5 year plan, my 10 year plan, my 1 week plan? And that's all important. It's incredibly important. But sometimes we become so fixated on the future that we forget to maximize the present. And we forget that ever important lesson, which is you can plan as much as you want, but there's one really important piece of information to go ahead and always remember, which is you don't control that future. You have no idea what curveballs life is going to throw you, and there are usually many that come our way. So do I have to have a future plan? Absolutely. Can I become totally focused on my future? That doesn't make any sense because I don't control it. But there's one thing that you absolutely do control, which is how you're going to live the day right in front of you. The one thing you really only control is the day that is in front of you. And the bracha says that Moshe Yosasa that Yaakov Avinu gave the children by Baruch. What's the ultimate bracha? By Yom HaHu. Maximize your neighbor side. When that alarm goes off in the morning, and for many of us, that is the most dreaded sound, right, in the entire universe, right? When that alarm goes off, you go, not yet. So let's say our avoda in life is to turn that into the sweetest sound of the day. Because when that alarm goes off, that's the sound. Somebody has to create a Bayom Ahu ringtone. Right? Somebody has to do this, right? Adam Steinmetz created a different ringtone, right? But that good morning ringtone, right? Somebody said there is a Bayom Ahu ringtone that is out there waiting to be created. Sometimes the alarm goes off and says Bayom Ahu in a sweet voice, a melodic voice, right? Like if you put an accent to it, it sounds even nice and more melodic. Bayom Ahu, Bayom Ahu, Bayom Ahu, Bayom Ahu. It's your day. It's your day. You control it. What do you want to make of tomorrow? You don't control. Next week, you don't control. Next year, for sure, you have no idea what it's going to bring. But Bayom Ahu today, absolutely listen to the one we read in the words of the Rabbi. It says, Beirach Osam. He blessed them. Sheyivakshu v'yispalalu rak al tzarchei hayom hahu. The Rabbi says Yaakov Avinu blessed his children and his grandchildren that they should only be preoccupied and focused on today. Yidagu da'agas machar. Don't worry about tomorrow. Because preoccupation with tomorrow ultimately again leads you to squander the profundity and the power of the day in front of you. Sometimes the greatest bracha we can have in life is to have the wisdom, to have the strength, and to have the fortitude to maximize Bayom Ahu, the day that is right here in front of us. I know it may sound like a strange lesson to learn on a Friday, the end of the week. But sometimes the best lessons you learn on a Friday. You learn on Erev Shabbos, because then I learn them, I let them seep in, I kind of let them ruminate and stew a little bit over Shabbos Kodesh, and then by the time I make Havdalah Motzei Shabbos, I'm like, I got this. I'm ready to become a Bayom Hahu Jew. A Jew doesn't procrastinate. A Jew doesn't get caught up in all the ideas and all the worries about tomorrow, next week. Yes, I have to be a forward-thinking individual. And of course I have to plan. But the ultimate bracha that Yaakov gives to the ultimate bracha that he gives to his children, he gives to us. And the ultimate actualization of bracha in life
No, I'm saying they was complaining about the murderous cop, which is a different guy.
focus
Yes,
on killing,
crazy.
maximize
That's
killing,
crazy.
and make the most
Also,
of
how do you try to kill him and not kill him?
good
That's what I was
Shabbos,
gonna say.
everyone.
What are you talking about? Epstein slipped away and just like sat in the corner. I mean, maybe he screamed loud enough and the guards came. Yeah, but they would say Jeffrey Epstein claimed his cellmate tried to kill him. So he lay in a fetal position on the floor of his jail cell, unresponsive with an orange fabric knew others when they found him. 18 days before Epstein's death, he wasn't breathing, his eyes were opening. Oh, so this was when they found him. Oh, they found him in the fetal position? Oh no, that's with the orange fabric news. That's when they found him dead. Okay. 18 days before Epstein. No. Okay. So it is saying that. So it's saying that he had an orange noose tied around his neck 18 days before he died. What? So, July 23rd, 2019, 19 days before Epstein's death, wasn't breathing, his eyes opening and shutting occasionally, but he wouldn't or couldn't respond to officers' questions and commands, according to a confidential corrections officer's memo obtained by CBS News. They hoisted inmate 7631854 onto a stretcher. Officials have repeatedly said Epstein's eventual death by suicide was foreshadowed by his earlier alleged attempt. Former Attorney General Bill Barr reiterated that claim in an August closed-door deposition before the House Oversight Committee, which released the interview transcript last week. Barr, who did not reply to questions from CBS News, said in his testimony he knew about the July 23rd incident, which he viewed as an attempted suicide. Barr said he considered it indicative of Epstein's state of mind, but jail staff memos never before reported documents obtained by CBS News, as well as interviews with more than a dozen people who interacted with Epstein before and after the incident reveal a murkier picture than the one depicted by Barr. The new documents have surfaced amid persistent speculation over Epstein's death, despite official conclusions that he died by suicide. So he's laying on the floor and his bunkie is screaming, "I did nothing. I banged on my door to get him out of my cell." The source said corrections officers carried Epstein into his cell on a different floor as he remained unresponsive. Was it the same cop, the contract killer cop? Yeah, right. He told them he thought he'd been attacked by his cellmate, an ex-cop who was awaiting trial on 4 murders. So they're saying that was an attempted suicide?
They tried to frame it as an attempted suicide. No, I would imagine he doesn't have a way to contact the outside world. Let's tweet about this.
Yeah.
Right? He can't make an Instagram video. Guys, this guy's true. It's true. He sat up on the bed again telling me that he thinks his bunkie tried to kill him. A responding officer wrote in one memo. A senior officer wrote in a separate incident report that Epstein initially implicated his cellmate in the incident, claiming he had previously said things that made Epstein feel threatened. So Nicholas Tartaglione, his cellmate, repeatedly disputed the initial allegation. I did nothing, and said I tried to revive him. As with Epstein's eventual death, any camera footage of the incident was either mislaid, lost, or never captured. But the facility's faculty system, Tartaglione has not responded to emailed questions from CBS News. How odd. His lawyer said Epstein's initial claim that Tartaglione tried to kill him was flatly not true.
Well,
Okay.
so maybe he did try to, there's a chance he did try to kill himself, and he's like, shit, I don't want to
And then this guy saved him. He said he saved him. So it says it right here. Scroll back up a little bit. Tartaglione said in a recent interview, the house in that Epstein also left a suicide note and even offered Tartaglione money to kill him. Neither of those details are true or referenced in any of the New York prison records that were reviewed by CBS News. So if you scroll up higher, it says he said he saved his life the first time. So it's saying that he saved his life. He yelled when the guy, his attorney said,
Yeah. He's saying he tried to kill himself once.
That's just his attorney saying that.
Yeah, for sure.
Epstein claimed to both corrections officers and the source that he felt threatened by Tartaglione. Retired cop turned drug dealer who was charged and later convicted for 4 murders. How could you take the most high-profile defendant ever and put him in a cage with a murderer?
His bookie told him that if he beat him up because of Epstein's child sex trafficking charges, the officers would not report him. Oh, that's what he told him. The wealthy former financier told jail officers that he believed Tartaglia was trying to extort money from him and stated that if he didn't pay him, that he was going to beat him up. The officer wrote, he stated that this has been going on for a week.
And that guy saying Epstein was trying to pay me to kill him for himself. You would think they could find a middle ground.
I know. That's the craziest. There's too many plot holes. There's no way. Imagine like him saying, "I'll pay you to kill me."
Yeah. Also, it's like, how are we going to do that? How are we going to work this all out?
Yeah, but the guy's already that. And then what's he going to do with money?
Exactly.
I guess you can give it if you know somebody. You know, you love them, but right? Does he have money, or does all his money go to the victims' families so he kill people? Shit, right? Yeah. So it would have to be like an offshore account that like gets slipped over to the prison so you buy cigarettes.
If anyone can do it. If anyone can do it, it's Jeffrey Epstein, man.
But it would have to be worked out in advance. Like you would have to have cigarettes in the commissary.
Yeah.
Okay, time to kill you.
Dude, it's too, you think it's one of those things, I don't know if people can, wrap their heads around it, but there's just people who do things in this world on behalf of, like, we're billionaires that we're just never going to know what's going on, for sure. They do horrible, terrible, secret stuff,
And they always have. This is the thing, is like you go throughout history, there's always been secret societies and people that get together, creepy meetings. Well, that Eyes Wide Shut shit that Kubrick put in his film, that's not magic. No, that's always been a thing.
The officer that discovered his body dead in August was originally charged with falsifying documents related to his death, but those charges are dropped.
I wonder what the falsifying of the documents was.
I don't know, who knows, maybe people charged to try to open up the paperwork or whatever.
Here it is. Because Epstein was on suicide watch after the July 23rd incident, Thomas was required to report a log of observations about Epstein in 15-minute increments. Those notations were released by the Bureau of Prisons in 2023 along with just one entry he made in the log, a note made at 2:15 a.m., 45 minutes after the incident. 15 minutes later, at 2:30, Thomas wrote, "Inmate sitting on bed trying to remember what happened." So this is when he got attacked the first time that he survived.
Once he got to the second cell, he was trying to fall forward on his head, or some sort of edge of the bed and begin moving forward as if he was going to fall over head first. He was told to stop, don't do it again, he gave a thumbs up. That's how they confirmed he was trying to commit suicide.
So he's going to try to commit suicide by falling straight on his head.
That's impossible. That's literally impossible.
Might be able to.
That's crazy.
You would love, right?
There's no way you can just do a sail. I was like thinking about this the other day. I was walking up my steps. I was like, even if I tried, I couldn't do like a swan dive on cement. Your body wouldn't let you do it.
Yeah, you would resist just enough to be paralyzed for the rest of your life.
And you would get fucked up. I don't know. I think you just kind of flatten out and flip.
Yeah, guys die all the time in street fights when they get knocked out. Yeah, they fall and they're on the concrete. They die all the time.
It happened before I left Philly a year or so ago. There was a guy just walking his dog off the leash. This guy was a big dog off the leash. The guy started arguing. The guy punched him. He just died. And then my brother went on my date with the fiance who died. My daughter and the other day, like, oh shit. It was pretty fucking sad, actually. He like put it together and he's like, oh fuck, he died. It sucks.
How long after that was the date?
I think it was maybe a year and a half. It's been some time,
enough to stop the cry.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta pick it up, especially if you die like that. You got punched on a dog walk and died. I don't know. As long as I walk cool. If I was a lady, I'd be like, oh fuck, I dodged a bullet. I was gonna just die. Yeah, that's scary. The whole thing of like altercations and people popping off of each other anymore is just like, I was walking down the street recently and like, I had the right of way. I walked and I didn't like rush in front of the car. The car pulled up and was like, get the fuck out. He's like threatening to shoot me in the face. I was just like, what the hell, man? Yeah, it was like he had pulled off far enough. I was like, I'll shoot you in your fucking face. And I was just like, please don't. What are you doing?
Bro, you never know who's unhinged. I know. You never know what's going on that.
So we can have a bump to go. We're going to have a bump up that is centralized economics. When you have that Bama Gedola, offer up the Sakim on it. Bama Gedola. Oh, Eno Elabam, I feel the Bama Gedola. Now the Gemara says, for 1 second, you're telling me that the Guinness Sakim applies on a Bama Gedola. Maybe it also applies on a Bama Gedola. I'll tell you why that's not positive. Yeshu Omer, Eretz Moshe Seichem, Asher Anino Sing Lochem, Harei Bibama, and Heges, the Kuchen, Akosov, the Darish, Rabbi Yishmael. So Rabbi Yishmael says, remember again, the physiology of the pasuk is such that we're talking about Klal Yisrael. These are votes when you come to the land that HaKadosh Baruch Hu gives you, Eretz Moshe Seichem, the land that you're going to settle. Asher Anino Sing Lochem. Everything is phrased as it applies to the collective. As such, when we're talking about the Nesachim, it makes sense ultimately that the Nesachim that we're talking about are the Nesachim that are being offered up on behalf of the collective. Where the Nesachim will be offered up on behalf of the collective, that is going to be on the Bama Gedola and not on the Bama Ketana. That means the words of Rabbi Lahakinu on the Nesachim of the Bama Ketana cost of the down. Rabbi Kiva on the other hand says no. And Halacha L'Maisa, that you come to teach me that in the Nesachim, when they come into Eretz Yisrael, the Nesachim will apply even on a Bama Ketana. Even if you have your own private in the backyard, you're going to offer up not only animal sacrifices there, but ultimately in Nesachim as well. So the Gemara from the Buzzer, actually just a moment. It's about Levi down in National Wildlife. The Kiva Omer, not just actually gives us kind of attraction to the Kiva is supposed to be the opinion of Bama Gedola. So as such, when the pasuk now comes to the Kaddish site,
Yeah, baby. I feel like what's going on?
Elamite has to be that what? So once we come into Yisrael, the Sakim will be offered up on Bama Gedola. Therefore, going to be Kiva Omer Pisavo, but the pasuk of Pisavo, like even the Sakim Bama Gedola, that's going to teach you that Halacha L'Maisa, when they come into Yisrael, we're going to offer up the Sakim.
I haven't taken up my time. I think it'll be worth it in the future to use for them.
So I'm telling you now that this applies to the Bama Ketana, and if you'll say no, the pasuk is coming to teach me that the Sakim will
for
offer
sure.
up on the Bama
Elevate, elevate, Elohim, kindly. This is the Mazur. We live.
The pasuk says that you will come into Eretz Moshe Seichem.
Really?
Yeah, no shovels. So this is amazing. So as Rabbi Yishmael understood, Eretz Moshe
Zurich got 99 Zurisim, but a bitch ain't one.
applies to the collective. That the people
Gold
understand Eretz
Jewish
Moshe
diaspora,
you will build a Bama, you will
Bina
offer up
Dad,
the Sakim
wisdom, understanding,
wherever
Chala,
the
Shechita,
shovels.
Slaughter, Shochet, Slaughter, Medika, examination of special call. Thin strand of surgical sharpness used to perform Shechita, Halcha, the body of Yeshua, Hawaka, giving accordance with Halcha, kosher, correct, fit, appropriate according to the laws of Judaism. For instance, kosher food. Nebela, an animal that was not slaughtered by Shechita, Rabbi, teaching and ordaining both the rest of the religious groups to
When you come to the land, that
now the
Yishmael
Jewish
says,
are looking
you're
at
not offering up the
Shechita,
Sakim in the
the
Midbar,
Jewish religious humane method of slaughtering animals
commentary
for
to say
trade
offer up
for
the
food.
Sakim, but
Shochet,
where?
from
On the Bama
Shechti,
Gedola.
and the person who performs Shechita,
They are
qualified
offering
with
up
a
the
thorough
Sakim
knowledge
in
of
the
Jewish life,
Midbar.
anatomy, and
You're not
pathology,
offering the Sakim.
and licensed by
Sabo is
both
what?
religious and
From
civic
Moshe Seichem,
authorities.
that
Torah
wherever you
is first of
are,
all
and
Jewish
i.e.
teaching
wherever
and
you
law,
build your personal
trade
bubbles, that's where
literally
you have the
torn.
ability to offer up the Sakim.
Zahar Baal,
So really amazing.
the
Historical machlokes and a midbar machlokes and an Eretz Yisrael machlokes. It's amazing. So the Gemara says, look how this Gemara says, Kishatim Salama the Dibra Bishmal, Lokirbu Nisacham Amidbar, and Dibra Yakiba, Kirbu Nisacham Amidbar. Never was the Gemara says over here, so it turns out that that initial machlokes that you have in the Satan, turns out it can be a dramatic machlokes, as we just said before, regarding that which was done in the mitzvah. And ultimately, like
is
Yishmael,
a
not
checker,
off of Nisacham Amidbar, but according to Rabbi Akiva,
but to Zion,
ultimately again,
this is the ocean.
Now remember again, the Gemara just says,
May Hashem bless you and guard you. May Hashem shine His face upon you and be gracious to you. May Hashem lift His face to you and grant you peace. Akin dining whatever every bakar every mekrahi afshay zafol anaknu amarim whatever Yiddish or Shagam or Tahani whatever Bamira Mensu Yamet Kahal Kanyat Mahan Engel Lakan Boat whatever Engel Zay Nishma
whether or not there was Nisa Hayani on a Bamas.
By the way, today is 3rd of Adar, 5786, ready February 20th.
You don't require Isharis. Because remember again, Isharis is a
Everybody's
din.
having a little bit of a headache. Not exactly sure why. Why? The big brain. Nagila Hava, Nagila Hava, Nagila Venismecha Hava, Nagila Hava, Nagila Hava, Nagila Venismecha Havanena, 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 Venismecha Havanena, 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 Venismecha Uru Achim, Urachim, Benesameach, Urachim, Benesameach, Urachim, Benesameach, Urachim, Benesameach, Urachim, Urachim, Benesameach. Hey, Hava, Nagila Hava, Nagila Hava, Nagila Venismecha Hava, Nagila Hava, Nagila Hava, Nagila Venismecha Havanena, 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 Venismecha Havanena, 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 Venismecha Urachim, Urachim, Benesameach, Urachim, Benesameach, Urachim, Benesameach, Urachim, Benesameach, Urachim. Alright, folks. It was tight.
I already did the sprinkling on the inside.
Now what?
So what's the number again?
Summary and mindful. There's death, soul separates Gehenna. Said that about 50 times today. Purification done Eden. Initial spiritual reward. Possible reincarnation, spiritual repair. Resurrection. Body plus soul reunited. All Baba.
Therefore, take the leftover blood and you offer it up outside of the base of
The body eternal will.
Allah Rabbi Akiva.
No soul, nefesh, keksha, vitality, ruach, emotion, neshama, neshama, intellect, chaya, transcendent life force, nechina, absolute unity with God.
But if you don't do so, it's not ma'akli.
Alright, folks, today,
So he said back to Rabbi Akiva, so
we're going to review Merkava.
I'll prove that truck to me.
Well, I got asked a lot about Kabbalah today, but frankly,
We'll say and remember, the environment
is
burning the leftover fats and if you fail to do it, is the carbon
not
compromised?
agreed
And
upon
the
as
answer
much
is
as
no.
a lot of
The answer
other
is no. The carbon is still valid even if you fail. So you go ahead and burn the environment to that. Yet, you will say if you offer them up outside of the base of English, you will be chayv. So what do you see from here? You see from here that halacha l'maisa, even if we offer up something outside of the base of English, even if that item is not it's not necessarily integral for temple sacrificial service, you will still
if
be
you keep
chayv.
this will be important in this level in the future, I think. Maybe not.
See, here's the difference. Because one could claim that the burning of the Ivarim was like at least It's an avoda unto itself, but he calls it tefillas avodas, that it's part of the sacrificial process. It's the beginning of another stage of sacrificial process.
But
It might not be
dog, if that fucking thing comes up to rate Instagram one more fucking
but at
time,
the end of the day,
are you
it's
serious?
haskalah of a brand new sacrificial
I'm having a
process.
fucking time.
However, again, by the pouring out
When they make
the
me the
that's
chief
the
rabbi of the world, I'm saying to everybody, you cannot give me random ass pop-ups. You can put it in the corner, put a message in there, and I can have like a little red thing. I can click on it when I want to look at it, but not just rate Instagram. Why? No.
Are really ma'akid, then why doesn't Nehemiah just answer back to Rabbi Akiva, which the Gemara says to yourself? It's a good repetition. I will say, the Gemara saying over here is as follows: there's this argument happening between Rabbi Nehemiah and Rabbi Akiva, and yet again, the one piece didn't say, I don't understand why pouring out of the leftover blood outside of the offering it up is going to be chayiv for Allah, because after all, that blood is not ma'akid. Rabbi Nehemiah starts arguing with him every day. The one thing that Rabbi Nehemiah fails to say is what would be the argument, which is that I hold Shiyari Hadam is not. And I will say that in other words, the fact that Rabbi Nehemiah doesn't suggest that, this is really that law. Because Yochanan is wrong. And in fact, Rabbi Nehemiah may not hold
earliest surviving text from that cover mysticism will cover charitable mysticism, centered on the prophetic vision of the divine ontological palaces, corpus and focuses on heavenly ascents, angelic hierarchies, divine provision, liturgical hymns, secret names and adjurations. It is short and liturgical in the books that works like the high canonical body, greater palaces. Core themes of the ascent of the heavens, the mystic ascents through heavenly palaces, like an ultimate portal. The throne of glory, say of God, covered, the divine presence seen now. The narrative heavy texts also Makava focuses on chants and formulas used during the ascent. Number 2, angelic hierarchy. The text describes angelic gatekeepers firing the air surrounding the throne, secret divine names used to pass barriers. Common angelic classes include seraphim, Nephilim,
and ultimately, it was that Nehemiah's living creatures is derived from Ezekiel's vision. The central feature is the use of mystical names of God vocalized formulas and repetitive instructions. Is optional representation of the sacred set includes the use of text, unlike full liturgical structure. Unlike more narrative texts such as Throne, Isaiah Makava is largely rhythmic, possibly used in prayer circles. Some scholars believe portions may reflect early Jewish mythology. Number 3. Structure of the text. The text is fragmentary and varies by manuscript, but generally includes 1. Hymns of praise. 2. Angelic glorifications. 3. Descriptions of heavenly realms. 4. Mystical adjurations. 5. Secret divine names. 6. Throne descriptions. It is less structured as a journey narrative compared to high canonical body. Relationship to other biblical texts. Earlier influences, Ezekiel 1, Isaiah 6, 2 Temple, ultimate structure. Related works, high canonical body, high canonical Torah, compared to those, Isaiah Makava is more liturgical, less narrative dialogue, fewer rabbinic characters, more emphasis on divine praise. Theology. God's transcendence. God remains utterly beyond human nature. Only mediated experience through angels is possible. 2. The throne vision, central imagery, fire, lightning, radiance, angelic praise. The divine is described in exalted anthropomorphic language, but in symbolic form. Historical significance. One of the earliest strands of Jewish mysticism, bridges apocalyptic literature and later canonical tradition. Influenced later mystical developments, including the so-called radiance, also from Hawaiian matters. Isaiah Makava shows us early Jewish techniques of mystical ascent, the importance of sacred sound, the power of divine names, the roots of later Kabbalistic cosmology. It is raw, powerful, and less systematized than many of closer to experiential mysticism than philosophy. If you'd like on your notes, compare it directly with Hegel writing, break down a sample hymn structure, explain the dangers of Makava ascent in rabbinic literature. Matt Malika on the inside, with the Malika inside of the Hamikdash, but then he offers it up, he puts it on his Mizbeach outside of the Hamikdash. So that's what happens. What's the halacha? Chayiv, such a person ultimately again will be chayiv. Malat b'chutz, v'ha'ela b'chutz. Let's say if you did Malika outside of the Hamikdash, and also offered it up outside of the Hamikdash, what's the halacha? Butter, and why he's having
Israel in the future, I'd love to have you. Ideally, like, I think everybody should walk 1.1 kilometers per day, and just like a daily morning walk. Like I think that in Israel, like it should just be allowed. Like just everybody just goes out
Malika outside.
or run just at least 1.1 kilometers per day. And you can say, I ran kilometers there, I walk kilometers there. Then the United States got an electric system. The meter's going to have to change slightly because there are 40,000, 40 meters.
Remember, here's the principle. In order to be chayiv, we're doing something bachutz. The very thing that you are doing bachutz has to have had the ability to be done.
Of the world.
If it doesn't have the ability to be done,
So the world Earth is like 160,000 kilometers, but the meter was just slightly miscalculated. But it makes a huge difference when you're talking about like light years and stuff. Also, when you eat Israel, before you take a bite, or just before you eat, not before you take a bite, everybody should just drink a glass of water before every meal. It will help you not eat as much. And then also every day, every morning, also when I know that Israel, when I think of women should do 200 push-ups. You have pecs up.
So I say Nimsa, so I say something in Shim Shafat, Shafat of
No, you got some years to review. Right. So what do you do when you have a bad headache? You drink water. Usually that's my body telling me that I'm dehydrated. Can it mean anything else? Yeah.
There's a viewpoint that we're going to see that includes shechit of a bird outside. So the great anomaly over here is if I shech the bird inside,
on occasion it can mean that I have to throw up. One, I don't know. Well, like it happened on the stream. Got my fucking Instagram crash when I did it. One time I made an entire meal out of beef jerky, and my son did not like that. There was too much processed food. Oh, kosher, but yeah, and I got a headache and feel it. Alright, anything else?
Will pater you on the outside. We'll see what that cloud means. I'm sure Shimon says, Shimon says, no, here's the principle. Anything that you are chayiv b'chutz, so you're only going to be chayiv is what? If you would be chayiv for the same avodah b'fnim.
Alright, so
the only time you chayiv b'chutz is if you would have done the same type of avodah b'fnim, and now you're doing it b'chutz. Chutz with one exception. Almost like to say that even Shimon just says that in order to be chayiv for anything b'chutz, the same avodah b'fnim valid is done with
Lullaby.
one exception to this rule is chutz shokei b'fnim u'ma'alav.
Brass tacks. Nosh means snack.
Yeah, you check it outside and offer it up outside. You will be chayiv. That's the only exception. Says the Yisrael. So, I have shiro,
Fishman. It's a mixture of pictures. Nothing.
Texture, right? When we're talking about the cloud.
Good amount of happy holidays. Life are neutral, black kosher. Could be Aisha Chayil,
What
could be
Shimon is commenting on the Mishnah is commenting on the stations.
because he
If you want to say something about the first part of the Mishnah,
and that is we restrict because according to Yash Yashar Kakakov
outside of the
Shtel, that's
Chai.
a
Mod
town,
bachutz, v'heh
Shadel,
bachutz,
that's a
potter.
wig,
If you
Strano,
eat
that's a
outside
hat,
and have outside, it's going to be potter.
milk
But
egg,
among the Reb Shimon, Reb Shimon says,
dairy, flesh, and meat, or
bachutz
mutuals,
not mechayiv.
even
What's Reb Shimon
Spanish,
argues on this? He says, no,
that's
whatever you
honey,
be chayiv for b'chayim, i.e.
smell,
malika and kala, you should be chayiv if you do it bachutz also. If that's the case, then what Reb Shimon should have said is, hi, kol shechayav and alav bachutz. You shouldn't have said kol shechayav and bachutz. It said kol shechayav and alav b'chnim.
Chazir is big, Chazir
On the
is
inside, you're chayiv
beach
on the
slip,
outside. Therefore,
carry
it's
burden,
malika and
well,
ha'alav.
I'm good,
Because you chayiv those very apples on the inside. Elo, yechi b'chutz lo mechayiv b'chnim nami lo. That maybe we should come to say as follows.
some people say that
But ultimately, again, what in the same way you're not chayiv b'chutz, you also not be chayiv b'chnim. If that's the case, I kol she'in chayav and alav b'chutz b'chnim. So that's the reason Shimon should just change down to formulation to say anything that you're not chayiv for b'chutz. Ela asifa. Whether it was Shimon coming to on the latter part of the Mishnah. Hashochi b'chutz v'hela b'chutz potter. If one shechts a bird on the inside of Shemish, and then offers it up outside of Shemish, you will be potter. Why? On the other hand, shachat b'chutz v'hela b'chutz chayiv. If you shecht the bird outside and offer it up outside, you will be chayiv. Rambam Shimon says no. Yechi tibifnim lo mechayiv, b'chutz nam lo mechayiv. Shimon argues
Bits.
that last
Bits is
one.
big.
Of shachat b'chutz and hela.
Also spelled Spitz.
Shimon comes and says, no, I don't understand. If the same way that you wouldn't be chayiv with him, you shouldn't be chayiv b'chutz. So it's like
Spitz
shvita by
to
oath
perspire,
doesn't work.
Spitz to be done.
High kosher in chayav.
Spitz, a steam bath where people sweat. Spitzer, a big shot.
Ella,
You can afford to sit in a spit and shoot the breeze with fellow Spitzers. Let's spitz this up together. In its most basic language, spitz simply refers to sweating, so a person may say, Onion. Synagogue is suspect of spitzing buckets. Note that the actual product of spitzing is always referred to as space, not spitz.
What's the machlokas?
Now, in the synagogue, the cantor who has been preparing for his big day suspects are spitzing for a different reason. Besides the jitters associated with performing biological crowd, he's spitzing because he understands the responsibility. The amazing responsibility. Amazing responsibility of representing the community before God on this holiest day of the year. The truth is that our friend with Spitzy clothes has nothing to worry about. Note that Spitzy is an English adaptation. When quitting is not an option, and he knows that he cannot do that, the only other path is Durchspitzen, sweating it through. Before Yom Kippur, along with many other Jews, the cantor who had reported that he had people toward Chazan. I hate the term cantor, Chazan. Immersed in a mikveh, a purifying pool of water, he chose to go to the best mikveh in town. In addition to offering the pages fluffy oversized towels, they also offer separate spits, also called the spitz bath, a steam bath. So our cantor found himself sitting with all the spitzers, the high rollers of the community. As they sat on spitz in the steamy haze, they discussed how much they looked forward to Yom Kippur and how confident they were that the Chazan would do a great job on Yom Kippur. With the edifying memory in mind and no other option for success in front of him, he approached the lecture, wiped the sprays from his forehead and began to sing, where people enjoy the spitz. If the pain had been during stifling heat or not enough, the authentic old-time spitz experience would include getting whacked on the back by a bath attendant holding a bottle of leafy branches, all the beds in the room. In the summer of 1948, the late Rabbi was about to accept his first vocal position in Newark, New Jersey, also with a large Jewish population at the time of young Rabbi, was unsure of how to proceed as a committed chassid He wished to urge his flock to increase their observance and connection to judicial Yiddishkeit. On the other hand, he did not want to alienate anyone. The sixth Lubavitcher Rabbi, Rabbi Yosef Yitzchak Schneur, said in guided him as follows. Have you ever been to a Schwitz? Asked the rabbi, how does it work there? Yes, my father took me many times to enter the Yevon who had spent 30 years in this old country. Everyone sits in Schwitzes. There are various levels, and the higher you go, the more intense the heat. There is also an attendant who massages people with the besom during their time at the Schwitz. Now, what were to happen? Asked the rabbi. If a fellow were to walk over to someone on the sidewalk and start massaging him with a besom, how would one react to that? Would he not hit him back? However, continued the Rabbi, if you first elevate them and warm them up with the words of inspiration in Torah, when you later make use of the besom, they don't get mad. On the contrary, they come back and ask for more. Another Schwitz related chassid of Torah. As was the habit of the Shmuel of Lubavitch, 1822 to 1832, was receiving those who lined up to seek his counsel on all matters, material, spiritual, emotional, and more. Scarcely an hour had passed since the audiences had begun, and already the Rabbi had exhausted. The Rabbi was exhausted. He called the break and asked for a fresh change of clothes. Nurse to the elders, nor the secretary of parties, he exerted himself so. Every hour he needs a new change of clothes. Why does the Rabbi schwitz so much? Hearing that his aide did not appreciate the work that he was doing, the Rabbi told him that he would be paid, but his services were no longer needed.
Very simply, Tanakama holds because there is no din of Klisharis outside of the base of Mikdash. So because there's no din of Klisharis, it doesn't make a difference.
Don't you understand? In the past hour, 20 people have come to see me. Each of them poured out his neshama soul to me and asked for my assistance in carrying it up its hills. To relate to each one's personal dilemma, I have to see it through their eyes. I must divest myself of my own personality and circumstances and put myself in theirs. Then, in order to answer them, I must reassume my own persona. Otherwise, why would they come to consult with me? Did you ever attempt to change your clothes 40 times in an hour? Did you ever attempt to change your clothes 40 times an hour? If such physical dressing and undressing would exhaust you and make you schwitz, can you imagine what it involves to do so in the mental? Can you imagine what it involves to do so in the mental, emotional, and spiritual sense? Yo, big dog, please come back in 33 minutes. When did you have to ship
mirrors that which is done inside the Mikdash, to which the words of Shimon,
one time I took it. Is it not good? Yeah, it's like a... It's something. It makes you sweat, like, unbelievably badly. Extremely badly. Really good. And I can also remember this one time, I was running, like, a lot, like, long periods of time, long distances, and I would shower, and probably over something like that, and I would go into a very professional place and sweat. Oh, I know too. When I first started, into this community, I was so... I was sweat through my sleeves.
In order to be paid for Mamish has the same exact avoda, has to be fit to
There was a video I wanted to see.
and the Gemara ends off without fully resolving.
Third generation, I can with the Rebbe's.
You are called the oath anomaly, which is why something that is done bachutz, if done it will be chayiv, yet the same act if done b'fnim will be part of the shvita. If you shech an oath bachutz and offer it up bachutz, you'll be chayiv for shvita in halal bachutz. But yet, if you shech an oath inside the shvita, also what's the status of the oath? The veilus, nothing. But that will be stuff. You know what's mentioned when you see it there. Kantos shekhido damar b'kos echad. The nasran b'chutz. Now, what's that? It's a good day. Kantos is being done. It's not using the shooter being done inside the the Kabbalah being done inside the and everything is fine. And then what happens? Except now, what occurs? So the Gemara says, nasran b'chutz. Person that goes and takes the blood outside of the Mishrash does zrika on a mizbeach outside of the Mishrash. The chazar benas on the pit, and then he comes back and brings the blood back in, and now does the zrika inside the Mishrash. Or he does the zrika inside the Mishrash. The chazar benas on the pit, and then he goes and he does it outside the Mishrash. Chayiv. Ultimately, again, he will be chayiv. Chayiv for the act of the zrika of the pit. Chayiv ultimately again the act of the pit. You'll say why? Shekulo lo'id. Ultimately, again, because all of this blood is fit to the spring itself. Because it becomes all of the body is ultimately again in one being. That is blood that is sacrificial service. Therefore, if you outside and you sprinkle it, you will be high. Because we have to turn a lot in that case. Well, we're going to talk about this. Next. Kibo dama b'shegel. Let's say you did Kabbalah in 2 cups. 2 cups, so let's say 2 kelim. So you Kabbalah literally in 2 kelim. So see what happens. Nothing can between partner. So if you go ahead and you do the blood application for both cups, let's say now that's let's say if you take the blood of both cups and you do zrika from the partner. So we'll see. This is just going to be a stylistic issue. The Mishnah wants to first go ahead and kind of give us a soft blow, right? To allow us some if you offered up both cups outside or outside chayiv. Echad b'fnim the echad b'chutz pater. Or say if you went ahead and you offered up one of the cups inside, one of the cups outside, you pater. Which makes sense. Why? Because there was zrika done on the inside. Once this zrika done on the inside, the pashtos, what that means is the other cups come just unnecessary. So echad b'chutz the echad b'fnim. Let's say I do one of them. On the now, the order of the is very important as well. So look at number 1. This is echad b'fnim the echad b'chutz. If I did 1 cup on the inside, 1 cup on the outside, I'm pater for the cup on the outside. Presumably because why? Because Allah for my side discharged my obligation for zrika for the first cup, and then for the second cup becomes the consequential. Echad b'chutz the echad b'fnim. If I did first cup outside, second cup inside, chayiv alachitzo. I am chayiv ultimately again for sprinkling the blood outside of the base of the brush. That's only what happened. This is something I do. But the carbon on the inside is still good. This is a great. If you're looking for some Talmudic smell,
these people
you want to say here's the
sponsor this.
of where carbon ultimately again touch him and chayiv b'chutz. It sounds like an anomaly. The same carbon, kasher within chayiv b'chutz. Here it is. You have Kabbalah. You do Kabbalah so that in 2 cups.
That's
2 cups. You go ahead and what? You take one of them outside and you sprinkle the blood there, and then you take the second cup, which wasn't removed outside, and then you zrika on the inside. You're chayiv, Rabbi say, for the act of zrika outside. You're chayiv for zrika b'chutz, and we'll discuss the dynamics of this. But the carbon is also kosher with the zrika done from the second cup. So it's so 1 carbon liability on the outside and on the inside. So liability on the outside, be it fulfillment of the obligation on the inside. We'll stop in this case. We'll pick up in Met Hashem. We'll do the congregation in this case. will say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin. First of all, a tremendous thank you to Josh Erez, the cover that gave the shir while I was away. We're supposed to be back with everyone. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors. All of our sponsors for this morning shir. To thank our Torah sponsors for the month of paydays. Abba was Ocean Media Schreiber, discuss over the four shame of Prayer Fall Ben Miriam. And Martin Hanaway Margaret, and Amir Martin's father, Yosef Shomer Top Gallery, Paydays, and that only sponsors for today, Aaron Smirowitz, and many of Sue's mother, Mingle, Bosch, Shlomo Todrish, Zikrono, Zach, we are praying the night of our Kamatora, all the Jewish Hamslavin, Ali, the family, all those who were full having to the whole Holy Israel. I would like to should continue to send the Torah troubles to all of Am Yisrael. Also, it's important to recognize I also wish everyone a happy new year. A lot of times when we come to the secular New Year, we accuse we're not sure exactly what to do with this. On one hand, at the same time, again, obviously, it would be ridiculous to think we live in this world. Right? I would venture to say dating our check, in accordance with what day of payday is, and again, in general, sometimes so we're living with this in a date. So there's a beautiful idea in general brought down in the sun about this concept that there's a power to the secular New Year. Why? Because in general, whenever of renewal, you should always ride that way. And the truth is, when the New Year comes, there is a feeling of newness. There is a feeling of, right? You see people always making their New Year's resolutions. Like people always trying to tap into this idea that a New Year, like Mishana, Mas, it's a New Year, and when the New Year comes, it tells me that whatever was, my Hava, 2025 is 2025, and now 2026 represents really a whole parsha, a whole year, a whole chapter that has not yet been written. See, even though it might not be the primary marking of time that we follow as Jews, and even though, again, for us, obviously, it's not Rosh Hashanah, right? Rosh Hashanah is Tishrei, but at the end of the day, there is something exciting when there's a newness in the world, and it behooves us to tap into it. It behooves us to try to figure out what in our own lives we want to renew, what in our own lives we want to be mechadesh, what in our own lives do we come up a little bit of a leggy and a little bit of just like the general, I think we go through life a lot and we feel like what's the expression? Like the mouse on the wheel? It's not the expression. Hamster on the wheel, right? The hamster on the wheel. And like, it's kind of like Lahavdil. I don't know, like a shtickle like Groundhog Day. For those of you who get that reference, right? So like kind of just like the over and over and over and over again, and it becomes a little bit depressing because we wonder to ourselves, like, how am I ever going to break this cycle? And the truth is, today represents an opportunity. It's a new day, it's a new year, it's January 1st, 2026. The universe has never seen a January 1st, 2026. This is the first date like this ever. And because there is such a newness that is in here, ultimately we have the power, if we want to tap into it as well. Just because it's not our, so to speak, Jewish New Year doesn't mean that we as residents and as members of humanity cannot tap into the wave of newness that is here. And listen, historically, compound that, just to think about this, we have a new Mishnah in the Seches Zvachim. What are the chances that on the new year, a new Mishnah, and by the way, let's say, all kidding aside, a new Mishnah on the very top of Amud Aleph, right? That's unique. Not like a new Mishnah in the middle of the page. New Mishnah, top of Amud Aleph. And I will say, this is HaKadosh Baruch Hu giving us another one of these kisses. If you want to be someone different, right? Because a lot of us have midos that are not good, but we've been living with them for years. I could change it. A lot of us have behaviors that are less than optimal, holding me back. I can change it. A lot of us have many elements of our lives that just are mediocre at best. And if I want, I could change it. January 1st, 2026 is a new year. Yisachas Zvalkin Daf Kuf Tes 109 has a Mishnah on top, a new Ischadshus. And I must say, certainly Faster Daf Yomi. Zvalkin has not been an easy run. It's been fantastic. I think it's the best Masechta ever, but it has not been. I've heard some rumblings and grumblings bordering on complaints, shtickle happy curses even, right? But and again, let's say, you know what? Get it together. Get it together. We're nearing the end of Maseches Tzvach. Get it together. Time for big boy pants. Time for us to get this. Let's finish the Masechta strong. If you want to be whiny and distracted, you can be whiny and distracted. But if you want to say January 1st, 2026, Hischachas, I got this. Okay, maybe not the first 108 block of the Sefas Tzvach, but you know what? 109 to the end, I'm going to own this. Like 109 to the end, I got this. You know what I'm saying? Everything in life is about your perspective, and everything in life is about desiring, identifying, and having a vision for the person you want to be. New Mishnah, new year, untold possibilities. Let's jump in together. Mishnah, top of Shoftas, and 109a. After touching Shiri, after touching students, so say we are continuing on the topic, which has been the topic of this particular paragraph, which is that what happens with shutei. What happens when you go and you offer up certain things outside of the confines of the Beis Hamikdash? So the Mishnah says, echad kachim pshir, what are you talking about again? Karbanos that are kosher. The echad kachim psulin, or we're going to go ahead and talking about invalid karbanos. Shehayat psulin b'kodesh. I will say, remember again, this actually brings us back a little bit. Remember we had the sugya, I don't even remember when this was, but we had the sugya about what happens if you put an invalid carbon on the mizbeach. Do you take it down or not? So remember again, the Gemara, actually, the Mishnah made a distinction between a carbon that becomes invalidated inside of the mikdash versus a carbon that became invalidated outside of the mikdash. So again, the carbon that was getting invalidated inside of the mikdash, you put it on the mizbeach, you don't take it off. But a carbon that was invalidated outside of the Beis, which essentially means it was invalidated from the beginning, if you inadvertently put it on the mizbeach, you take it off. So look at the Mishnah saying, echad kachim pshir, so if you're talking about carbonos which are kosher, the echad kachim psulin, or you're talking about the carbon that is shahayat psulin b'kodesh, but the psul, the invalidation is developed inside of the Beis Hamikdash itself, and then you went ahead and unfortunately you offered up this carbon outside of the Beis Hamikdash. You are tired. Now, the idea over here is what the Mishnah is highlighting to us is in order to be chayiv for offering up a carbon outside of the Beis Hamikdash, it has to be the kind of carbon which could have been on the mizbeach, right? So therefore there are two categories: either a kosher carbon or a carbon ultimately again whose invalidation developed inside of the mizbeach. Even such a carbon, although ideally you would not have put that on the mizbeach, if you did put it on the mizbeach, you would not put it down. Only a carbon that reaches this heightened level of what we'll call kashrus, if you offered it up outside of the Beis Hamikdash, it is liability. Good. I'm not recognizing the furthermore, the person offers up a kizayis of an olah and the imurin. Now remember again, an olah is a carbon that is totally consumed in death. Imurin refers to the specific sacrificial parts. So Rashi understands over here that what this is talking about is as follows. If you offered up a half a kizayis of an olah and a half a kizayis of its sacrificial parts, the olah meat, and half of it is the sacrificial part, and you offer that up outside of the Beis Hamikdash, you are tired. So there's two halachas that's being taught over here. Number one, you make material outside of the Beis Hamikdash, and the novelty that the Mishnah is introducing is that that kizayis is made up of two different carbonic materials. In this case, olah meat and olah sacrificial parts. Ultimately, again, they combine to create liability. Good. Let's analyze. When speaking about the halacha of shvidechot, of offering up karbanos outside of the Beis Hamikdash, it's interesting to note how the pasuk is phrased. Right, the Torah says, "Va'aleim tomar ish mi beis Yisrael min hager asher yagru b'socham asher ya'ala ola ozara." So it's interesting, and then the next pasuk is Pesach or Moed lo yivi'enu v'asol zol v'nichras ha'lev shemiyamav. If you offer up karbanos outside of the Beis Hamikdash, the penalty is courage. The Gemara is pointing out it's interesting to note that the carbon that is mentioned in the pasuk that you're not allowed to offer up outside of the Beis Hamikdash is an olah. It's olah. So therefore, the Gemara asks a very simple question. So the Gemara says, Asher ya'ala olah o zabach. How do I know? So I only know that you can't offer up an old outside of the base hamikdash. How do I know that you can't offer up? Now the Gemara is going to go through a whole list. Emure Asham, the sacrificial parts of it Asham. Ve'imure Chatos, sacrificial parts of the Chatos. Ve'imure Kachir Kadashim, or the sacrificial parts of Kachir Kadashim. Ve'imure Kachim Kalim, or the sacrificial parts of Kachim Kalim. How do I know that there is liability for offering all these items up outside of the base hamikdash as well? Tamubamar, Zavach. Therefore, the positive says Zavach. Zavach, I will say ultimately, or Zavach, I should say. Zavach is the word that means Karban. Karban, and therefore again it comes to include all of these other sacrificial items as well. Minayin Rabos, Minayin Rabos Hakomes, Vahalavona, Vachrosh. So now we transition into non-typical carbonic items, really things that don't really have like zrika, like blood associated with them. So how do I know what to include? Komes, which I want to remember again, the briefing amount of the carbon mincha, Nirvana, frankincense, Kitoles, the Kitoles, actually that should point out, let's go back to Kitoles, right, Minchas Kohanim, so the mincha of Kohanim, or Minchas Kohen Mashiach. So let's remember again, this is the specific mincha that's brought by the Kohen Gadol every single day. The Hananase, Shloshas Lugin Yayin, or a libation made up of 3 lugin of wine, or Shloshas Lugin Mayim, or the 3 lugin of water. That's for Nisa Kaman, that's on Citrus. How do I know that again, if you do any of these items outside of the base hamikdash, that you are liable as well? Hamalomar, Vel Pesach, Oel Moed Lo Yivien. The pasuk says, when is there liability? If you did not bring it to the entranceway of Oel Moed. Meaning what? Kol haba lepesach Oel Moed hayavin alav b'chutz. Anything that is supposed to be brought to Pesach Oel Moed, anything that is supposed to be brought to the entranceway of the Beis Hamikdash, anything that's supposed to be brought to the Beis Hamikdash, and you do it outside, ultimately again there's liability. So we'll say this is a very, very, very important sugya, because remember again, what the psukim indicate to me is if you brought an ola outside, and then we're going to also speak about bringing, as you saw in the previous Mishnah, or 2 previous Mishnahs ago, there's 2 levels of liability. There's liability for shita outside, and there's liability for halal, for offering, for sacrificing, for burning outside. So remember again, the Gemara talks about it, so that's what we just learned over there. The Gemara tells you the psukim, the concept of not being able to bring a carbon outside of the Beis Hamikdash, that's an explicit pasuk in the Torah. The problem we have is the part that the Torah explicitly mentions is Ola. So I know I can't bring an Ola outside of the Beis Hamikdash. How do I know that I can't bring other carbons outside of the Beis Hamikdash? Oh, there's another word. Zevach. Zevach means an offering. What does offering include? Offering includes anything else under the umbrella of carbonos. But what about the other items that are functions but not carbonos? Ketores, Levora, Mincha, all these things, that comes to Al Pesach or Al Moed Lo Yivien. That ultimately, again, we'll say that it tells me anything that is supposed to be brought to Pesach or Moed in the Beis Hamikdash, and you didn't bring it inside, but you brought it outside, there's liability.
Come back in 20 minutes if you can.
Just right over here. Incredible. Gemara says, the in of a kosher sheep. So I only know, by the way, that this only applies to kabbalah that are kosher. Not the rabbis. How do I know ultimately again that this applies even to hustle kabbalah? So most things is very interesting. To go, for example, halon v'hayosei v'atame. So say, for example, let's say I have a carbon that was shechted inside of the Beis Hamikdash, and learn means it was left overnight. Now that's a disqualification. How do I know that even if I burn that carbon outside of the Beis Hamikdash, there is still liability? Or yotze. Yotze means a carbon that was taken outside of its permitted boundaries. Or v'hatame. Or a carbon that became tame. And again, it became tame, let's say inside of the Beis Hamikdash, and you burn it outside. Or shenishcha kutz b'zmano v'kutz b'kamo. Or pickle. How do I know that even a carbon that you had intention, when let's say doing the avoda, you had intention to eat it outside of the permitted time or outside of the permitted place, that even that type of carbon, which is invalid, still there's liability if you burn it outside of the Beis Hamikdash. Or you should kidlo sulin, or for that matter, again, let's say the avoda was done by someone who is puzzled. the Zarko as Damo, and they went ahead and they did Zrika, or Bahani Lamata Shnasna Lamala, or we'll say, for example, like he had a sacrifice where the blood application was supposed to be done below the red line, but it was done above the red line, or Bahani Lamala Shnasna Lamata, or it was supposed to be done above the red line, and it was done below the red line, or Bahani Bachutz Shnasna Bifni, or the blood application was supposed to be done outside of the Kodesh, but instead it was done inside, or vice versa. Bahani Shnasna Bachutz. Well, it was supposed to be done inside, but it was done outside. Or Pesach, the Chata Shenaslan Shalom Lishman, or for that matter, again, the blood applications of the Pesach for a Chata that were done Shalom Lishman. This whole list represents Kavaras that are invalid. So now, again, how do I know that even when you have, so we'll say all of these are cases where the carbon is being done inside of the Beis Hamikdash, but something happened, one of these things happened, and as a result, the carbon is invalid. How do I know that there is still a prohibition to burn this carbon outside of the Beis Hamikdash? How do I know that? So the Gemara says, Talmud Omar, Lo Yidi'enu Lasos. Oh, because the pasuk says, ultimately again, you did not bring it to the Beis Hamikdash to perform it. Kol hamiskava b'pesach or hamoed chayav alav b'chutz. Whatever is supposed to be done inside of the Beis Hamikdash, and you do it outside, there is liability. So let's say, so this is incredible. So now, this, by the way, is probably one of the most important Gemaras that we've had in the last little bit, because this is a solid chunk of halacha l'maisa. So what I just learned over here is, number one, that the prohibition of burning a carbon, or even burning, or burning a carbon outside of the Beis Hamikdash applies to any carbon. That only does not apply to carbonas, but it applies to what? It also applies to halacha l'maisa, again, even non-animal sacrifices. Then it applies to all types of touching, all types of sacrificial items. Number three, it even applies to invalid carbonas. So if you have a carbon that was invalidated for some reason, whatever you just saw all the lists of reasons, right? There's no shortage of reasons for carbonas to become invalidated. Even so, you still can't burn that. If you take that carbon outside of the Beis Hamikdash and you burn it, you are in violation. You're in violation. So it applies to all animal offerings, all non-animal offerings, and even to invalidated carbonos cannot be burned outside of the Beis Hamikdash. Incredible. We'll say a solid chunk. Invigorating. Incredible. Let's go back to Hamalek Zayis Ola. Thanks. So let's say, remember again, how did the Mishnah end? It's actually very interesting. The Mishnah said that if you burnt a half a kizayis of Ola and Umur, which means that if you went ahead and you burnt a half a kizayis, ultimately again of Ola meat, right? Of Ola meat and sacrificial parts of Ola. Now again, this might sound a little bit confusing because Ola obviously is fully burnt on the Mizbeach. But even an Ola has Umur, which are the specific sacrificial parts that are burnt separate and distinct from the rest of the carbon. So the Mishnah told me was, right, there's only liability if you offer up a kizayis of sacrificial matter outside of the Beis Hamikdash. So if you have a half a kizayis of Ola meat and a half a kizayis of Ola sacrificial parts, those two kizayis combined to form the requisite units for liability. Okay, so the Marsh is fine. The Marsh, but it's interesting. Ola be'emura in Shama be'emurehem lo. So some of them is not done by Ola, and let's say not done by Shlamim. Right, so let's say by Shlamim, let's say this. The fact that the Mishnah illustrated this example with an Ola makes it sound like this is unique to Ola. But for example, if you were to take a half a kizayis of Shlamim meat and a half a kizayis of Shlamim sacrificial parts and combine them together, that would not combine to form the requisite shear. That's what it sounds like. Which the Gemara says, Anina lahal b'tanrabanan. Well, they indeed learn this. Listen to this. B'tanrabanan, Ola be'emura mistatan lekizayis la'los ha'machos. So we'll say, listen to this. Each price actually is a bit more expensive. An Ola, meaning Ola meat, and the sacrificial parts of Ola combine to form the requisite share for kizayis. Which again means, if you take a half a kizayis of Ola meat and a half a kizayis of Ola sacrificial parts, and you combine them together, they form a kizayis. What are the ramifications of that? So for example, if you offered up that combined amount outside of the Beis Hamikdash, there would be liability. Furthermore, Furthermore, that combined amount ultimately again could also make you liable because of pigol, nosar, and tumah. Okay, so let's dissect that statement. So Bishlama, Halas, Ola, the color in Shlamim, Lo. So it says, I understand ultimately again why in terms of let's say offering it up outside of the beginning. So I understand why I have the desires of Ola meat and I have the desires of all the sacrificial parts combined. Why? Because they all have the same what's the word? The same that's the wrong word, but they all have the same steps. And that's what? They're all fully consumed on the Mizbeach, right? Because all the meat, the truth is treated no differently than all the sacrificial parts. All the sacrificial parts are burning on the Mizbeach, and all the meat is burning on the Mizbeach. So it makes sense, therefore, when it comes to, let's say, burning them outside of the Beis HaMikdash, that half the kizayis of all the meat and half the kizayis of all the sacrificial parts could combine together to form the kizayis. The Gemara says about shlamim law, but it makes sense to say that let's say a half a kizayis of shlamim meat and a half a kizayis of shlamim sacrificial parts don't combine, right? Why wouldn't they combine? Because we'll say what happens to shlamim meat, but that's shlamim meat. You eat it. Right? And what happens to some sacrificial parts? They're burnt during the death. I understand why those two can't combine. However, I don't understand, but why, when it comes to again, so making a distinction. When it comes to, let's say, again, half the kizayis of sacrificial matter, right, sacrificial meat, and sacrificial parts combining, I understand why they combine in the case of Ola, not in the case of shlamim. Because in the case of Ola, the meat is treated the same way as a sacrifice. Everything is going to the Mizbeach. When it comes to shlamim, however, meat is consumed, sacrificial parts, I understand why they can't combine. But in other areas of halacha, nosar, the tameh, my time. But when it comes about like pigol, nosar, and tameh, why would shlamim be treated any differently than Ola? In other words, if you're going to tell me that by Ola, a half a kizayis of meat and a half a kizayis of sacrificial parts combined for pigol, nosar, and tameh, then why in the world would shlamim be treated any differently? So this is actually quite interesting. To which the Gemara says, "V'atnan we learned kala pigulim mitzdarfin, v'chala nosar mitzdarfin." So again, first of all, the Rice explicitly, the Mishnah explicitly says it. When it comes to pigol, all parts of the carbon combine, and when it comes to nosar, all parts of the carbon combine. So we'll say, so just understand, right? In other words, you're only chayiv for pigol. Remember again, we'll say, what's pigol? A little chazar, what's pigol? Pigol, right? Pigol is a mindset, right? Pigol is when I'm doing some type of one of the avodas of the carbon I have in mind to eat it outside of the permitted time. So, for example, when it comes to pigol, if you have in mind to eat a half a kizayis of meat and a half a kizayis of sacrificial parts, it's not anyway, right? But if you have that in mind, they combine. Same thing with nosar. If you leave over from the carbon, ultimately, again, half a kizayis of meat and half a kizayis of sacrificial parts, the Mishnah says exclusively, those combine. Those combine. So, kasha pigol, kasha nosar, it's a contradiction. Because before, the Gemara just said before that when it comes to eating pigol, nosar, and tumah, or half a kizayis of meat and sacrificial, Mishnah says that when it comes to pigol, nosar, and tameh, sacrificial matter always combines. So it's a kasha, it's a contradiction. Which was actually quite interesting. The Gemara says, pigol, kasha. It's not a contradiction. How to listen to this? Tan the pigol, tan the nachshavas pigol. So it's actually very interesting. The Gemara says about two different cases. One is talking about pigol itself, in other words, actual sacrificial pigol matter, and one is talking about the machshava, the intent for pigol. Look at Rashi's Mogdala side. This is Rashi on the first wide line, not the bottom wide line, but the first intermediate wide line there. Time the pigol come machshava. Listen to this. Hadik tanim mitzarfin ba'olcha pigol kalma is chayit katas. So we'll say, when do we say that sacrificial meat and sacrificial parts combine? Like when do we say they combine? And again, it doesn't matter all the fun minutes. When do we say they combine? That's when it comes to actual consumption of pigol. If you're consuming pigol, like you're actually consuming pigol, so whether you're consuming half the kizayis of sacrificial meat and sacrificial parts, it doesn't make a difference. They all combine from the kizayis with chayit katos. The Hadikani only in shlamim lo. And when do we say that it only combines by an over, doesn't combine by a shlamim? When is that? The machshavas pigol. Listen to this. That's when we're talking about the intent of pigel. Shachach Ozarat Amanas Lahachir Chati Zayis Basar Ola Chati Zayis Neimurim Chos Bizmano Pigel. Ada Bishlamim Ishe Lechol Ola Hakir Chati Zayis Basar Chati Zayis Neimurim Lo Pigel Shemach Shavas Akila Beniktar. Okay, so we'll say to get a bit technical for just a moment, but actually still quite interesting. So listen to this. The Gemara says when it comes to pigel consumption, right? If you're actually eating pigel, then again, it doesn't even matter what part of the carbon you're consuming. All the parts combined form a kazai. So again, if you have a whole mass, right, a whole table of pigel carbonic material, right, and part of it is sacrificial meat, part of it is sacrificial parts, right, and you eat it combined kazayas, you're liable. It doesn't matter, shlamim, ola, makes no difference. When is your distinction type of the carbon? Listen to this. Well, let's say you're the Kohen and you're having a machshavas pigel. So remember, you're saying the Kohen's doing Kabbalah. He's doing Kabbalah. He's doing Zrika. He's doing Zrika, right? And he has in mind that he's going to consume this carbon outside of the permitted time. That's pigel. So listen, now watch this. The Gemara now wants to suggest it makes a difference if it's a shlamim or an ola. How so? If it's an ola and he has in mind that I'm going to eat half a kazayis of meat and half a kazayis of sacrificial parts in 2 days from now, that works. Meaning that works and that it's pigel. Why? Because by an ola, the meat and the sacrificial parts are treated the same way. Everything is burned. So therefore, again, that will combine. By a shlamim, if he has in mind that I'm going to eat half a kazayis of meat in 2 days from now, and half a kazayis of sacrificial parts in 2 days from now, that machshava does not combine. Why doesn't it combine? Because by a shlamim, the meat and sacrificial parts are treated differently. Right, the meat is consumed, the sacrificial parts ultimately again are put in there. Interestingly enough, so for consumption of pigol, everything combines. For machshavas pigol, ultimately again by ola, meat and sacrificial parts will combine. By shlamim, meat and sacrificial parts will not combine. Fascinating. So the Gemara says, nosar lokash. This will be again, it's not a contradiction by nosar. Kan benosar, kan b'shinisosru. Actual Mizrak Hadam. Shabbat seems also very interesting. A bit more technical for just a moment. Right? Furthermore, again, the notes is also not a question, also not a contradiction. One is talking about an actual, well, let's see Rashi. Look at Rashi. Rashi's in the wide lines, 5 lines in. Kan benosar, kan b'shinososru, actual Mizrak Hadam. Listen to this. When do we say that ultimately, again, all forms of nosar combined? That's ba'ocham nosar kamer. That's when I'm talking about actual consumption of nosar. You have nosar meat in front of you, whether it's nosar of sacrificial meat, nosar sacrificial parts, everything combines. And when do we say ultimately? I'm sorry. And when do we say that nosar only applies to ola, not to shlamim? The very specific case. What happens when the sacrificial meat was destroyed before Zrika? Oh, listen to this. I will say, okay. It's actually very exciting. In order for Zrika to be valid, there has to be at least a kizayis of sacrificial matter left over. In other words, let's say you had a case where you shefted a carbon, you did everything, but before Zrika was done, I don't know, the carbon was accidentally incinerated. Right? Somebody wasn't paying attention on the job, they put it on the mizbeach. Right? Or it was accidentally thrown out. Right? It's accidentally destroyed. If there's no sacrificial matter left at the time of Zrika, the carbon is invalid. You need at least the kizayis of the carbon actually left over, actually in existence at the time of the Zrika. So watch this. What happens if halach l'maisa, you have a half a kizayis of sacrificial meat and a half a kizayis of sacrificial parts? Do they combine to form the requisite kizayis, ultimately again necessary in order to allow for Zrika? And what's the answer? It depends. What does it depend on? It depends on the type of carbon. If it's ola, then the sacrificial meat and the sacrificial parts will combine because again they have the same din. They're both part of the mizbeach. If it's shlamim, ultimately again, after kizayis of meat and after kizayis sacrificial parts will not combine so as to allow srika. Okay, quite fascinating. Let's go ahead. Remind Rabbi Yeshua, and who's the thing is this friend of Rabbi Yeshua? The sign of Yeshua Omer, call us Basim Shabatola. Shnei Shtaim behind kizayis basar. So let's listen to this. It's actually really fascinating. So ultimately, again, so this is Rabbi Yeshua. Let's say that clearly this is from the knuckles has some mandala. Coming attractions, like so he gets the knuckles, that's going to be like, oh, I saw that already. And button very exciting. So here it says as follows. Let's say, there's a design in shoulder. And the shoulder says, come on, welcome Shabbat Torah. To the time inside. So any carbon you have, so again, we'll say, this is going in Navajo, that I checked for the carbon, right? And now something happened to the carbon, it got completely destroyed. As long as there is a kizayis basar, right? Kizayis, I mean, kizayis basar, on the days, kizayis chelav, it's really old kizayis chelav, right? Or kizayis chelav, zorik es hadam. So essentially, the Yeshua says like this. So the Rabbi Yeshua says, as long as there is a kizayis of carbonic material left at the time of the zrika, you can go ahead and do the zrika. Now, interestingly enough, it could be a kizayis of sacrificial meat or a kizayis of chelav. Remember again, what do you do with chelav? You burn it down in the mizbeach. So essentially, as long as you have a kizayis of sacrificial matter, you're good. That's kizayis basar. I'm now 109 B, end of the first line. But Kizayis basar, the Kizayis chelav. But what if you only have a half a kizayis of meat and a half a kizayis of kosher? See what's happening in this case? In the first situation, Rabbi Yeshua said, if you have either a kizayis of meat or a kizayis of chelav, you could move forward with the zrika. What happens if you only have a Kizayis of basar or a Kizayis of chelav? You know it's only this hadam, right? You can't go ahead. You can't offer up the carbon, right? However, listen to this. Over Kizayis basar, the Kizayis chelav, zorik es hadam, mipnei shekula kol. Oh, I will say here it is. Watch this. So again, now look, this is a very important halacha. So remember again, in order to go ahead and do zrika, there has to be at least a kizayis of carbonic material that is in existence at the time of the zrika. The Yeshua says it's either a kizayis of basar or a kizayis of chelav. Now, what happens if I only have a half a kizayis of basar and a half a kizayis of chelav? Can those two combine? Because those say chelav is an example of like sacrificial matter. So it's burnt on his back. So what if I only have a half a kizayis of meat and a half a kizayis of chelav? Can those two combine to form the requisite shear of chelav, of basar sacrificial matter? And the answer normally is no. With one exception, Allah. By Allah, they can combine. Why can they get Why can they combine by Allah? Why can they combine by Allah? Because by Allah, all parts of the carbon have the same destiny, right? They have the same, what is it? Status. And sounds very ominous, right? You do the same thing with all parts of the carbon. I'm going to work on this lesson a little bit. Right? So they all have the same avoda. But everything is burnt. So because every same process. Thank you. Right? Because everything is burnt, ultimately again, therefore, they can combine. That's what Yeshua says. They're incredible. Well, really, just before we go on, that's why, again, let's go full circle. How can we get into all this discussion? Like, I have absolutely no idea, right? I'm happy I know which receptor we're in, right? So remember again, just to close the circle, where we got to this is, remember, the last line in the Mishnah on the beginning of today's daf. What was the last line in the Mishnah? Remember, in order to be chayiv for offering up a carbon outside of the Beis HaMikdash, how much carbonic material do you need? A kizayis. What did the Mishnah say? If by an olah, a half a kizayis of meat and a half a kizayis of a moral called sacrificial parts will combine. And this now we'll say, so it's the same thing. We see this thing. So by olah, because the entirety of the carbon is treated with the same process, i.e., it's all burnt on the mizbeach, Therefore, the different parts can combine to form the shear of kizayis. So therefore, if you burn a half a kizayis of sacrificial meat and a half a kizayis sacrificial parts of all the time, you are chayiv for shmutei chutz. You're chayiv for offering up on the outside. Same idea here. The Gemara says that Allah Maisa, if let's say again you offered up a carbon, and unfortunately again the carbon was inadvertently destroyed. If you have, so Rabbi Yeshua says, as long as you have either a half a kizayis of meat or a half a kizayis of chaleb, you're good to go. In general, sorry, right? If you have kizayis of meat or kizayis of chaleb, you are good to go. What about if you have a half a kizayis of meat and half a kizayis of chaleb? No, they don't combine, except in one case of olah, where they do combine. So by olah, if you accidentally destroy the carbon olah, but you have left over a half a kizayis of meat and half a kizayis of chaleb, which means a half a kizayis of meat and half a kizayis of sacrificial parts, they can combine to form the requisite shear of kizayis and would allow the zrika to occur. It's the same halacha. That's why it's being brought down over here. But the Rabbi says that mincha afilu kula kayemes lo yizra. But I want to buy mincha. Even if all of the mincha is intact, you can't do zrika. You might say, what? Mincha ma'avidike. What do you mean if the whole mincha is intact, you can't do zrika? The Rabbi says one problem with that statement, which is there's no zrika by a mincha. Right? Zrika is a blood service. It's done by animal offerings. Mincha is a meal offering. There's no zrika. We're talking about, interestingly enough, the mincha that is brought to the carbon. This is an interesting case. So imagine the following situation. If you have a mincha that is being brought together with a carbon. And let's say again the carbon, the animal itself was inadvertently destroyed or discarded. But the mincha is still intact. Does the presence of the mincha allow you to continue with this zrika? And the answer to that is no. The answer to that is no. The presence of the mincha does not allow for the zrika to continue. In order for zrika to occur, there must be a kizayis of actual sacrificial matter, sacrificial meat that is still left. In general, that means from all other kabbalos, it's either a kizayis of basar or a kizayis of chaleb. Ola is meat, and that again you can combine a half a kizayis of basar and a half a kizayis of chaleb. Incredible. Mishnah. Alright, gets better. Hakometz, Bahalavona, Vaxoris, and Minchas. So now again, same thing, liability for offering up kabbalos outside of the Beit HaMikdash. So now we're going to into the list of kabbalos, or I call it sacrificial, consecrated items that are not animal sacrifices. So kometz, most like kometz, I already know, right? So he takes his 2 middle fingers, he goes ahead and he scoops up the flour, the oil, and what does he do? He shaves off the side, he offers that amount on the staff, and in general, as long as it's not the mincha of the kohen, the rest of the mincha is consumed by the kohen. That's kometz, bona is the frankincense, kitoras. Now Rashi points out over here, which the Torah refers to over here. Rashi says, "Shebachol yom fast shachris shkash shabin ha'abayim." Shifted exactly the time. So again, incredible. This is not. So this is the everyday kitoras, right? Every single day the Kohen would offer up. We're not going to say relations. No, that the kitoras, was one of the most coveted avodas. Why? Because apparently the kitoras was skula for wealth. So therefore, again, the Gemara says that once a Kohen had the opportunity to do kitoras, ultimately, again, you didn't get to do it a second. In order that everybody gets up to it. So I'm not saying this with you. Because again, that's how it's also, if you want to see hatzlacha in your parnasa. So let's say, if you want to see what's the skula for seeing hatzlacha in your parnasa, so what's the skula? I'm sorry? Let's say, first of all, the first skula for parnasa is, there's no skula for parnasa. Right? Get up, work hard than everyone else. Get up, work harder than everyone else, right? get a second job, or get a third job, and do whatever you have to do for success. There is no path for success. Hard-working people who have a vision for what they want to accomplish will become successful. If you're looking to take it easy and be successful, if you're looking for a segula for parnasa, not going to work. Hard work is the key. The zeas, it says it. The zeas apecha chalchal levet. You want bread, you want money, work hard. Break the sweat. That's how you're going to be successful. Now, once you're putting in your shtadlus, are there other things that can help you be mafiyat in your parnasa? Absolutely. One of the most beautiful and important things one can do is Parshas HaKtoras. It is very important every day to recite Parshas HaKtoras.
His
it is
use of
a
drugs,
tremendous
kosher like
for
his
parnasa, tremendous for
cocaine
parnasa.
kosher,
In
there's
fact,
nothing inherently
one day
unkosher
in
about
Eretz
it.
Yisrael, you see this a lot.
What
God
about
also to be able to
LSD?
say it from
What
the
about
cloth. Be able to say actually for Parshas.
DMT,
So one of the things we have
that kind
working
of
on here in
stuff?
the Shul's Hashem, like the framed cloth, so that everyone could say Parshas HaKtoras from the cloth, a tremendous school for parnasa. Just all on this topic, I'll tell you in the last, I don't know if it was the last year, they call it 2 years ago, went the great Mikol Rabinovich also said that another tremendous school of parnasa, you take your tefillin off until after davening is finished. He said that is a tremendous school for parnasa. So again, obviously, sometimes that gets in the way of the zeas apecha kol chalek, right? Sometimes, again, a person, again, it doesn't have to leave davening early. No one wants to leave davening early, right? But what Mike says, sometimes we have no choice but to leave early. Okay, that's one thing, but at least again on the days, perhaps where I don't have
if the
to
family
leave
thinks
early,
that it was righteous when it was not,
off until the end of davening.
and they only davened for
I'll tell you,
4 or 6 hours for 11 months, when it really should be 12.
About this, and they can tell you stories. They're tremendous. I don't exactly know what the correlation is, but something else says the point to take it. So again, Parshas HaKtoras, keeping your tefillin on until the end of davening, and of course, but again, but to be clear, nothing ever replaces hard work. That is the key determinant, ultimately, again, with tremendous yat lishmaya to one's success. Anyway, the Gemara says as follows: Sakometz alevona v'aktoras uminchas kohanim. Minchas kohanim. So that's the mincha offered up by a kohen. Uminchas kohen Mashiach. So this is the mincha of the kohen level. Minchas nisachim. So ultimately, again, a mincha, right? The mincha that accompanies the carbon. All of these shehikr me'achas merkedais b'chotzchai. So we'll say it's that topic. Again, remember, lest you think that halacha l'maisa, that the prohibition of offering up karbanos outside of the Beis Hamikdash only applies to animal offerings. So the Gemara says natural, and it says natural, and it applies to all. Now again, this is not a finish to us. Why? We just saw it. Where do we learn this from? Whatever is supposed to be done inside, and you do it outside, you're liable for it. So again, therefore, look at these items. Rabbi Elazar Polka actually after this clean. Now what's interesting of Rabbi Elazar, Rabbi Eliezer, interesting of how you different approach. Rabbi Eliezer says that halacha l'maisa, there's actually no liability for these items until you offer them in their entirety outside. Whereas the Tanakama holds that there's liability even for offering a kizayis. Rabbi Eliezer holds that halacha l'maisa, you're only tied if you offer up the entire amount outside. The Kula Shikir Bishnim, the Shir Man kizayis, the Krivam Bachotzchai, and furthermore, the will say, any of these items that were offered up inside of the Beis Hamikdash, and you went ahead and you left over a kizayis, and you offered it up outside, ultimately, again, you are liable. You are liable for that. Incredible. The cooler, again, we'll explain how these two statements work together. The cooler chekasku kol shu, they can even a potter, and we'll say any of these items that ultimately, again, kasku kol shu, in other words, you left something off of the carbon. We'll see that which means you offered it outside. Potter, hamatu kachin, they were the chutzchayit. If you offer up kachin and sacrificial parts outside of the Beis Hamikdash, ultimately, again, you are liable. Incredible. So let's analyze. So first of all, there's a lot to unpack over here. Which we'll see in the Gemara. I went through the Mishnah a little bit quickly, but we'll see it all in the Gemara. Hamakir kizayis. And I will say the Shita Mekubetas changes as the years over years. Hamakir kizayis kitoras b'chutz. Means that ultimately, if a person offers up a kizayis of kitoras b'chutz outside of the Beis Hamikdash, chayv. Ratzi pras kutnin. if you only offer up, I must say, just note the change in Russian over here. If you offer up a kizayis of kitoras outside of the Beis Hamikdash, you are going to be liable for it. Ultimately, again, if you went ahead and you offered up Chatzi Pas B'Chim, if you offered up Pas means a portion. So if you only offered up a half a measure of kitoras inside of the Beis Hamikdash, you are potter. Okay? So let's say, let's exactly this. The Gemara says, "Tzarei my potter." Now, what does that mean? What does that mean? You offered up half a measure of kitoras inside of the Beis Hamikdash. Your potter, my potter. The Gemara says, "Potter zah." So the Kishtas, I see what it means is like, that if a non-Kohen, right, who did the kitoras avoda, which obviously is a big no, right? A non-Kohen is zar, not allowed to do any avoda. But if a non-Kohen did the kitoras, but he only offered up half of the measure of ketoras. So he didn't do the proper half of ketoras, then he's going to be potter. And that's what it means. But why? Amai haftarah. Why should he be potter for that? At the end of the day, that's still a haftarah. He's still burning incense, which he's not allowed to do. So the fact that he didn't burn the complete shear, at the end of the day, why should there be a lack of liability for that? I'm a my potter. What does it mean, potter? Potter. No, what it means is like this. We'll say Pater Tzibur. If you look at Rashi, my Pater Tzibur. We'll say it's in the intermediate wide lines of Rashi, third, fourth line. In my Pater Tzibur, the Yotzi de Chalbasan, the Kizayis Havi Haktorah. So this is very interesting. Watch this. We're going to see. The minimum amount of ketoras that has to be offered is a kizayis, right? And that's why, by the way, all these concepts are interlinked. That's why. How much ketoras do you have to burn outside of the Beis Hamikdash in order to be liable? Kizayis. What the Gemara is saying is like this: if you burnt less than the required shear, let's say the Kohen burnt less than the required shear, than the stipulated shear for ketoras, but he burnt at least a kizayis of ketoras in the Beis Hamikdash, you're Yotzei. Or you don't have to do anymore. So if a Kohen doing the avodah of the ketoras in the Beis Hamikdash burned less than the requisite shear, but did at least the kizayis, that's all the obligation, and there's no need to burn any more ketoras. Or zero. And Jerry says, "It's about the door problems." There was interestingly enough, Rabbi said about this, even Rabbi Eliezer agrees with this. And remember again, Rabbi Eliezer was the one in the Mishnah who said that when it comes to non-animal sacrifices, one time of his viability is if you burn the full measure outside of the Beis Hamikdash. And the Eliezer would therefore seem to say that a kizayis of ketoras is not enough, even inside the Beis Hamikdash, to satisfy the requirement. The whole Rabbi Eliezer lat haftarah ta'amar. And I was saying that ultimately, again, I don't understand. Rabbi Eliezer was the one who said, if you don't burn the full measure of ketoras outside the Beis Hamikdash, you're not liable. Which seems to be according to Rabbi Eliezer, every time that there is liability for burning ketoras when you burn the full measure. If that's the case, how could it be that according to Rabbi Eliezer, the Kohen would discharge his obligation if he just burns a kizayis without burning the full measure? Which was Amarabah. When it comes ultimately again to burning ketoras inside of the Beis Hamikdash, everyone agrees. Never say one thing one agrees. Take a look at Rashi. In the widest lines, the high class shir d'Rabbananu. Moda belezer b'kizayis havi akar l'chayev alav b'so b'chutz. So let's say now watch this. When we talk about the daily incense offering, that's interesting enough. With the daily incense offering, Rashi points out over here that halakha l'maisa, there is no shear. The Torah doesn't give an amount. Hazal came along and gave an amount. So in that daily Torah offering, everyone agrees that as long as the Kohen did a case of ketoras in the Beis Hamikdash, you're good to go, even though rabbinic is supposed to do more. Similarly, if you burn at least the kizayis of ketoras outside of the Beis Hamikdash on a daily day, on a regular day, even Rabbi Eliezer would agree that you would. So where's the machotes? It's easy. We'll say, where's the machotes? This on the ketoras of Yom Kippur. Wow, ketoras of Yom Kippur. Now, both saying that, take a look at Rashi. Keep the Yid, the Master Matar Gemetipurim, the Lefnai Shene'emad Bo Shir. Now, let's say, now watch this. When it comes to the Ketos of Yom Kippur, the Torah does state a requisite amount. The Torah does say ultimately what? Malol Chafnot. Malol Chafnot means a handful. A handful. The Matzava, Malol Chafnot, Dafka. So one says, one uses Malol Chaf 2 handfuls. That Dafka, that is Shir. The Matzava, Malol Chafnot, Lav Dafka. The other means is ultimately, again, no, Malol Chafnot doesn't have to be absolutely explicit. Rather, again, that even that itself is not an explicit shir. I'm going to buy it. No, it's stacking a little bit in the topic, but interesting enough, I want to say again, so remember, we're focusing over here specifically about halacha. What is the liability of the Torah when it comes to offering up a tzayis, less than the requisite amount? Now, what we have established, interestingly enough, is a fascinating distinction between what we call year-long Torahs versus Yom Kippur Torahs. Year-long Torahs, there is no mandated shir. There's a rabbinically mandated shir. Therefore, by year-long Torahs, as long as you offer up a tzayis inside, you're good to go. Outside, you're liable. Yom Kippur, it says Malol Chafnot, handfuls, 2 handfuls. The machlokas is ultimately, again, is that an explicit shir or not? That's a machlokas. Further clarification, applications, our mission mentioned, we continue tomorrow side. Shkoyach. All right, everyone, have a great day, everyone.
Perfect. Let's go even deeper. We'll focus on what happens immediately after death, Talmudic versus Kabbalistic views. Effective cremation on the soul. Effective suicide on Gehenna.
All right, everyone, say good morning. Good morning.
Implications for Gehenna immediately after death. Talmudic.
Let us begin. First of all, a tremendous thank you to the listeners, for Josh Erez, for the coverage that gave the share while I was away. It's great to be back with everyone. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this talk. All of our sponsors for this morning share. To thank our Talmud sponsors for the month of Teves, Abbarim, and Midi Schreiber. Discuss over the fortune of Rabbi Orifal Ben Miriam, and Makin Hanalei Margalit, in the name of Maki's father, Yosef Shlomo Moshe Shmuel Ben Yikusi Yehuda. His website is on Dalit Davis. And that name sponsors for today, Alan and Sue Marowitz, in memory of Sue's mother, Mindel Bas Shlomo Podrish, Zikrono Zrach, Yochel, and America by Talmud Torah. All of the Nisham Slavin Ali, the families in all those who need the Torah 7 day of Torah, Kole Yisrael. I would like to should continue to send the Torah to all of Am Yisrael. Also, it's important to recognize this. Start off by also wishing everyone a happy New Year. You know, a lot of times when we come to the secular New Year, we as Jews are a little bit not sure exactly what to do with this. On one hand, obviously, I'm not wishing anyone next year the Chassan Tova, you know, but at the same time, again, obviously, it would be ridiculous to think we live in this world, right? I would venture to say none of us are dating our sex, you know, in accordance with what their table is. It is, you know, and again, in general, so we're living in the secular date. So there's a beautiful idea in general brought down in the Son.
What's up, dude? I'll be with you in 2 minutes. So just stay here.
Why? Because in general, whenever in this world you find a clock of tzchashes, you find a clock of renewal, you should always ride that wave. And the truth is, when the New Year comes, there is a feeling of newness. There is a feeling, like you see people always making their New Year's resolutions. Like people always trying to tap into this idea that a new year, like Mishana, Shana, Mas, it's a new year. And when the New Year comes, it tells you, like, whatever was, my Hava, 2025 was 2025. And now 2026 represents really a whole pressure, a whole year, a whole chapter that has not yet been written. So even though it might not be the primary marking of time that we follow and teach, and even though, again, for us, obviously, it's not Rosh Hashanah, right? Rosh Hashanah is Tishrei, but at the end of the day, there is something exciting when there's a newness in the world, and it behooves us to tap into it. it behooves us to try to figure out what in our own lives we want to renew, what in our own lives we want to be mechanised, what in our own lives we kind of want to shake off a little bit of the lethargy and a little bit of just like the general thing, I think we go through life a lot and we do like what's the expression? It's the mouse on the wheel. Hamster on the wheel, right? The hamster on the wheel, and like it's kind of like lahabdil. I don't know, like a shtick of like Groundhog Day. For those of you who get that reference, right? So like kind of just like the over and over and over and over again, and it becomes a little bit depressing because we wonder to ourselves, like, how am I ever going to break this cycle? And the truth is, today represents an opportunity. It's a new day, it's a new year, it's January 1st, 2026. The universe has never seen a January 1st, 2026. This is the first date like this ever. And because there is such a newness that is in here, ultimately, again, we have the power, if we want to tap into it as well. Just because it's not our, so to speak, Jewish New Year, doesn't mean that we as residents and as members of humanity cannot tap into the wave of newness that is here. And also, and to kind of compound that, if you think about this, we have a new Mishnah in the Sefas Zvachim. What are the chances that on the new year, a new Mishnah, and by the way, let's say, all kidding aside, a new Mishnah on the very top of Amud Aleph, right? That's unique. Not like a new Mishnah in the middle of the page. New Mishnah, top of Amud Aleph. And I will say, this is Baruch is giving us another one of these kisses. If you want to be someone different, right? Because a lot of us have middos that are not good, but we've been living with them for years. I could change it. A lot of us have behaviors that are less than optimal, holding you back. I can change it. A lot of us have many elements of our lives that just are mediocre at best. And if I want, I could change it. January 1st, 2026 is a new year. Mesechus Zvachim Daf Kuf Tes 109 has a Mishnah on top, a new Ischadshus. And I will say, certainly for us, Daf Yomi, Zvachim has not been an easy run. It's been fantastic. I think the best Mesechta ever. But it has not been. I've heard some rumblings and grumblings, bordering on complaints, shtickle and curses even, right? But and again, let's say, you know what? Here. Get it together. We're nearing the end of Mesechus Zvach. Get it together. Time for big boy pants. Time for us to get this. Let's finish the Masechta strong. If you want to be whiny and distracted, you can be whiny and distracted. But if you want to say January 1st, 2026, Ischachus, I got this. Okay, maybe not the first 108 block of Mesechus Zvachim, but you know what? 109 to the end, I'm going to own this. Right? 109 to the end, I got this. You know what I'm saying? Everything in life is about your perspective, and everything in life is about desire, identifying and having a vision for the person you want to be. New Mishnah, new year, untold possibilities. Let's jump in together. Mishnah top of Kuftas and 109a. Echad Kachim Ksherim, Ve'echad Kachim Sunim. So Moses, we are continuing on the topic, which has been the topic of this particular parak, which is that what happens with shtickles? What happens when you go and you offer up certain things outside of the confines of the Beis Hamikdash? So the Mishnah says, Echad Kachim Ksherim, whether you're talking about, again, karbanos that are kosher, Ve'echad Kachim Sunim, or we're going to go ahead and talking about invalid karbanos, Shahayat Isulim Bakodesh. I will say, if you remember again, this actually brings us back a little bit. Remember we had the sugya, I don't even remember when this was, we had the sugya about what happens if you put an invalid carbon on the Mizbeach. Do you take it down or not? So if you remember again, the Gemara, actually, the Mishnah made a distinction between a carbon that becomes invalidated inside of the Mikdash versus a carbon that became invalidated outside of the Mikdash. So again, the carbon that was invalidated inside of the Mikdash, you put it on the Mizbeach, you don't take it off. But a carbon that was invalidated outside of the Beis Hamikdash, which essentially means it was invalidated from the beginning, if you inadvertently put it on the Mizbeach, you take it off. So look at the Mishnah saying, Echad Kachim Ksherim, so what are you talking about carbonos which are kosher? Ve'echad Kachim Psulim. Or are you talking about the carbon that also Shahaya Pisulim Bakodesh? But the Psul, the invalidation developed inside of the Beis Hamikdash itself. V'kriban Bachutz. And then you went ahead and unfortunately you offered up this carbon outside of the Beis Hamikdash. You are high. Now the idea over here is, what the Mishnah is highlighting to us is In order to be chayiv for offering up a carbon outside of the Beis Hamikdash, it has to be the kind of carbon which could have been on the Mizbeach. Right? So there are two categories, either a kosher carbon or a carbon ultimately, again, whose invalidation developed inside of the Mikdash. Because even such a carbon, although ideally you would not have put that on the Mizbeach, if you did put it on the Mizbeach, you would not put it down. Only a carbon that reaches this heightened level of what we'll call kashrus, if you offered it up outside of the Beis Hamikdash, there is liability. Good. Furthermore, if a person offers up a kizayis of an olah and the imurin, now remember again, an olah is a carbon that is solely consumed in Mizbeach. Imurin refers to the specific sacrificial parts. So Rashi understands over here that what this is talking about is as follows. If you offered up a half a kizayis of an olah and a half a kizayis of its sacrificial parts, so in other words, you have an entire kizayis, but half of it is the olah meat, and half of it is the sacrificial part, and you offer that up outside of the Beis Hamikdash, you are chayiv. So there's two halachas that's being taught over here. Number one, you're only chayiv for offering up a kizayis of carbonic material outside of the Beis Hamikdash, and the novelty that Mishnah is introducing is if that kizayis is made up of two different carbonic materials, in this case, olah meat and olah sacrificial parts, ultimately, again, they combine to create liability. Good. So let's analyze. Turn up on Asher ya'ala olah o zebach. Eini ela olah. Minayin l'rabbo simuri asher le'murei katos mosin listen to this. The Gemara says as follows. When speaking about the halacha of shvutechot, of offering up karbanos outside of the Beis Hamikdash, it's interesting to note how the pasuk is phrased. Right? The Torah says, "Va'aleim tomar ish mi beis Yisrael min hager asher yagu b'sofam asher ya'ala olah o zebach." So it's interesting that, and then the next pasuk is, "Ve'al pesach olah moed lo yivia." If you offer up karbanos outside of the Beis Hamikdash, the penalty is kares. The Gemara is pointing out it's interesting to note that the carbon that is mentioned in the pasuk that you're not allowed to offer up outside of the Beis Hamikdash is an olah. That's olah. Therefore, the Gemara asks a very simple question. So the Gemara says, Asher ya'ala olah o zebach. Eini ela olah. Minayin l'rabos imuri asher. How do I know? So I only know that she can't offer up an olah outside of the Beis Hamikdash. How do I know that she can't offer up now? The Gemara is going to go through a whole list. Imuri asher, the sacrificial parts of an asher. Imuri katos, sacrificial parts of a katos. Imuri kachei kavashim, or the sacrificial parts of kachei kavashim. Imuri kachim kalim, or the sacrificial parts of kachim kalim. How do I know that there is liability for offering all these items up outside of the Beis Hamikdash as well? Kamei Zebach. Therefore, the positive says Zebach. Zebach, I will say ultimately, or Zebach, I should say. Zebach. Zebach is a word that means carbon. Carbon. And therefore, again, it comes to include all of these other sacrificial items as well. Minayin l'rabos. Minayin l'rabos hakometz. V'halavona. V'chotz. So now we transition into non-typical carbonic items. Maybe I think that don't really have like zrika, like blood associated with this. How do I know to include kometz, which I want to remember again is a 3-fingerful amount of the carbon mixture, levona, frankincense, ketores, the ketores. Actually, that she points out, let's go back to ketores, like minchas kohanim, so the mincha of kohanim, or minchas kohen Mashiach. So let's remember again, this is the specific mincha that's brought by the Kohen Gadol every single day. The Hananase, Shloshes Lugin Yayin, or a libation made up of 3 lugin of wine, or Shloshes Lugin Mayim, or the 3 lugin of water. That's what the rest of the command, that's how it is. How do I know that, again, if you keep any of these items outside of the Beis Hamikdash, that you are liable at? So, Kamalomar, Val Pesach, Oel, Moel, Lo Yidiyah. The Pasuk says, when is there liability? If you do not bring it to the entranceway of Oel Moed. Meaning what? Kol haba lepesach Oel Moed hayavin alav b'chutz. Anything that is supposed to be brought to Pesach Oel Moed, anything that is supposed to be brought to the entranceway of the Beis Hamikdash, everything that's supposed to be brought to the Beis Hamikdash, and you do it outside, ultimately again there's liability. So what's like, the psukim indicate to me is if you brought an olah outside, and then we're going to speak about bringing, as we saw in the previous Mishnah, or 2 previous Mishnahs ago, There's two levels of liability. There's liability for shita outside, and there's liability for halalah, for offering, for sacrificing, for burning outside. So remember again, you might talk about it, so that wasn't just what we just learned over there. You might also be in the concept of not being able to bring a carbon outside of the base of Mikdash. That's an explicit pasuk in the Torah. The problem we have is this carbon that the Torah explicitly mentions is Olah. So I know I can't bring it all outside of the base of Mikdash. How do I know that I can't bring other carbon outside of the base of Mikdash? Oh, there's another word, Zebach. Zebach means an offering. What does offering include? Offering includes anything else under the umbrella of carbonos. But what about the other items? There are functions, but not carbonos. Keteles, Levona, Mincha, all these things, that comes from Al Pesach or a more Lordian. That ultimately, again, it tells me anything that is supposed to be brought Pesach or Moed from the base of Mikdash, and you didn't bring it inside but you brought it outside, there's liability for it. So the entire subject of Shchuta close just right over here. Incredible. Gemara says, the aim of a touching sheep. So I only know, by the way, that this only applies to Kabbalah that are kosher. Not that those students. How do I know ultimately again that this thing out that this applies even to hustle Kabbalah? So it's very interesting. For example, Halon, the Hayotze, the Hakame. So say, for example, let's say I have a carbon that was just inside the base and one means it was left overnight. It was left overnight. Well, that's a disqualification. How do I know that even if I burn that carbon outside of the base of the Mikdash, there is still liability? Or Yotze. Yotze means a carbon that was taken outside of its permitted boundaries. Or the Hakame, or a carbon that became Kame. And again, you can tell me, let's say, inside of this mission, you burn it outside. Or Shinishka Chutz Bizmano B'chutz B'mkamo, or Pickle. How do I know that even a carbon that you had intention, when you're doing that avoda, you had intention to eat it outside of the permitted time, or outside of the permitted place, that even that type of carbon, which is invalid, still is liability if you burn it outside of the base of Mikdash, or you should keep low sulim, or for that matter, again, let's say the avoda was done by someone who is puzzled, the darko asked damo, and they went ahead and they did ismita, or bahani from the mata shinas from the mata, or let's say, for example, let's say the sacrifice where the blood application is supposed to be done below the red line, but it was done above the red line. Or the honey or it's supposed to be done above the red line, and it was done below the red line. Or or the blood application was supposed to be done outside of the kodesh, but instead it was done inside, or vice versa. Or it was supposed to be done inside, but it was done outside. Or for that matter, again, the blood applications of the Pesach or Akatas that were done Shlosh Ranavosai. This whole list represents karbanos that are invalid. So now again, how do I know that even when you have, so we'll say all of these are cases where the carbon is being done inside of the base of Mikdash, but something happened, one of these things happened as a result, the carbon is invalid. How do I know that there is still a prohibition to burn this carbon outside of the base of Mikdash? How do I know that? So the Gemara says, Hamalomar, lo yitenu lasos. Also, as the Pasuk says, ultimately again, you did not bring it to the base of Mikdash to perform it. Whatever is supposed to be done inside of the base of Mikdash, and you do it outside, it is liable. So let's say, so this is incredible. So now, this, by the way, is probably one of the most important Gemaras that we've had in the last little bit, because this is a solid chunk of halacha l'maisa. So I just learned over here is, number one, that the prohibition of burning a carbon, or even burning a carbon outside of the base of Mikdash applies to any carbon. That only does not apply now, applies to Kabbalah, but it applies to us. It also applies to our local l'maisa, again, even non-animal sacrifices. Then it applies to all types of custom, all types of sacrificial items. Number three, it even applies to invalid carbons. So if you have a carbon that wasn't validated for some reason, whatever the we just saw all the list of reasons, right? There's no shortage of reasons for carbons to become invalidated. Even so, you still can't burn that. If you take that carbon outside of the base of Mikdash and you burn it, you are in violation. You're in violation. So it applies to all animal offerings, all non-animal offerings, and even to invalidated carbonos cannot be burned outside of the base of Mikdash. Incredible. What's a solid chunk of
because there's a
Great. Incredible. Let's go back to it. Thanks once again. Remember again, how the Mishnah ends. This is very interesting. The Mishnah said that if you burn a half a kizayis of ola and umur, which means that if you went ahead and you burned a half a kizayis, ultimately again of ola meat, right, of ola meat, and sacrificial parts of ola. Now again, this might sound a little bit confusing because ola obviously is fully burnt on the Megillah, but even in ola has umur, which are the specific sacrificial parts that are burned separate and distinct from the rest of the carcass. So the Mishnah told me was, right, there's only liability if you offer up a kizayis, a sacrificial matter outside of the Beit HaMikdash. So if you have a half a kizayis of ola meat and a half a kizayis of ola sacrificial parts, those two kizayis combined to form the requisite unit for liability. Okay, Gemara says fine. Gemara says, but it's interesting. Ola ve'imura in shama ve'imura hello. So somebody says it's not been by Ola, and let's say not been by Shlamim. Right? So let's say by Shlamim, let's say this. The fact that the Mishnah illustrated this example with an Ola makes it sound like this is unique for Ola. But for example, if you were to take a half a kizayis of Shlamim meat and a half a kizayis of Shlamim sacrificial parts and combine them together, that would not combine to form the requisite share. That's what it sounds like. To which the Gemara says, Nino Lahar, B'Tanrabanan, so say indeed you learned this, listen to this. B'Tanrabanan, Ola ve'imurah mitzarfim lekizayis, la'los ha'machos. Also says, listen to this. He tries to actually bring more experience. An Ola meat and the sacrificial parts of Ola combine to form the requisite share of kizayis. Again, if you take a half a kizayis of Ola meat and a half a kizayis all the sacrificial parts, and you combine them together, they form a kizayis. What are the ramifications of that? So, for example, if you offered up that combined amount outside of the Beis Hamikdash, there would be liability. Furthermore, that combined amount ultimately again could also make you liable because of pigol, nosar, and tumah. Okay, so let's dissect that statement. So Bishlama, Alos, Ola, Yikavil, Shlamim, Lo, I understand ultimately again why in terms of let's say offering it up outside of the Beis Hamikdash. So I understand why a half a kizayis of Ola meat and a half a kizayis of Ola sacrificial parts combined. Why? Because they all have the same what's the word? It's the same. They all have the same step. And that's what? They're all only consumed on the mistake. Right? Because all of the truth is no different.
There he is. I just have one question for you. Are you ready for my question, Zoot?
When it comes to, let's say, burning them outside
Are you ready to lose?
That half the kizayis of all the meat and half the kizayis of all the sacrificial parts can combine together to form the kizayis.
Zoot, you didn't answer your question.
It makes sense to say.
You got to answer my question first.
I'm ready to win.
Sacrificial parts.
I'm going to ask you the most controversial
Why wouldn't they combine? Because we'll say, what happens to shlamim meat? What happens to shlamim meat? You eat it. Right? And what happens to shlamim sacrificial parts? They're burnt in his gas. I understand why
50% of marriages end in divorce, and your wife commits suicide. Is that still a successful marriage?
When it comes to, let's say again,
how do you define what a successful marriage is?
Sacrificial meat and sacrificial parts.
Ending in divorce.
I understand why they combine in the case of Ola, not in the case of Shlamim. Because in the case of Ola,
yeah, I would say so because you didn't.
The same thing as a sacrifice. Everything is going to be fair.
You didn't get a divorce.
Shlamim, however, meat is consumed. Sacrificial parts. I understand why they can't combine. But in other areas of halacha,
I don't think that was so controversial.
My time up. But when it comes about, say, to pick
I don't think that was so controversial.
Why would shlamim be treated any differently than Ola? In other words, if you're going to tell me that by Ola,
if she committed suicide over you, then I'm probably not going to marry.
And half of sacrificial parts combined, or pickle,
then you have a bad way of determining whether a marriage is successful.
So this is actually quite interesting. Which the Gemara says,
Did he want money?
So again, first of all, the rice exclusively, the Mishnah explicitly says it. When it comes to pickle, all parts of the carbon combined, And when it comes to nosar, all parts of the carbon combine. So once you just understand, right? In other words, you're only chayiv for pigol. Remember, we'll say, what's pigol? Little chazal, what's pigol? Pigol? Right? Pigol is a mindset, right? Pigol is when I'm doing some
Zoo,
type
baby,
of
you're
one
up.
of the carbon I have in mind to eat it outside of the
Zoo.
time. So, for example, when it comes to pigol, if you have in mind,
I haven't met many people that don't
meat
want
and
money.
the sacrificial parts, which now anyway, right? But you have that in mind. They combine. Same thing with no side. If you leave over from the carbon, ultimately again, hapikizai is the meat and hapikizai is the sacrificial parts. The Mishnah says explicitly those combine. Those combine. So kasha pigol, kasha no side, it's a contradiction because before you just said.
So do you have a joke on food yet?
When it comes to eating pigol, no side, and tumah, hapikizai of meat and sacrificial parts only combined by olo, not by shlamim. The Mishnah says that when it comes to pigol, nosar, and tameh, sacrificial matter always combines. So it's a kasha, it's a contradiction. Here's what actually quite interesting. Gemara says, pigol lo kasha. It's not a contradiction. How so listen to this? Kan the pigol, kan the nachshavas pigol. So it's actually very interesting. Gemara says, talking about two different cases. One is talking about pigol itself, in other words, actual sacrificial pigol matter, and one is talking about the machshava, the intent for pigol. Look at Rashi just a moment ago. This is Rashi on the first wide line, not the bottom wide lines, but the first intermediate wide lines there. Kan the pigol kam machshava. So listen to this. Hadik tanim mitzarfin ba'olchak pigol kalmar l'schayit chatas. So I will say, when do we say that sacrificial meat?
I'm just telling you right now, that's a terrible shot.
Combine.
One of the worst shots we've ever seen.
And again, it doesn't matter all the shlom. When do we say they combine? That's when it comes to actual consumption of pigol. If you're consuming pigol, like you're actually consuming pigol, so whether you're consuming half the kazayas sacrificial meat, and sacrificial parts, it doesn't make a difference. They all combine from the kazayas.
I mean, that doesn't matter.
And when do we say that it only combines by or it doesn't combine by shlom? The machshavas pigol. Listen to this.
Okay.
That's when we're talking about the intent of pigol. Shim shachat or zarat. I'm going to ask
Are you ready for what the
history of
No.
Chutz lizmano pigol. About the shlamim, he shaped leachol or lahakir chatzi zayis basar lechatzi zayis imurin lo pigol.
Rabbi, what do you rank that shot out of 10?
Okay, so we'll say,
0.
to get a bit technical for just a moment, but actually still quite interesting.
So does 0.
Listen to this. The Gemara says, when it comes to pigol consumption, right? If you're actually eating
You might have just got to 0.
then again,
I
it
agree.
doesn't matter what part of the carbon you're
one.
consuming. All the parts combine to form a kazayah. So again, if you have a whole
Rabbi,
mass,
in a
right,
better
a whole
position,
people of pigol carbonic material, right? And part of it is sacrificial meat, part of it is sacrificial parts,
Rabbi, is in a
right?
better
And you
position.
eat combined kazayas.
I think I am.
Doesn't matter, shlamim, ola makes no difference.
Okay.
When is there a distinction type of the carbon? Listen to this. Well, let's say you're the Kohen and you're having a machshavas pigol. So remember again, let's say the Kohen is doing Kabbalah.
What do you rank that shot out of 10?
Not
He's
good.
doing Zrika. He's doing Zrika, right? And he has in mind that he's going to consume this carbon outside of the permitted time. That's pigol. So once again, I watch this. The Gemara now wants to suggest it makes a difference if it's a shlamim or an ola. How so?
That was a great shot.
If it's an ola, and he has in mind that I'm going to eat half a kazayis of meat and half a kazayis of sacrificial parts in 2 days from now, that works. Meaning that works and that it's pigol. Why? Because by an ola,
That's short.
the meat
It's
and
not
the
going to get over the
sacrificial
hump.
parts are treated the same way. Everything is burned. So therefore, again, that will combine. By a shlamim, if he has in mind that I'm going to eat half a kazayis of meat in 2
No
days from now,
way.
and half a kazayis of sacrificial parts in 2 days from now, that machshava does not combine.
I'm going to go
Why
out.
doesn't it combine? Because by a shlamim, the meat and sacrificial parts are treated differently. Right? The meat
Rabbi,
is
when my
consumed,
fine
the
child just
sacrificial
go
parts
100% in
ultimately
and
are
out, I'm
not
going to go out.
interestingly enough,
Alright,
so
that's
for
a cool story, dog.
everything combines. From machshavas
You know what?
pigol,
You know what's happening in
ultimately,
South
again,
Australia right now?
by ola, meat and sacrificial
Everybody's
parts
waiting
will
for you to go
combine.
out.
The sacrificial parts will not combine.
Fringe festival.
Fascinating.
I was just going to say that.
No sir, no sir, Lokash. It's only again. It's not a contradiction by no sir.
Doug, are you ready for one of the greatest shots you've ever seen?
Everyone's waiting for me to make a joke about food.
More technical for just a moment.
Yeah, dog.
Right? Furthermore,
Oh,
again,
man, how did that go in, dude?
One is talking about an actual. Well, let's see Rashi. Look at Rashi. Rashi's in the wide lines, 5 lines in. Listen to this. Hadikani Mitzdafen. When do we say that ultimately again all forms of nosar combined? That's ba'ochel nosar.
What the hell is
That's the actual consumption of nosar. You have nosar.
You're down
of you,
2
whether it's
holes to
nosar
none.
of sacrificial meat, nosar of sacrificial part.
Rabbi, did you see like
everything
a cow spin on my boulders before?
Or this high practice. How do you
Oh,
tell
fuck.
all the
No, nobody saw
and when
that.
do we say ultimately? I'm sorry. How do you tell me something about Okam Nosar coming? How do you tell me only in Shlamim? When do we say that Nosar only applies
Okay.
to Ola, not the Shlamim? V'sheni Silsru me'ivot
My
usrei.
bowl started spinning like it was on like fire.
What happened when the
That's
sacrificial
baller.
meat was destroyed before Zrika? Then
We're going to show you a thing.
No.
The Chatzin Gais Mizah. Oh, listen to this. I'm going to say, okay. In order for, essentially very
Rabbi.
simple, in order for Zrika,
Yeah, baby.
He's in a better position than I am.
there has to be at least
You are?
desires of sacrificial matter left over. In other words, let's say you had a case where you checked for the carbon, you did everything, but before Zrika was done, I don't know, the carbon was...
You have to make this show.
Like somebody wasn't paying attention on the job, they put it
Pretty
on the
easy.
right? Or it was accidentally thrown out. Right? So I didn't destroy it. If there's no sacrificial matter left at the time of Zrika, the carbon isn't valid. You need at least the
Calm down, dude.
desires of the carbon actually left over, existence at the
I'm
time
actually
of Zrika.
amazingly good at it.
What happens if halakha l'maisa, you have a half of desires of sacrificial
What do you mean?
and a half of desires of sacrificial parts?
Something like this.
Do they combine to form the requisite desires ultimately again necessary in order to allow for Zrika? And what's the answer? It depends. What does it depend on? It depends on the type of carbon. If it's Ola, then the sacrificial meat and sacrificial parts will combine because again they have the same din, they're both part of the Mizbeach. If it's Shlamim, ultimately again, half the Gezais of meat and half the Gezais sacrificial parts will not combine so as to allow Zrika. Okay, quite fascinating. That's right. The mind of Yeshua, and who's the pain is this? The sign of Yeshua Omer.
That was amazing. Yeah, big dog.
So listen to this. It's actually really fascinating. So ultimately, again, the Gemara says, so who's Rabbi Yeshua?
My ball didn't go in the hole.
This is from the Nachos, Tasamadala. Coming attractions, right? So we get to the Nachos, Tasamadala, you're like, oh, I saw that already. And Zvatim Kuftes, very exciting. So the Gemara says as follows.
Dude.
Yeah. Okay.
You lost.
And Yeshua says, "Come on, Zvachim Shabbat Torah." Any carbon you have. So again, both say this.
All right, are you gonna go to the Fringe Festival?
I checked the carbon, right? And now something happened to the carbon. It got destroyed. As long as there is a kizayis basar, on the base.
Dog, but I destroy you whenever we play.
It's really kizayis right? Or kizayis
Oh, okay, we're gonna play trick shots.
So the Rabbi shows us as long as there is a kizayis of carbonic material left at the time of the Zrika,
Trick shot
you can
9
go
ball.
ahead and do the Zrika. Now, interestingly enough, it could be a kizayis of sacrificial meat or a kizayis of Caleb. What do you do with Caleb?
What'd you say, Pim?
So essentially, as long as you have a kizayis of sacrificial matter, you're good. I can't see zayis basar. I'm not going to say now 109.
Are you gonna accept my invitation, dog?
But Chatizayis basar, the Chatizayis Caleb. But what if you only have a half a kizayis of meat and a half a kizayis of
Look how good this shot is.
In the first edition, Rabbi Yeshua said, if you have either a kizayis,
Maybe the best shot.
kizayis of
Okay. You don't even know what an illegal break is.
what happens if you only have a Chatizayis
Terrible
of
shot.
basar or
One of the worst
kizayis
shots I've
of
ever seen.
Caleb? Ain't no sort of this hadam.
Not even
You
kidding.
can't go ahead. You can't offer up
One of the worst shots I've ever
However,
seen.
listen to this. Well, the older,
Hit the ball, dog.
Oh, I will say here it is. Watch this. So again, this is very point halacha. So it's a carbonic
Nope.
at the time of the Zrika. The Yeshua says it's either a kizayis of basar or a kizayis of
I said it was not
Now, what
legal.
happens if I only have a half a kizayis of basar and a half a kizayis
No way
of
you're gonna
Caleb?
hit that.
Can those two combine? Because we'll say Caleb is an example
Boy, time is ticking
of
down.
sacrificial matter that's burnt in the Mizbeach. So what if I only
That's
have a half
illegal
of kizayis of meat and a half of kizayis
Are
of
you
Caleb?
sure?
Can those two combine to form the
Yeah, went over the line.
shear of basar sacrificial matter?
No, that's
And
a
the answer
legal break.
is
Yeah,
no,
baby.
with one exception, Ola. By Ola, they can combine. Why can they get we'll see over? Why can they combine by Ola? Why can they combine by Ola? Because by Ola, all parts of the carbon have the same destiny, right? They have the same.
Rabbi fucked up the AD and tried to load.
Okay, well, let's see your shot.
And sounds very ominous, right? Right.
Man, the most amazing show you ever seen with this
We
one.
do the same thing with all parts of the carbon. No, it's not.
That
I'm
was
going to
really
work
good.
on this question a little bit. Right? So in other words, they all have the same avoda. They all have the same avoda. But everything is burned. So because every same process. Because thank you. Right? Because everything is burned. Ultimately, again, therefore, they can combine. That's what Yeshua says. That's incredible. Incredible. Well, mincha, now, let's say, by the way, just before we go on, that's why again, let's go full circle. How did we get into all this discussion over here? You're like, I have absolutely no idea. Right? I'm happy I know which sector we're in. Right? So let's say, so remember again, just to close the circle, where we got to this is, remember, the last line in the Mishnah on the beginning of today's daf. What was the last line in the Mishnah? Remember, in order to be offering up a carbon outside of the Beis Hamikdash, how much carbonic material do you need? A kizayis.
It's the only one that I think they've had like prosecution. No, I knew another. Well, I knew somebody whose dad was murdered in Northern California.
And we see now, we'll say, so it's the same thing. We see this thing. So by Ola, because the entirety of the carbon is treated with the same process,
is an assassination
yeah, dog.
Therefore, the different parts can be combined to form the shear kizayis. And therefore, if you burn a half a kizayis of sacrificial meat and a half a kizayis of sacrificial parts of all the Beis Hamikdash, how do you define assassination? Up on the outside. Same idea here. The Gemara says
it's variable.
That Allah, if let's say again you offered up a carbon, and unfortunately again the carbon was
usually it's a high-profile individual,
if you have,
but it doesn't have to be.
As long as you have either a half a kizayis of meat or a half a kizayis of challah, you're good to go. In general, sorry. Right? If you have a kizayis,
I believe the etymology is Arabic,
to go.
and it
What
is
about if you
something
have a
like
half a kizayis of meat and half a kizayis of challah? No, they don't combine.
like assassin.
Where they do combine. So by Ola, if you accidentally destroy the carbon over, but you have left over a half a kizayis of meat and half a kizayis of challah, which means a half a kizayis of meat and half a kizayis of sacrificial parts, they can combine to form the requisite shear kizayis and would allow the zrika to occur. It's the same halacha. That's why it's being brought down over here. But the device says,
someone pays money to murder you, is that an assassination?
But I must say, by mincha, even if all of the mincha is intact, you can't use zrika. You must what? Mincha ma'avidite. What do you mean if the whole mincha is intact, you can't use zrika?
It's usually a
one problem with that statement, which is there's no zrika by a mincha.
What was that, Zoo?
Is a blood.
That was one of the worst shots I've ever seen.
Mincha is a meal offering. There's no zrika. So you're talking about here.
Blind shot, Zoo.
Interestingly enough, the mincha that is brought to the carbon is an interesting case.
No, that's what an assassination is. Someone who's assassinated.
If you have a mincha,
assassination means there has to be an assassin, right?
And let's say again, the covenant animal itself was inadvertently
But no one's
destroyed,
contracted to
but the mincha
kill you.
is
That's
still
an
intact. Does the presence of the
Okay.
mincha allow you to continue with this zrika? And the answer to that is no. The answer to that is no. The presence of the mincha does not allow for the zrika to continue. In order for zrika to occur, there must be a kizayis of actual sacrificial matter, sacrificial meat that is still left. In general, that means from all other karbanos, it's either a kizayis of basar or a kizayis of challah. Ola is unique in that again you can combine
Zoo,
a half a
you're
kizayis of
done.
basar and a half a kizayis of challah.
It's over for you.
Incredible. Mishnah.
Oh, that would have been an amazing shot.
I think I did have a good shot.
Liability for offering up karbanos outside.
I made it very difficult for you to do anything here.
Into the list of karbanos, or I call it sacrificial, consecrated items that are not animal sacrifices. So cold nuts.
You ready for the greatest shot you ever seen,
Yes. Perhaps it's the greatest shot I've ever seen, but it's not the greatest shot in global history.
Flour, the oil, and what
That's a terrible shot. That's one of the worst shots we've ever seen. Terrible. Terrible. You should lose points for putting in the wrong ball.
I just gave you the easiest one shot. I mean, you could do for a blind shot or you could do for a different type of trick shot. In future, people are going to be embarrassed by that shot.
I agree with you, son.
Oh my.
Did you see
They
that?
might be more embarrassed by that.
Your ball was
I
going
don't know
in.
who had them.
Your ball was going in.
Embarrassing shot, maybe.
Doug, your ball was going in, and then it would stop.
Yeah. Who's your favorite person in the world?
I am.
That is pure narcissism.
Good.
You want to see Hatzlacha in your Parnasa. So let's say if you want to see.
If you ever get married, you like your wife more than you.
No, I like myself more than anybody.
I'm sorry. Let's say, first of all, the first school of Parnasa is
Good. I'm glad it is. I would have it no other way. I think it shows healthy self-confidence. Look at this shot, Zoot. Oh, come on. Dude.
There is no light path for success.
Bank shot. Dude, Zoot, how'd you like that shot, son?
Who have a vision for what they want to accomplish
No,
will become successful.
If you had to press a button, if you went into a room, you had to press a button that saved a million lives or saved your own. Which button would you press?
My own.
You want bread,
you are
you
narcissist.
want money,
Yeah, baby.
work hard.
I mean, do I know that million people, or are they just like random ass people?
Once you're putting in your shtablos, are there
They
other
could be
things that can
anyone.
help you be matzliach in your parnasa?
Okay, they could be anyone.
One of the
Well
most
then,
beautiful and important things one could do
Could be someone you know. It could even be someone you know.
okay. That's a good question. I might make the sacrifice, but I might not. Depends how I feel that day. Make it, Zoot. What would you do? Dude, that was one of the worst shots that we've ever seen. I'm going to show you.
I think a million lives are more valuable than my own life, so I press the button to save a million lives.
Okay. And what if you were tortured to death?
Tortured to death?
Yeah.
So again, obviously, sometimes that gets in the way of the Zeh Sapef right? Sometimes
Dude, that was terrible.
Again, people have to leave davening early. No one wants to leave davening early, right? But Lamai says sometimes you have no choice but to leave early. Okay, that's
that
one thing,
sucks.
but at least again on the day.
There's an argument to be made that the potential of a million lives or more are sacrificed when you orgasm.
Who are makbid about this, and they can tell you stories.
Okay.
They can tell you stories.
What did you say?
I don't exactly know what the
There's an argument to be made that a million lives or more are sacrificed when you orgasm.
Keeping your tefillin on until the end of davening. And of course, but again,
Okay, well, I'm glad that you feel that way. At least potential.
You know what?
Why is
You know
that?
why is it?
Why is that, Zoot?
Different.
Why is that, Zoot?
Because when you orgasm, potentially you're only making 1 to 3 lives.
Not necessarily. There's the potential that every single sperm could eventually impregnate every single woman. There's a potential. I'm not saying it's high, but there's a potential.
No one in the universe is just going to pick my sperm out of everything.
In fact, I'd make the argument there's a major reason to avoid it. Because it belongs to someone who can't make a clean joke. I would say that there's a lot of reasons to avoid it because it belongs to someone who can't make a clean joke.
There's actually no liability for these items until you offer them in their entirety outside.
Most people can't even
Whereas
make
the
one joke.
holds that there's liability even for offering a kizayis. Rabbi Eliezer holds that
Oh,
halacha
come on.
l'maisa,
What?
you're only chayiv if you offer up the entire amount outside.
Hey, Rabbi.
Dude, look at how many points I got.
I'm very good at playing joke.
Any of these items
So what's your clean joke, baby?
that were offered up inside of the Beis Hamikdash.
What
And
do you
you
call
went ahead
angry
and leftover kizayis, and you offered it
Dude.
outside. Ultimately, again,
Dude, I just dominated.
You are liable for that. Incredible.
Look
Rabbi,
at-
what do you call angry?
Look, Zoot, look at the best shot. Look how good it is. What's an angry homeless person? A pissed off person without a house.
You ripped something off of the carbon. We'll see exactly what this means. You offered that outside.
Ruthless.
That's,
If
you said
offer up
ruthless?
and sacrificial parts outside of the Beis Hamikdash,
Yeah.
ultimately, again, you
Okay.
are liable. Incredible. So let's analyze. So first of all,
You get it?
there's a lot,
Yeah, it's
to
not
unpack
fun.
over here. A lot to unpack
It's not
over
really
here,
funny,
which we'll
though.
see in the Gemara. So I went through the Mishnah a little bit.
But I'll give you credit. You didn't come up with it, but if you had, then that would be your clean joke, dog.
Choose ultimately again if a person offers up a kizayis of
Rabbi,
kitoris,
have you had
but what's outside of the Beis Hamikdash,
you haven't been on
that's it. Fast between potter. If you only offer that, then just note to change the lashon.
We usually
If you
have
offer up a kizayis
services
of
that help
kitoris
to avoid
outside
that.
of the Beis Hamikdash, you are going to be
I have met-
liable.
I've met Jews who are down on their luck
If you went
and,
ahead you offered up chatzi
like
fast between,
living on
if you
couches.
offered up
But
fasting
again,
for
we have services,
if you only offered up
so that's
half
not
measure
really a
of
thing.
kitoris inside of the Beis
It
Hamikdash,
happens,
you
but it's rare.
are potter. Okay? So let's say, let's see exactly this. The Gemara says, "Tzaddik on my potter."
Meaning,
Now, what is
you
it
can
that
go
you
to these
offer
services
up
and either
half a measure
we have a free
inside
loan
of
society
the Beis
or we
Hamikdash?
have soup
You potter on my
kitchens.
potter. The Gemara says,
People will help
"Potter
other
sal."
people
So the Pashtus, I
by
see what it
taking
means
them
is like
in.
that if a non-Kohen, right?
We have a strong community, so. But are there homeless Jews? Yeah, there are.
But if a non-Kohen did the Ketores, but he only offers
Mark Zuckerberg claimed
of the measure of Ketores, so he didn't do the proper half Ketores, then he's going to be proper. And that's what I mean. Gemara says, but why? Am I
Are you going to finish your sentence, or are you just going to sit there and
that's
just.
still a haftarah. He's still burning incense, which he's not allowed to do. So the fact that he did in front of the
Okay.
shear, at the end of the day, why should there be a lack of
Do you agree?
My potter, what does it mean, potter?
Well, he didn't design
Potter,
Instagram. He
what
brought
it
it
means
up
is like
there.
this, we'll say, potter sivat
So
Rashi, my potter,
they
potter
probably use that as an
it's in this intermediate
That's
line
exactly
Rashi.
right.
Third, fourth line, my potter,
You're
potter,
100%
sivat,
correct, too.
So
He's never launched anything successfully. All his shit fails.
the minimum amount
His
of
fucking
Ketores that has to be offered
VR
is
system
kizayis,
sucks.
right? And that's why, by the way, all these concepts are
It's
influenced. That's
double.
why.
He
How
stole
much
the
Ketores do you have
logos.
to burn
Like you said,
outside
he
of the
stole
Beis Hamikdash to be
Facebook, he
liable?
stole
Okay,
Instagram,
one thing is like
Amazon,
this.
stole
You burnt
him
less
steal
than
it.
the required shear. Let's say
Right.
the Kohen burnt less than the required
Like
shear.
Instagram's
than
the
the
only thing he didn't really
stipulated
steal.
shear for Ketores. But he burnt at least a kizayis of Ketores in the Beis Hamikdash. We don't say. You don't say. Or you don't have to do anymore. So if a Kohen doing
Well,
the
then you try to
whole
buy
of the
Snapchat
Ketores in the Beis Hamikdash, burning less
Perhaps.
than the requisite shear, but did at least the kizayis,
Why do you
fulfill the
go
obligation.
at
And
Snapchat?
there's no need to burn any more Ketores. Already zero.
Because his app already does that, and he probably wanted to avoid the argument that his company's a monopoly.
Rab said about this, even Rabbi Eliezer agrees with this. Now, remember again, Rabbi Eliezer was the one in the Mishnah who said that when it comes to non-animal sacrifices, the only time there's liability is if you burn the full measure outside of the Beis Hamikdash.
Why is that, Zoot?
To say that a kizayis of Ketores is not enough even inside the Beis Hamikdash to satisfy the requirement. The ha Rabbi Eliezer lad haktari ka'amar.
Yeah.
Ultimately, again, I don't understand. Rabbi Eliezer was the one who said that if you don't burn the full measure of Ketores outside of the Beis Hamikdash, you're not liable.
Snapchat had
According to
one
Rabbi
of
Eliezer,
the
the only time that there is liability for burning
I agree.
Ketores, you burn the full measure. If that's the case, how
Dude,
is
I have
it
one
that
question
Rabbi
for you,
Eliezer, the Kohen with
and
his
it's a really
charges
important
opposition,
question.
he just burns a kizayis
Are you
without
ready for
burning
it?
the full measure.
Who's the worst comedian in the world?
When it comes comes ultimately against
Last
the
communion?
Torah's inside of
That's
the
what I just asked you.
Everyone agrees. Now, listen, what does everyone agree? Let's take a look at Rashi. In the widest lines, second wide line, Shebachol Yom Shalom Ne'emar Bo Shir, the high price Shir D'Rabbananu.
The last communion probably some monks and thoughts like my life.
So they very could easily be you.
Interestingly enough, with the daily incense offering, Rashi points out over here that halakha there is no shir. The Torah doesn't give an amount. Hazal came along.
Give me a clean joke that you thought of.
Everyone agrees that as long as the Kohen dedicates Ketores
Yeah.
in the Beis Hamikdash, you're good to go, even though rabbinically you're supposed to do more. Similarly, if you birth at least a kizayis outside of the Beis Hamikdash on a
I know.
on a regular day,
That's why there's a potential that you.
that you would.
All right, let's hear it, baby.
Where's the machlokas? The still is on the Ketores of Yom Kippur. Wow, Ketores of Yom Kippur. Now, both say now that's take a look at Rashi. Keep the yid.
I'm waiting for the rest of the joke.
Now, both say now watch this. When it comes to the Ketores of Yom Kippur, the Torah does state a requisite amount.
4.5
The
years.
Torah does say ultimately what?
That's absolutely true, dog.
That means handful.
And it's created more data than any human in global history.
One opinion says up 2 handfuls. That's dafka. That is a shear. Umar savar malochaf nav lav dafka. The other opinion says ultimately again halakha l'maisa. No malochaf nav doesn't have to be absolutely explicit. Rather again that even that itself is not an explicit shear.
So, I have a question for you.
A little bit in the topic, but interesting enough, I will say again. So remember, we're focusing over here.
Can you tell me a clean joke?
About halacha l'maisa? What is the liability of ketores when it comes to offering up a kizayis?
No.
Less than the requisite amount. Now, what we have established, interestingly enough, is a fascinating distinction between what we call year-long ketores versus Yom Kippur ketores. Year-long ketores,
yeah, baby.
no mandated shear. There's a rabbinically mandated shear. Therefore, by year-long ketores, as long as you offer up a kizayis inside the
visual data is the
Yom Kippur, it says molochot, handfuls,
most.
The machlokas is ultimately again, is that an explicit shear or not? That's the machlokas.
Visual data, specifically video, is the most densely packed type of data there is.
Well, here's the thing.
What's the thing, Zoot?
I would argue that
good morning. We've been given
streets in China with multiple TV cameras that have created more data than you needed it 24/7 for the last.
Oh, for sure, but they're not available to the internet.
No, yeah.
In memory of Mati's father, Yosef Stone was
I mean, they're not. Also, their streams are not archived, so you just can't go back and watch.
There used to be a TV station where I lived that just played CTV footage of Adelaide around Adelaide. So just a whole TV station.
Okay, but again, it's not archived. What make? All right, take care, Zoot. Zoot, what's a clean joke?
4 lines before the end of the Gemara says the Ma'ala, the Eibay Kizayis. Allah creates for a person to be chayiv for Allah foot, the bringing of the carbon outside of the Beis Hamikdash, what happens is the person Ma'ala brings up after the Mizbeach, the Eibay Kizayis, that amount is between us and death, not to have the olive both sides. However, the estimate of the Kizayis, if you measure the whole thing together with the estimate of bonus inside it, it will
So how
be
much do you think
eaten
meat
after
really
the
have
fact.
to
In
eat?
other words,
If alligators, if bears don't have to eat
now
a
up
winter,
is all
alligators
meat
will
has
go
to go
one
to
year.
the
Like, do you think? I
that
always
can
think
run
like,
every
do we
day.
have to eat every
Bones
day?
do
But
not
we
have to
definitely
go
more
to the
than
that.
many
However,
people.
we do put them on the
Except
that
like
together
gorillas.
with
Yeah, that's why
the
people are
limb.
so tiny.
Now in this case,
Like
we
you
have
go back
meat,
to
which is not
episode
a
one, the
diet.
average man
But
is
if we
130
will
pounds.
measure it
Yeah,
up together with the bone, the whole thing, the entire piece is going to be the size of the diet. So do you count the bone or do you not count the bone? Obviously, the question would be, in our case, the person brings this piece onto the back outside of this. So if you tie it or all of foot, or if you not tie it or all of foot, we count the bone to help you the Omar, says, tie it, yes, you are tied, even though the meat, but the tie it, since there's a bone that helps reach that amount, you are going to be tired or stuck it, which reads and says, Omar, Pato. You're not going to be tired because it's going to be tired. You have never tired. You have to explain why do I say you're tired? Because you were Olin to Olin the part of the Ola that goes up to his back. It is considered to be part of that Ola, and therefore, despite the fact that they don't have a kid to knock it, the bones, the fact that it's connected, makes it part of the Ola, and therefore, if you're going to have a desire of bone and meat together, then you will be tired for the Ola to cook on such a big obviously, of the opinion that the Guru Olin allows the Olin dummy, somebody who's connected to the carbon, and therefore, if you knock it down the foot, you're not going to be tired. Therefore, if you have a piece of meat, it's not going to be tired. The only reason you get tired is the bone that's connected to it. If you suck it, the bone does not help you that here, you will be muscle to bring that up. Play Rabbi. Rabbi asked the following question. Amila, Road Ben Yonah. Person brings the head of a Ben Yonah, as we learned before previously, that when it comes to Ola to Oath, he puts the head up to his back. But the Rashi says, Rosh Yonah, from Ola to Oath and hello. So the person goes ahead and takes the head of a Ola to Oath on his back outside this. The able to die, but the head was so small to not have the size of an owl. However, Mela, Maximo, with the dice. As the button says, I call carbonical, and here you have a head of a OSO natural size of an hour, but you put salt on top of it, and now it does reach up here of a desire. Now, what's that like? A Marava, the Azikaya. Rabbi, the Pazikaya, said, love, I just decided to get this bucket. This is exactly the same discussion. But he's just bucket for the upper bucket. The upper bucket argued that the something which is not essentially part of the carbon, but it's there, and it's all part of the same piece. There's a hook to the upper bucket, whether the additional piece in that case is the bone, in this case is the salt, whether that will help you with the share today. So he suggested that perhaps it's exactly the same bucket. I'm the guys who go to the bucket, or says no, that's correct. Rather, the question is still be a good question. Both according to the opinion of the and according to the opinion of the I'm going to explain. The Bible, the third question says that the bones can help you to if you have desires. Add time look on the where do you say that the bone can help you with the fear that then after the desires awesome Ella Etzem the mean of the boss. In that case, the bone and meat is still part of the same type. In other words, part of the animal, part of that same lid. So it's true that a bone is not a meat is going to be bad. A bone will have flesh, and muscle. It's all part of the same exact lid. So if you can understand why I'll say that the bone could ultimately finish up that share of desire. Avomela, if you disagree and say, when it comes to the social life, it's not part of this chicken at all. In other words, you have this dove, this bird. That's why we make the chicken over there. You have this little We're getting close
I'm
to
like,
that.
so.
Lav Mina Devar Yonahu, this head of this Yonah, of this dog, salt is just not part of the head. It could be added on later, but it's not part of the same min.
You're supposed to take it with a bunch of
Like,
other stuff. Like, I think
you would say that it's not good to do. In other words, it's possible for Delphin to say that a bone will help to get to the required share Kezias for a person's Kezias, but salt will not, because the bone is part of the actual limb, but salt is not natural to the head of the dog. More says to whether it's something that's another question for bucket. In other words, the bucket who says that the bone will not help you reach that share Kezias, I can still understand why perhaps salt will get you to that share Kezias. Why the odd color of the bucket has some weird bucket say that the salt does not help you reach the required share of Kezias, Ella, Taurus Mine, Lav Mitzvah La Suke. If it ultimately becomes disconnected, the meat becomes disconnected from the bone, you do not have a mitzvah to put the bone under the bath. The Paris Mitzvah La Suke. Here, when it comes to the salt on the carbon, now look, is the salt actually is supposed to go onto the bath. You put salt on the carbon, and the salt comes off of the carbon, you're supposed to sniff up that salt and put it onto the bath. The constant occurrence of the bucket, even though a bone will not help you take care of the diet, because the bone really, in and of itself, is not supposed to go onto the bath. It becomes disconnected from that limb, you leave it off in the bath. Whereas salt becomes disconnected from the carbon, you do put it back onto the bath. So the Paris Mitzvah La Suke, low will be different, and therefore also will not. Maybe it's not different. We still have the question. We still have the question. We do not have an answer to the question of when you have salt that helps the head of the dog reach the share of the diet, whether or not that would put the person to a state where it's tired or a cook, or even if it takes a back in our Mishnah, we went to the Nafak, the Yossi Aguli, and the Nafak, according to the Chacham, the person goes ahead and sets the carbon outside the base Hamikdash.
Is that because you don't drink
much
of it? Or is it just
that itself is a problem. You then take exactly the same carbon and you put it onto this bath outside the base Hamikdash. Allah gives it to the you now violated two separate problems of foot. One for their foot, second one for all of this. What they really disagreed and said, no, that's not true. You set the carbon outside the base of Mikdash, that carbon right then and there gets stamped as qualified carbon, and if you bring this qualified carbon onto the staff outside the base of Mikdash, all you've done was brought up a possible qualified carbon, and you're not tired for all of this. That was not supposed to be remember the mission of the Talmud is targeted to this degree, but hold on a second. Your logic is flawed because it is impossible to ever bring this carbon onto the staff and the carbon is qualified. Why? Because in the moment you take the carbon outside of the base Mikdash, you take it. What does it say? What does it say? By definition, it's going to be disqualified carbon, and therefore, if there's ever going to be a field of olive oil, it's always going to be a field on something which is disqualified. The mere fact that it was disqualified, say that the comment cannot be a reason why you won't retire it. Given the comment say, set the carbon outside and take exactly the carbon from the staff and retire both the two things up. After all, Yossi Aguri said you only tie for each of our foot, or all of our foot, we can't be both the carbon, and the carbon asked the question of the century, so the carbon was do not say anything in response to the carbon. However, said the Gemara, listen to you there. Patient, Rabbi, Takas, Yossi Aguri. The Rabbi came to the defense of Yossi Aguri, and he said, now let's show you this myth. There's a difference between something that you tested inside, and you're going to bring it up in the staff outside. Why it's a place to lie, fast like that. You always, in that case, it is a fast like that. In other words, you mentioned this as well. Fast like that means that a carbon right now is disqualified, but it wasn't always disqualified. There was a period of time when this carbon was eligible to be brought up to a carbon. So says Rabbi, in defense of Yossi Aguri, if you have a carbon that met all the requirements that made it kosher, that it could have been brought onto the Mizbeach. The fact that it later contracted some type of disqualification does not mean that it's an essentially disqualified carbon. However, if you look at a carbon with essentially outside, the Malav when you bring it up on the back outside, so low, stop the kosher. It never had a percent time of this one was right from the beginning. The moment that the carbon started being processed, it was already disqualified. So in such a case, to understand why it was to be say carbon was disqualified all the way from the beginning, can't have a human of the whereas a carbon with met requirement for our carbon. You have a carbon that would have been kosher to go into the bath because of the section inside. In such a case like that, you can understand why you see it early. All about that. Again, very quickly, the answer to the question, yes, we will say, the difference between the carbon with the section inside, but then became disqualified when it went outside is that that carbon already got a check mark for our carbon in the bath. It already met eligibility standards that it can be brought up to the bath. Once it's eligible to go onto the bath, if you're not going to bring it onto the bath inside, you bring it outside, that's going to be a deal. However, if you're going to set the carbon outside, it never meets eligibility. It's never going to meet the standard prerequisite requirements that it has to get to the bath, and therefore there's no fear for all of us. Why? Because you can't use it. Now, Hastings of the Elizabeth Simmons occupation duty, Elizabeth Simmons also gives you the sense of this duty. And he said, now it's up with the knit to tell you the difference between self and the knit. Self with the foot. Now it's up with the knit and now with the foot. You can tell this knit tablet. Some of the self with the foot ain't so this tablet. This is something we want to remember. No. There's something called in Allah lo yere. Sometimes there are cases here coded in the Kabbalah. In other words, it's not supposed to go on to the bath. In other words, you look at a carbon, you ask the child, you put some of that, Allah is, no, don't bring none to the bath. However, if you didn't ask the child, or you asked the child and you forgot, if Allah went onto the bath, go take it. Don't take it down. So since it goes to the Shimon, the carbon that has a disqualification of Yoche, when it was tested inside, and then it went outside, that falls into the category of in Alu Lotair. So onto the back, you leave it here. In other words, you're right. Before the fact, the Tachilas don't put it onto the back. It's not supposed to go onto the back because the land is ever. If it does go onto the back, because it's the Kabbalah, it stays on the back. Whereas something that's tested outside, it goes up on the back, guess what? Get it off the back. Not supposed to be there. So therefore, again, another defensive really would be that if you test the carbon outside, this is something that has absolutely nothing to do with the bath. It doesn't belong on any of the bath. So therefore, if it doesn't belong to any of the bath, you can't interfere with putting on the bath on foot. Whereas the carbon is tested inside, that does have some type of connection to the bath. We're not using it here. Therefore, this is really to say that I can understand why, even though it's qualified when it goes out, I would have a fear for all of our thoughts for something which is tested inside and not something which is tested outside. Now the more says, okay, defense imagine I want However, you says, keep the smile, it can be nice. Keep the smile up, be one of these cases, will there be a difference? So, as Rashi explains, Rashi keep that smile up, keep that denial, first in mind, the Rabbi, shut up the hand of the smile of the man, except for covering out inside at night, the hell of a thought, after watching the high school shots, times a year. Case like this, at night, inside the base of the mikdash, so never had a sacrifice. We never met eligibility requirements to go to the staff at night. However, it still was set to the side, and it would be a case of other loyers. Mordechai is Sarah, like travel of other loyers. Although this would be a case where we're not supposed to bring them to the staff because we're not a sacrifice. However, it would be a case of other loyers. That would be the defense of Rabbi and the defense of Rabbi.
Because kids are taking these.
Rabbi says another bit of degree. Envelope of Rizal, you taught the dam in Rizal. Again, stop the kosher, let him Shagrati, never became kosher, however, kosher the Kabul, it will stay on the
That's why I was telling people, anyone I know goes cocoa, I was like, you gotta stop. They're like, nah, we'll test it. It's like, no, you're not.
according to Rabbi,
You're
never had a
bar.
kosher because
You're
he's
hammered.
disqualified
You're
immediately.
gonna buy
According to
Coke. Showed up
Rabbi
and
Shimon, still not left
I
to
gotta
kosher
stop.
Kabul,
I
which is
would
no longer Yered, and therefore it
but all
would
my friends
be
have
a
done it.
case
They're all
of
saying the
this
same
we would
thing.
say,
Don't do it.
to the kosher from kosher.
I've never done
Okay.
it. I've never had any.
Tomorrow goes on to the next halacha in this
every
which
time I'm
was
around people,
coming to alcohol,
I'm just like,
hey,
this
soda.
sucks. Maybe they're having fun, but it's someone else.
We mentioned we learned the Mishnah. In this case,
You want to go to
the
business
Mishnah,
now?
kind of like, by the way,
You get
once
like
you
super
work,
hyped
it's not
about a project.
some of that, all of our book.
Well, that's what I think. I guess like, that's
Similar
what it
discussion
explained to me.
about Tumah. What was that? This is Tameh, a person who's Tameh,
It's like sort of
who eats
you're
a
like,
carbon.
I am the
According
best
to the
ever.
Tachanun in the Mishnah, whether the carbon was Tameh or the carbon
Yeah, Joey Diaz used to say
Tahar,
that you can't go on stage with that.
has
Yeah,
violated
the word.
the Tumah is and there's a fear of it.
Yeah, that's how I feel. I can't
According to
drink
this,
on
it really
stage.
says that it's only true
way
if
too
the thing
confident.
that
He doesn't
was
play
Tahar.
enough.
The thing that he was
I
Tameh, then
don't care.
what do you
It's
eat?
so
If
bad.
this is Davar Tameh, so this can't be a fear. Again, it's a strong
It's
response to this
weird,
review. Said,
fun dance.
it said, really,
Substances.
what you're saying doesn't make any sense. There's never going to be a case where a person who's Tameh eats something and food that he eats is not Tameh. Why? Because the moment you pick it up, it becomes something that makes a person do kasha, or possibly making something for someone to accept that it's your something on a stick. Okay, that's the case which is not like Tia. The ultimate good thing is not having any response. And it sounds like a very strong place to try to make the good thing. Where they said it's impossible to have a case where a person is Tameh, eats something which is tar, and it's really Tameh, is tar when it goes into his mouth. It becomes Tameh. So again, Gemara says, "Stop or Tameh, they're part of the best really." Isn't that a very plain? Isn't that very kind of? That it's impossible for a person to Tameh to do something which is tar when it goes into his mouth. Amar Rabba, Kaleh says the mitzvah Tumas Hagah. You're right. Anytime we're talking about a case where the person was Tameh, the Tumas Hagah, the Achar Kam, and then afterwards Mitzvah Basar, then the meat became Tameh. So the Am of Kligi Kasayim, everybody will agree that you're Kasayim in that case, just like the Muhammad said. Why? Because Tumas Hagah, Pare, the person himself is fat. Comes in with here. Alright, Kligi years about focus. They said Mitzvah Basar, when the meat was coming first, the Achar Kam Mitzvah Hagah, and afterwards there was a Mitzvah Hagah. And before you go a little further, just going to explain two concepts that are important to understand. There are two rules in Shas which we have to connect to this. Something called Ein Isser Kal Ovis, which means that once something becomes Asar, it can on other issues. One issue is enough. You're not going to pile on some other issues. However, there's something else called Isser Kola. Isser Kola.
Figure out a way
Kola.
to introduce that without
Isser Kola means an inclusive Isser over a bunch of different
you
things.
have to always know that the
So
first
Isser
time
Kola
out there, it's going to suck.
generally would be,
And you have to just slowly but surely
Starting with an
trust
example.
it to get better and just throw it into the fire every night. Yeah. And you have your bits
let's say something is not kosher. So it includes many different items. But something is Tameh, it includes many different items. And then there's a personal issue on top of it. It might be Yom Kippur, or it might be that you're Tameh. So Isser Kola is a broad sweeping type of Isser, and Isser Kal Isser will be partly one on top of the other.
I like that. I think it's good.
In other words, just to explain Isser Kola again,
Talking the other day about loss, about failure.
it will ultimately be,
Bombing on stage. I think bombing's good because
you have an Isser, in our case, there's an Isser of Achila touching when a person himself is Tameh, and then you have those pieces itself have their own individual tumah. So let's see how this works out.
After I bombed. Like, I think it's important. Like, failure is important. It sucks, you know, like, you gotta go through that. Like, maybe you got
Why the Rabbanan say, Aminan Miku. The Rabbanan is going to say that since,
that's what, like, motivates me.
again, the Basar became Tameh first, and then became Tameh to Masechah. So what happened first? First we have the broad sweeping type of Isser, which is all the meat became Tameh. And then on top of that, you're adding on his own personal type of kid. I think it's a better example. I'm mentioning kid. A better example would be, let's say you have something which is not kosher. A dairy item which is not kosher. And then you become flaky. So now on top of the fact that the dairy item is not kosher, that's an Isser Kolel, which includes all the dairy which is like that. You have your own personal Isser of the fact that you have to have these inflations so I can't even open in the first place. So that will be an Isser no sense, an additional Isser. Isser Kolel Isser is just stacking one Isser on top of the next. Isser Nosa, which is going to talk about Isser kosher, is first was with the Isser, that this dairy item is not kosher, and then you'll have the personal Isser Nosa, which is the you person who happens to be kosher. And it's much better, that's much more comparable to this case. Here you have something which is Tameh, because all the meat became Tameh, and then you have your own personal Tumah that you subtract. So the Gemara says, according to Rabbi Yosef, we're not going to say that since it's also Tumas Kol, you add that on. Rabbi Yosef, hold on.
But after a while,
Rabbanan Sabri Amina, according to Rabbanan, you will say that since it's already usher, you add on the other. Nami, Rabbi says we're not going to say this meat. That is one of the cases. Okay, I can understand you're not going to say legal to add on this Isser. Tasty Tumas Haguf, the Kamira, the Takal Tumas Haguf. Bottom line is, Tumas Haguf, the individual contracted Tumah should be stronger. And should still be able to fall on top of Tumas Haguf. In other words, because it's a stronger Isser to fall on top of Rashi, you imagine Tumas Haguf Kamura. Who said? Why are you telling me Tumas Haguf is more of a strict Tumah? So if you would bust the Kamura, maybe the Tumah of the bust is going to be more strict. Why should you in the Mikvah? Because there's no Isser to be. As a person becomes Tameh, yes, when you become Tameh, but once you become Tameh, it's finished. You can't stop the Mikvah and get rid of the Tumah. In other words, that ultimately becomes supposed to be. In other words, this concept of Isra Notif, as you say, Isra Notif, when it comes to the Tumah. In other words, again, the Gemara ultimately acquiesces and says, when it comes to a case where the person was Tameh first, and then the meat became Tameh, everybody's going to be doing that. Where is this Napot? Napot says, when first the meat became Tameh, so that's a broad standing is the Kolo on all the meat, and then he has his own personal Tumah on top of that. The question is, are you going to add that Tumah on or not? So you will,
not step by step.
and we're not going to say this is more common because you don't actually know that it's more
Hollywood didn't work out for him.
on
With Michael J. Fox. Yeah, so that guy was headlining comedy clubs.
There's something which is more chamor about pizza, Niva Aliyah, from bringing it up on Tuesday. Kelly Pekoki is called Para. So that's pizza effort and Olabachot says there are some certainties about pizza over Aliyah, but actually over bringing it up on his back. And in Aliyah, there's a few certainties about bringing it up on his back over pizza. However, pizza, one is more certainty that pizza, but I give the person for an individual. He takes the carbon and he stresses it for his next door neighbor. Allah says, tie, the first tie, the second, foot, even though it wasn't for our chest. Now, Maru had this person brings it up on his back for a head yet. Allah says, Potter, that's not going to be a fear of all of us. Homer Aliyah, the stringency. I spoke about Aliyah, but bring it up on his back. Right, why? What is that? Knives up to the second. If two people hold on to a knife, the shot has two, and they stack it. The two of them, they are covered. In other words, pizza is only with one guy. Two people do it. Allah is they are covered. There's a lot of connections between the sugya and the sugya of knives of the Shabbos. I don't even have time to discuss that right now. But ultimately, when it comes to pizza, if two people go ahead, that's the cover by foot, they're both covered. However, up to the Ava, two people grab onto a limb of an animal, and a limb of an animal is quite heavy, it might be two people to carry it on. The Elo, the big up on the staff, we have a stringency about pizza, a stringency about Allah, the stringency about pizza is either rejected for a private person, Allah is tired, whereas like Allah is not the case, the stringency about Allah is his, two people do it for tired, whereas two people do pizza is not too popular.
That's one thing that happens.
Another time, Hella, the Chazar, the Hella. because of the hella. The person brought it up in a bunch of different pieces. Now Rashi points out, head of a hella the nodala. In other words, this means he kept forgetting that it was us. So he brought it, and then he knew, and then he forgot, and he knew, and he forgot. Allah is, what does Mishnah say? Chayiv al kol aliyah, every single time it brings up its own individual gift. Give Rabbi Shimon. This is the opinion of Rabbi Shimon. The Gemara is going to explain later on today what this piece is talking about. The Amr verse 3, it says, in the Chayiv al akam, the only Chayiv once to bring up on his back. In other words, you bring up a bunch of different pieces, the only Chayiv once. Point out what it meant. The Gemara is not clear what it's talking about. It's talking about two brought up a bunch of different pieces. It's saying carbon, one animal, one limb, the Gemara is going to get to that later.
To a sold-out arena of
next point, in a tight up, yell with the staff. We have to see the finger at the top of the staff. Give me the reason it says, give it over a finger hella al-fella. Oh, al-evan, you can bring it up onto a rock or onto a stone. Of nature, the staff is going to be again, 7 points of singing. It has to be formal and back and it's built outside of the finger. That's the only thing we're going to do.
You're essentially filming a 1-minute special the first time.
The first time you have a DIY job, and this is stone, or a rock outside, still, that's
we're getting fucking millions of views.
That's where I begin. Maishna Hamala, Lahed Yitapata. Why is it when a person brings a carbon onto a back for a private person in the culture, the sin? Lashem, the Pasuk says, Lashem, if you know, no Pesach or Lloyd, lo you enter Lasos, Oso, Lashem. It says the Gemara, Nami. It comes to Shita, it also says, Lashem, it says, no Pesach or Lloyd, lo has the O, Lachris carbon, La Hashem. What's the Shani of the Makra? Ish. When it came to the pasuk of Shita, over there it says Ish. This is a Ish, which is the pasuk says very clearly. Ish, means the Shah is Yishkak. Shar, I can't say the Machna, oh. After Yishkak, the Shah Malachna, is Ish there. Therefore, it sounds like this is something that the people for the project. The Gemara says, hold on. Allah Nabi. When it comes to Allah, it says exactly it's a repetition of the word ish. It says Alam Tomar. Next week pasuk that it says ish basis from an agar. So you're going to Yala Ola Zara. So it says Lashem in both cases. It says ish in both cases. But where it says the problem is when it comes to Allah to bring up on the back, the boile the Shnayim the Helu the Aver Hayal. Over there, we can't bring up on the back. We use ish to tell you to do it together. You will be tired. Hold on. Okay, now Kanami, you boil the Kanami. Say exactly the same thing. Why are you saying it tells you two people who carry a little bit of back? You're going to be tired because it says it's it. But when it comes to you don't say that. It also says it's there. It also says it's there. When the Shani House of Amakra, Hahu. It says in the pasuk Hahu, says very clearly, Lo ish Hahu, to that individual person. Echad, the Lo Shnayim, so there's a stipulation of Hahu. The office says, Hahu. It says Hahu, why you always well, remember, it's the Pesach Olmoid, Lo is the end Lasos, Oso Lashem, and if it's not ish, Hahu, that individual, Amo. Whereas no, that we need already. Yiboyle, Rimapute, Shogeg, Onis, Umusta. That Hahu comes to include a person who is a Shogeg, an Anos, or a Musta. What are these people? The Shogeg simply a person who does not know. He made a mistake. He thought it was Musta. He thought that what he was doing was okay. An Anos, it's not exactly clear what an Anos is. Typically, Anos is a person who was forced against his will. He had no ability to control it. However, persons understand. You can't speak. You have to have a special process to do his owners. The owners always been on to do. The different person says, the Shema, High Anos, Prat, Omer, Moshe. This is the Luda King Shogeg. This is the person who he knows it's Mutter. He's one of those guys who knows. He knows it's Mutter. In other words, he knows. He's the person who knows this is Mutter. I'm doing this person. So Shogeg is the person doesn't know the Allah. Made a mistake. Omer Mutter is the person who thinks that this is the case that's going to be permissible. So it's slightly different. The Mutter is the person who is tricked. The person told him that it was Mutter, but it's not. In other words, three different versions of the story. The obvious, that's the case of Hanami. Again, it's always going to go both ways. If you're telling me in one case you use the word, you can use the word Pahut to exclude a person who did it by mistake, then it would be relevant to the other case as well. Hanami, where we would understand it says, it says Pahut's wife. El Hashem, what do you have to have? Of course, once we start with the left, Hashem will start with the left, that there is no fear for once we start with the left. After the start with the left,
Yeah, I did a show one time.
That's going to be the spot by Milky of all of us, because it's not supposed to go to the comes to the death in the first place. It's not supposed to go to the death, it's no food. Outside,
like 17 out of 25 people.
The words of Torah law. There is a stringency when it comes to bringing it up onto the death. What is that? Rabbi. Ish. What was the stringency when it came to Allah? He said the stringency was that two people carrying it up. When it comes to pizza, two people accepting to do it. When it comes to carrying it up onto the death, two people do it. The word is that.
That has kind of got them into stand-up. Yeah,
Ish. Plus it tells us Ish, as we just mentioned before, it says
I don't.
Ish. Valeim Tomer Ish. He basically showed and Agar Ashayagu Sokam Ashigala Holo. That was talking about a person who's getting covered up with the staff. Not Talmud Omar. The Rabbos. Why does it say Ish twice? The Rabbos nine to up to the Aver the Hell. It comes to include two people while holding on to a limb to bring it up onto the staff. The Hayavin, but he will be tight. Why do you have to tell you that?
So I don't stand up for a while.
I would have thought Galopinu. I could use my own logic to make a Galopinu. I'll say it's solid. We're not ourselves to magic. When it comes to look at a case of a person who accepts an animal from a private person, the Tayyib is Tayyib, he accepts from a private person, nine to up to the second, the substitute. The halacha is that two people accept the other one. Again, seems like when it comes to Shita, there's a stringency about a person who accepts a private person, and still is to be taught to talk to two people with. I would say, Hamala Lahedya, the person who didn't come up to a Hedya, he's going to be taught. I would say that there's a leniency when it comes to Allah.
That's what I try to tell them.
I would say it follows logic to dictate that two people bring up the three parts of the if they know that two people who bring up a cart onto the death outside, they'll both be tied. Even Rabbi Shimon uses the word Shimon, Yossi only says, Ahu, the Pasuk says, Ahu, and therefore Gershom Echad, verse 9, only one person is not two. When it comes to the case. Of course, if Yossi is telling you that the word Ahu tells you that only one person is tied, and not two, you see not going to make a shift. Why have to confuse in the first place? Because they get shift.
What the fuck are you doing?
He responds and says, don't get all hung up on that. Bigger Torah to us Torah sometimes will speak. Living beings speak. Sometimes people speak and say extra things for just to bring out the point. They'll reiterate. Just, that's what people do. People speak that way sometimes. Sometimes it's to make the point. Sometimes it's because the person like to speak in flowery language. But sometimes people double the language. Says Rabbi Yossi the Torah does that as well. Rabbi Shimon, hi ha ho. First Rabbi Shimon, hi ha ho. Mi violate the Musay Shogeg on the again. It does say hafu. So what does it do? It says hafu. More answers.
It was literally like, well, maybe the word got out that I was like, never.
It uses that to exclude a person who did it by mistake. Rabbi Yossi may have who means who hafu. He does learn that from that word, but he learns that from the ha. In the word hahu. So you're both use the word hahu to exclude a person who does it by mistake. The question is it from the word hahu entirely or the hay? Shimon, who hahu lo dar? It's not that from extra hay. According to Rabbi Yossi, the double washing of his is not impressed. So the extra hay he does dar. According to Shimon, the extra hay he does dar.
There's something there. Oh no. Yeah, I know.
No, according to Shimon, the extra hay does not dar. He does that.
2 or 3.
It's nothing more asked.
They would come.
Rabbi Yossi,
If they were
I
on
mean,
this
the high
course, always
ish
on his
ish.
own time,
When it comes to
he would
ish
show
ish,
up
when it
late,
comes to the
walk
ha'ala
around
over
the
here, good to
house.
talk to
I
something
think there's some
other.
people who just can't keep into like a
Now,
thing.
who ish ish? Nami different talk to somebody other. You know, remember just a few minutes ago, at the bottom of the Testament Aleph, we asked the question. Everyone darshaning ish ish, the person will be tired for shita for a private person who darshaning over there. Why is he darshaning over there? The Gemara says, "Ahu ish ish nami difficult darshaning adam how do they use shita for a private person who is tired?" Well, I show people head you know. Late, before I ask that question, tired. The Gemara says, masculine, you dumb, if I say, lo ish hahu. It says, ish hahu, it says,
Oh, look who the fuck it is.
that person,
I tell you, come back in 33 minutes, and you take your sweet ass time jerking yourself off raw. Zoot's been here twice. Yeah, twice, baby. Now here's
Like 5 minutes.
ever. It says something that people and emphasis.
Yeah, of course.
Reiterate things sometimes in the system as well. Not a separate question.
Very abstract.
So where does he know that acceptance the private person of the diet from the word tradition? Next, we mentioned in the Mishnah. Hella the chazar.
Did it have to do with
bring it up once, bring it up again. What
marriage?
Machlokes in the Mishnah is the Dalet, the Hey, Avarim. We're talking about four
Yeah,
or five different Avarim.
he's like, I have to ask you a very, like, the most, what the fuck, but the most controversial question I've ever had to ask you. Okay, he's like, do you consider a marriage to be successful if the partner, like, ends their life? I was like, well, it depends how you define success in a marriage. And he's like, not getting divorced. And I said, okay, well, if it's just based on that, then yeah. Now here's my question to you.
Everybody agrees. If you take it up in 5,
are you ready to lose in literati?
So again, according to Reish Lakish, you have one limb cut up into a bunch of pieces. Everybody agrees.
Doug,
if you're bringing up a bunch of different Avarim Shlemim, is there a chiyuv on each individual limb, or it's only a chiyuv on the whole animal? If Rabbi Yochanan disagrees, it says no. Machlokes be'aver echad. Plus, the Machlokes Mishnah is by one individual limb. The Marsh Savar Tarek Nin. You have some.
All right, baby, you gonna accept my invite, or are you just gonna jerk yourself off raw? Maybe. If you come in here and remind me of it. If you come in here and stream it, sure.
You're going to be chayiv. Why would that be? Because inside the Mikdash,
are you fucking serious? All right, are we just staying up all night to watch it?
You have something which flies up to his back from the intense heat. Even though it's missing part of the limb, you put it back on. So what that essentially means is, even though it's closer, since inside it's going to go back on.
Now, that is bullshit. You know what else is bullshit? The fact that you haven't accepted my invitation.
Several different limbs. Everyone would really go to be tired. So it's the opposite. According to Rabbi Yochanan, they'll agree when it's different limbs. Everyone agrees it's going to be tired.
No, I refuse.
This ultimately disagrees with the white Amar Ula.
Psych, bitch. I'm gonna tear through you.
That if it came off of his back, and it's missing something, the hell of a was brought up on his back outside Shekayim, you will be tired. And that's the true eligible foot. The only machlokes is when you're talking about something which was burned outside, Shekayim, it's missing, the hell of a foot brought up outside, the Marsa, the Fatima, the Shekayim, there's where the machlokes is going to be really Shekayim now. In other words, some learn Ula slightly differently. So the Lishon of Basra. Amar Ula called Modim the Mutari Chutz. Everyone agrees when it comes to something which is processed and burning outside.
Yeah, it started, baby. You're up.
And you burn it outside, should be potter. Everyone agrees you're potter. We are
Son,
focusing our Mishnah.
You're up.
It's only when we're talking about something which is burned inside Shachas of Hela Bachutz that was missing. We burned up outside the Marsa of potter. One would say,
Dog, everybody is waiting.
Ultimately, you have to keep your head together for this. This disagrees with the opinion of Avoid the Shmuel. Al Lishna Kama, Shmuel, Avoid the Shmuel is going to argue on Lishna Kama. Ula, why? How do you know that? It says very clearly.
That's one of the worst plays. That's one of the worst plays I've ever seen in the history of humankind. Terrible play. I don't even know what your strategy is.
That argues with Lishna Kama.
No one knows what your strategy is, dog.
Where he said there was no maflok.
That's what you played?
Again,
Trek?
Exactly weird. We have
you played Trek?
Several layers of maflok in the Mishnah and the maflok in the Gemara. Tuner's Lakish and Rabbi Yochanan, and then two different versions of Kula. Let's just go a little bit further. In Enachayv Ad Shigala, you're not going to be chayiv until you bring up on top of his back. The last thing within the Mishnah was maflokis whether it has to be a real mizbeach or a makeshift mizbeach like a stone or any other elevated surface is going to be good. Amar Ravuna. Ravuna says, nighttime at Rabbi Yossi. What's the reason why Rabbi Yossi says that it has to be a mizbeach? What does it say? Even though Mizbeach Hashem, Noach get out of the teva, and he built a Mizbeach Hashem. There was no Beis Hamikdash then. What did he do? He built Mizbeach.
My friend, it is your turn, and everyone is waiting on you. And I just want you to know that no matter how many cheat codes you use, they're not going to help you. No matter how many cheat codes you use.
That his wife is going to have a baby who's going to be Shimshon. He was so excited about that, and he went ahead and he brought a carbon to Hashem. We're Bayal al-Asor on a rock. So you see clearly we're talking about the time
worst play
carbon outside. Obama could be just a rock. Al-Asor al-Hashem. So the Gemara says, hold on.
That's I don't even know why you would do that.
How do you do it back when it says it wasn't bad?
That's the worst. The worst play.
Now we can deal with the fact that according to Rabbi Yossi, the pasuk says Yikach Hanach, and he put it on a rock. The Gemara says a rasha. That was just a one-time case where there was a ruling that you're allowed to bring it up on a rock. Alternatively, you could say, this is Tanya, Shimon Omer. Shimon says, Mizbeach Pesach Olamoy. The exact wording of the pasuk is, V'zarak Kohen Saddam al Mizbach Hashem Pesach Olamoy. So it says Mizbach and then Pesach Olamoy. In other words, the aim is Mizbeach to Bama. Mizbeach only needs to be inside the Olamoy, but not on a Bama, not in a private area. We'll speak of. Therefore, Hela ala Sala or ala Evan, the requirement of the Mizbeach is only relevant inside the Beis Hamikdash, not outside. The Gemara says, Hela Sala, he's Yosef. Gemara says, how can come? This is what it means to say. Fika, the Shas Isra Bamos. Therefore, at a time when it's also to have a private Mizbeach, Hela ala Sala, if you bring it up on top of a rock, al Evan, you're going to be chayav. Why? Because that is considered to be a good enough Mizbeach when you're not inside the Beis Hamikdash. Therefore, if it's the Shas Heter Abamos, you'll be Yotzei. Shas Isra Abamos, you're going to be chayav. One will come from a line, part of Yosef Kanina, Keren, Mikevesh, Yisod, Rizua, now she Aku Rabamos. According to the one who says you have to have Mizbeach.
You played
qualifications of Mizbeach.
Till for 3 points,
horns on the top,
and you could have played
have to have the base on the bottom,
if
for
15. Why would you do such a thing?
Hani, we learned in the Brisa, Keren, Mikevesh, Rizua, Yisod, Aku.
You played Till for 3 points, when all you had to do is use your eye from Till and put it on the triple word score and play if, and you would have scored 15 points.
But other places, certainly Shiloh, Rashi says, But a private Mizbeach does not have to have all the qualifications.
Do you need me to explain this to you further?
We'll be back tomorrow. Everybody have a wonderful day and a wonderful rest of the week.
Yo, dog, you're not using your headset, are you? Good. That headset is way too fucking loud. And I could even tell. But that's cool. My question is this. Well, I don't want to go on your backswing, so go.
What the fuck? He's fucking distracting me.
Hey, good morning. We begin by thanking our sponsors. Today's daf is Daf Pilchas Mesef and Supplements. We begin by thanking Ashim and Yishriber for sponsoring all the shiurim. As a support, all the shiurim in Market Davis is a special for 4-7 for Yola Club in Miriam. The rest of Shemesh is referred to 4-7. Kana Leah Margulies for sponsoring all the shiurim in Market Davis. In memory of Bucky's father, Yosef Shlomo and Moshe Shmuel, Ben Yisrael Yehuda.
Yeah, bang. It means to be a pimp.
And the families sponsoring a day of learning today in loving memory of Elval on his name, Yaakov Kapol, Ben Avram Menachem. As the Shemesh having Aliyah, and the families having a Chavis. So thank Chaim and Maki Wecker for sponsoring that Yomi today. Remember the Yotzek and Rita, Bayok, Risha Bas, Aaron Hatoya, Rish Hashem.
What the fuck? Yo, they need to fucking have.
They already give way too much time.
Allah for a person desiring for Allah sports to bring the apartment outside of the base of Mikdash, there has to be a desires. What happens is the person's mile brings them up to the Mizbeach, but maybe desires that amount that we bring up to the Mizbeach does not have the olive oil size. However, that's the mashlim of desires. If you measure the whole thing together with the enzim, with the bone that's inside it, it will reach the amount of the desires. In other words, now, often is all meat has to go onto the
Alright, I'll fucking pass because you're a little bitch. But don't steal my spot. Oh, that's fucking no fair. That's fucking no fair. Dude, that's the cheapest fucking thing I've ever seen you do. That is fucking unfair.
Obviously, the question will be, in our case, the person brings this piece onto his back, outside the basement. Does she see chayiv for Allah's foot, or is he not chayiv for Allah's foot? We count the bone to help reach shir desires. The Yechon says, chayiv, yes, you are chayiv, even though there isn't enough meat for desires. Since there's a bone that helps you reach that amount, you are going to be chayiv. Shlokish disagrees, and he says, Amar Pater. You're not going to be chayiv because there isn't enough meat to be chayiv. You have to explain why do I say you're chayiv? Because kiburi olin ka'olin damehezi, which is connected to part of the olah that goes up to his bath, it is considered to be part of that olah, and therefore, despite the fact that you don't have a here, be makrid. The bone, the fact that it's connected, makes it part of the olah. Therefore, if you're going to have a desire of bone and meat together, then you will be chayiv for ha'olah splits on such a piece. So, it's obviously, the more is of the opinion that Tibur Olin, loud Olin dummy, something which is connected to something which is supposed to go is not considered part of the Ola, not part of that carbon, and therefore you're going to be knocking down the hut. You're not going to be chayiv. You're part of a piece of meat, which itself is not a kazayas. It only reaches the shared kazayas if your bone is connected to it. Says you're sluggish, the bone by Rabbi. Rabbi asks the following question: Hamayla, top of the Testament. Rosh Ben Yonah, person brings the head of a Ben Yonah, as we learned before previously, that when it comes to the Ola Sa'od, you put the head up to the Be'ah. That's what Rashi says, Rosh Yonah, so Ola Sa'od Ta'alav. So a person goes ahead and takes the head of a olas on the back outside the base of the Mikdash, she'ain bo kizayis, but the head is so small to not have the size of an owl. However, uminela mashlimo l'kizayis. As the pasuk says, I call carboncha takritna, not with salt in every single carbon. So here you have a head of an olas oak, which is not the size of an owl, but you put cloth on top of it, and now it does reach that chair of the kizayis. Now let's have
Yeah, I'm fucking serious.
Rabbi responds to Rashi and said, isn't this exactly the same discussion that we just mentioned?
How do you not a word?
NUG? How isn't it a word?
And it's all part of the same piece.
I know, how isn't it? It's not?
The additional piece in that case was a bone, in this case it would be salt. Whether that will help you reach the share kizayis. So he suggested that perhaps this is exactly the same focus.
Dog, that's bullshit.
Gemara says no, that's incorrect. Rather, the question will still be a good question, both according to the opinion of Rabbi Yochanan and according to the opinion of Rabbi Yochanan. Explain. It's still a question according to Rabbi Yochanan, who says that the bone can help you finish kizayis. Is ad pan like Rabbi Yochanan also. We Rabbi Yochanan say that the bone can help you reach that shear, that the amount of the kizayis, hasam, ella, etzem, mean of the bicycle. In that case, the bone and meat is still part of the same type. In other words, it's part of the animal, it's part of that same lid. So it's true that a bone does not have a teeth and nothing in his back. The bottom line is, it's still part of the lid. So on the lid, you have bones, you have flesh, you have muscles. And it's all part of the same exact lid. So you can understand why he'll say that the bone could ultimately finish up that shear of kizayis. However, Malach, you can disagree and say, when it comes to salt, it's not part of this chicken at all. In other words, you have this dog, this bird. Not sure why we're thinking chicken over here. You have this little. You're going to go to shadows. This head of this yoga of this syrup is just not part of the head. You could be added on later, but it's not part of the same man. You would say that it's not going to improve. In other words, it's possible for Yochanan to say that a bone will help you get to the required kizayis for a person to be chayiv, but salt will not, because the bone is part of the actual limb, but salt is not natural to the head of the cell. The Gemara says, "Together with Shlokish," it's another question according to Shlokish. In other words, the Shlokish who said that the bone will not help you reach that share of kizayis, I can still understand why perhaps the salt will get you to the share of kizayis. Why does outcome like other Shlokish? Also, we the Shlokish say that the bone does not help you reach the required share of kizayis for a person to be chayiv. However, if he parish minei lav mitzvah la suke, if it ultimately becomes disconnected, the meat becomes disconnected from the bone, you do not have a mitzvah to put the bone on the mizbeach. Here, when it comes to the salt on the carbon, the halacha is the salt actually is supposed to go onto the mizbeach. If you put salt on the carbon and the salt comes off of the carbon, you're supposed to scoop up that salt and put it onto the mizbeach. So it's possible to encourage your salt, even though a bone will not help you reach that share of kizayis, because a bone really, in it of itself, is not supposed to go on the mizbeach. You become disconnected from that limb, you leave it onto the mizbeach. Whereas salt, it becomes disconnected from the cup and you do put it back onto the mizbeach. So the power of mitzvah asuke, law will be different, and therefore ultimately law is not. Maybe it's not different. So you still have the question according to Shlokish, you still have the question according to Yochanan, and does not have an answer to the question of when you have salt that helps the head of this dove reach the share of kizayis, whether or not that will put the person to a state where it's time for all its cooks. And we'll leave it as a takeover. We can start again the question. Back in our Mishnah, we mentioned there's machlokas between Rabbi Yosef and the Chachamim. There are two different machlokas, so we're going to address both of them. According to the Chachamim, a person doesn't have shech to carpet outside the base Hamikdash. So it's shkudei chach. Then the Chachamim, that itself is a problem. You then take exactly the same carpet and you put it onto his back out on the base Hamikdash. Allah says, according to the Chachamim, you've now violated two separate problems of chutz. one shvitei chutz, second one ha'ala splits. So go say who.
Hey, that's my word.
Oh my god, you're lucky. You're very lucky. I almost had the game right there. I had like one more player game. That's okay.
My friend, do you have any last words?
Go for it, either. Oh, wow. Man.
That's the biggest game. That's the biggest I've ever played. And it's the biggest you've ever had played against you. What are your thoughts? I don't hear you like talking about how amazing that play was. Why aren't you talking about how amazing that play was?
I'm going to give you another 50-point word.
Did you build your robot? Did you build your robot?
No.
Why not?
The lock and then come back and then here.
Okay.
I think it's possible to even just build the bot that'll
Oh, for sure,
on
Dan.
Telegram.
For sure.
Because I need fucking phone number so that I can get Telegram.
All right. Well, there are websites you can do that. It does cost a little bit of money.
I know it's been through it. I don't know if I invested like $12 or whatever. Also, any Telegram worth a damn, you have to do like a capture.
Oh, you want to? Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't. Dude, that's a hard bot to build.
Sometimes.
I mean, I could do it. I could probably do it in about 8 minutes, but amazing.
You look at a carbon, you ask a child, should we put this on his back? The luck is, no, don't bring it up to his back. However, if you didn't ask the Shiloh, or you asked the Shiloh and you forgot, if it went up to his back, no tear it. Don't take it down. So it says it was from Shimon, a carbon has a disqualification of Yote, that it was shafted inside, and then we went outside, that falls into the category of in alu loteri. It goes on to his back, you leave it here. In other words, you're right. Before the fact, with Akila, don't put it onto his back. It's not supposed to go onto his back because they went out of this in the However, if it does go onto his back, punish Makablo, stays on his back, and it's allowed to be there. You add something which is shefted outside, if it goes up on his back, guess what? Get it off his back. It's not supposed to be there. So therefore, again, another defense of Yossi Aglili would be that if you chef the carbon outside, this is something which has absolutely nothing to do with the mizbeach. It doesn't belong on any mizbeach. So therefore, if it doesn't belong to any mizbeach, you can't do the chiyuv for putting on mizbeach bachutz. Whereas the carbon which is chefed inside, that does have some type of connection to mizbeach because if it went on, you leave it there, and therefore, really today, that I could understand why, even though it's disqualified once it goes out, I would have a chiyuv for all of bachutz for something which is chefed inside, but not something which is chefted outside. Now the Gemara says, okay, two big defenses of Yosef really like it. What's the difference between the two of them? However, the Eri says, Shkitas Laila Ikibenai. Shkitas Laila will be one of these cases where there will be a difference. So, as Rashi explained, Rashi Shkitas Laila Ikabenayu, first skin line, the Rabbi, Shafak Tehim Balayla with name, if you chef the carbon out inside at night, the hell of I thought, Papa, watch the Heisler Shasakasha, the Shkitas display. Case like this, you chef it at night inside the base of Mikdash.
I have 4 O's.
So he never had a Shasa kosher. He never met eligibility requirements to go out to his bath because he chefed it at night. However, it was chefed inside, and it would be a case of an olive. This would be a case where you're not supposed to bring it up onto his bath because he never had a Shasa kosher. However, it would be a case of an olive layered. That would be a difference between the defense of Rabbi and the defense of the Blessed Virgin. Rabbi says another difference would be kibble up the klichal, if you caught the dam in klichal, so again, Shasa kosher, like it says Rashi, it never became kosher. However, kosher makabel, it will stay on the back. Again, another difference between Rabbi and Blessed Shimon, where according to Rabbi, it never had a Shasa kosher because it was disqualified immediately. According to Blessed Shimon, still not lucky to kosher makabel. It's another layered.
Oh, dude, look how cool this play is. It like makes like a square, or like it completes like a circle. That's baller as fuck. Is that not the most baller as fuck shit you've ever seen?
Kind of just like, by the way, once we brought this stuff up,
I don't know if I've ever done that.
What was that?
I'm sure I've done something similar because I'm so amazing, but nothing that sweet.
Whether the carbon was tamei or the carbon was tahar, he has violated the tumah, and there's a chiyuv over there. According to Yossi Aglili, he says, no, it's only true if the thing that he ate was tahar. If the thing that he ate was tamei, then what did he eat? He ate something which is never tamei, so there can't be a chiyuv over there. And I think, again, at the time we respond to Yossi Aglili and say, for Yossi Aglili, what you're saying doesn't make any sense. There's never going to be a case where a person who's tamei eats something and the food he eats is not tamei. Why? Because the moment he picks it up, it becomes something that mentioned to us. He says, kasha, and it's possible that you shove it, that someone could have shoved it down his throat, holding it on a stick. But okay, that's the case which is not so shtiyah. But ultimately, Yossi Aglili did not have any response. And it sounded like a very strong claim that the Talmud made to Yossi Aglili, where they said it's impossible to have a case where a person is tamei, he eats something which is tar, and if it is tamei, is tar when it is now. The moment he picks it up, it becomes tamei. So again, Gemara says, "Shaper k'amei l'Rabbi Yossi Aglili." Isn't that a very good claim? Very good taina. That it's impossible for a person who's tamei to eat something that the food will be tar when it gets into his mouth. You're right. Anytime we're talking about a case where the person who was tamei was tumas haguf, and then afterwards nitma basar, then the meat became tamei. Everybody will agree that you're chayiv in that case, just like the Chachamim said. Why? She came tumas haguf. It correlates the tumah that the person himself contracts. Comes in with the chiyuv. Correlates. Keep pligi. Where's the maflokas? Vishenitma basar, when the meat was tamei first, the akar kaf nitma haguf, and afterwards there was a tumas haguf. And before we go a little further, I'm just going to explain two concepts that are important to understand over here. There are two rules in Shas which we have to connect to this sugi. Something called Ein Isser Tal Al Isser, which means that once something becomes Asr, it maintains the Isser status that it has, and you don't start piling on other Issurim. One Isser is enough. You're not going to pile on several other Issurim. However, there's something else called Isser Kolel. Isser Kolel does not mean that there's Isser Kolel. That's not what it's talking about. Isser Kolel means an inclusive Isser over a bunch of different things. So Isser Kolel generally would be, I think, example. Let's say something is not kosher. So it includes many different items. Or something is tameh. It includes many different items. And then there's a personal Isser on top of it. It might be Yom Kippur. Or it might be that you're tameh. So Isser Kolel is a broad sweeping type of Isser. And Kol Isser will be piling one on top of the next. In other words, just to explain Isser Kolel again, it will ultimately be, you have an Isser, in our case, there's an Isser of Achilas Kachim when a person himself is Tameh, and then you have those pieces itself have their own individual tumah. So let's see how this works out. Just lost my place in the Gemara. Hold on. Keep looking at the bus of Yaakov chapter 15. What the Rabbanan say, Amina Migu. Rabbanan are going to say that since, again, the Basar became Tamei first, and then you became Tamei to Esagot. So what happened first? First, you have a broad sweeping type of Isser, which is all the meat became Tamei. And then on top of that, you're adding on his own personal.
Oh, bother move.
I think it's a better example. I mentioned Yom Kippur. A better example would be, let's say you have something which is not kosher. A dairy item.
How'd you like that move, son?
And then you become flacious. So now, on top of the fact that the dairy item is not kosher, so that's an Isser Kolel.
What'd you think of my play on Jaws, dog?
Like that. You have your own personal Isser of the fact you happen to be inflation.
You weren't very impressed.
So
that was 84 fucking points, baby. I want you to continue to talk about it and how brilliant it was.
But this dairy item is not kosher. And then you'll have the personal Isser Nosa, which is that you personally happen to be kosher. It's much better depth, much more comparable in this case. So here you have something which is Tamei. All the meat became Tamei. And then you have your own personal tumah that you've contracted.
What the fuck is OZ?
We're not going to say that since it's also with Tumas Kolel, you add that on. Hold on. According to Rabbanan, you will say that since it's already Asr, you'll add other Isser. Basically, it says we're not going to say.
All right.
This Migu.
Are we really going to watch the fucking thing at 5 o'clock in the morning? Just do it. Just do it right now. I'll set an alarm, and if you come in here and stream it, I'll watch it with you. But I'm sure I'll fall asleep within the first 10 minutes.
Who said? Why are you telling me that Tumas is more of a strict tumah than to a maybe the tumah on the bus was good because strict wash in the town of the mikvah because there's no way to get rid of it. Now, the first one becomes tamei, yes, go rid of it. When it becomes tar, but once meat becomes tamei, it's finished. You can't just dump it in the mikvah and get rid of the tumah. So maybe that's going to go into
as a Canadian.
A stronger type of kiyuv. In other words, that ultimately becomes my focus between.
No, I get it.
Can I tell you?
Oh, Isser Nosef, I can say Isser Nosef when it comes to the tumah. In other words, again, the Gemara ultimately acquiesces and says, when it comes to a case where the person was Tamei first, and then the meat became Tamei, everybody's going to agree in that case. Where is my focus? My focus is when first the meat became first the meat became tamei.
They say
So
all the
that's
time.
a broad spanning Isra Kolo on all the meat, and then he has his own personal tumah on top of that. The question
Yeah,
is,
if you want to
are
hear
you going
my
to add that
idea,
tumah on?
I want to
I have
hear.
a partnership already.
You will. Question basically, you won't.
I want to hear all about it.
Partnership with a
And
celebrity
we're not going to
already.
say to
Yeah,
yourself,
Rabbi Rothschild, I get it. No big
it's
deal.
more strict because it's possible the tumah on the meat is going to be more.
I think you'll like
To
this
a brand
idea.
new
I'm listening.
Chomer b'shchita.
Yeah.
There's something which is more chomer about shchita miba'aliyah from bringing it up on Mizbeach. Again, we could talk to this whole parak about shchita b'achot and ha'ol b'achot. Says Mishnah there are some stringencies about
So originally,
shchita over aliyah, but about shechting it over bringing it up on Mizbeach. And b'aliyah b'shchita there are certain stringencies about bringing it up on Mizbeach over shchita. Chomer b'shchita, what is more strict? People idea the person who shafts or an individual. So he takes the carbon and he shafts it for his next door neighbor. And like this tie, he's still tied
the
for
coin basically sold voting rights
even though it wasn't for a
to someone's
shaft.
life.
The amount that this person
And
brings up onto his
the
back for
coin
a head,
holder
how lucky is
decide
that's not going to be a fear
person
of all of our foot.
every
Someone
day.
but aliyah,
And
there is a stringency
allow me to rephrase that.
about aliyah that bringing it up onto his
Obviously, you're
back.
gonna be like, well, you can't sell
What is
voting
that?
rights to
Shnayim
someone's life.
she'otzim if two people hold
There's
up to a
no
knife,
contractual obligation,
the
everything
two of them,
is
they are
done
fine. In other words,
consensually,
shita is only with one guy. Two people do
person
it.
doesn't
Halach is
have to
their partner. There's a lot of connections
obey
between the
everything
sugya
in there.
and the sugya of Shnayim Shasuim and Other Shabbos. So
rules
I'm
in
going to
place
discuss that right now. But ultimately, when it comes to shita, if two people go ahead
exclude
and
anything
jump the
that's
car in the foot, they're both off.
offensive
However,
or
opposite the
malicious.
either two people grab onto a living animal and a living animal.
I want you to
need two people to carry it on.
he
The
gives
hell to bring it up on
this
his back.
idea
So we have a stringency
via
about
the lens
shita, a
of
stringency
the
about
social
all of the
experiment,
stringency about shita
which,
is.
which I believe has
Even if you
lead
check it for a private
to go
person,
viral
Allah is
because
retired, whereas
we have
all of that's not the case.
I'm
So the
sure
stringency
this is
about all of which is
but
two people do
I-
it going to retire, whereas two people do
I believe that there's definitely elections that have been done.
hella
I don't
because
think
of
it's
the
been
hella.
done to this extent.
Because of the hella.
Basically,
So a person
having
brought it up in a bunch of
a
different pieces. Now Rashi points
community
out
on the blockchain
hella
vote
v'lodalo. In other words, this means he kept forgetting that
basically
was us.
content
So he brought it,
that
and then he knew, and then he forgot, and he knew, and he forgot. Halacha is,
so
what does Mishnah say? Chayiv
that's
al kol aliyah.
Bitcoin
Every
Obama
single time he brings
he
up his
said
own
that
individual chiyuv.
that
If you're Rabbi Shimon,
potentially be
this is the opinion of Rabbi Shimon. The Mark going to explain
so
later on
people
today
would
what this case is
vote
about.
on viral
Disagrees.
content that
He
they
says,
want
"Ein
to
echad al
see
achas." The only time he
Bitcoin
wants to
Obama
bring it up on his back. In other words, you bring up a bunch of different pieces.
type of
You only
amazing
fact once.
race thing from the
Just point out what it meant. Gemara is not clear what it's talking about. It's talking about you brought
And
up a bunch
upon
of pieces of
further
the same karma
brainstorming,
of one animal, one
thing,
limb.
instead of
The
just
word
having
gets
voting
that later.
rights or only one,
Next point,
human,
Venatai Achial Rosh
I think it would be
It
better
has to be
if
the
there
bring up
was
the top of his back.
multiple
Shimon
humans
disagrees and says,
in
even
multiple
over
different
Afilu Hela
countries
Asela,
that could be
however,
competing
if you bring it
over
up
the
onto a rock
same
or some type of stone, a
talent.
makeshift is there for still going to be
And then
Texas. Again, it sounds like close to
They
It
whoever
has to
wins
be a
gets the
formal
reward.
Mizbeach that is
So
built outside of this.
there could be popular
That's the only
creators
thing that's going to be a field.
Germany, in Latvia,
Jimmy disagrees and says, even if you
Bangladesh,
have the DIY job
wherever,
or just a stone or a
represent
a
their
rock
little
outside,
group and they can be
still,
voted in,
that's something which you're going to have.
by the token, and then
Then one
token
begins.
holders
Maishna Hamala.
voting rights
Lehed Yitapata. Why is there when
what
a
the
person
challenge
brings
would be,
a
and
carbon
then
onto
those
a Mizbeach
creators
for a private person in his partner? The
over
sin.
trying to win that challenge.
Lashem, the pasuk says.
Or,
Lashem, as we know, we mentioned.
create
Pesach
content
Olamoy, lo di
and
enu lasos oso
find the
Lashem.
I hope that
When it comes to Shkita, it also says Lashem. It says Pesach Olamoy, lo hadbi'o, la'akru carbon.
I want to be on.
govern creative competition.
When it came to the pasuk of Shkita, over there it says ish.
Creative competition.
Since it says ish, which is the pasuk says very clearly, ish, b'beis Yisrael shel yishchak.
Okay.
You want to know why that's the shittiest idea I've ever heard?
Therefore, it sounds like this is something
I
that's
want
even for a
to
private
cut
individual.
GPT
So
with butter in my bread.
I like it. You're basically saying, like, choose your own adventure for a person's life, right?
So it says,
Yeah, like the community is voting on
well, the Gemara says, the
what the
problem is when it comes to the Allah, putting it up on his back,
Yeah, so it's like choose your...
Here, we can bring up onto his back. We use
Choose your own
to tell you that
adventure, yeah.
you do it
The
together.
community is choosing
Exactly the same thing. Why are you saying each tells the two people who carry a limit in his back?
or each other so the community can vote on that idea like, okay, we want to see you in a hamster ball on a trampoline
It also says
something like
ish there.
we're doing like some down bottle flip challenge or whatever.
It says very clearly,
Verified creator,
individual
people
person.
like, all compete against each other and they
It's a stipulation
claim
of
the reward
He also says the Gemara got me all
for the challenge or scavenger hunt.
It says why Allah as well. Remember,
All right, so, there's an issue with human...
that individual,
human...
that we need already.
What's the word for it? I'm looking, dog. Human behavior that I think you may run into. So, especially with groupthink, people will push the limit. So somebody might be like, okay, I want somebody to be in a hamster ball. And somebody, just to be funny, will be like, yeah, a hamster ball, but they're naked. And so it's like, okay, well, where do you draw the... Okay. So then... Okay, well, you didn't say that. I never at any point heard you say PG-13.
Yeah, I did say that there's guidelines.
Yeah, one of the guidelines that you should have included was that it's PG-13.
He's one of those guys who knows. He knows it's mutter, except he's wrong.
I said, like, it can't be unsafe or malicious.
So Shogi is a person.
You didn't say sexual. You didn't say sexual.
You're looking at your fucking iPad. Look at this iPad, folks. Look at this fucking iPad. Caught red-handed, live with a tablet fucking iPad. Okay, screenshot that.
There's three different versions of Shogi.
Been playing on an iPad this whole time.
No, I'm not. This is an Apple, or this is an...
Look at the size of that tablet. It's the size of fucking Saturn.
Dog, I got another one here.
Yeah, you call me a cheater for fucking tablet.
But I played you on a fucking phone. But I played you on a phone. I don't even have played on this.
Phone's like massive. That was not a regular size.
This? Yeah, it is. Okay. Way to take offense at everything, dog.
No, I mean,
I have never used a tablet against you, ever. Not once. Never.
If you want to try it, edit the metadata,
I don't need to edit any metadata. Just watch my stream, baby. You can see that I play Jaws.
What are you doing on that tablet that's so
I learned how to program on it, and it's amazing because it's better than my phones.
That's weird. I mean, I guess it works. Are you in the mouse clicker application?
Yeah. Yeah, it's the best fucking idea maybe ever.
I mean, it can't be worse than that.
Doug, that's a new genre. You know that's a good idea.
well,
When it
my
comes to look at a case of a person
create
who
your own
shafts an animal for a
story,
private
you
person,
need to be
Shakai
creator.
Biskai is Bishaft for a private person, Shnaim Sha'af to the Sakin, the Shaft to the Tur. The halacha is if two people shaft, you will be punished.
Okay, your global. So it's like Amazing Race, but the crowd gets to pick what happens, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I want to say that this has already been done. Did you ChatGPT it?
There's a leniency when it comes to Allah.
I haven't researched if this idea exists. I've never heard of any project like that.
Yeah, it definitely exists, and it's been done, and it didn't have that much success. I'm gonna look it up for you. Yo, dog, what's a reality television show that was on TV? It was on Fox or something, where the crowd picked what happened to the person. It was like Choose Your Own Adventure.
Sometimes it speaks. When human beings speak, sometimes when people speak, they say extra things for, just to bring up.
Yeah, in 2000.
I assume it's been done with like a TV show, but has it been done with the
people speak that way sometimes. Sometimes it's to make the point. Sometimes it's because the person just likes to speak in flowery language. But sometimes people cover the language. Says Rabbi Yossi, the Torah does that as well.
No, I don't think it. I mean, maybe it has been done. I was just making that up. That it had been done. I thought it had been done.
So again, it does say Ahu. So what does he do with the fact that it says Ahu? More answers.
Doug, listen to this stuff. The reality TV show that you're referring to is likely Who's Your Daddy, which aired in Fox in 2005. The premise involved an adult who was adopted as an infant being placed in a room with 25 men, one of whom was the biological father. The contestant had to guess correctly to win $100,000. The show was a choose-your-own adventure-style reality series where audience votes influenced outcomes, making it interactive and suspenseful. So maybe that was it.
It's not impressive.
I agree with you.
No, according to Shimon, the extra hay does not darshan, but ish, he does darshan. Now the more asked, Rabbi Yossi, midahai ish. When it comes to ish, when it comes to the ha'ala over here, never tries to show any adam.
Reality TV show where audience picks
You learned, remember just a few minutes ago, at the bottom of the Testament Allah,
what's going to happen.
Everyone's darshaning ish, but a person will be tired for shkita for a private person. So darshaning over there.
Oh, this is it. The audience. That's right. That's what it was. A crowd of 50 strangers follow participants for a week and make important life decisions for them.
So how do you know that you shkita for a private person going to be tayyib? Well, I'll show people ahead if you know late. More ask that question. The tayyib. The Gemara says, "Not feeling me dumb, yekashay loish hafu." It says,
Technically,
it seems it says
it's still going.
To that person. So therefore, it sounds like it's for the person.
No, I mean it only happened one season, but they didn't. Like they can always reboot that shit.
To that person, which sounds like even if the check is for a private person, you'll be attacked. So again, everything's consistent. He does not darshan ish ever. He says the Torah sometimes speaks of people, and for emphasis, people sometimes go ahead and reiterate things. So the Torah does the same thing as well. It's not a separate drasha to learn. So where does he know that the private person is the tayyib from the word you mentioned the Mishnah. Hela v'chazar.
Did it?
You bring it up once, and you bring it up again.
Once there have been projects and platforms where you
Is the Dalit Hey Avarim. We're talking about 4 or 5 different Avarim. One opinion is the Kiksiv Lassos Oso. The Pasuk says Lassos Oso. Ala Shalei B'Tayyib. It's Tayyib on the entire thing. They know Tayyib ala Chaser. you're not chayiv on something which is missing. Which means, on kol zehemoksi, that was referring to the entire animal. And therefore, it's referring to the whole animal, and therefore, you won't be chayiv on each individual limb. The Marasavar are called Aver say, which refers to each individual limb, and therefore, for each limb you bring up, you will be chayiv on Aver. That's why Rabbi call, however, on one Aver, he says, Rabbi call Eno chayiv el achas. In other words, you have one Aver, which is sliced up into a bunch of pieces. Everybody agrees, if you take it up in 5 or 6 different steps, you're not going to have individual keys on each individual piece. So again, according to if you have one limb cut up into a bunch of pieces, everybody agrees only one key. The only question is, if you're bringing up a bunch of different Avarim Shleimim, is there a chiyuv on each individual limb, or is only a chiyuv on the whole animal? Rabbi Yochanan disagrees. He says, no, my focus is Aver Echad. My focus is by one individual limb. The Marasavar you have something which is brought up inside the base of Mikdash. Shepatru, it was something that has been brought it up outside. Chayiv, you're going to be chayiv. What's the case talking about? What they went up to his bath, and it popped off his bath. We mentioned this because of the heat. So it got burned a little bit. So one opinion is, Muktari Pnim Shepatru, the Halo Bachos, you're going to be chayiv. Why would that be? Because inside the base of Mikdash, we learned you're supposed to put it back on. So it's called poking. We'll get to this in a minute. You have something which flies up from his back and is pretty intense heat. Even though it's missing part of the limb, you put it back on. So what that essentially means is, even though it's closer, but since inside it's going to go back on, outside you have to be put it. The Marisol, the other thing is, you're going to be tired. Now, we're talking about several different limbs. You're called tired. Everyone will be tired. So you're the opposite. According to Rabbi Yochanan, when it's different rings, everyone agrees to be tight. This, hopefully, disagree with Ula. What Amar Ula? Hakomo, the everyone agrees to be part of. When it comes to things which are processed or burned, which have to be inside of the sling, that if it came from his bath, and it's good to see something, the hell of a cook and burn up on the bath, out there, tired, you will be tired. And that's what the elephant foot. The only my focus is, when you're talking about something which was burned outside, Shakashu, the hell of a cook and burn up outside the mouth, so the bottom outside the feet, tired. There's where my focus is going to be on the inside or not. In other words, Ikidam, some learn Ula slightly differently. The solution about everyone agrees when it comes to something which is processed and burned outside. We're missing the part and you burn it outside, it's potter. Everyone agrees that it's potter. Well, that's clear in our Mishnah. Elah and Makari agrees. Only we're talking about something which is burned. It's that was missing. We brought up outside the Marathon, the Potter, what would say? He's talking about some of the time. We get that word, it's not ultimately this. Ultimately, keep your head together for this. Disagrees with the avoid the Shmuel. I'll listen to Kama. Shmuel, avoid the Shmuel to go down and listen to Kama. Why? How do you know that? It says very clearly, Kama avoid the Shmuel. Cannot agree on talking. According to who do
right.
return?
So let's pretend our person is Zoo. Okay, like Zoo volunteers. Could I have Zoo fight somebody?
In Ula, where he said there was no mafokis over there. Again, mafokis exactly here. We have mafokis in the Mishnah. Several layers to mafokis in the Mishnah and the mafokis in the Gemara.
Okay, what do you do if somebody like?
Also, I mean,
Let's just go a little bit further.
Yeah, but you can't. You can't consent to something like you just can't like consent, and anything can happen to the person. There are limitations to there are limitations to waivers.
And he built in his bath Hashem. There is no base of Mikdash then.
So you can't just make
built in his bath. So clearly you see it has to be in his bath.
Exactly.
He says, well, I went a little further. I learned some
yeah, I mean, that's why I think
it says in the passage, Yika, Manoach, SPD, Ha'izim, Vesamincha, Vayal, Al Hasor. After he had this revelation from the Malach that his wife is going to have a baby, he's going to be Shimshon. He was so excited about that, and he went ahead and he brought a carbon to Hashem, where Bayal al-Atzor, on a rock. So you see clearly by the time when you go to the and you bring the carbon outside, Obama could be correct.
What do you do if the person gets sick during it, like, and they can't participate?
How do you deal with the fact that it says it wasn't as bad? They're not putting as bad.
I mean,
They said now, go for the Alma. That was bad.
they don't necessarily
Actually
have
mean
to
they
like, let's say,
it's
like the Olympics, or let's say it's like kind of like the Olympics, right? It's like
how would you do with
have
that?
people
But
from
according to
each nation that
the
are
Rabbi Yossi,
eating,
the
and
pasuk
then
says you get Hanach as he
there's
put on
sport,
a rock.
but the sport is like voted
That
on
was just a
by
one-time case
sport
where there was a
whatever
ruling that you allowed to bring it up on a rock. You might say, alternatively, you can say, this is Tanya,
find a certain object or
Ms.
symbol
Bear,
that
pants up,
and
exactly.
have
The pasuk is,
or
V'zorak Kohen Saddam al Mizbach Hashem Pesach Olamoid. So it says Mizbach and then Pesach Olamoid. In other words, the aim is Mizbach the Baba.
depending on your vote.
Mizbach.
Okay, what's the grand prize?
Hella ala sala or ala eben. Try will be cut. Because the requirement of Mizbach is only relevant inside the base mikdash, not outside. And the Gemara says Chaya. Why are you saying Chaya? Yotza mi violate. Say Yotza. Hello, so he's Yotza. Or says nothing covered. This is what it means to say. Fika. Bishas Isra Ramos. Therefore, at a time when it's also to have a problem, Hello, I'll sell it and bring it up on the rock. I'll ever you're going to be tired.
Let's say it actually gets a bunch of users, then
when you're not inside the business. Therefore, if it's Bishas, Hetra Ramos will be Yotze.
Oh, like the putt championships?
One more couple of lines. Part of Yosef Kanina. Karen, the Kevesh, the Yisod,
like the greatest
now she
idea
active about it. According to the one who says you have to do that, you have to have all the qualifications of the bath. You have to have boards on the top, you have to have a ramp, you have to have the base on the bottom, you have to have the oil to be perfectly square.
the augmented reality version.
How do you learn the Brisa? Karen, the Kevesh, the Yisod, the Yisod, the Akri, the Bama, the Dola,
that could definitely happen. All right, so
they're not relevant to private mizbechas that any other person might build in their backyard.
So isn't this like kind of like fishbowl?
By Avamagdola and Novin Givon, but other places, it's certainly Shiloh. So Rashi says, but a private mizbech does not have to have all those qualifications.
That reality show where there's like a house with a bunch of cameras in it, and nobody's allowed like electronics inside. It's like a Big Brother like house, put on by this like one comedian guy.
Good morning.
I mean, I wouldn't really say it's like a drama TV show where they're just pretty sure just watching people, stalking them, and finding a big dramatic episode.
Okay, so
Creators are
where is this gonna air?
probably both on YouTube and website.
Okay, so
Or
that
maybe just the website is linked to YouTube videos.
okay.
Or wherever they're posted, multi-platform posts.
So you get, let's say you get Bitcoin Obama. What stops him from, like, you said it was going to be like the Olympics. How many people are participating total?
Just to mention quickly, briefly before we begin.
That's a good question. Someone
approached me and said to me,
can't say I fully have the answer to that. How do you decide how many people can participate? Do you have to have X amount of followers? Do you have
so, mention
what
right now,
criteria do you have to meet? Can anyone potentially participate?
pretty fast still. So if you see me drinking coffee now, it's because the fast has not
Yeah,
started.
it's kind of like you can go down a path where it's just one person's life, Obama, and everyone is just voting on content that he was creating. But the issue with that is that we're just like really fixed on Obama deep, then how do you stop that from happening? Or like what? Like where the idea came from is
Okay.
having one creator because they're a limited audience, you open up pools to multiple creators competing against each other, then you get the exponential outreach of those people, and it's not going to fall apart if one piece of the puzzle disappears. But that kind of completely dodges your question of how do you decide who gets it or not. I believe, the community could ultimately vote on that, but they have to be aware of, is there any consequence of diluting it too much or having it over-saturated with too many creators and that's just loud expectation. Competition, if I only have a 1 in 500 chance of winning, and I only make a bottle making TikTok for this random cryptocurrency.
Okay, so the comedian who I was thinking of in the fishbowl is Sam Hyde, and this sounds like it's not exactly, I get it, but the audience. It's a British reality television series that premiered on Channel 4 in 2012. The show features 50 strangers who follow a participant for a week, listening to their personal challenges such as whether to break up, change careers, or adopt a child, and then collectively decide how they should resolve the life-challenging dilemmas. The format emphasizes real, unscripted decision-making by an impartial group, aiming to provide neutral advice compared to emotionally based input from family and friends. Now, I get yours is different. Yours is basically not 50 people, it's the whole internet. And they could, say, all right, do you want me to eat a birthday cake, or do you want me to eat ice cream? Right? And then they would choose. Is that right? Yeah. So this is already done. This is already done by.
I'm sure it has been done to some degree. If we're just talking about vote on which thing I would read.
Right. Exactly. I'm saying it's a common concept within the influencer realm. Should I do, or they'll have a poll or something like that. So your version of it.
I don't know if that's been really done in the crypto buying
yeah, it's done within crypto, not like in a whole reality TV series, but cryptocurrencies certainly say we leave our decision making, or some of our decision making, up to the community. So you can choose different. You can vote on different designs of things, or perhaps projects that they'll work with, or where people donate. That. That's kind of already.
The majority of crypto, a ton of crypto projects are at least gathering community input. Some degree, probably.
Right.
But they're usually focused on a cryptocurrency goal, and this goal is so outside of, it has nothing to do with cryptocurrency necessarily, just using that as a voting mechanism. But Ask at Hand is just kind of funny, with telling some random person, choose your own story, as you put it, which is great description, which path they're going to go down. An interesting social experiment.
I love shitting on your ideas. I love when you have really good ideas, actually. And then I love when you have really good ideas and I shit on them, but I do so gently and just amazingly. But this is a good idea. Okay. I don't know if I love it in terms of a cryptocurrency, but it's a good idea if you just had an influencer and you voted on what they did, and it was crowdsourced, and the like management team could like ensure that it wasn't like you have to jump off a building or eat glass, like exactly. So basically they would say like, hey, we received like 50 different suggestions on what you should do tomorrow, and we're gonna choose 2 of them, and then have the audience vote, and that'll be like what your day is. That I think is a great idea. It really is, and I would do that. Like that's a great.
It does remind me a little bit of your trajectory, a little bit of like you're going down a very specific road, just like a different interesting road that someone's life could go down.
I've talked about this on stream before. That when I go viral, I will give people the opportunity to choose where I go, what I do, and just give the chat, so to speak, the power to make decisions in my life. And like, but I get veto, basically. Like, I don't want to do things that are going to harm myself or harm others. But I've talked about that's what I want to do. I think that would be really fun. I have seen influencers do some things, though. I mean, a lot of it has to do with how much money do you have behind your project. Like, if I say go to Tahiti or go to Bali, that's a lot different than drink a Coke or a Pepsi. But I would like to give people that type of freedom to like choose my life. Now, in terms of, so it's a good idea. I'm not denying that. I think that it's really an excellent idea. It's not new, but it is new when you, in terms of cryptocurrency. We'll talk about that. Okay, so with the idea of crowdsourcing people's, that's great, and Riser, that's a really good idea. Now, how do you make that into a cryptocurrency? That part I don't understand as much.
I mean, just in order to actually cast votes for what the person is doing,
Oh, okay. Okay, that's a good idea.
Pretty simple, basic, and then it probably maybe have transaction fees that would fund the actual event for that person to do the fun. Hamster balls or trampoline parks
but that's different than what you said originally. You were like, it's going to be like the Olympics, and that people will vote on people to be kicked out and stuff.
Well, I mean, that's why I was saying there's 2 different paths. It could be focused on just one person, and they like are just doing what the community votes on. Or, I mean, like the community can tell that one person, okay, we want you to do this scavenger hunt where you have to find like the red ring. But, or it could be have a bunch of creators that are competing for like a bounty that's like, okay, scavenger hunt, first one to juggle whatever or find the red string. And with AI, it might be a little problematic.
Okay, I mean, I like your idea. I usually, I mean, it's not as good as ambush podcasting, but but it's if ambush podcasting were like a 96 in terms of the greatest ideas from 0 to 100 of all time, this idea would be like a 92. It's very good. It needs a good name.
Your ambush thing isn't great in my opinion, because there's maybe some Twitch streamers or that are like unpopular will be down to just like jump ship immediately and jump in your podcast, but I really highly doubt that anyone with 100 million likes or whatever, like with a large following, you just go into their chat, you might get banned for spamming, trying to get their attention, which I know that you don't care about at all whatsoever. But I'm just saying, like, trying to actually get someone's attention is going to be a battle, and then having them drop whatever they're doing. I mean, maybe I could be wrong, like, as you build momentum, and if they click your profile and you're growing.
Let's talk about it for a second. At the beginning, it will be difficult, but I can tell you, even as someone who, was seen as an anti-good person, like I don't want to say a bad person, but like the kick community was definitely not an advocate of who I am or what I do. I was able to get a bunch of people with like 10,000 followers, and that was in my first week of doing it, which if I were to do it for 365 straight days, you can bet your bottom dollar that you're going to get some of their biggest streamers on it. Because here's the thing, at the top of the streaming charts, all those people know each other, and they're gonna basically they communicate with each other, and somebody will be like, hey, I was on Riser's podcast. Oh, no way, I'd love to be on that. How'd you get on? Oh, he did ambush streaming. And the thing is that makes his podcast. That's what I'm talking about. Exactly. It would be. It's a new genre. But instead of, here's the kicker with it. Once you get popular, you don't set up streams with people. You don't let them arrange them. So like I know previously I said, oh, and if somebody really wanted to be on your show, they could, make a request or whatever. But that's the thing. You wouldn't let somebody do that. What you would do is you basically have to catch them in the act. So when they're streaming, you come into their stream and you make their career. Like it's actually a really great idea. So you have to catch them in the act, which makes your podcast even cooler. And dude, I mean, you could do it. You could have it be an open-ended conversation. You could have it be, I think what I did was really cool, that I asked everybody the same questions. Then people could compare people's different answers. And I'm not saying it's the most interesting thing ever, but it's quick. It like to answer 73 questions or whatever. And they weren't my 73 questions. They were Vogue Magazine 73 questions. So they were already pretty famous. But to answer them, it took like 20 minutes. That's it. And you get a really good sense of who someone is. None of the questions are really difficult. You can always pass, and I always tell people that, like, if there's any question that you don't want to answer, you can just say pass, or I want to come back to that one. No one ever passed on a question. No one ever asked to come back because we never passed on anything. And then at the end, they get to plug all their shit. And you move on to the next person. Let's say you do 3 of those a day, which isn't that long. That's like maybe less than 3 hours of work. You're going to have 1,000 podcasts in a year. That's a lot of content.
More celebrity status people, I think that maybe are going to catch them on the fly. I think that people plan their days more.
Wait, no. So
the thing is trying to get them to immediately drop what they're doing. And I mean, it can be live streaming already, but then that also limits your potential people that you're going to be able to find. Because I follow a lot of people on Instagram, like 6,000 people, and 0 of them practically live stream. I see a live stream like rarely.
wait, but those aren't live streamers. Those aren't streamers. Let's say you had somebody I don't know, William Montgomery, who doesn't normally live stream, but he wanted to be on your show. You could say to him, all right, all you have to do is just be live streaming anything you want. You playing a game or whatever, and let me know the hours that you live stream, and he'll be like, okay, I'm going to live stream this week tonight from 7 to 9 p.m. And you'd be like, great. And then you randomly come in during one of those streams, and then you do the interview. That's only once you get to a... Yeah, but it's still the idea that you don't know when it's going to start. So there's the surprise aspect of it. Wait. Or you could just not do it. You could say, look, I can't guarantee it to you, but if you start streaming for a week, I may come into your stream and do an interview with you. It's like, what is it like? It's either a reality TV show or something. It's like one of those things where they surprise someone at work, and they're like, surprise, or whatever in their day, and then they take them on vacation, or they do whatever. They pamper them, or they won $100,000. They win some kind of prize, or they win a car or something, whatever. It's like you're surprising somebody when they're not expecting it. And as you get bigger, people will talk about it like almost like how would I describe it? Like what is it in society? Okay, so there used to be this thing in the United States. I don't know if it was in Canada, but it was called Publishers Clearinghouse, and it was this thing where they would just randomly come to your house and give you a check for $1 million, and then they would make a commercial out of it. And everybody was always in the United States like making a joke, like, "Oh, it could be Publishers Clearinghouse." In the same way, it could be the Riser Ambush podcast. Like, you're gonna surprise them while they're doing whatever they're doing, and if they're like, "Oh, I can't do it right now." I mean, if you're really big, they're going to drop everything possible to do it. But let's say they're doing something else. You can just say, okay, that's all right. There's the potential I might come back. It's like you're almost like like an internet, what'd you say?
Scammers frequently impersonate Publishers Clearinghouse.
Yeah, but I'm not saying that's what you do. I'm saying that you're like an internet, I
get it. I get the idea.
Yeah, but what's the word I'm looking for? Like you're an internet publicizer, so or like you help increase someone's influence. And then think about it. If you got people to start watching your shit, I mean, the big thing about this is all these people already have audiences. And that way you'll be able to get popular really quickly because all of their audiences are already like really in touch with the web and will watch your shit. And it's not like you're like, okay, I don't know, some old actor, you're trying to have that person on and none of his or her audience is internet savvy and they're never going to check this out on YouTube. No, it'd be like, this would be a big thing. And on top of that, if you live stream it on your end, you're going to get people who, like, okay, it's almost like you're going to get people who want to, you could even do this. You could, just like your idea with like crowdsourcing of people's ideas, you can say, all right, chat, we're going to interview whoever's on the Kick front page. We're just going to randomly pick somebody. And what I want you to do is come up with basically a, what do you call something like that? Like, no, not a spam message. Like a bonus question, and once I ask all the questions, then we're going to ask our special audience bonus question. And people could ask, like, I don't know, it could be any question that the audience wants, but you could have them vote on it. And it could be interactive. This is the essence of ambush podcasting. It's really ambush interviewing, but oh, okay. So, did you ever see the show Ambush Makeover? I didn't either, but I think the premise is somebody's just like working their normal dated 9 to 5 job, and then all of a sudden these people come in and take them from that job and give them a new haircut and new makeup and get them all. Oh yeah, that is what they do. And they get their clothes all changed and everything, and they come back and they're like totally different. And in the same way, you would just ambush interview them, but you would add a bunch of influence to them, and you would get to be able to use their audience for to like increase the size of your podcast footprint. But in the end, Riser, if you're going to do anything on YouTube, well, I mean, your brother knows. He has a very successful business. Like, he's the person who you check with this. But are you sure your brother's never bought any YouTube subscribers? Even when he first started, he didn't buy any. He started with like 0 people.
Yeah, no, it's against the terms of service and very good.
Okay. And how many
Plays by the rules.
followers does he have now? 200,000?
No, he has multiple channels. One of the channels has like 1 million. Some has like 200,000. I don't really know the details.
All right. Well, you should ask him about the ambush podcasting question, and he would
I mean,
say
the same. I mean, I understand that you're literally hacking into like the live stream or whatever, but I agree. That's why I told you on multiple occasions, like the same thing of why podcasts are amazing to explode your network, because you get tap into all these people's audiences and aggregate, multiply, and whatnot. I mean, I would just argue, again, nothing against going into other people's streams and just saying that, like, even if you have a non-streamer on your podcast, like it happens all the time, someone will go on someone's podcast and then they'll take clips from the podcast, maybe 1 clip, maybe 2 clips, maybe 4 clips or 5 clips, and they'll post those clips onto their Instagram and Facebook, Twitter, and then they'll advertise, say, hey, I'm on this podcast. And then, again, that brings the audience to see that they really like the person and the person interviewing, and they'll watch the podcast. So yeah, sure.
excellent. Everybody's podcast is the same. It's let's find a time and perhaps a mutual location, and I'm going to interview you. Everybody's that way. What makes this different, and different ideas sometimes break the mold, is, hey, we're going to create an audience on your end. We are going to have the audience vote on who we're going to ask to be on our podcast. We'll go to the Kick front page or the Twitch front page or the YouTube front page. We will, eventually you'll be big enough that like anybody will be like, yeah, I'll do your podcast, but they'll feel like they were featured. And you're going to feature that person for 20 minutes. All they have to do is answer some questions, and then you move on to the next person. You don't have to have a studio. You don't have like hosting costs. Like it's the cheapest way to do a podcast.
I have one other major caveat that I forgot to highlight. If you're premise is that like there's a whole build up and stream of like the hunt and the chase of finding your next prey and you're live streaming that, then you better make that damn hunt entertaining and not boring, because if there's anything that is true in the world is that this generation has very short attention spans, and if you're not likable enough and entertaining enough personality, people are just gonna click away. They're not gonna wait 1, 2, 3, 4 hours until you find someone to interview for 20 minutes.
I absolutely agree with you.
Probably my biggest caveat.
I agree with you, but you'd get people who would be like, "Hey, my friend's streaming. Come to their stream. They'll do it." Like you'll get people who give you advice too on who to go to, and if you want to, you can. Riser, do you want an invitation to bowling? Riser, do you want a?
Yeah, you do. Of course. Yeah. I do want the invitation to bowling. I'm saying that like the foundation of this podcast, or yeah, whatever ambushing, like you need to have entertaining decisions behind it if it's going to actually gain traction. In my
I agree with you. I think you need that for any influencer.
yeah, probably, yeah. I watched Miss Aquarius if she was a streamer.
I would too. She is a streamer. She streams on a different platform. Miss Aquarius, what do you stream on? You now?
Meet me.
Meet me. Thank you.
Why do you choose me? It sounds like a
Because I'm in a community called Linka, and I'm a head announcer for them. So, yeah.
Oh, come on.
Makes me more confused, to be honest, but okay.
Yeah, I've been on Meet Me ever since it was my yearbook. Have you ever heard of my yearbook?
No.
Yeah, I used to be my yearbook. Yeah, it used to be my yearbook.
Miss Aquarius. What a strike.
Let's go.
What a strike. She's gotten 2 strikes in a row, folks. If you're watching at home, Miss Aquarius has gotten 2 strikes in a row.
I'm actually bowling phenomenally,
Yeah, you
What
are.
about you, Riser?
Yeah, you are.
It's there. Are you streaming?
I mean, I'm streaming by proxy through Rabbi on 59 different platforms and tablets. I guess
That's true. He does have a lot of content on my streams, like 300 hours or something, like a bunch of hours. And he has a podcast, so he has some content.
Hey, go and check it out. Oh, yes, did.
of the Gucci podcast.
It's called the what?
Why'd you?
No, you made me hit a gutter ball.
Well, you one did it, so I called the what?
Exactly. What? Why is it called that?
Gucci podcast is because on the William Montgomery show, if you've ever seen in your life, practically, I don't really, you seem like nothing because you're not a William Montgomery fan.
Why are you putting me down? Why are you putting me down? You know I'm a giant, the biggest William Montgomery fan ever. Okay, go ahead.
Well, you don't ever watch any William Montgomery, so
I watch him as a stand-up comedian, which is what he does. Now, come on, answer Miss Aquarius's question. Why do you call it the Hoochie Podcast?
as I was saying, on the William Montgomery show, there's a quote of this idiom that was, nothing beats the good old peach fuzz in a bottle of
Bro, come on now.
Nope, sorry. Thank you.
Of the domain which let it be shackled is
That's
shackled
the
in the
best
mouth,
way.
and it's out there international it's on business as well. The point is just as you shackled in one place, this would be wild. The person shackled is carbon.
So there's a line in the show, nothing beats a good old beach buzz and a bottle of hooch. And a bottle of hooch means like rum or something, or some kind of alcohol.
Doug.
And
Yeah, we know what hooch is, but hoochie means like sex.
Hoochie means that.
No, hoochie does too. Hoochie coochie means like sexual activity.
Any culture or any company over there.
Hoochie is also
No, hooch means alcohol. Hoochie means like having sex with somebody. It's Aquarius now. It's Aquarius.
You can. No, I did not just hear.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did. We're gonna look it up. Oh yeah, or that, or she's a hoochie means that it's like a slutty woman.
Yeah, female, trashy, and inappropriate. I've been calling my dog to do I thought it was cute. I thought it was like a cute word.
All right, Miss Aquarius, great job. Now I'm gonna just quickly look up the.
Female who seems to be a dog.
I'm looking it up. Hoochie. Hoochie is a female who appears to match a set of characteristics including trashy, often inappropriately tight dress, with or without pudge overflowing waistband, eyebrows shaved and penciled back in a dramatic fashion, heavy, mostly monotonic makeup with dank lipstick, large, gaudy, costume-grade jewelry, frequently accompanied by multiple children from different fathers. See baby daddy. Damn, did you see Estella's sister at the side show last night? Sporting a camel toe through her jeans, cornrows. You know she's a straight-on hoochie. Let's see here. So all of these hoochie, a young woman who has many casual sexual partners, or dresses in or behaves in a sexually provocative way. So boy, everybody's saying it's a hoochie. Is like a sexually like.
Oh gosh, that's what my podcast is called.
That's why when you said it's the hoochie podcast, Miss Aquarius and I were like, what?
It means an extension of food, which is language, alcohol.
You thought it was because you named it to the alcohol?
Yeah. Like Gucci's a cute name for my dog, and it's like an extension of not the beach girl, beach bug.
Got your
Miss Aquarius, you're out. Miss Aquarius, yeah, you're running out of time. Exactly, Miss Aquarius already a champion.
Yeah, I'm already a champion. I need you and Rabbi again.
That's right.
Are you gonna wake up at 5 a.m. or you can sleep in 8 a.m.
If that's the
How's
case,
that not?
it's going to be a problem. Why? Because I might have a rough one.
Oh, I've never seen it. That's not how bowling pins work in real life.
What's the Torah concerned about? The neck is outside, but you can do it outside. I would rather.
I mean, I'm on the fence. I feel obligated.
The animals entirely outside. It's a horrible thing. In other words, it's not coming to include necessarily the roots. It's coming to include a case where the animals is mostly outside.
Miss Aquarius, can you repeat that? I couldn't hear what you said.
According to
I said, why the ass was you waking up at 5 a.m.?
Oh, I thought he was asking you. I thought he was asking me that. I told him.
No, I'm not waking up watching no damn. I'm working.
I know. I told him that I.
I'm gonna get
I would, even if I did awake at 5 a.m., I would fall asleep in the first like 10 minutes.
That's right. Let's go.
That was really great, Riser.
That's only considered to be squinting thoughts if there is a pneu.
That was
Even though Rabbi said to watch the final game, and then now that I'm like, oh, we have to wake up at 5 a.m. I mean, he did say I'll wake up and then like I'll fall.
right, exactly. And
Classic little loophole.
absolutely. And I didn't know it was going to be at 5 in the morning.
I thought it was at 8 a.m. I was like, cool.
Dude, I watched the Women's World Cup in 2022 or 2024. And I think it was 2022. And all of the games were on between like 10 p.m. and 4 a.m. And I got really into that, but that's my hours were reversed. So it was like easy to do. Thank you, ma'am. With my hours being generally normalized, at least for right now, that, I mean, that's not crazy early. It's not like 2 in the morning, but soccer's or hockey's not that exciting to me. But though for a gold medal game, it might be. Wow, Riser! Look at you guys, you both. And I just had to not continue the streak.
They would build it from outside because once they put it up, then they're, as soon as they finish, they're standing inside the color to check it out. You can't just be standing there. You have to stand outside.
Yeah.
When they put the curtains around the outside,
Wait, how is Mr. Aquarius at 52?
Inside the Azara.
That's how Miss Aquarius is. Just when you blink, she comes shining through. And now she's got 70. And she got the spare. She's going to get at least 80. This Aquarius is dominant. Dominant.
All right, come on, let's see what you got, bud.
The reason why you have to have these curtains is because
Let's go.
it's not safe to fight forever.
Come on, strike it.
Who said?
Oh no.
Forever. Eliezer was just telling us what he
Nice job, Miss Aquarius. Miss Aquarius, you've been on fire. You win, I win, I win, you win. Undefeated in bowling, undefeated in friendship. Good job. And Riser wins. So, Riser, Miss Aquarius and I are very nice to each other. I don't trash talk her. She doesn't trash talk me. We always leave on good terms. And that's just how we do.
They besieged the city. The whole state which we're talking about.
Riser, do you play mini golf with Rabbi?
Today. Say,
Way too much in my life has been
I don't like that game.
Everybody agrees the Kedusha is still there today.
That's so good.
I think it's appropriate for us to
I'm
remember.
learning the other game you taught. What's the other game, Rabbi?
Karam,
Karam?
yeah.
I like that better than mini golf.
Miss Aquarius does pretty well at it.
Yeah, that's circuit mini golf, but he gets me positive. So yeah, I'm pretty okay.
She's more.
I just play because Rabbi liked it. So I'm like, you know what? I just play because you like it. So that you do it.
Absolutely. 100%.
Yeah, I like Karam now. So I'm going to learn that.
Excellent. So, Riser, did you get anybody to be on the Hoochie podcast?
for this, the fast of the Tzomach Hamishi, l'shasim l'simcha tzomar ravini
Very
Wait, that's a good idea, calling it. That's a nice name for it, the Riser Podcast.
Maybe we
Yeah.
won't even make it through the whole fast.
No, that's good.
Really
You know,
us,
like,
the Gula Shalema,
that's
from here
called for
the
Ricky talk about it. That's my dog's nickname. I got a nightmare scenario about what I've been calling my dog in public to people. Like, I literally, since I'm screaming hoochie, my dog is like nowhere to be seen, and there's like people on like a trail that just think I'm
Good morning.
screaming the word hoochie.
To begin
I
today's
think I'm
daf,
just
brand new parent in the Sefes Svachim, and daf Kuf Vav.
To give you the equivalent,
people looking at you.
All of our
it would be like yelling at your dog, slut, slut.
of Teves. We thank Ashli Midi Shai.
Right. Yeah, he didn't even know about it.
I know.
Oh my God.
Exactly. So,
I mean, no other nickname
Yeah, you know how to share, right? Right.
dude, you should see how many of the Urban Dictionary entries are about that. I mean, that's just in the normal dictionary. Exactly. I mean, that it's just in the dictionary. Is hoochie is a
Mostly about Shkita and Ha'ala.
well, no, I'm saying in the dictionary, it's just pejorative. Yeah, it says pejorative slang, a woman who dresses scantily or in revealing fashion, pejorative slang of promiscuous woman. I've also heard it though. The hoochie coochie is like having sex with somebody.
Might be helpful for us to be able to follow along. This is be helpful to open the parak Yud Zayin.
I'll give you some literati, son. Just one moment.
In Sefer Vayikra, you have the Kodesh. I will point you to the right passage.
More than that.
The parak begins as
Literati,
follows.
it's like
Person who slaughters or shafts a
It's like-
carbon outside of the base of Mikdash, so there's a law. It is also to do that, and it's a fee of the for a person who does that. Halacha is chayiv ala
Okay,
shita,
you need a
chayiv
name
ala
for it?
ha'ala. He's chayiv two separate lavin. One for slaughtering the animal outside of the base of Mikdash, and another individual fee of in Chatas comes along.
Why don't you like
It's done by
choose
mistake,
your
and
own
he
adventure?
actually knocked the carbon on a mizbeach, on a bama outside of the base of Mikdash. You look at Rashi. Rashi said
I mean,
the
my
very first
original
verse in the parak Hashem, touched it bachot, the ha'elam bachot, and he brought it up on his back outside of the base of Mikdash.
Yeah, you want to stay away from that word though for a little person.
So again,
It's seen as pretty offensive.
Says Rashi Shehein
I don't think so. I
Shnei
think
Lifei Avera. The
They have a
Tarbai
positive
Tzivi Asher Yischa Rasher Yala. There's a separate insert for
No, I mean, like in Western society, it is seen as an
Again,
Well,
this
we're not
is
talking
inside
about
very soon.
American, maybe Nigerian.
okay.
But
but
disagrees and
it's,
says Shakar B'Znim, the
it's
Halabachos,
considered derogatory,
if a person
offensive,
shafts the carbon inside the base of
and
Mikdash, and then
it's considered
Halabachos
derogatory
brings
and
up on the
offensive
carbon
now.
out of this Mikdash,
So I mean, I don't even
it's
use
like
that word.
According to who?
However, Shakar
Politically
B'Znim,
correct
the street
person?
outside,
I mean, Wikipedia and the dictionary.
brought up the carbon on the Mizbeach outside the base of Mikdash. Potter the sense is going to be
you could
exempt.
argue
He's not
that
going to be chayiv for the Ha'ala. Why shlo hella ella dam
I mean,
chos?
everything's
He
subjective,
brought up a
dog.
carbon which is possible. In other words, this really is a fundamental machlokes with the Tanakhama about this case. What he says is,
I mean, even in
Tanakhama
Oxford,
tells
the
you
Oxford
if you
Dictionary,
bring carbon
it says an
outside
offensive
the
word for a person
you shaft it
who is
outside
very
the
short
Mikdash.
because of the
Then
medical
you can be
condition
chayiv for
dwarfism.
shkita, and still you will be chayiv. You're going to be obligated to bring a tatas or perhaps kares. If you bring that animal on the Beis Mikdash, on the mizbeach outside the Beis Mikdash,
not really the type of
really, carbon's already possible. Once you shut it outside, the carbon's already disqualified. So what type of carbon do you bring outside? You brought a carbon which is disqualified? That's not such a big deal. Therefore, you should be fine with contest. Allah responded to him and said, "After Shelter to Kenu Malabachot, the Chum said this is unavoidable. Carbon is always going to be disqualified once it goes outside. Even if you check the carbon,
Yeah, but it shows your laziness and inflexibility. You just say little person. I know what you mean when you say little. I know what you say. I know what you're saying when you say little person. I get that.
The fact that the carbon is disqualified does not bother us, and therefore, even if you shefted it outside and became disqualified by virtue of the fact that you shefted the carbon outside, still, if you're going to bring that carbon up on his back outside the Beis Mikdash, you're still going to be tired to bring a carbon or perhaps tied cars if it was done.
Okay.
I'm not saying that you can go out
even
to a
though
little
it's
person
disqualified because
actually
that's how this works. It's unavoidable. It's always going to be disqualified by the time you bring it up onto his back.
I mean, I think that if you wouldn't say it to someone's face, you shouldn't say it behind their back.
Remember, we learned.
So, like, for instance,
I personally until right now
before the fact
realize that it was
and that's okay. 25 years ago, it was commonplace. In fact, there's a pickle, I believe it's a Clausen's Pickle Company, that even calls their little pickles the M word. Or, you know, they use that term, and they haven't changed it. Of anybody who would think who would change it, like a corporate company, I would think would change it. But they haven't changed that word. But over the course of the last 25 years or so, people have just exchanged that word for little person. It's the same idea as the R word for someone who's mentally challenged or especially able. Just people have moved that out of their lexicon.
So much so that if you bring it onto his back, get it off.
And I'm just advising you in the future. You will sound better when you listen to yourself 20 years from now on the stream, perhaps, and you'll be happy that you just don't use that term anymore. But look, I'm not saying that there aren't other terms that perhaps are used that are, like, I can tell you 3 terms that are currently used but are actually quite offensive, and I do my best not to use, are, and I'm doing this for, no. I'm doing this for educational purposes, but the terms moron, idiot, and imbecile, like normally they're just supposed to be like stupid people, but they actually used to have a like it was an IQ range. People who were of 0 to 25 IQ were considered idiots. People of 20 to 25 to 50 were imbecile, and people of 51 to 70 were morons. So these were actually like terms that were used, and then they just became commonplace to just use those to call somebody like who you just felt wasn't smart. But I do my best to not use those terms, even though maybe as a kid I would use them because that's just like that was just a commonplace. But I've learned to change my ways on those things, and I did the same with the M word for a little person, and the same for like an R word for a someone who might be mentally challenged. And that doesn't mean in the future they won't change the term again, and I'll just be flexible. Whatever it is that I can say, so long as it's reasonable, I feel it's reasonable to not offend someone, I'm okay to do it.
You're telling me that if a person is Tameh, eats something which is kosher, whether that food item is Tameh or Tahar, he's going to be tired. Say this, you agree with me? No.
You know, one that you do and can't.
If the thing that you're eating is Tahar and you are Tameh.
I understand. One that you
I am not being offended by
You know, one that you guys do in Canada.
Even a person who is tamei.
One that you guys do in Canada that sounds off to the American ear a little bit is you call, well, it was indigenous people, but now you call them First Nation people. And like in the United States, I'm just saying this for educational purposes, it used to be, you would just say Indians, then it was Native Americans, and now it's become, I think, more that, I think the preferred nomenclature is First Nation people, just like Canada had it. But, I mean, you referred to people of that background as indigenous for many years, am I not, in Canada, right?
And the guy, the tamei person, opened his mouth wide. The person shoved it all the way down. So therefore, the tamei person never touched it.
And even in the United States today, there's the Department of Indian Affairs. They still haven't changed that at a federal level, but even just as I've known it, it went from Indian to Native American, then maybe some indigenous, and then First Nations people. And if they change it again, then they change it again. And so long as I can, it's not like overly ridiculous, I feel, that I have to say like 25 words or something like that. If it's reasonable, I'm fine with it. I mean, it's happened with a lot of people. Yeah, exactly. It's happened with a lot of people. And the last thing I want to do is offend somebody or show myself to be ignorant to the changing pace of what words are. And so, there you go, disappears.
There's no obligation in that case. Why
I will say this though, with the LGBTQIA+ movement, they add a lot of things to that, and I can't keep track of them all, and not everybody goes by them. So I generally just say the LGBTQ+, which is still a lot, you know, but it's like LGBTQ+, IA, or LGBTQIA+, like any person who is exactly, but no but no person, yeah. And if I say, and I say that LGBTQ, I even sometimes will say plus or IA or whatever. Wait, I do. I think the plus is really important. Oh yeah, definitely. And nobody knows what it is, but I'm taking it. I'm plus. I just say that I'm plus because I'm amazing, and I want everybody to be amazing. Thank you. But basically, that one, I'm not saying I refuse to do it. It's just it hasn't. That group or that collection of groups hasn't aligned on one acronym yet. It still changes. Like I get LG, like back in the day it was just gays and lesbians, and they wanted to be called gays and lesbians, and that was fine. And then it was lesbian. Oh yeah, way back in the day you would just call people gays and lesbians. Like way back in the day. But then bisexual, LGBT, and then trans, and then that was another one that changed. It used to be just trans, and then the word, you know, it was trans and then sexual, and now it's transgender, which is absolutely fine. I can roll with that punch. So it's LGBT, and then Q for questioning, which is fine. I feel like that's
queer. It's for queer.
Oh, so wait. That one hasn't aligned either. It's been both. It's been queer and it's been questioning. So there's that too. Absolutely. Absolutely. And then there's IA, which is there's asexual, and let's just look up what it is. Yeah, asexual are people who aren't attracted to men or women. Oh, and it, so LGBTQ.
Heterosexual, but not asexual.
That's right. So heterosexual, somebody likes the opposite sex. Homosexual, someone who likes the same sex. Asexual is just somebody who doesn't like either. So LGBT
I heard of homosexual.
certainly.
So
LGBT,
asexual is somebody who don't like neither.
yeah, they just like to be on their own, and they're not really sexually attracted to anybody.
Oh.
L-
New to me.
LGBTQ is an acronym that stands for lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and queer, or questioning. It's both. And then there's I, which is intersex. A for asexual or aromantic. And
I is intersex.
yeah, and then the plus represents other identities not explicitly listed, such as pansexual, non-binary, gender fluid, two-spirit, and more. And like whatever you want to be, that's fine. What I'm saying is that I also know that they do add, when I say they, like some of the groups that use this acronym, add other letters to it. And I just don't know all the letters, so I'm fine by just saying LGBTQ plus, but I will say LGBTQIA plus sometimes too.
But we learned that the words Hishamar Pen Baal are really.
Oh, and they added something to it. They added the number 2 at the beginning for two-spirit people, which, let's look what I don't even know what that is. So it's no longer LGBTQIA plus, it's the number 2, LGBTQIA plus. Two-spirit means...
We do have the warning not to check the carbon outside of the base of Mikdash. Amar Gemara says, "Lo yizbechu od."
It is a pan-Indian umbrella term used by some indigenous North Americans to describe individuals who fulfill traditional third gender or other gender variant social roles in their communities. The term was coined in 1990 to replace the offensive anthropological term burdach and to distinguish indigenous concepts of gender and sexuality from non-native LGBTQ plus identities. Cultural significance. Two-spirit people have historically been represented as healers, visionaries, ceremonial leaders, and keepers of oral traditions. Okay, that's baller. That's really cool. I don't know what that has to do with sexuality, but I like it. They were often seen as possessing double vision, able to see from both masculine and feminine perspectives. Oh, I see. So the fact that they could like tell stories and they lead ceremonies in both men and women, or masculine and female perspectives, that's where it becomes sexual. Okay, that's cool. I could be two-spirit. I'm sure Mr. Aquarius could be two-spirit. I'm sure Heiser.
Say it again now. What is this going on? You in the chat GPT.
No. It just means that you can tell a story from both a masculine sense or a feminine sense, and I'm sure we all could do that.
But the first one?
No, it's called two-spirit.
Oh,
how do you know that he's tied?
Absolutely, and I've heard both of you tell stories from that kind of sense, where you tell it from a masculine perspective or a feminine perspective. It's just like normal human behavior, but that's considered within that as well. It doesn't mean that you like boys or you like girls or anything like that. It just says that you are someone who is a person who is a healer, a visionary, a ceremonial leader, and keeper of an oral tradition. And we all do that. And you're seen as possessing double vision, able to see from both a masculine and feminine perspectives. And anybody who is really empathetic with an individual has to be able to do that. And you're both very empathetic. So whether you want to be two-spirit or not, all right. Well,
That's great. You basically had a podcast called the Slutty Podcast with Riser. Oh, that's cool. All right, well, to the untrained ear, the Hoochie Podcast sounds like you are interviewing like prostitutes around the world, which actually would be an amazing podcast.
So according to the way we're learning now, we do have a source that gives us both a warning not to shout outside the basic touch, as well it gives us a punishment if the person shuts up. So everything works out. Problem is, we do need it.
Oh, you can't post anything in here. I get too many bots in here that post all kinds of stuff. And hey. No, that's locked up too. No.
Let's just give it a very brief introduction so you understand what we're talking about.
I put in there, so I was fine with it, but I learned about a way that you can get somebody's Discord banned, and I didn't want somebody using it against me. So basically what you do is you go into someone you don't like's Discord and post your own address in there, and then report the Discord for doxing, and the whole Discord can go down.
At that point in time, it's called shots after our bubbles. Now is the point in time where people are allowed to build a private mizbeach.
It's pretty brilliant if you're trying to take somebody down, but I didn't want somebody doing that. So they don't post my address, they post their own address, and then they report that from a different account, and then you lose the whole Discord.
That's another crazy thing about. So people live through several different statuses, and then they have a shots head drop on the top of the place, cover the private altar, and then it became usher again. So now what happens if a person sets aside the carbon during shots head drop on? So at that point, they say, no more bringing the carbon on the private mizbeach. What's that along with that carbon? It's already designated at a time that you're allowed to bring a carbon on private mizbeach. Are you still allowed to bring in a private mizbeach? The answer is no. So what we're going to do in here is we're going to show the psukim that get an insert for a person to bring a carbon on a private mizbeach during
the most you can really get out of one account, I've experimented with this a lot, is about 5 per IP address, and Google has a thing that basically won't let you flag or put negative reviews on a single business using a single device for more than about 5 of them. I've talked to you before. I've spoken with people about Yelp. I've spoken to the people from Yelp who the Yelp Mafia. We should watch that documentary sometime, The $1 Billion Bully. It's incredible. You want to watch it right now? Doug, you've got to rest up for 5 o'clock in the morning. Your country relies on you. But we'll add that to the list. It's an excellent documentary, dude. And when you see how it works, you'll be like, oh, no way. This is literally like a 21st century mafia. Like, no longer do they go to your little boutique and say, hey, you need to pay us hush money or protection money or we're going to burn down your business. Instead, what they do is they just call you, and they keep calling you and call you and call you and call you until you start advertising with them. And if you don't, all of a sudden you get negative reviews. It's incredibly corrupt. Well, they have been sued over it.
and a lawyer sued, and she ended up. I want to say somebody put a negative review against her, and I want to say she lost. And so the precedent is, and I think they tried to appeal it to the Supreme Court. It went to the Supreme Court of the state of California, but the Supreme Court of the United States did not take it, and so we're at this precedent where you can basically say what you want on that platform, but it is, I cannot tell you how corrupt it is. The salespeople they have there, they keep a file on you, on anyone who calls in, and like they take notes, even though they're not supposed to do that. They're not supposed to record the. They're not supposed to record the telephone calls that they have with you, at least in some states. California being one of them, it's a two-party consent state, and nevertheless, they still do it. And the way that I found out about it, I had this employee of mine who went to Yale with someone who went and worked at Yelp, and the person at Yelp would tell my employee everything that Yelp was doing, and it was like, yep, there's a huge file on this company, and basically every time you guys call in, and like I wouldn't cuss at them, but the owner of the business would cuss at them, and that would all be trapped. And then what would happen is they also had this thing like, okay, so can you pay for reviews? You're not supposed to. And if you did, they put this big red bar on your page and says this warning, this company has been accused of paying for reviews. And our company never got that, but our competition got that. And then the competition started advertising with them, and that red bar was taken off their page. Like, how corrupt is that?
This is the only one that has courage, which is person who designates the carbon during the time of Isra Bamos.
It's basically like saying, hey, we're going to extort you for money if you don't if you don't pay us, or like if you're not intimidated into this extortion racket, then we're going to ruin your online reputation. It's incredibly corrupt. And I know we'll watch the documentary sometime, but you'll just have like a mom and pop business, and they'll be like, we've been in business for 40 years, and everything was fine, and we were, one day we got this call from a company called Yelp, and we'd never heard of it, and they said that they could advertise for us and boost all of our metrics and things like that, and we were like, we've been in business since 1972, we don't need your help. And we basically hung up on them. And then we got another call from the next day from somebody else, and we said the same thing to them, and the same thing to them, and the same thing to them. And then our daughter went looking on the internet one day and saw all these negative reviews about our business. And if you look, we have very positive customers. We have the same 50 customers for the last 35 years, and none of them have any reason to want to post negative reviews. And I can tell you, the company, they would post negative reviews, and you didn't even know if they were right or not. And I could talk about that company for a long time. It's very corrupt. Oh, okay. It's very corrupt. So I'll be right back. I'm gonna use the restroom. Riser, are you gonna watch the hockey match?
Would apply to just logically, they're both the same case, right? The only difference between the case that the Gemara uses the pasuk for and the case we want to use it for is whether the carbon was designated b'shas Isra Bamos or b'shas Heter Bamos. Now, if the pasuk is there, the warning is there, even for a carbon that was designated b'shas Heter Bamos,
So it's best bet to watch it, huh?
That it would be that warning would be relevant.
Yeah, because I got the same time, right? What time is it where you at, right?
The person designated is covered for shots against Rabbanos, and the proof of the pudding is
It's 11 here, shoot. It'll be past my time.
punishment.
5 o'clock. So it'll be
Case of shots
it's
against
3 hours
Rabbanos,
behind me, right?
have a college punishment.
Yeah, 8,
If that's the
11.
case, it has the college
Yeah,
punishment.
it'll be,
Logically
yeah.
dictates that law
It'll be later.
both to apply to against shots after Rabbanos and shots against Rabbanos. Therefore, we should have our Gemara before actually attacking this type of drasha. This tries to see this type of drasha everywhere.
I'm back.
Rashi in Cain.
Riser, so we have to watch $1 Billion Bully. We have to watch the one on the bear suit guy, and we have to watch Walking the Amazon. Okay.
But Israel Caleb gets certain facts of the animal are prohibited. But Gemara says, in Cain, if that's the case, that we could make this type of Kalvachomer, Lo Yomer Lav B'Chaleb, but the Torah does not tell us that there's a prohibition to Caleb, the Tetzim Kalvachomer.
All right. I mean, if you give me the name of it, I'm pretty sure we can find it.
I'll say the following. Not the Vela. Let's look at the Vela. There's no key of currents for eating the Vela.
Well, when we watch it,
there is a prohibition.
I understand, but I mean, I need something I need to be able to search for it. You should know. Okay, we'll be able to find it. And then I also want to watch Aristocrats with you, because it's about stand-up comedy. It's about they say it's the oldest joke in existence. Whether it is or not, I don't know. But it's the joke that I've seen that made me laugh the hardest of any joke. I've never laughed harder. But I was in this like one really interesting mood to watch it. Like, I watched it the first time and I was like, oh, this isn't very funny. But then I watched it again, and it was like so stupid to me that it just made me laugh hysterically. So our list is Walking the Amazon, Word Wars, and $1 Billion Bully. Dude, Riser, did you ever watch did you ever? I said that. That was the first thing that I said. Did you ever watch McMillions? It's about the McDonald's. The McDonald's. There was an HBO series. It was about. Yeah, exactly. It was fascinating. I think they're gonna make it into a movie. So therefore, we will not be able to learn.
What's the name of it, Rabbi?
McMillions. You know the McDonald's Monopoly game?
Oh, yeah.
So during the 90s, basically none of the normal people ever won $1 million or won a house or a boat or any of that other stuff. Basically, one guy in Florida who wasn't associated with McDonald's. He was associated with the security firm that ran the game, gave those pieces to like his friends, and all his friends won all the money. And it's that story.
However, Caleb is not Asr Ba'ana. So you're not be able to learn the love of eating Caleb from the answer of eating Klai Karev and Arla, because those are Asr Ba'ana.
So you know what it is?
Yeah, and so during the 90s, that's correct. And so during the 90s, McDonald's had to come out and say that game had been rigged by someone unassociated with the company, and they had to give away a bunch of free French fries and free small drinks and stuff.
But again, in the case where it's also teaching the fact that there's a law that tells you not to eat Shemitah produce, why don't you just carry that law over? Logically, to Chela. The Gemara says no. Shvius also has a stringency. Malish Shvius she came to fences to Mel. Shvius is something which is unique. And when you sell Shvius, the money that's used to buy the Shvius now assumes onto it the halacha of Shvius. Shvius, Kedusha Shvius has a lot of restrictions.
What up, big dog?
To do with it, how you have to treat it. If you do buy Shvius, which in most cases you're not supposed to be buying Shvius, but if you do find a way to buy Shvius, then the Kedusha Shvius transfers out the money, which is a unique thing about Shvius, and therefore,
right, so what'd you say?
Carry over the halacha, or to say, the prohibition to eat Shemitah produce to the prohibition of eating sailors.
Examine
why do we learn that from Truma that also for a non-Kohen Truma? The Gemara says, no, you can't learn from there. Why Shekain, Lahutar Mishlava? Truma never has any exceptions to the rule. And therefore, there's a stringency over Caleb. Caleb does have exceptions to the rule. Where is there an exception to the rule?
I think
Caleb. The only time there's an instant to Caleb is by Behema. But Caleb Kaya,
I think one creator is probably the best way to do it. If you could really get behind somebody you trust, like someone who's been streaming for a long time and they have a following and they're willing to do. Well, here's the thing: you can't say that no matter what the crowd says, the person has to do. It would basically have to go to a team that says, hey, this is the, here's the top 5 suggestions, and we're going to choose between them. Because you're going to get people who really push the limit, and you don't want your creator doing something with which they're uncomfortable. Now, if you were to say,
there's guidelines.
I understand, but even there are going to be people who toe the line. So they'll be like, okay, you said that the person can't be naked. Okay, fine. So they'll say, all right, the person has to wear a G-string. And then you say, no, okay, that doesn't count. And then the person's going to say, okay, well, then they have to be... Then they have to be in a Speedo. If you say no, not that, then it'll be like, okay, then they have to be in a pair of bun huggers. And they'll be like, no, you can't say that. And then it'll be like, okay, well, then they have to wear like a spandex. And they're like, no, you don't want to do it. Like, basically, you get what I'm saying? Like, people will keep going. Okay, but I mean, then they'll say, okay, they have to wear a mesh wetsuit that has see-through material.
Bottom line is, Caleb always has this leniency that is hooked to Mishmael, which means there's an exception to the rule when it comes to Caleb. So we don't really have a good kasha. Maybe Abai is right. Maybe Abai is correct. We could drag the law from a carbon that was designated Shas Heteron, that's prohibited. What the base English is built, maybe he's right. I'm a Rabbi, he kasha means hot kasha.
Creator,
But if I do have a kasha in the Abai, that we learned, Pesach Uliba. Person has to be in Korban Pesach, so if I say, person, a male has to be a bris milah. You're a mixed asher. Now, taste of the Kalachol, Moser. Why don't we learn out from the Kalachol, from the Itzer? No, sir, what would that look like? I think the following. Not Moser, certainly. When it comes to no over a carbon, Shlach there is no onish of courage even over a carbon. And still, his year, there is an Itzer in the Torah not to leave it over. Pesach Uliba, from a Pesach. And getting the Sha'anash, really keep carbs. The person who's not doing Korban Pesach, the person who's not getting bris milah. Here's a key of Kares. Eno Din Shadezir. Wouldn't that say that there should be a prohibition as well? Now, these cases have nothing to do with each other, but the idea still really would be that if Rabbi is correct, when you have an Itzer, which is...
Doug, that's a terrible idea to partner with Bitcoin Obama.
Serious punishment. I don't need to have a warning.
Of course he likes the idea. He's gonna... Did you hear that he called Zoot for money today?
when it comes to
does
a
that
person
every day.
not getting a bris milah,
I know, but he
Korban Pesach.
He said in this chat he's not begging, he's hustling.
So Amar Rav Ashi responded and said,
dude, and you know what? I can't blame him. I cannot blame him. One time we had him cornered in the Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu discussion. I had him in he was in my Discord call, or not my Discord call, my Telegram call, and he's in there, and I said to him, I was interviewing him, and I said, all right, Bitcoin Obama, the community has given you like $100,000 in the token, and we know your wallet address, and we know that you've sold it, and now you're asking for more money. Why would you sell something, and then you say that you would never sell it, but we have it like proof that you sold it? Like basically we've got you cornered. And he says that's life. And what are you going to say to that? It's the perfect answer.
So the bottom line is, you don't really have a kasha on a bias.
Oh, did you think he could be trusted?
It's just a serious problem. It's interesting that the Gemara did this. The Gemara went through the bias logic and said if your logic is going to be true, let's try to apply the logic in many other cases. Ultimately, we couldn't apply it anywhere else to show that it's not going to go through. Now the Gemara just asks the bomb kasha.
You sent him tokens, and then what did he say?
Does such a kalakoma work? In other words, we learned Sephus Macros.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Ain't Ochim in a din. Ain't Ochim in a din means if I find a low level,
If you're in
answer comes with a high level